Chapter 1311 Big Explosion. After receiving permission, a group of people hired to imitate the airship came to different devices according to the previous assignment. The leader followed their helmsman to the driving seat. The SID is a small airship, so there isn't much space inside. In particular, the driver's seat and the passenger and cargo compartment are connected with nothing separating them. This is because Todakani and his daughter Polly, while serving as the primary and co-pilots, also monitor whether the passengers of the airship will steal their belongings. When there was a shortage of manpower, the cockpit was not specially separated. This approach made it easier for the technicians who entered the SID and prepared to cause trouble. Generally speaking, airships do not have any anti-theft measures. The most they can do is add a lock on the cockpit door. For them, as long as they can touch the console, they can fly this big guy into the sky. Without exception, although the way the SID was driven was different from the usual routine of the MIDI airship, it was unknown whether the goblin was too stupid or was afraid of operating unfamiliar machines, so he would panic in an emergency. Anyway, Todakani was kind enough to simply mark their uses next to all the controls. For example, the up, down, left and right movements of the rudder, the several speeds of the throttle valve, and the rise and fall of the airship's flotation device. Although it is only a simple record, in the eyes of colleagues, it is almost like an operating manual. Especially the key that was intended to be used to control the airship switch was actually inserted directly into the keyhole by Todakani, and it also specified which way to turn it to start it. If Lin found out, I'm afraid he would have to curse the goblin for being big-hearted and lazy. In fact, to be honest, it can be regarded as a certain time traveler who misunderstood the habits of the lost people from his perspective. When Lin does something, he always wants to take 3 or 4 insurances and prepare 4 or 5 escape routes before he dares to try it a little bit. At the first sign of trouble, step back and reassess. Going all or nothing has never been his attitude. When it comes to personal property, in a world where thieves can form guilds, one cannot be too careful. Therefore, it is normal to add a few locks and make some insurances on the SID. But the Midlanders are not that complicated. The Thieves Guild is more just a name for an underground social organization. Of course, there are thieves and thieves in there, but they only target people's pocketbooks. Airships, not many people would really pay attention to them. In any case, this big thing requires basic driving skills, and it is not something that anyone can just carry around. In fact, even on Earth, thieves will steal a car or a minivan. How could a thief be so bold as to march into an airport and steal fighter jets? So those cars and vans are designed with keys. But fighter jets don't need keys, just a set of start switches. There is really a spy who sneaks into the airport to steal fighter jets. How many can he steal? As long as there is an interception from the sky. It is best for the spy to have an ace driving level and shoot down the intercepting fighter plane. As for shutting down other fighter planes before stealing one, this falls into the category of pure arrogance. If we continue this conversation, we can write a 1,000,000-word masterpiece. In short, many insurances designed by a certain time-traveling group are redundant in the eyes of goblins. Naturally, in daily behavior, we don't pay much attention to anti-theft insurance measures. And this is why we insert the key into the keyhole and let people start it without thinking. The group of people who entered the SID for the first time were all insiders of the airship. And naturally they had a very vicious view. They looked left and right one by one, and suddenly saw the key marked with an arrow and the word start. After groping for a while, I figured out how to use it. So I twisted it hard. Don't ask them why they aren't careful. Basically, in this era of puzzles, these extremely rare mechanical structures have the same design concept as Laomauzi. In short, it is stupid, bulky, and durable. It is absolutely impossible for the key head to twist and break in the keyhole. So this group of people played with the SID, but they showed no mercy at all. Finally, they know that nothing can be achieved by using stupid force. If they encounter some resistance, they know to stop, take a look, and try again. Activating the SID is no problem for the Risal family, who captured the airship. The lights in the cabin turned on one by one. It was no longer the minimal night light it had before, but instead illuminated the enclosed inner cabin as brightly as daylight. This proves that the airship's secondary energy pool is online again, connecting the energy supply output of the entire ship. As a SID with both gasoline and power, the power stored in the secondary energy pool can not only be replenished through the energy pool of the magic tower, but also the excess horsepower after the engine is running can be converted into power, and stored in the secondary energy pool. Middle. After all, the secondary pool is not like the energy pool of the magic tower, which has semi-infinite power. The secondary energy pool can only store it and cannot produce power. However, the activation of the SID only brought the secondary energy pool online and made all the magic devices start to operate. The start of the engine is optional. It is intended to be used when the gasoline is exhausted. And the secondary energy pool can be used purely to support the consumption of the entire airship. But with the Goblin's stingy character and his careful calculation after learning mathematics, compared with renting the energy pool of the magic tower to replenish the power of the airship, the gasoline used to run the engine is much cheaper. To borrow a magic tower, it depends on the face of the tower owner. The good thing is that there are magic towers everywhere in the land. As for gasoline, there are not many oil-producing places for fans at this stage. But there are really not many refineries. There is a simple oil refining equipment on the SID, which can pour crude oil and separate the useful and useless parts. But even the useless parts can be put into the secondary energy pool as a supplement. But the conversion efficiency is so low that it is ridiculous. But this also saves someone from thinking about what to do with the asphalt and other materials produced by the SID. The original intention of this design is that Totokani can drive the SID back to Lebapu, which is known as the Goblin City in the Guana Empire. In that city, there is a lot of crude oil, but few people know how to use it. Going back to Totokani only costs the cost of hiring people to transport the oil. And the crude oil is free. This is the great benefit that Totokani has as a goblin. But that doesn't mean that goblins will take care of their own kind. It's just that everyone knows each other and wants to use the sticky dirty water that everyone despises to collect money from other stingy goblins. I'm afraid they won't be sprayed every day, every month. Spray it every year until you die. So we simply let it go and let people do whatever they want. But workers still have to be paid. However, the new group of people who boarded the boat certainly did not know the SID to this extent. They simply activated the SID to meet Duke Risol's request. I'm afraid it will take more than half a year to research the SID, let alone imitation. But these words are not stated clearly. When it fell into the ears of Grand Duke Risa, he always said that he would do everything he could to expose the situation as soon as possible. But the leader of this group and the helmsman who started the SID were studying around the spherical radar device. After all, radar instruments are not original to Midland. Not even to Earth. It was created by someone using magic. And it is a product of the science fiction side. Now, what is shown above is not the actual picture of the surrounding sky displayed based on the external environment detection results after the airship is started normally, but a string of text, power on certification not completed. At the same time, there is a countdown seconds display at the back, which is a full 20 seconds. This step was the reason why Goblin Totokani could not omit it and believed that the SID could not be stolen by outsiders. So other measures were neglected. Here Totokani, or his daughter Polly, is required to recite a number orally, because magic sampling is used, although there is no limit to the number of recitations. And there is no need to pause in the middle. It will detect whether the password matches the soul fluctuations of the reciter. And then the SID will be officially activated. Not using voice print comparison is to avoid the trouble of temporary voice change caused by colds and other diseases. As for the soul fluctuation part, that assisted in setting it up. It is this step that can only be verified by Totokani and Polly. Whether to add a third person's verification qualification. The setting right is in the hands of the magician. In other words, whether Totokani wants to sell the airship, or he marries another wife, or Polly recruits a son-in-law. They have added a family. And if they want to gain the right to legally use the SID, they must have the magician just nod. This makes the goblins particularly dissatisfied. But it was obvious that the person who launched the airship was neither Totokani nor his daughter. They didn't even know how to pass the so-called power-on authentication, and could only watch the countdown end. The first authentication error occurred. The countdown ended, and the SID automatically shut down. The lights in the cabin then dimmed, returning to the brightness of the night light. And those magic devices that showed signs of activation fell into dormancy again. Now without much bright light. Everyone can see Duke Risol's stinky face. This group of airship technicians were not reckless. After a confession, a group of people gathered to discuss. The final conclusion was to first dismantle the central cover of the airship covering the secondary energy pool and also the aeronautical device, and then activate the airship again. After confirming the ability operation route, try to see if you can bypass the so-called verification mechanism and start the airship normally. It was agreed upon that they should first report to Duke Risa and obtain his consent. After all, The Cid was captured by other people's soldiers and horses, not their personal property. The old Duke didn't understand this either, but he at least understood that the group of people in front of him knew better than him. So after asking whether this would damage the structure of the airship, and whether it would be possible to imitate it in the future, we agreed to the request of this group of people. A group of people quickly took apart the raised iron SHL in the center of the cabin. Goblin Totokani has boasted on the forum more than once that the Cid's aerodynamic device is an unprecedented and innovative device. He boasted all kinds of advantages. But after all, the airship in the past was not only a younger brother, but also a scumbag. Now that we have the opportunity, how could everyone not take a closer look? Although everyone didn't know how to assemble and disassemble the iron SHL normally, they could dismantle it no matter what if they wanted to dismantle it. What's more, this iron SHL is just to prevent the prying eyes of passengers. It has no protective effect on its own and is almost like paper. Everyone used their tools and used some force to cut it open. And what is displayed in front of everyone is indeed what Totokani boasted. It is a complex multi-layered overlapping integrated structure, like a net and a claw, fixed on the base and keel of the airship. It's just that everyone, including Duke Risal and a group of curious nobles, were looking at this rare handicraft in the land, and no one paid attention to the warning text and countdown of the ball radar. When the countdown reaches 0, the secondary energy pool in the core emits a dazzling light. Boom! Chapter 1312 Doubts from the Grand Duke. A certain magician far away in the holy city of Starry Cat Winter first learned about it from the Grey Cats, then from Kaya's report on the forum. And finally, he raised a bloody flag to the Risa family and shouted for revenge. Duke Kawe also came to join in the fun. However, the old Duke's face looked very bad, as black as if it was covered with feces, especially those sad eyes, almost as if they were trying to materialize their resentment and strangle someone by the neck. If it weren't for the special status of the old Duke, someone would have used the flash technique to leave long ago. Why bother being looked at like this by a man, especially an old man? However, since arriving in Estali, I have received a lot of help from the elderly. Thinking of this kindness, even though his eyes were intimidating, Lin still endured it and sat obediently opposite the old man, not daring to move. After a long time, Duke Kawe let out a long breath, his expression full of helplessness. Say, did you know? What do you know? Lin asked, pretending to be stupid. The news that all the Risal family members are dead. This should have made the enemy happy, but Ricardo Carby was not happy. I don't know if it's because the rabbit died and the fox was sad, or because he couldn't take revenge with his own hands. Well, I heard about it. Although Lin knew the news, for a while, he didn't know that this matter was actually related to him. The so-called gossip is not just all kinds of weird rumors spread wildly, and out of 10 sentences, it is estimated that 9 are false and 1 is true. So someone didn't think about himself for a moment. Just because the dispute between the Kawi and Risa families is the most important news in recent times besides the opening of the bank. Therefore, as soon as there is a turning point, news will naturally fly everywhere. But Lin didn't pay attention. How could Duke Kawe, his sworn enemy, not pay attention? Even if he hadn't investigated the complete truth about what happened that day, he had still investigated everything. The old Duke asked, "Let me ask you a question. Is it possible that the car I was driving had a big explosion? The kind of explosion that can blow the whole city into the sky?" Although Lin didn't know what was going on, he said matter-of-factly, "Theoretically, it is possible. After all, there is a large amount of power stored, and as long as it is guided, no effect can be achieved. Isn't that what magic is all about? Why do you ask this?" "Let's talk about it." The child jumped from Risa's house to a big explosion, and someone was a little confused. "Do you know how the Risa family ended up doing this? I heard that none of the biological children of that old ghost Angie escaped." When the name of that old enemy was mentioned, Mr. Kawe was itching with hatred, but the fact made him feel a little happy. Lin recalled the messy news and said, "I heard that there was a loud noise, and then the people in White Fox City discovered that although White Fox Castle had not been razed to the ground, it still had the 5th floor with only 1 floor left. The situation, I don't know what they were doing. They killed themselves. Judging from your appearance, you probably didn't do this. It is said that someone saw the airship Cid landing at White Fox Castle before the explosion." The old Duke gritted his teeth and glared at the person in front of him. Lin was shocked when he heard this. He didn't even ask whether it was true or false. He directly opened the water mirror screen and brought out the data of the SID. Pay special attention to whether the return record is interrupted, when it was interrupted, and where the last recorded location of the airship was. If either Kaya or Halloumi had been around, Lin would definitely not have come on his own. Unfortunately, several of his apprentices, including Leonardo, were sent away on missions. There are people around him who were transferred from the group of children to serve him, namely the 3 Babosha brothers. However, these 3 children can only help with some small things in daily life, and they are not at the level of work secretaries. After retrieving the message from the SID, it was confirmed that what the old Duke said was correct. He immediately used the flash technique and appeared above the ruins of White Fox Castle. It's late winter, and spring is approaching. However, the cold wind never spared anyone, especially a certain fool floating in the air. After sneezing, Lin remembered to apply auxiliary magic to himself. A magician who can survive in a vacuum environment will certainly not be troubled by this wind. Taking a closer look, the ground turned out to be a ruined castle. The original appearance can no longer be seen clearly. Only ruins and ruins remain. However, there are a large number of people moving rocks and rescuing people, and many people have been pulled out from outside the ruins. Those who are alive are being rescued, and those who are dead are covered with a layer of cloth. After checking the situation and collecting environmental information, Lin flashed back to Astali's home. He didn't even have time to greet the old Duke, who was sitting beside him. He stared at the several water mirror screens that were pulled out with a solemn expression and started doing simulation calculations. After several calculations, Lin let out a long breath and said, "Based on the original appearance of White Fox Fort in the records and the current appearance, it is indeed possible that it was caused by the explosion of the SID." Lin showed several pictures at the same time. The pictures and charts are respectively the current and past appearance of White Fox Castle and the explosion simulation of the SID. What Lin did not say was that he did not rule out the possibility that it was caused by other people or other things. And then the SID was forced offline and moved elsewhere, and could no longer transmit data back. After all, no wreckage of the SID was found at the scene, which is not enough to prove whether an airship exploded in White Fox Castle. But for this to happen, you must first be able to understand the explosive power of the SID and then make it disguise. Then, there is the ability to crack the program backdoor in the SID, so that you can change the situation without telling someone. If he could really encounter such an enemy, then Lin would admit it. It was just confirmed that it was probably affected by the explosion of the SID. Lin immediately thought, I wonder what happened to Totokani and his daughter. Did they escape the scope of the explosion? He usually doesn't pay much attention to the movements of the goblin father and daughter. After all, it was Totokani who took the initiative to distance himself, and Lin had no intention of forcing the alienated goblin to turn back. But when encountering this kind of thing, I still think about it. Anyway, we share the same sorrow. However, the old Duke was concerned about something else. He said, "This means that the rumor that you can control the explosion of the SID is true. What about the cars made by the automobile center?" It seems that the old man is worried that he will be blown up to the sky. Faced with this kind of worry, Lin didn't dare to joke about it. He explained sternly, "My lord, power becomes both magic and deity. Its power is immeasurable, but there is always a way to guide and use it. And it is not entirely created out of nothing. The most important key is use. How? Who is using it? It's like carrying a sword with you. It can kill people and hurt yourself, but you don't wear it because it can hurt yourself." Although Duke Kawe didn't carry a sword as someone said, he could still understand this reasoning. His expression became much gentler as a result. Seeing that the old man had been stabilized, Lin further said, "Sir, I have always been above board and upright in doing things. Whatever I do, I will clearly hand it over to others, unless it is taken by myself without my consent. The consequences will be at your own risk, and no one should have anything to say. Regarding the explosion of the SID, I have already made it clear to the goblin Totokani and his daughter, because I have never done such a thing." The old man's suspicious eyes showed that he still didn't understand a lot. Lin simply told the story of the original construction of the SID, and then said, "In order to prevent the technology from leaking out, or even being dismantled and sold without authorization, I set up a ban on the SID. Once the ban is triggered, the airship will overload the secondary energy pool and detonate all the capabilities in it. But all taboos, evasive methods, and how to disarm the self-destruction process after it has started. I have clearly told Totokani and his daughter that apart from the method of disabling the self-destruction device, there are other things that should be paid attention to. And I can tell them everything. I told you. My intention is to hope that he will not violate my limits. And I don't really want to kill him. Someone didn't mention it. But he didn't expect that when he mentioned the measures he had set up. The goblins had a habit of fearing death. They hadn't done it in these years. So why did they do it this time? Then the only possibility is that when the Cid was triggered to self-destruct, the goblin father and daughter were either not present or dead. Thinking of this, Lynn sighed again. However, this explanation could not relieve the old Duke's doubts. Besides, when it comes to life-related matters, you can never be too careful. So Mr. Conway still asked uneasily, "According to you, are you sure the car is safe?" "Sir, let me put it this way. The reason why the White Fox Castle was blown up into such a tragic state is because the Cid's secondary energy pool was filled with more than 90% of the power. Only when it was nearly fully loaded could it be like that. The power of the explosion. But I don't understand your worries. After all, as long as there is such a possibility, it is normal to worry. But adults, have you ever thought about the possibility of hurting yourself? Why do you worry about the car? Worried about swords and other weapons?" When asked this question, Duke Conway was stunned for a moment and said in a daze, "Yes. Why?" Len explained seriously, "There is no complicated reason. It's just because you are more familiar with swords, but not cars. Of course, it doesn't matter how to use the sword, and how to cast it, even if you have never made any sword by yourself. I think you understand the process, and even had the opportunity to watch it. So you understand the process of turning an ordinary piece of iron into a weapon. But maybe your driving skills are different now. They are quite good, but they still have little understanding of how to build a car. Even the technicians at the auto center may still know how to do it, but they don't know why they do it." Having said this, someone spread out his hands with a helpless expression. "So, why don't I report to the car center often now, and even help solve design problems? Sir, you also know my identity. If I am always the one to solve machine problems, others will still not understand anything. Just do it. So don't talk about what will happen to the automobile industry after I die. Just talking about this issue of safety and trust will never be improved. All aspects of a car have been thoroughly studied. At that time, no one would have any doubts about whether there is any mechanism on a car that threatens the safety of its occupants." The old Duke seemed convinced and remained silent. And Len's mood was as legitimate and defensible as his explanation. It was definitely not because he wanted to be lazy and just take dividends without doing anything. Who would want to be the one who enjoys the blessing if he can say something sarcastic about? 996 is a blessing. Chapter 1313, Reese's Worries. The Grand Duke of Conway was deceived by a certain magician after all. But so what if they don't leave? The Rizal family suddenly ascended to heaven collectively. But the other people who are still alive have a lot of trouble to deal with. When the Rizal family was being thrown into a trap, who was the person who reacted fastest? Answer: the former vassals of the Risa family. The so-called feudal aristocrats don't always talk about benevolence, justice, and morality. But they're actually an underworld of male thieves and female prostitutes. If the boss begs to die, can the younger brother compete for the top position? Overthinking. They are more technical. And of course, there are some rules that must be followed. Although in conclusion, they are similar to the underworld. If this kind of good thing happened in normal times, where everyone in the feudal family died, of course, everyone would just stay in their own 1/3 of an acre of land and practice their internal skills. What I do on weekdays is what I still do now. At most, I can make some extra money secretly, and then wait for the reaction from higher-ups. After all, above his own lord, there is also his lord, who is the emperor of the Guana Empire. When things like this happen, they really have no room for comment. At most, they can take advantage of the window period to seize the interests of various places. If the person is adopted and the person who inherits the title is not someone that everyone can agree with, of course they will find a way to exclude the other person. If you are someone willing to talk, then of course you should sit down and discuss it carefully. But what is the situation now? In order to collect taxes and recruit troops to defend various key points in the territory, not only the common people were living in dire straits, but they, the nobles, were also miserable. Moreover, there is an imperial war god outside, threatening everyone with the power of new war tools. It can be said that as soon as a war starts, everything will be destroyed. This is the common understanding of everyone. This is not to mention that in addition to the death of all the Risa family, a group of generals belonging to the Risa family also died. They also have the status of nobles, and nobles from all over the world. These people are not insignificant people, but the important core of each family. So many people died at once. Not only half of the lives of the small families who depended on the Lisa family were lost. They would definitely be injured. It can be said that under internal and external pressure, life and death depended on it. Although the Lord of the Lord is not my Lord. At this time, the nobles under the Duke of Risa can only ask the largest noble in the empire, that is, the emperor, to mediate, because no one dared to disband the army at will. Everyone dispersed and returned to their homes. What if Duke Kawe calls? It would really be like entering a deserted place. Why don't you continue to hold on and wait for high-level officials like the emperor and the Grand Duke to slowly discuss and come to a conclusion before dealing with the follow-up? At that time, everyone may hold on until they die. And they don't need to go home. They can just bury them on the spot. Therefore, letters of love poured into the imperial city of Nineveh like snowflakes. The messenger who delivered the message didn't know how many horses were lost. Not only did the emperor say it, but other nobles in the empire were also concerned about this matter. The emperor's ban not only hurt the two Grand Dukes, but also had an impact on other nobles to some extent. Therefore, returning to normal as soon as possible is a result that everyone likes to see. The most beautiful thing is to take a bite out of this matter and take advantage of it. The first question everyone has to face is, should this battle be fought? But if you think about it carefully, the conclusion is not that difficult to come to. Duke Kawe raised the blood flag to take revenge. Not many people may know the details, but everyone knows the rules about blood flag revenge. The reason everyone knows is that the Risa family offended the Grand Duke of Kawe. So the Grand Duke raised the blood flag high. And the meaning of this blood flag is, don't even think about making peace or breaking up a fight, because I will fight this guy until death. During the process, whatever was robbed or occupied was to serve the ultimate goal, which was to blow up the Risa family. So after the war, the movable loot was taken away, and no one could say anything. And there was no way to check it, but if the real estate wanted to keep it, it had to be seen whether the emperor recognized it. As long as you are not blind, everyone can see what the regulations are. The problem is, when there are many people in the Risal family who have all been favored by God, how can we fight them? Blood flag revenge has no target. So how about revenge? If you still insist on fighting, robbing, or occupying at this time, it is obvious that you cannot use the name of blood flag revenge. But it is just a pure act of aggression. However, aggression will not be supported or recognized in the current era of Midi. There are so many unowned empty lands. So if you are very skilled, you can drive away the monsters and wild beasts and open up the land. What are you doing to bully people who are also human beings and are struggling to survive? This is the common understanding of Midi in this era. So this battle will definitely not be fought. But how it will end? Everyone is curious. From the Emperor's standpoint, it is certainly impossible for him to accept nothing has changed and directly restore the situation before Duke Kawe raised the blood flag. Because if the old Emperor did nothing, it would be like being fooled by two great dukes. So he must have an attitude. This is not to mention the fact that the Risa family was completely destroyed. But here's the problem. If according to the normal process, the two families fight until one is left, then as the Emperor, it is natural to step in to clean up the aftermath. See if the loser has any breath left and what his attitude is. If you have a good attitude and can be a loyal loser, then protect them until your last breath. The mastermind of the crime can be chopped into pieces. There is no need to kill them all. If it is beaten to pieces and has no value for support, it will become a feast in the eyes of many jackals. Of course, before every jackal wants to take a bite of meat, he must make an offering to the Wolf King. Otherwise, no one would be able to swallow the meat that is in their mouth without legal recognition. And the so-called legal principles are not just matters that he, the Emperor, nods to. But the current situation is that the Risa family's territory and strength are generally intact. The group of people who were the brains, that is, the most important bloodline that maintained the power of the entire family, were all destroyed. The Kawe family is even more prepared and at its peak. How to deal with this unprecedented situation? The reason why the Emperor in the past could act harshly was because the two families were almost beaten to a pulp and had no strength to deal with the Emperor's demands. So they were allowed to do whatever they wanted. The current situation is that if excessive demands are made, they have been preparing for war for more than half a year, and their strength is complete. At the same time, he turned the gun head and pointed it at the other people's heads. Whoever hit him would get a bloody head. Even the Emperor of the Empire is no exception. What to do? The old Emperor couldn't think of any good way for a while. At this moment when the emperor felt embarrassed, other nobles, including the former vassals of the Risa family, were anxious. Duke Kawe took his heir, Marquis Non and Farshid, and the two of them entered the imperial city of Nineveh for the first time in a long time. Although the emperor had issued relevant bans on the two great ducal families, he did not prohibit them from staying in the imperial city. When the Kawe family members fled before, it was because the Risa family was more powerful than them in the imperial city, and they escaped in order to save the lives of their heirs. After that, all the people who stayed in the Kawe family mansion were killed, which was purely an act of vengeance by Duke Risol. Now that they are back, of course, they are not afraid of anyone threatening them. For the Risa family's previous actions, other nobles could be regarded as acquiescing to such behavior, even if they were not partisan. Now that all the Risa family members are dead, how could other nobles continue to help others die? It was too late for them to express their goodwill and seek forgiveness from Duke Kawe. However, other nobles' little ideas failed to come true. As soon as Duke Kawe and Marquis Farshid entered the imperial city, they were summoned by the emperor. It means that for the old duke, even if the emperor does not summon him, he will take the initiative to ask for an audience. The duke's guard was left outside the palace, and Duke Kawe and his son, led by the personal guards, went straight to the old emperor's study. The meeting place was chosen here, which is enough to show that the old emperor's trust in Duke Kawe has not diminished. Entering the study room, as soon as the three of them met, before Kagong and his son could salute, the old emperor pushed out a gold-gilded document and asked, "What does this thing mean? Please explain it to me." The old duke looked around and understood that the document was his application for the transfer of his title. Although the transfer of the title of Grand Duke of Kawe to his son has long been announced in his family, but as long as the emperor refuses to admit it, the matter will not count. The matter of knighthood is not something that can be recognized privately. In the end, they still had to ask their titular monarch to publicly confer titles. Otherwise, they would not be able to use their new titles in public. If one's words are not right, one's name will be wrong, which is a big taboo for nobles. Faced with the old emperor's questioning, Duke Kawe was not afraid at all and replied directly, "Your Majesty, you also know my situation. Is it possible that you have to wait until my great-grandson or my great-grandson to hand over the title of Grand Duke? Go out? Even if you can tolerate it. Can your successors tolerate it? Rather than occupying the position and annoying others, it is better for me to take the initiative to retreat. Kawe Gong is an extraordinary person, which means that his lifespan will be different from that of ordinary people. Although there is no fixed amount of increase, you will definitely be able to live longer than the average person. In the aristocratic circle, if such a person has the most noble status, then forget it. If the status is humble and belongs to the bottom of the aristocracy, then in the eyes of the big nobles, he is a relatively large cannon fodder, a little higher than the untouchables. That's all. But if the extraordinary person is a great noble, then the situation is completely different. Its influence needs no mention. In short, for the person sitting on the throne of the emperor, if such a person doesn't want to be killed, he must at least find a way to get rid of him. Otherwise nothing will be done. Think about it when an emperor is governing. There is a spirited veteran minister of several generations beside him, especially when such a person looks up. Hey! Those who can stand in the same palace with him are his descendants. There is no need to compete with force. Just seniority. You can criticize whoever you want. Can we still govern like this? No matter what I do, I am most afraid of meeting people who rely on their old age and betray their old age. Therefore, the reason why Mr. Kawe is said to be that after he became a transcendent, he was destined to have an unavoidable future. It just depends on when it happens. Chapter 1314. The time has come. Under normal circumstances, the old emperor might have made a show of trying to persuade him to stay, and then let his old friend retire. Even if he can suppress this old man, he still has to consider his successor as emperor. I'm so old. I won't be surprised when I kick my legs. Some posthumous matters need to be arranged in advance. But when is it now? The Risol family died in an inexplicable explosion. But the two great duke families were still intact and on the verge of breaking out. At this time, if we would draw a Grand Duke and allow the people under the two great nobles to cause trouble, it will not be a chaotic dance of demons. Thinking again about who caused this chaos, the old emperor glared fiercely and said, "Is this the time to do such a thing? This is the most appropriate time." Ricardo Carby responded positively to his lifelong friend. "Convince me." Emperor Armin Kazalnia asked directly without any fear of this old man, who was known to be a good fighter. "Your Majesty, Do you know why the big countries in the Lost Lands now theft lords from various places and create batches of nobles? The old duke directly asked a question that was impossible to hit. The old emperor wanted to say that he had done it this way before, so he would do it this way in the future. But in fact, this answer was inaccurate in his mind. As an emperor, he did not want too many lords that restricted the implementation of his political affairs, because there are actually many laws and regulations that cannot enter the territory of certain nobles. All he can get from such people is taxes and military service. It seems that this is enough, but it is far from enough for an ambitious emperor. But this time the emperor didn't answer. Talking about eloquence with a reckless man is simply a waste of the sophisticated skills he has honed over the years of sitting firmly on the throne of the emperor. He just raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly. And Duke Kawe continued talking obediently. Actually, I didn't think much about this issue before. Later, after discussing it with the child, I realized that such a system is actually inevitable. To put it simply, it is a matter of efficiency. Having said this, the old emperor was thoughtful. In fact, he encountered many things more or less during his reign. When it comes to some experiences of success or failure, he has a lot to tell. But how to summarize it? He has not thought about such a thing now. Perhaps I have reached the age where I should think about it and tell my heirs. However, this did not prevent the old emperor from listening to what the person in front of him had to say. The old duke continued. In the past, when the land conquered by a conqueror was large, perhaps the messengers who conveyed the news would have to walk for several months from his core base to the conquered border. If there was a large army, it is not impossible to move forward for more than half a year. So whether it is daily governance, or there is a rebellion or a foreign invasion on the border, it is probably too late to dispatch everything from the central government. That is, appointing a person to manage and guard the affairs of the place. This person must also have the authority to act freely to avoid delaying the victory. Very simple truth. The old emperor could sum up 5 or 6 more points and give a long and eloquent speech. However, communications, counterinsurgency and resistance to foreign aggression are indeed key points that cannot be ignored. But when he mentioned this, Emperor Armin seemed to have a very important thought flashing through his mind. But he couldn't grasp it. This actually made him feel itchy. The old duke tilted his head slightly and lowered his voice and said, However, in this era, there are forums for transmitting messages, and cars for transporting people and materials. We don't seem to need so many lords, and we can effectively manage various places. With a sudden leap forward, the old emperor, regardless of maintaining a calm and steady attitude, almost came face to face with the old man who had followed him for most of his life. He was still gritting his teeth tightly. His eyes were wide open. His head was flushed, and veins were exposed at his temples. If the old emperor hadn't maintained good health on weekdays, he might have suffered an acute stroke immediately. There's nothing we can do about it. The old guy in front of me knows his lifelong ambition. Now that he was quietly presented with the possibility of achieving his ambition, he couldn't help but feel excited. After a long while, the emperor finally managed to hold back a sentence. How to do it? The old duke took his son back a few steps, lowered his head and said, Your Majesty. The guilty minister raised the blood flag high and disturbed the peace of the empire. Now that the enemy is dead, in order to ask for your Majesty's forgiveness, I am willing to transfer the title and let the eldest son inherit it. And I offer you 10 manors, as well as various cars and trucks equipped by the 2 legions. I only hope that your Majesty will allow the Kawe family to return to the imperial court and serve you. Marquis Farshed also presented a list, and naturally the imperial guards handed the list to the emperor. On the list, there are 10 manors to be dedicated. It occupies almost a quarter of the territory directly belonging to the Grand Duke of Kawe, and is also the most important grain-producing area, so the old emperor can easily judge its value in area. It can be said that once these 10 manors are donated, it will become an impossible luxury for the Kawe family's territory to achieve food self-sufficiency. You must rely on commercial trade and import enough food from other people to maintain the needs of the people and the army in the territory. This not only weakens the power of the Kawe family itself, but is also equivalent to handing a major weakness into the hands of others in disguise. At least the next time the emperor imposes a commercial blockade, the Kawe family may have to surrender early if they don't have enough emergency food reserves. As for the cars and trucks equipped by the 2 legions, Emperor Armin was even more satisfied. In this family war, the most frightening weapon of the Kawe family is the vehicles equipped with 3 legions, which improves mobility to an unprecedented level. The reason why we are preparing to officially start the war in the spring is because the equipment is already available, and there are enough cars and trucks to carry the 3 legions to the battlefield at any time. But if the war cannot start, how will these 3 armies be arranged? You must know that the Grand Duchy usually does not have a standing army, nor is it allowed to have one. Some are just local garrison troops, ranging from a few hundred to a dozen. The total number of people in all places is only close to 10,000 people, which is approximately equal to the number of people in a legion. With 3 legions in hand, this was already a standard wartime mobilization for Duke Kawe. For example, the Rizal family organized more than a dozen legions, which was a crazy number of mobilizations, tapping all the potential of the territory. Since the war cannot be fought, Duke Kawe certainly cannot continue to maintain the 3 temporarily mobilized legions. Those who can be demobilized will be demobilized, depending on whether they go home to farm or something else. Those who originally belonged to the local garrison will return to the local area, and then the militiamen who fill the garrison vacancies will be disbanded, and each will return to his home. If we arrange it this way, what will happen to all the large and small cars and trucks? Oil and seal? The old Duke can settle accounts. Ordinary swords, armor, arrows, bows and crossbows can be stored in the armament warehouse, and then taken out to equip the army when needed. However, cars and trucks are being updated and replaced at such a rapid rate that even if the vehicle is not outdated after it is built, if it is stored for a year or 2, the technology of the vehicle will have developed into nowhere. Besides, given the current emptiness in the market, storing finished cars in a warehouse is simply a heinous waste. Then sell them as ordinary cars and trucks? Duke Kawe ordered the purchase of cars and trucks to equip the legion. Although he still had to pay the automobile center, he still had the privilege to ask the center to design special models for the legion. For example, the steel beams may be thickened, or the personnel carrier may be equipped with some pedals or long benches to facilitate soldiers getting on and off the vehicle. It would be a pity if these special models of vehicles were sold as ordinary cars and trucks. Although it is helpful to improve the transportation capacity of the overall economy, it would not be a better result if the original design purpose could be maintained. The Kawe family itself does not have a standing legion, and even the local garrison can only absorb 1 legion's worth of vehicles. So the remaining 2 legions of cars and trucks might as well be dedicated directly to the emperor. There is not much to say about the friendship between the monarch and his ministers. If such a weapon of war wanders outside, the person sitting on that throne will not be relieved. And doing so means that the emperor has 2 legions that can carry out quick strikes. In terms of internal governance, it has an unimaginable effect, and can even take a big step towards the centralization ambition in his mind. These benefits, no matter how the king and his ministers benefit from each other, are not in vain. Emperor Armin stared at the old man in front of him with his misty eyes. After a long while, he said, "Whether it is to let your son ascend the throne, or to let the Kawe family who lowered the blood flag return to the palace, these gifts are too many. What else do you want?" There were similar situations in the past, and most of the nobles gave some free money to solve the problem. Perhaps the cars and trucks presented by Lord Kawe from the 2 legions can be considered as temporary wealth. But they are the most cutting-edge equipment, not to mention the 10 manors. These are good lands that can continue to produce food. The Grand Duke cut himself with a knife, which was cruel and painful. Even the emperor felt a little sorry for his old friend. However, the sacrifice is huge, and the request is also huge. The 2 trivial matters of seizing the title and returning to the palace are not worth the gift offered by the old man. So what else does he want? It is worthy of the old emperor to face it carefully. At their level, even if you want to have sex for free, you still have to be careful, and the appearance should not be too ugly. The old duke raised his head and showed a cruel look. Just say, "The Rizal family has no suitable heir." After saying this, the old emperor understood that he was planning to exterminate the Rizal family. Unfortunately, this matter was very easy to accomplish. The reason is that the people who have the right to inherit the title of Grand Duke Rizal seem to be all really dead. The inheritance rights of nobles cannot be ranked by blood relationship, be recognized and documented. Changes are allowed, but every change must have a good reason. And of course, it will cause considerable political shock. If this were placed in someone's hometown, it would be a bit like entering a family tree. Being in the family tree and not being in the family tree are 2 different things in a clan. Chapter 1315 The Extinct Noble. Although the Guana Empire allowed polygamy and had various restrictions on women, on the other hand, it also gave women considerable compensation. especially in terms of power. For example, in the Black Veil Army, or if you want to marry a new wife, all the original wives must agree. As long as there is a wife who doesn't nod, sorry, the new sister has no legitimate status. Sometimes men just want to try something new, just for fun, and never think about giving the other person a serious status. And as a result, someone accidentally ends up being killed. Moreover, most of these women who are on the weaker side are civilians or people from outside the empire. It is extremely difficult for such a person to enter the circle of imperial nobles, because based on the conservative style of the noble women of the Guana Empire, it is unlikely that such a thing would happen. As for some bad things and dirty things, I won't mention them much. In short, in aristocratic circles, children who are not officially married are classified as illegitimate children. Even if they were related by blood, illegitimate children could not be ranked in the line of succession unless they received the emperor's special permission. And this concession cannot be given randomly. In reality, all the children with a clear blood relationship are dead, and there is really no one who can step forward to inherit. Only as a last resort will illegitimate children be considered to continue the inheritance of a noble family. This also reflects the exclusivity of the imperial nobility. Looking back at the situation of the Rizal family, it was clear that the Grand Duke Rizal was dead. Even if you don't see the corpse, you will get the same result by using prophecy magic. Although it is not ruled out that Mr. Rizal faked his death and hid in the dark. However, strategically speaking, doing so will only make the situation in the Rizal family collapse faster and more completely. No rational leader would make such a choice unless he had a strategy to turn the tables. And now it seems that the Rizal family has no trick that can make a comeback, but has really collapsed. If the Kawi family takes the opportunity to send troops, even the gods will be in trouble. Under such circumstances, those who had the right to inherit had already jumped out and asked for the emperor's decree to take over the power of the Risa family. If there are more people jumping out, compare everyone's order to see who is in front and who is behind. However, it has been some time since the big explosion in the Rizal family, and no one is clamoring to inherit the title of Grand Duke Rizal. Some time ago, the old emperor even took out the succession list of the Risa family and named them one by one. It turned out that those listed on the list were either confirmed to be dead long ago or missing. It is possible that these missing people died together in the explosion, but it has not been confirmed. But it's not impossible that they just hid to avoid being targeted by Duke Kawe. After all, this old man's army is fully prepared and is just waiting for the order to attack. At this time, whoever comes forward to inherit the title of Grand Duke Risa will be like a groundhog digging out a hole. The old man of the Kawe family will hammer down and smash out all the red and white ones. However, there is still room for maneuver. The one targeted by Duke Kawe was undoubtedly the main branch headed by Angelisa. So will the Kawe family definitely wipe out the Risa family? Or is it just a matter of killing the main branch? In the history of the empire, there were many instances when the empire was dragged into the quagmire of war because of blood flag revenge, resulting in both sides losing. In the end, the emperor came forward to clean up the mess, and each side played 50 pieces. Then he stopped and everyone went back to their respective homes. In the end, no one was able to kill the other. This situation is something that both parties in blood flag revenge would like to avoid. This was also the reason why Duke Kawe did not send troops immediately in an attempt to resolve the war with a quick attack. Because by doing this, it is easy to lose control and let the entire family's strength slip into the abyss of war. If Duke Kawe can be relieved by getting rid of the main branch of the Rizal family, then for the successor of the Rizal family, stopping the army is nothing more than a matter of high or low cost. For the close bloodline with the right to inherit, there was no chance at first. Instead of having the opportunity to pick up the title of a great nobleman for free, no amount of price is too high to pay. Even so, no one came forward to speculate, which means something. There is a high possibility that all the senior members of the Rizal family's main branch and close branches are dead. Other branches and in-laws, who are not ranked in the succession, are waiting and watching. If this is really the case, then whether the Rizal family can continue is a matter between the emperor nodding or shaking his head. That's why Ricardo Carby would make such a request. Is the Grand Duke important? The families who defend the empire are of course very important. Whenever the territory of the empire expanded, the territories of the 16 great duke families would be changed, giving up the hinterland of the empire and moving to the newly occupied frontiers. This happened for hundreds of years. Maybe they haven't done this in the past 200 years, allowing them to operate well in their respective territories. But the importance of the Grand Duke's family has not diminished. However, when the forum and transportation methods, such as cars and trucks, appeared, the situation seemed to be somewhat different. Is it still necessary for the Grand Duke to exist? It seems not so necessary. So is this a good time? With this thought, the beating sound of the old emperor's heart echoed in his eardrums. Armin was moved by the suggestion made by this old friend, who had followed him all his life. He spent his whole life improving the majesty of the royal family and winning the hearts of the nobles, all for the purpose of gaining power in their hands. The original idea was to slowly weaken the nobles. But as he was getting older, Emperor Armin was not sure whether his successors would be able to appreciate his painstaking efforts and continue this route. But the battle between the two great dukes undoubtedly presented an excellent opportunity in front of him, allowing the emperor to take a big step forward in his ambition. However, the outcome of the war was beyond everyone's expectations. But the opportunities seemed better. While he was thinking eagerly about how this matter should work, the old emperor saw at a glance the insignificant young man standing 3 steps behind his father. In fact, Marquis Farshed is not too young. But after all, the children that Emperor Armin saw growing up, whether they had beards or not, whether their hair was white or not, were still young people in the eyes of their generation. And this young man represents another generation. Emperor Armin didn't know if his old man had discussed these requests and suggestions with his children. Although the two appeared together, Ricardo Carvi was famous for his arbitrary actions. He asks for advice on everything. But it's just because he doesn't care about those things. And what he really wants to do is usually only known by others after he has done it. I don't know how many times I have met the old emperor in my life. Therefore, Emperor Armin couldn't help but wonder what this young man with no sense of existence was thinking. Therefore, he joked, "Son, your father has ruined the inheritance left by his ancestors. So you have nothing to say to him?" It was a good thing for Marquis Farshed to attack the king early. Giving away or selling the cars and trucks allocated by the 2 legions was a small matter. But 10 manors were a big deal that shook the foundation. Whether the old man is willing to sacrifice his family's interests and be loyal to himself is his own business. But does his family think the same way? To be fair, Newton Farshed had no idea. This does not mean that he is a follower of the crowd, but that he agrees with what his father said. Under the premise of forums and cars, it is a trend for power to be greatly concentrated in the center. Because local areas do not need much power, the empire can still manage local areas well, and doing so will be beneficial to the Guana Empire. But local power is now in the hands of local lords. In other words, this trend will bring about 2 developments. First, peaceful transition, in which the power of the nobles is weakened and the power of the emperor is strengthened. Second, civil war. Even if there is no fight during the reign of this emperor, there is a high probability that this conflict will break out at any time. From the family's standpoint, it seems that he should oppose his father's conspiracy with the emperor and maintain the interests of the family. But in the long run, the benefits obtained by showing loyalty and tightly binding one's family to the royal family may not be inferior to those obtained by occupying 1/3 of an acre of land on the border. However, the interests of the latter depend on whether the subsequent emperor can continue his investment, which is invisible and unpredictable. Choose land manor, because it is something you can see. As long as you occupy it, you can continue to produce benefits, which is easier to understand. But between difficulties and simplicity, Newton Farshed is confident to cope with any situation. So he really had no idea how to choose between the two. But the emperor's question still had to be answered. So Marquis Farshed bowed his head respectfully and said something beautiful. "It is my lifelong ambition to serve your majesty. Life can be lost, but mere possessions outside of me are nothing." Okay. Emperor Armin stepped forward with satisfaction and patted this young nephew's shoulder heavily. With the full support of this father and son, even at his age, some taboos from the past are not untouchable. So the emperor was even more proud. In the end, the bloody flag revenge battle did not really start, and the emperor's treatment shocked countless people. The first thing to mention is that these measures were issued by the emperor himself without the consent of the imperial prime minister, the crown prince. It means that the parties involved are all outstanding figures of the old emperor's generation. Even if the crown prince wants to intervene, even if he reveals his identity, it will not help. So there is nothing wrong with the old emperor taking matters into his own hands. First of all, the old emperor clearly ordered the war to end and ordered all the legions led by Risal to be disbanded on the spot. The leftover weapons and supplies were kept in warehouses by local lords. There was no heir to the Risa family's territory. So the old emperor directly sent an administrator to take temporary management. This is also the standard treatment method for those families that have no heirs. As for the management, taxation and military service of the territory, of course, they were directly responsible to the emperor. Originally, the affairs management of the vassals of the Rizal family were also entrusted to this administrator. Such behavior is very unusual in the eyes of other nobles. If you can have your own hereditary vassal, it must be a great noble. However, although there are precedents for using the administrator's model to manage the territories of extinct nobles, it was only for small nobles in the past. The so-called big among the big nobles not only refers to status, but also refers to the size of their family. Even if the main branch dies, is it really impossible to find a suitable heir from nearby branches, side branches, in-laws, etc.? Chapter 13:16 Court Discussion. But the old emperor didn't even look for it, and directly swallowed up a piece of the territory of a big noble, even though it's an escrow in name. However, everyone could see clearly that in the absence of a qualified heir, the title of Grand Duke Risa had become the emperor's possession. Although the emperor is legally the lord of everyone, he is actually only the largest noble in the empire. Since you are a noble, there are certain rules that you must abide by. However, no matter how beautifully done and well-founded in the law, annexation is taboo in the eyes of other nobles. In addition to the puzzling and dissatisfaction of the aristocratic class with the treatment of the Rizal family, the treatment of the Calway family really caused an uproar. First, Ricardo Carvey was deprived of his title and forced to be succeeded by Marquis Noonan Farshed. Therefore, in the future, Ricardo can keep the surname of Covey. But he can no longer call himself a Grand Duke. He has the status of a noble, but no title. Noonan will change his full name to Noonan Calway, succeed as Grand Duke, and return to the court to serve the emperor. This is not a big or small thing. The extraordinary status of the former Grand Duke of Calway really worried many nobles. Apart from anything else, when quarreling with someone in the palace, who wouldn't be afraid that the old duke would not reply and would just roll up his sleeves and crack his wrists. Therefore, it is a good thing for everyone that he retires and lets his son succeed as the Grand Duke. The old emperor's excuse this time touched everyone's heart. But the price for stopping the war, returning to the palace, and seizing the title was 10 rich manors, which not many people could accept. Offering 10 manors may be a bit euphemistic. In the eyes of some nobles, this is deprivation of territory. An extinct Grand Duke was swallowed up, and another Grand Duke was deprived of his territory. Even though previous emperors had dealt harshly with both parties involved in the Blood Banner revenge, they had never dealt harshly with the Grand Duke who was responsible for protecting the country like this time. Generally speaking, at this time, the noble class will unite and stand against the emperor, forcing the supreme leader to retract his decision. But someone has to step up and lead the conversation. And this person cannot be someone else. Of course, the person involved must first speak for himself, and then others can help. The Rizal family is dead. As a human country, the evil creatures of the undead are not allowed to appear in the palace. This is a matter of camp and position. Simply put, when you die, you are dead. Even if you come back as a zombie, an evil spirit, or some other weird thing, the power you had during your lifetime will not count. What about the KV family? Although everyone knows that the old duke and the emperor are friends who wear the same pants, but on this matter that harms the interests of the family, their stance should be consistent with that of the aristocracy. Therefore, everyone in the palace all turned their attention to the father and son of Grand Duke Calway, who were at the bottom of the table. But they were disappointed. The old duke and the young duke who will succeed the title of Grand Duke stood at the bottom, like wooden stakes without saying a word. Immediately, the emperor issued another edict that the Iron Guards, one of the emperor's 3 bodyguards, would move to the western camp in Calway territory. That is the camp where the old duke assembled 3 legions. At this time, everyone thought of a problem. Previously, the emperor only ordered the garrison led by Risa to be disbanded, but left the 3 legions in the west camp of Cawigia untouched. Now the Iron Guard has been moved over. What is the purpose of releasing 4 legions into the territory of the Calway family? However, the old emperor did not let everyone guess, but instructed his son, the crown prince, who is also the prime minister. Let him discuss with the minister of military affairs and send a legion to the western camp to work with the Iron Guard to receive motorized vehicles such as cars and trucks. In addition to receiving equipment, the most important thing is to train the regular regiment sent by the Iron Guard and the military at the west camp how to drive cars, trucks and other vehicles, as well as simple maintenance. After the training reaches a certain level, they will use cars, trucks and other equipment to move the defense back to the imperial city. And it will be regarded as an exercise with the permanent residents of the regular legion. Then the 3 legions of the original West Camp were gradually disbanded after the Risa territory returned to normal. During this period, a supply of food and supplies was borne by the military headquarters, whose mission was to teach the 2 regiments to use new vehicles and equipment such as cars and trucks. It seems that on the surface, it is a regular army directly subordinate to the emperor and subordinate to the empire to receive new equipment. But who can stand in the palace is not a human being. Everyone sees more problems. The emperor only said that he would send troops to receive the automobiles, trucks and equipment of the 2 legions, but did not say how much money it would cost. This means that the Kawe family has shed blood again. The equipment of the 3 legions was now directly donated to 2 legions. And it's not just ordinary weapons. It's the cars and trucks that everyone is coveted at this stage. This will undoubtedly increase the strength of the direct army of the emperor and the regular army of the empire. At least the Kawivia West Camp brought fear to all the nobles. And this deterrent force directly made the emperor accept it. Another problem is that the Risal family's legion was deorganized first, and the Kawi family added 2 more legions. As long as the vassals of the Risal family are dissatisfied with the emperor's handling and want to use their military power to cause trouble, then they will accept a head-on attack from the 5 legions with the edict. This time it was not about Grand Duke Kawe himself holding high the blood flag. If the 5 legions in the early stage are unable to handle even one of them, the entire empire will mobilize to dismantle the leaderless Risal territory in the name of justice. Don't look at the fact that the Risa leader has gathered more than 10 legions of soldiers. If this really happens, the empire will not be serious enough to fight. You have to be a general but not a general. You have to be a handsome man but not a handsome man. If you want to be a bandit, you have to see whether you can outrun the 3 legions equipped with cars in the West Camp. Someone who thought more about it found out that the reason why the emperor planned to exterminate the Risa family was related to the high price paid by Duke Kawe. After all, in blood flag revenge, it is only right that one party kills the other party. It's just that from the emperor's standpoint in the past, successive emperors would avoid this situation where one of the parties was exterminated, which somewhat left people with a sigh of relief. Preserving some conflicts among ministers is the most common control method used by monarchs. But behind this series of big moves, it seems that things are not as simple as what the monarch and his ministers showed. At least those who have experienced the same era as these 2 monarchs can understand the emperor's proud smile and the general's sullen expression. Make trouble. Don't do it to yourself, but do it to others. The crown prince, who was the prime minister, didn't think too much. All he could think about was one of the 2 legion equipments that Duke Kawe wanted to hand over. The emperor's 3 guards and imperial guards hide their identities and are scattered all over the place. There is no need for such conspicuous things as cars. The personal guards guard the palace and the imperial city. They have their own stations. They don't have much use for cars, or they are in no hurry to equip them. Only the Iron Guard is used as a regular legion and is directly under the emperor's power. So it is appropriate to be equipped with the latest mobile vehicles. Which of the many regiments belongs to the military headquarters can be manipulated. The empire has 10 permanent legions. The 1st legion is the strongest, but also the most unique. It is rarely used intensively because each of the 10 brigades has its own characteristics. This means that it may not be suitable for equipping the latest mobile vehicles such as cars and trucks. Then the remaining 2nd to 10th legions basically have no ranking of strength. They are just divided into stations. They were stationed in 9 high-risk areas within the empire to guard one side. Incidentally, the 6th legion is stationed on the outskirts of the Ancient One, the Wood Elf tribe of Yggdrasil, the World Tree. They are not stationed close to each other, but at a distance. But the intention of guarding against someone is quite obvious. If the commanders of these 9 legions want to equip SIC cars and trucks as soon as possible, according to the emperor's instructions, it is not the prime minister who will discuss it with the military minister. This means that he has the opportunity to show favors and win over people. If cars and trucks are really good things, it can be expected that all legions will use them in the future. So why not just create a brigade for each legion and divide it equally among everyone? It can also be used for training and getting familiar with the use of equipment. In the future, as long as the cars and trucks are equipped, there will be 10 motorized legions, and the strength of the Central Empire will be even greater. Thinking of this, the Crown Prince vaguely caught some thoughts and fell into deep thought again. As for the regular legions affiliated with the military, the various nobles' forces within them are complex. When the old emperor threw out a piece of bait, there was no one among the nobles who would not take the bait. Everyone said they were afraid of Duke Kawei's 3 legions equipped with vehicles. But they were also greedy. After all, the training session with half of the Duke's guards at the beginning of the year had to cover a month's journey in 3 days, which really scared a lot of people. It's just that no matter what the emotion is, everyone can only guess. And there is no actual object to use as a basis for judgment. Now that we have the opportunity, how could we not fight for it? Perhaps the nobles cannot command regular legions. But with their people inside, even if they can't command, getting some inside information and verifying some things is better than having nothing and just watching from the sidelines. So for a while, everyone focused on this second set of motorized vehicles and equipment for the legion. It's not that they are indifferent to the emperor's conspiracy, but that things come first. The benefits are right in front of you, and you won't get them unless you grab them. The emperor's conspiracy has not yet unfolded. We don't know what he wants to do, and we can't defeat him. It's better to wait until things really come to light, and then act on your own initiative. So it seems easy to choose which one to do first. As for the one who was sitting firmly on the throne, he felt even more proud as he watched the show below like a pack of hyenas fighting for a piece of carrion. Just as he was about to smile, something suddenly occurred to him that made Armin, the emperor, stop laughing. That is, who makes the car? We didn't talk about this before, but now we have to call the old guy to talk about it. The chips are different. If this piece of cake is still in the hands of the Kawei family, then the 10 manors and vehicles worth 2 legions are really nothing. The demand for automobiles, whether military or civilian, is clear. Thinking of this, the old emperor felt unhappy. If you look at the human-looking dogs below, none of them are simple things. If a wave of arrows washes the ground, some will die unluckily, but no one will die innocently. Chapter 1317 The End of the Blood Flag Revenge Battle. In the spring of the year 736 of the Aramaic calendar, in the Guana Empire, the expected bloody flag civil war did not unfold. But the subsequent development was not as easy to deal with as the emperor imagined. The collapse of the Risa territory was something that caught everyone off guard. After the news of the demise of Duke Risa's family was semi-officially confirmed, the army gathered in Risa's territory had other thoughts. It's just that no one thinks about how to get something out of the fire, but how to escape. Duke Risa was finished, but Duke Kawei's strength was still intact. Perhaps the people at the top could see that the old Duke had no reason to start a war. But the people below didn't dare to bet on whether the old Duke would be able to hit him hard. Because if you make a wrong bet, you will lose your life. The first people to escape were mercenaries. The reason is also very valid. If the employer is gone, the contract will no longer exist. It was natural for them to leave because no one was paying them. There is nothing wrong with saying this, even if outsiders didn't think so. The mercenaries still left without a single one left. It means that they have long realized that something is not right about the situation. If they had not been hired too early, they would have never been able to join this party that had a huge chance of losing. Now that they have a chance, if they don't run, it will be in vain that they have experienced life and death on the battlefield and are still alive until now. The second group of people who escaped were the lowest level soldiers who were forcibly recruited. Most of them did not even have qualified equipment, so they were taken from their homes to join the newly formed legions. They didn't think much of it at first, and there wasn't much information about the war in the village. Anyway, it's just the Lord's recruitment, and they just respond to the military service. If there was anything special, it was that there were a lot of people recruited, and almost all the men were recruited into the temporarily formed legion. But after entering the legion station, no matter what, you have to understand the enemy's information. Although in this era of MIDI there is still so-called righteous propaganda, similar to the psychological counseling or political warfare work of the Earth's modern forces. But propaganda is propaganda. How the soldiers at the bottom view the war they are about to face is another matter. Morale is a mysterious thing. All generals know that the morale of the people is very important. But if the generals are almost dead, how can the lower-level officials lead the troops? No. People's hearts are in chaos. The internal management was at a loss, and there was fatal pressure from the outside. As soon as both sides tried their best, the grassroots people fled. Moreover, these people did not escape home, but fled deep into the mountains and forests, even if they still know their status as deserters. If they escape home, and the Risal family's military officers retaliate, 1 or 2 deserters who escape home may also harm their families. So I can only escape to a place where there are few people, and no one recognizes me. As soon as the 2 waves of people fled like this, The army that the Risal family had gathered with all their strength was scattered. What's even worse is that because these people don't dare to go home and don't have the ability to escape, they all become problems in the territory. The remaining people who can still stick to their original posts are only 1 or 2 out of 10. Most of these people were rich farmers, businessmen, and craftsmen. They expected to establish military exploits and join the aristocratic class. As long as you have meritorious service, it is not difficult to be awarded a knighthood. What is more difficult is to enter the class of hereditary nobility. That is, baron and above. But having a title is different from ordinary people. So they are looking forward to this war that seems to have no chance of winning. This is also because they can see clearly that the civil war in the empire is only fought by the upper class. After the fight, what should the common people do? So as long as the soldiers who are at the bottom of the war perform well, they will have the opportunity to fill the vacancies. As for those vacancies, of course, they were those vacated by the war. It sounds like these people are betting that they can survive to the end. So regardless of winning or losing, as long as the territory wants to maintain normal operations, it needs someone to manage it. If the original manager died in the war, who would be promoted to the top? In addition to those nobles who reach out because of gambling, they are not the only ones who have shown their talents in the war. It's just, if you want to express yourself, you need to have a stage at the most basic level. As a result, the stage was set up, and those who insisted on staying on the stage turned around and saw. Most of the people had fled. What should I do? Split the soil and separate the kingdom? Occupy the mountain and become the king? The emperor had already reached this point. Not to mention that the 3 legions assembled by Duke Kawei have not yet dispersed. The empire has also sent a full Iron Guards regiment, and the remaining 10 regular legions have also sent a group each to enter the west camp of Kawei territory. Although the 10 regular legions only mobilized 1 large group of soldiers and officers, it also meant that they had set their sights on the Risa territory. As long as there is a disturbance and the order from the military headquarters arrives, 10 legions will rise up and come from all directions, and all chaos will be put down. Don't think that the layout of these senior officials will not be announced to the non-commissioned officers and soldiers at the grassroots level. I can't help but be fascinated by the existence of forums in this era. Various gossips are spreading wildly. And of course, there are various judgments and deductions about the current situation. It can be said that everyone knows how to talk, and the benefits are different. The listeners may not be able to judge the exact plan, but as long as they know one thing, that is, whoever wants to get ahead will be in trouble, then everyone will know what to do. The emperor's order to disband the legions, and the administrator in charge of the Risa realm came relatively late. After all, they have to walk on their feet, which is not as convenient as sending messages on the forum. But when the administrator came, he instead withheld the order to disband the legions sent to various places. The reason is that he needs manpower to persuade those who fled back to their places of origin. Therefore, after obtaining the emperor's consent, he signed an amnesty order, and deserters returning home would not be held accountable, and asked those who still insisted on staying in the legion to spread the news in all directions. They are all locals, and of course they know best where the locals will go. Don't think that the emperor just sent someone here casually. Whether he can take care of this mess in Risa's leadership is not a problem. In fact, this is really not a problem. Everyone can see that the title of Grand Duke Risal is likely to be discontinued. So what should we do with the vassals who originally belonged to the Risa family? Although the emperor can recognize the small nobles who have considerable business operations in their respective territories, he can also simply refuse to recognize them. Then take back the territory and see whether it will be replaced by new people or whether it will be directly owned by the emperor. You must know that the title of the vassal of this kind of vassal will not be too high. Otherwise it will not divide the territory of the lord. Therefore, most of the hereditary nobles belonging to the Grand Duke family are the lowest barons. There is usually only one marquis, and that is the heir of the Grand Duke. As for the number of earls and viscounts, they are strictly controlled to ensure that the Grand Duke himself is a strong one. Then, unfortunately, all the respectable people in Risal's territory knew that the key to turning this war around was the airship. Therefore, after the plan to capture the Cid was formulated, many people were very curious about this airship that was praised highly on the forum. So they gathered at White Fox Castle, and then they were all taken advantage of. Therefore, the remaining people under Risal's leadership were all insignificant little nobles, faced with the current disadvantage. If someone connects them to appeal peacefully in order to preserve the legacy of Grand Duke Risa, there may be a glimmer of hope. Loyal ministers show their loyalty, And no matter how disgusted the superiors are, they will not get things done. As long as everyone doesn't fight to the death and just shows an attitude, that's enough. But the reality is that no one has the prestige to come forward to integrate everyone. Everyone is considering the survival of their own family. Therefore, when the administrators sent by the emperor issued orders, they did everything possible to appear obedient, just to retain the family territory and title. Whether they can stay in the privileged class of the nobility is very important to these people. Then, there's the mess that Risa is in. Spring plowing is definitely out of the question, and food has to be dispatched from other places. Moreover, most of the documents related to the territory, with the White Fox Castle being wiped out, the administrator sent by the emperor will definitely have a good time if he wants to restore order in the territory. Fortunately, the 5 legions of the Kawe leader were in charge. No matter how chaotic the Risa leader was, the people below did not dare to use weapons without permission. Otherwise, if the imperial edicts come over directly, let alone quell the chaos, the ground will be flat. As for the 3 northern countries that were originally in contact with Old Kagong, they got a big deal. The hired legion was disbanded on the spot before setting off, and the commission was equivalent to getting it in vain. For those soldiers who are hired or recruited, there is nothing wrong with getting something but not having to fight. Not having to fight means not having to die. However, for the nobles of the 3 northern countries, they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to enter the empire and grab a chance. If the opportunity is right, it is not impossible to get more bargains. Now that I'm here, I don't even have the chance to go on an expedition. They wanted to take advantage of the fact that the hired legion was assembled but not disbanded, and called on the king's orders to enter the chaotic Risa territory and grab a piece of it. But the troops assembled by the Kawe territory can not only be used to deal with the legions and chaos of the Risa territory, but can also be turned against them. A head-on confrontation with 5 fully prepared legions led by Grand Duke Kawe, even if they could learn from the forum. The old duke's title was stripped, and his heir would take over the title of Grand Duke. But being deprived of his title does not mean that he is prohibited from leading troops in war. Even if he can't lead troops, if he appears on the battlefield without taking action, the morale of his own people will collapse to the point where everyone may run away. How can we fight this? So for the sake of the old duke, the 3 northern countries stopped. Anyway, they have already made benefits, so they should take care of domestic spring plowing next. It's okay for them to steal chickens, but if they want to fight the empire, even if they want to, the people below them don't want to, there is no way to fight. The young prince of the Kawe family has already succeeded to the throne, and the old prince has retired, which makes him even happier. He has the posture of the former demon prince Azad. No one dares to stop him wherever he goes. Based on his friendship with the emperor, and with no real power and only influence left, the old man really had no taboos in his actions. But everyone can see that the old duke is causing trouble everywhere, which actually seems to divert the focus. Therefore, as long as the nobles with clear minds set their sights on the emperor, this old guy is the real source of trouble. Chapter 1318 Incongruous Interlude. In spring, there are occasional showers. A person who worked hard and tried every means to be lazy was looking at the gloomy weather outside, with the rain threatening to stop, wasting a good life. A while ago, I was openly working on bank matters. When I have a little free time, I go to the sub-dimensional tower to do research with the Hagyrus. Later, another Finn went to the sub-dimensional tower, and there was even less free time. During this period of time, bank matters can be pushed back as much as possible. After all, the places that have been promoted are on track, and everyone can operate very well without the need for a certain time traveler to keep an eye on it. As for other research, I am no longer a young man. There is no pressure from exams, and no one is pushing me from behind. I naturally do it when I feel like it, and stop when it becomes boring. It is quite similar to what Tao Yuanming said in the biography of Mr. Wu Lu. He is good at reading, and does not ask for deep explanations. He happily forgets to eat every time he understands something. But to be honest, someone is not really good at reading, but is just too damn boring. If you don't do magic research on weekdays, there will be no other entertainment. This hacking world, you can't just idle around all day and just work on women's bellies and drinks. So a certain time traveler, who was originally a fat otaku clan, was forced to become a member of Haoshidu. All I did to pass the time was study magic, dreaming of going home soon, or just being in a daze. No wonder so many of our time-traveling predecessors went back to ancient times or to different worlds. They just quarreled with heaven and earth, and spent all day trying to dominate. This is really free time. If you don't find something to do, You won't bore yourself to death. So we can only develop wildly. Now is the time when someone is in a daze. Regardless of whether that deep expression is full of brilliant wisdom or full of philosophical light in the eyes of others. Someone is just in a daze and has nothing to say. Such an expression can still deceive the young men and girls who have just come to this family. But it cannot deceive the two apprentices who have been with him for the longest time. And the original lich. As time went by, everyone understood what was going on. And it was just that. So they naturally became accustomed to it. Seeing the light outside the window gradually dimming, my stomach made a growling sound. And it seemed that it was time to eat. Someone thought so. In the past, there were no rules for eating. I just ate when I was hungry. But since Marquis Balin brought a group of servants, there have been more rules for eating. However, these people did not dare to take care of two vicious magicians. The previous deacon who wanted to establish rules in this family was sent back to the Carvey family. And a new deacon came over. Another group of Black Gauze soldiers who wanted to establish rules. Several died, and the rest fled. The first authority in this family is the former Demon King, and the second is the male master of the family. The Black Dragon Augustus is not ranked high, so the rules for eating here are just to facilitate the people in the kitchen. Start preparing at about the same time. Start eating at a fixed time. Clear the table after finishing the meal. And that's it. If they are hungry at other times, they can still ask the kitchen to make something to eat. But they dare not complain in person. But it is inevitable to say a few words behind their backs and disturb their rest. The so-called employees and loyalty are the same thing no matter where they are. Of course they will do things that are within their duties. But things that are outside their duties, and which things are outside their duties need to be discussed. There are rules at home. And of course, the hundreds of children under supervision also have rules. However, this rule is quite simple. It is to eat at a certain time. Go to bed at a certain time. Study in the morning. And do not fight with grudges. There are only 4 major rules. In addition, someone's attitude towards this group of children is that of letting go. Anyway, these children come from the streets, and can survive in such a place, and have the ability to take care of themselves. Lin just needs to ensure that they won't argue with each other. Studying only takes half a day. It was up to them to decide who they wanted to ask for additional advice in the afternoon. Of course, it also depends on whether the person they're asking for advice has time, and is willing to teach them. For the same reason, it would be too difficult for a group of street kids to spend an entire day studying. Some people know how to take initiative. Some people are suitable for being forced. But some people are not suitable for learning. Not to mention militarized management and education. Think about the fate of someone who deliberately carried out militarized management in the Southwest Peninsula in the past, only to be betrayed by the children he devoted himself to educating. If something like this happens once, it will be discouraging. And of course you won't want to try it a second time. So someone's attitude towards this group of children is really casual, and not caring at all. Just treat it as a casual investment. And don't care what the final result is. Even though they have a freewheeling attitude, they still have a clear schedule for eating and sleeping. After a few times, you can reasonably think that the other person is not suitable to stay here, or simply does not like to stay here. Leave resources to the right people, not those who occupy the manhole and do nothing. Other children also agree with this attitude, and will not help that kind of person cover up. These children also have the most basic gratitude. It's just that at this point in time, when the group of children who went out to wander around should have returned, there are still a group of people who haven't arrived. If it were someone else, maybe the eldest child who took care of this group of children on a part-time basis could just register. But if there was Izio among these children who didn't come back, things would be different. Although he was not in a panic, Babosha, who was responsible for someone's daily chores, still brought an older child to find Lin. There are 2 most authoritative magicians in this family, and the other one never cares about anything, even if the sky falls. Therefore, Ezio's disappearance could only be reported to Lin. Lao Long was ignored by everyone. In this family, the old black dragon is more like a mascot than the 4 magic cats. All day long, he boasted that he had killed hundreds of brave men and single-handedly fought dozens of armies. It seemed that as long as it spread its wings, it would turn into a sea of blood wherever it went. Lin, who had just come out of his daze, was both surprised and not too surprised by the news that Ezio was missing again. After all, this guy has several criminal records and even ran away from home. If someone else is missing, Lin may have some trouble finding them. For that bastard who dared to take one of his rings, finding him was just a matter of thought. So Lin didn't even need to pinch his fingers to calculate. He just focused on the one ring on his index finger. And his expression suddenly became very strange. The children in front of them thought they had done something wrong for a moment. But then, they also heard a cry of children. Feelings say this is the return of the boy who was just reported missing? No wonder this boss's expression is so dramatic. As expected, Ezio did not return to the mansion where the children lived. He took several children about his age and ran directly into the main mansion. Found a certain magician. And cried, "Sir! Sir! Marlene has fallen to the bottom. We can't find her." Finally, they knew not to cry so loudly that it upset someone in front of someone. So a group of children held back and just sniffed and sobbed softly. The children were also completely dirty. Not only stained with dust, but also with dead branches and leaves stuck on their clothes. I don't know if they were crying so much that they didn't notice the mess they were in, or if they were pretending to be pitiful on purpose. Lin thought so. It's just that this bastard Ezio mentioned. Marin has hit rock bottom. What happened? Earlier, the study in the morning came to an end, and at noon, I followed the custom of a certain traveler and had lunch. Afternoon is a happy time for children. Unlike a time traveler who was poisoned by video games and had a picky taste, who complained that there was no entertainment in the land. The children in the land had very simple fun. Run to the stream to catch fish. Go into the fields to catch frogs and snakes. Go into the haystack to catch beetles. Or go to the outskirts of the forest to catch big beetles. As for pulling the whiskers of kittens and chasing dogs, there is not much to say. Speaking of which, it's all about bullying small animals and insects. As for the degree of danger, in the forest close to the holy city of Starry, valuable monsters have been brushed by magicians and magic apprentices for a long time, until they dare not approach the outer areas. So even if children are active nearby, it is theoretically quite safe. But it does not rule out that some children seek death. But no one can stop them. Of course, children will not gather in large groups during this kind of free time. Instead, 2 or 3 people of similar gender gather together into small groups. Some more serious children will find their own teachers to create a niche for themselves based on their own interests or the wishes of a small group. Ezio got together with several equally naughty children. On weekdays, I don't dare to cause trouble at home, because the 2 authorities at home really dare to beat people, including children. So they often run wild in the name of exercise, or they just pick up branches and sticks and beat them around in the name of martial arts. Then make yourself dirty. I remember someone once used parkour techniques to put a group of children in the middle of a long-distance race. Naturally, he was smart and asked the Grey Cat Hardy, who was responsible for monitoring whether someone used magic during the process, about someone's route and method. Therefore, learning someone to practice balance and climbing up and down various terrains is also what a group of naughty children headed by Ezio do most often. And how fast it can reach places that others cannot reach has become the focus of this group of children's competition. However, what happened today was something these children never thought about. Because Lin is a migrant from the holy city of Starry and wants to live in a big house. The location of his home is quite marginal. If you walk a few steps, it will be in the suburbs. This also makes it convenient for the children. If they want to run wild, they don't have to run into the city. They can also go to unattended places in the suburbs and have more fun. On this day, Ezio and his friends were running wildly in the wilderness as usual. Behind them was a little follower, struggling to chase the crazy kid in front. This group of children went crazy, and the Grey Cat Hardy taught them how to see and listen in all directions. Of course Ezio and the others knew that someone was following them, but no one stopped to wait. Lin prohibits bullying. Anyway, the Hagiri clan is in control. Who is right and who is wrong? Someone directly uses a mind reader, but it is difficult to stop cold violence among small groups that excludes others. Is it wrong not to play with someone because you don't like them? Chapter 1319 The Stubborn Little Follower. A group of children led by Ezio consider themselves to be the best group of people. Maybe their academic performance is not the best, but their ability to get into trouble is top-notch. Maybe I don't dare to challenge the 2 magicians, but I never tire of competing with others in a battle of wits and courage. How could such a group of naughty children accept a skinny, weak, and inflexible little tail? But there is a little girl who has been following Ezio and his group since she arrived. There was a child who saw the girl fall, had no time to cry, got up and followed with all his strength, and asked Ezio who was in front. The little girl is following me again. What should I do? The word girl does not exist in Medidi. It is an idiom brought by someone and these children followed suit. Of course Ezio knew who his companion was referring to, but he did not look back and said with a stiff attitude, "We ignore her." The children's small group is very simple. There is not so much intrigue. As long as one person speaks, the others will follow suit. If you really don't want to, there is no need for everyone to play together. However, the girl who followed him desperately was named Marlene. According to Finn, she was no more than 6 years old, but she looked thinner in appearance. She was a poor person who was picked up by Ezio from a filthy pit. Sick, hungry, and just one breath away from death. There are also slums in the holy city of Estali. The worst thing in the slums is the filthy pits, filled with poor people who have no money to treat themselves. A large number of patients gather together, and if a few people are infected with infectious diseases, the poison is added to the poison, and it becomes a big poisonous cave where diseases are mixed. One can imagine how harsh this environment is. And the living people staying here are no different from the dead in the eyes of others. I don't know if it was out of pity or some other intention, but Ezio would sometimes sneak around and pick up some abandoned children from places like this, including some babies. Some people can be saved, and some people cannot be saved. Most of them are the latter. Illness and hunger are certainly not big problems in the home headed by Lin. But not everyone can be saved. According to Finn's statement and Lin's understanding, some children have congenital defects. Rescuing them by force will only cause them to suffer more torture. So even if Finn, the original Lich, has all kinds of methods, she only uses basic medical skills and medicines to see whoever is tough enough will survive. Marlene is one of those children who has a tough life and a tough temper. She accepts death. After she recovered her health and regained her mobility, she became Ezio's little tail. But she was thin and weak, so of course she couldn't be easily accepted by these naughty guys. On the contrary, he became the target of being disliked. A group of naughty children went straight to their usual playing field. This is on a small platform in the middle of a cliff with a wide view. There are rock walls next to it for climbing practice, and various terrains suitable for training jumps, flying down and other movements. This can be said to be the private location that Ezio values most. It's just that now there is Marlene in this private room, a girl who does not belong to their small group. Although she would be one step behind Ezio and others, she would always catch up with them in the end, which made Ezio a little annoyed. "Ezio, can I play with you?" the girl would always ask after catching up with him, and she would only ask once a day, no matter what kind of answer she got after that. Of course, it was the answer that would not allow her to join. Marlene would stand aside and watch everyone, just to keep up with these naughty kids. The girl can't maintain her cute appearance. Every time he looked dusty and miserable, like a mud monkey. Standing aside, I just giggled. On this day, Ezio heard that question again. The timid voice made him feel disgusted for no reason. But today, for some unknown reason, he accidentally saw a small yellow flower on the mountain wall. He pointed at the yellow flower and said, "Marlene, you can play with us if you want, as long as you can pick that little yellow flower back. I will recognize your ability and let you act with us in the future. Do you accept such a test?" In fact, Ezio just hoped that this little follower would give up and retreat, because the location of the little yellow flower was on the overhanging wall outside the small platform. Although the bottom is not an abyss, if it falls, it will be close even if it doesn't break into pieces. Marlene did not act immediately after hearing the request. She nodded and said, "Okay." Then she just came to the edge of the cliff and watched. Seeing that the girl didn't move, Ezio thought he had scared her. He stopped talking to Marin. Their training session hadn't been completed yet. After just running and jumping like crazy for a while, other friends shouted, "Ezio, look!" Looking in the direction pointed by her companion, Marlene had climbed out of the small platform. The whole person was lying on the mountain wall, climbing with difficulty in the direction of the little yellow flower. A group of Ezio people shouted that something was wrong, and came to the edge of the cliff one after another, shouting loudly, "Marin, come back quickly! Don't pick any yellow flowers." The girl didn't look back. She just stared in the direction of Xiao Huanghua and moved her thin hands and feet. Ezio and the others had the intention to pull Marlene back, but she had already crawled some distance away, and of course no one could reach her with their little arms and legs. As for climbing out to pull people back, let's not talk about whether such an action is dangerous. Everyone dare not climb out of the small platform, so I could only stand by the cliff and shout loudly. Marlene was very insistent. No one knew where that stubbornness came from. The little yellow flower is not very far from the platform. But it is not easily accessible either. The girl just so carefully pressed herself against the rock wall and moved inch by inch. Even if the skin was scratched and scratched, he didn't flinch. After climbing, Ezio and the others did not dare to shout, which distracted Marin. Instead, their hearts were pounding, and they watched the girl crawling forward in fear. Sometimes the place where the girl is stepping or climbing is not so solid, and the rock falls to the ground. So she has to reposition her hands and feet. But maybe the route was chosen well, and there were no dangers in the process. When Marlene moved her legs for the last time, she finally reached a position where she could hold the little yellow flower. She struggled to stretch out her right arm. The thin arm stretched to the end, and the index and middle fingers barely touched the stem of the small yellow flower. Fortunately, this is not a special flower species, just an ordinary wild flower. The flower stems are so thin that they break when hooked. When Xiao Huanghua got it, Ma Lin turned around. The thin face with many scratches on her face smiled happily and held up the yellow flower in one hand, indicating that she had fulfilled Ezio's request. But at this time, she no longer had the strength to speak. My feet were trembling as I stepped on the edge stone, and my fingers were trembling as I clung to the cracks in the stone. Even so, Marin is not willing to let go of the yellow flowers in her hands. And of course she can't go back. Then, under the exclamations of Ezio and others, the slender girl could no longer support her heavy body, and finally let go of her hands and feet clinging to the rock wall and fell down. But there was no panic in her expression. She was still smiling. She also didn't forget to stretch her hand holding the yellow flower forward to indicate that she had indeed picked the little yellow flower. But she just couldn't go back. It was not the first time for Ezio and the other children to see a dead person. But it was the first time that they felt heartbroken. They panicked and ran in other directions, looking for a gentler slope to go down the mountain, and then searched for the bottom of the cliff, hoping to fight for the last bit of life for Marlene. Unfortunately, they couldn't find anything. In addition, it was almost dusk, and if the sky was completely dark, it would be impossible to see anything in the forest, and it would be even more impossible to find what you were looking for. So they could only rush back and cry to a certain magician for help. Hearing this, Lin didn't ask in detail. He directly summoned Hikaki Khan and put it on Ezio's forehead to read out what happened. Otherwise, just by asking, no one can expect that the child who sniffs, uses a milky voice, and talks incoherently will be able to tell anything coherent. So it's a mind reader. The exact location was sent from Khan, and without any hesitation, he caught Ezio and activated the flash technique. Fun, who came to the hall in search of food, saw someone running away without eating. Out of curiosity, he also used the flash technique to follow him. It just takes a little time to check the location of the one ring by looking at the ring in your hand. When Fan followed Lin, they came to the small platform on the edge of the cliff where Marlene had an accident. The sky had already been completely dark, but it happened to be a full moon in the sky today. The rain clouds that had caused showers in the afternoon seemed to not exist now, spreading the moonlight all over the mountains and forests. Unfortunately, the cliff and the small platform faced west, with the moonlight behind them, and there were large shadows. Although Lin had seen it from the memory image transmitted by Khan, when he actually saw the scene, even if it was only the image under dark vision, he was still surprised that a thin girl could climb this mountain wall. Fun, who was a step slower, appeared from behind Lin and Ezio. Asked, "What happened? Remember the child you saved? Marlene. She fell off this cliff." Lin explained simply. Mentioning the girl again, a wave of emotion surged into his heart, making Ezio unable to help but shed tears again. But he didn't dare to cry when he was around these two magicians, so he could only bite his lips and suppress the sound. With a raised eyebrow, Fan asked again, "What's going on?" Lin summoned Higiri Khan again, but instead of holding it in his hand, it fell in front of Fan. The moment Higiri took it into his hands, his consciousness exchanged thousands of times. Everything about Ezio and Marlene had already been conveyed to Fan's mind. In fact, Fan didn't like to use Higiri's communication method, but after understanding the cause and effect, she didn't care about her personal mood. If I had to explain that long paragraph of reasons orally, I don't know how much saliva it would take. Not to mention that Fan also learned from Khan that Lin was concentrating on using magic to detect the forest under the cliff. No time for stories. Ezio, who only knew how to sniff, was even worse. He was now filled with self-blame. "Did you find anything?" Fan asked. Lin frowned and said, "The distance is too far. Moreover, My reconnaissance settings did not perform very well when encountering such a dense forest terrain for the first time, and they have to be readjusted. Is it too late? Faced with Lynn's question, Lynn said bluntly, "Of course it's too late. Let's leave the readjustment for later. Let's go straight down to find clues." Chapter 13:20. I am very happy now. As soon as he said his plan, Lynn took back the con and hung it on his belt. He picked up Ezio again and flashed to the foot of the cliff, where Marlene might have fallen, then followed immediately. The dense forest under the cliff is green and full of vitality in this spring. The twigs that have just sprouted, the leaves that have grown back after winter, and countless signs show that everything in the forest is bursting with vigorous vitality and recovering from winter. It is precisely because of this that it causes trouble for someone's detection results. It means that Lynn's previous use of arcane eyes was mostly for urban environments. Such an environment conforms to the most basic law. That is, the core requirement that everything in a town is for people to use. But there are no such restrictions in the woods. Everything you see is growing densely, competing for a little living space in the gaps. The living creatures living inside are also large and small, including those that burrow in the soil, crawl on the ground, jump from trees, and fly in the sky. These are all interfering with someone's detection methods. If the person who fell was an adult, such a target might be easier to find. It happened that the child who fell was a preschool-age child, and in someone's impression, Marlene was even thinner than other children of the same age, as if she had been suffering from chronic malnutrition. And creatures of this size and class account for the majority, if not everywhere, in the forest, as if the former demon king had given up thinking. As soon as he appeared behind someone, he asked directly, "How do you want to find someone?" "Well, let's get some light first." Lynn pointed with his hand, and with himself as the center, the area within a radius of 10 meters suddenly lit up. The brightness is comparable to the daytime under the bright sun, and unlike ordinary bright light techniques, it has a clear light source. One of the biggest features of Lynn's bright light technique is that there are no shadows. Light comes from all directions and illuminates everything. This ability is not something that ordinary magicians can do. Even if one wants to do the same thing, he can't do it as easily as someone else. The biggest advantage of having lights all around is that you can see more things clearly. Although Lynn and Finn both have abilities similar to dark vision, they will inevitably miss some possible clues. But even if it lit up, Lynn looked left and right, but couldn't see why. He was not even sure whether his location was the place where Marlene fell. After all, Ezio's memory is not an objective fact, but his subjective perception. This means that if he misunderstood at the beginning or remembered it wrongly, then the message transmitted through Hakakiri-Kon would also be wrong. This is the limitation of memory. Understanding the confusion and urgency in someone's mind. Hagiri said in a rare voice, "If you don't know where to start, how about asking Scott to help?" Scott, a member of the Hagiri clan, a short sword. It is best at warning its holders when a crisis is approaching. This characteristic is quite popular among some weak ethnic groups. But ever since it fell into the hands of a group of self-proclaimed strong men from the Holy Sword Society, it has been left out in the cold. When Scott Hagiri was summoned into someone's hand using the flash technique, he still maintained his original appearance. The thin arc-shaped blade like a willow leaf shines with silver light. Other than that, the cross sword and the leather-wrapped handle are all ordinary, and do not show any special appearance. It can be said that just from the appearance, this is an ordinary weapon. But this initial appearance immediately changed in Lynn's hands. In the past, for the Hagiri clan, larger size meant they had more abundant energy reserves. Smaller size meant they were weaker. Because small boxes require more energy to displace more mass of matter to make them larger. On the contrary, it is effortless to reduce the size. However, today's Hagiri no longer suffers from the limitations of energy reserves. And of course size is no longer a constraint. So when the Hagiri Scott got into someone's hands, it got rid of its past concepts and kept shrinking. Eventually it shrank into a small round bead on the palm of my hand, about the size of a fingernail. Because Lynn had direct contact with Khan and Scott, the three consciousnesses were connected. Nothing more needs to be said about this operation. But as a bystander, Finn didn't understand the purpose of shrinking himself into a bead with a box-cut weapon. Just when he was about to ask a question, he saw the ball in Lynn's palm flying up at lightning speed. Moreover, it also brought out colorful mist of light on its flight trajectory. In an instant, it completely bypassed the area within a radius of more than 10 meters. The evidence is that the colorful light mist almost occupies the entire space. Khan first said, "Slut, Don't tell me that you have been going around like this for a long time without finding any clues. Then I will despise you for the rest of my life. How could I have no clues? Humph! Please call me Scott Holmes from now on. Come and take a look here. Scott froze in midair, spinning in place. Continuously expand the range of the colorful light mist so that everyone can clearly see its location. A short distance away, Lynn didn't want to waste time and grabbed Ezio and flashed over. Then made the same choice. After the three of them arrived at the location indicated by Scott, they looked up and saw signs of broken branches, and the shape of the crown was also somewhat unnatural. Scott said, "This should be the trace of falling." Then, the ball instantly ran to another location below, spinning around to mark it. "There is fresh blood here, at least within a day." As soon as he heard there was blood, then came over without hesitation. The location pointed by Scott was a low bush, and one of the bare branches was stained with bright red thick liquid. If it were left on Earth, I'm afraid the liquid samples would have to be sent to a laboratory for comparison before it would be possible to determine who or what the source of the red liquid was. But Finn, as the master of biogenetics in the Lost Land, of course has a complete set of related magic. I saw her hands forming seals, forming a small magic formation in the air, and passing through the blood stains on the branches. A flash of light flashed in Finn's eyes, and he said, "This is indeed what Marlene left behind." As for the sample issue, Finn once treated Marlene, and there should be relevant information for comparison. Lynn didn't even question it. He knew what Finn was capable of. After finding the clue, a group of people followed the trail. However, what is worrying is that what Scott is instructed to track is not the blood trail Marlene left along the way, or the traces of the little girl struggling to leave the forest, but the tracks of wild beasts. This time, Lynn did not use the flash technique to move forward, but followed Scott, walking step by step. With every step forward, the three people who thought about certain possibilities were tortured and became more and more heavy. At the end of the trail, there was indeed a scene that no one wanted to see. Several wild dogs were gathering around, lowering their heads to chew on something. When Lynn saw this, he shouted, "Hey!" and drove away the wild dogs. Then he pressed the sword technique with his hand, and Scott, in the form of a sword pill, flew forward and passed through the heads of several wild dogs in an instant. The colorful light mist is like a ribbon, drawing a fatal trajectory connecting the wild dogs in the sky. Everyone only listened to the continuous sound of puff. The wild dog didn't even have a chance to whimper and died directly. However, the next scene, even those who thought they were accustomed to the cruel environment of the Lost Land, were still shocked and speechless. A small body that had been eaten to pieces. It was unclear whether the clothes were torn when falling off the cliff, or were torn apart by wild dogs. There were just two big holes for the eyes, and the eyeballs were long gone. The internal organs were dragged out and spread messily on the floor. His hands and feet were bent unnaturally, and his bones were chewed out. At this moment, Ezio collapsed and cried. Lynn tentatively asked the person next to him, "Is there any hope?" Finn shook his head. Then he asked, "What about the resurrection technique?" The beautiful face that had always been cold and aloof now showed a hint of compassion. After thinking for a while, Finn shook his head firmly and said, "Resurrection is not used on children. For adults, they have enough money to ignore the side effects, but for children, resurrection is like a curse. Then just give her more torture." The discussion between the two adults was quiet and unhelpful. Ezio, on the other hand, had crawled to Marlene's side in tears, picked up the lifeless remains, and kept saying, "I'm sorry." The desolation of his voice made everyone who heard it feel sad. Finrua felt something at this time. He nodded slightly, walked forward, and shouted, "Don't cry. I can let you say goodbye to Marlene for the last time. She also wants to say something to you. Do you want to hear it? If so, don't cry." When Ezio heard this, he immediately stopped talking. With runny noses and tears, he looked at the original Lich, who spoke dreamily, then didn't make any big moves, just flicked his fingers. A light blue transparent figure rose faintly from the remains. That was the most beautiful appearance of Marlene in her own memory. She looked at her hands in disbelief, at the boy in front of her whose eyes were red from crying, and at the two magicians standing behind Ezio. She was confused for only a moment. Then she put on a smile, stretched out her right hand, and said, "Ezio, I kept my promise and picked the little yellow flowers." Then she found that there was nothing in her hand, and she was disappointed again. "I really picked it up. I just don't know where it fell," he said. Ezio forced a smile and said, I know. I saw you picking small yellow flowers. Really? That's great. Marlene was happy for a moment, but then said a little disappointedly, It's just that I don't seem to be able to play with you anymore. Hearing this, Ezio burst into tears again and kept saying, I'm sorry. Marlene smiled and said, I just wanted to tell you. Don't say sorry to me. I like Ezio the most. He is handsome, and he treats me well. I still remember that day. You took me the day I came back. I remember being held by you and seeing you from below. That was the first thing I remembered. I was very happy with you every day. This period is the happiest day in my life. So please don't say sorry to me. I just want to say thank you for bringing me back that day. What qualifications do you have to say these 3 words for the rest of your life? How old are you? Someone's complaint was left unsaid, because Lynn could tell that the little girl's time in the film was indeed running out. Her figure kept fading, as if she would disappear in the next moment. Marlene also knew this. Looking at her disappeared hands, she felt no fear or fear at all. Instead, he seemed to have accepted everything, comforted the still sad boy, and said, Don't cry anymore. Ezio, I like your normal appearance best. Leading a group of people to do things that many people can't do. Ezio is the most handsome like that. So I've always wanted to play with you. But I can't do it now. So please don't forget me. Okay? The speechless boy just nodded desperately. He reached out to catch the last remnant of the girl. However, that smile was not left behind, and only Marlene's last voice was heard. Goodbye. I'm so happy to be able to talk to you at the end. When the girl disappeared completely, only a heartbreaking cry remained in the supposedly peaceful forest. Lynn no longer struggled with why he failed to save the girl. Instead, he took off his ordinary linen burqa, took the remains from Ezio's hands, and wrapped them tightly. He roughly picked up the crying child and said, Remember today's lesson. You should treat everyone more gently and treat every word you say carefully. Ezio, who was pulled up, looked at someone subconsciously. Lynn also knew that this was not a good time to preach, because the boy would not listen at all, and he was not in the mood. He had no choice but to say, Let's help Marlene build a grave first. Then we can go home. Ezio nodded. It was night, and Finn didn't see anyone in the attic room. After thinking about it, he used the flash technique to come to Marlene's grave. That was the small platform where Ezio and his small group held daily activities. She was buried here because Finn thought Marlene would want to stay in such a place. The scenery you can see from this small platform is beautiful, including the sunset, the forest, and Ezio's daily exercise. If these children do not change their positions in the future, it's just that this night, there is no group of friends that Marlene wants to see. There is only a lonely person, standing quietly looking at the sea of trees under the moonlight. Of course, Lynn knew all about Finn's appearance, but he didn't look back. He just said, I really didn't expect that there are people who are so afraid of loneliness among those children. There are all kinds of people. If you don't get in touch with them, you won't meet them. Listening to a certain original Lich's anti-otaku declaration, someone felt extremely harsh, but could not refute it. Lynn had no choice but to change the subject and murmured, Am I too indifferent to those children? Maybe I should pay more attention to them? Don't be stupid. Then poured a bucket of cold water on it without hesitation and said, Your problem is that you do things too extreme. Either you are indifferent or you give everything you have. But what those children need is not you. Well, strict as long as you can keep them warm and hungry. They are the only ones who can help them grow. I am just a tool person, and the path of life is either a dead house or a dog liquor. There is no third way to choose. Lynn looked back at Finn and complained, Yes. Otherwise, tell me, what else can you do? Finn finished sharply criticizing, and then said gently, If you ask me, you should just be the same as before. Don't make any changes. Finally, she stood next to someone. He added, Unless you plan to have children of your own. Change your mind. If you just want to use them as a substitute and they are dispensable, then don't make any changes. Suddenly Finn came up with a prank idea and said jokingly, How about giving birth to a child and really trying to be a father? I can't help. But you should also know what will happen to your 2 apprentices until now. What do you think? With a shudder, someone suddenly became frightened, shrank his neck, and said nonchalantly, Forget it. Just like before. It's fine. Chapter 1321 Invitation from the Empire. Marlene's incident didn't cause much change in anyone's life. Not even among those children. Coming from the streets, They were used to seeing their companions freeze to death, starve to death, and be killed by monsters found in the sewers. The death of a girl would bring nothing. But there were profound changes and another person involved. To paraphrase what the old black dragon Augustus said to Lin one day, Izio has grown up. Lin's attitude towards those children has not changed. What has changed is that he spends some time every day paying attention to the children's situation. What has not changed is that he still does not directly intervene. Because the situation is just like Lin said. If you don't seriously want to change anything, you shouldn't make half-assed changes. It's better to keep things as they are, so someone can continue to be lazy with peace of mind, and then gets targeted by the boss. The person eyeing Lin was none other than the gold coin goddess Queen. This god does not show mountains or water, but his strength has increased just like this. If one country, one bank is used as the standard, there is still 70% to 80% of the blank market waiting for people to explore. As Lin is the driving force behind everything, it is certainly impossible for him to go to a certain village or town to explain the various benefits of banks to ordinary people who may not even know a few Chinese characters. But there are some places where you can't just send an elf over and convince the other party. Not to mention that some of the invitations were simply traps planned to lure the elves over, then capture and imprison them. When encountering such a person with malicious intentions, if the past style of the Turtle Dove Alliance was followed, then a group of elves would definitely be called to wash the ground with the opponent's blood. It's just that the elves and world trees are helping Koin today, and the identity issue of the non-human race requires them to restrain such drastic methods to avoid incurring the ill will of other potential collaborators. Fortunately, the elves who go out to preach and promote banking business all wear elves' holy robes and promote according to the planned route. When going out and returning, you can also use the flashing technique of the world tree style to move around, saving time and effort. That is to say, as long as they encounter a trap. A thought from the elves is enough for the conspirators to break through the defense of the elves' sacred robes and let the world tree use the flash technique to pull the elves back to the tribe. Other than being in a bad mood due to being targeted, he will not suffer any serious harm. The elves are not without means of revenge, but they do not need to intensify conflicts and bring conflicts to the table. The most public actions would be to blacklist such conspirators and promote the bank's business around them. There is no need to bite the bullet and have to humbly ask someone to accommodate the bank's business. In private, of course, I don't do anything. After all, there is a conflict of interest. If something happens to the other party, he will be easily implicated, which will damage the reputation of the goddess and the elf. In the face of the greater good, it is not difficult to compromise a little without violating the principles. Besides, banks are not like direct sales or pyramid schemes on Earth. They have to use all kinds of words to steal, deceive and coax people to spend money to buy impractical things. The attitude between elves and goddesses has always been simple. Love comes. Don't pull them down. But when the level faced is higher than a certain level, just letting the elves come forward is not enough to represent the goddess of gold coins. And Lin, the chosen one, needs to carry the cards. It would be fine if the bishop of the original gold coin goddess Faith came forward. But according to what Queen said, those are all old men who can help themselves when traveling far away. So don't bother them. Among the cards that the goddess of gold coins can play, a certain person is the only energetic young man. As soon as these words came out, Lin suddenly felt as if he had been tricked into boarding a pirate ship. In short, the invitations that Queen placed in front of Lin's eyes were not from some remote country place. At the worst, they were invitations from the kingdom level. Among them, because he had some doubts about the banking business, he hoped that the Gold Coin Goddess Church would send members to come forward to explain. The invitations that caught Lin's attention most came from three places: the Kingdom of Silk, the Hater Empire, and the Karlsruhe Empire in the south of the Lost Land. The first two sent official documents, but they were just rigid official documents. On the contrary, the invitations sent by the Karlsruhe Empire, in addition to the formal document, also contained an invitation letter handwritten and signed by its Empress Saint Allegria, which was considered the most sincere party, with invitations from two major empires ahead of him. It was certainly impossible for Queen to ask Lin to deal with those small kingdoms first. The reason why people from the Kingdom of Silk caught up was because the documents were sent along with the documents from the Hater Empire. The two invitations were considered to be together, and Queen did not decide to separate them. In other words, Lin's actual choice was to choose one of the two empires for a business trip. However, this does not mean that the side that is not chosen will be left out. No matter how poor the efficiency of Midland's work is, even a god would not be able to accept the consequences of neglecting an empire. if the other party directly imposes a ban on belief that will put a damper on the situation. The gods will jump in. Therefore, it is estimated that Queen will find a way to improve someone's status and ask him to go to the other party's invitation. And he will not even rule out appearing in person. As for how to choose between the two options, to be fair, due to the influence of the previous Silk incident, although I don't know if there will be a follow-up, the invitation from the Kingdom of Silk and the Hater Empire feels like falling into a trap if there is a conflict of interest. Even with the dignity of the Hater Empire, he would not care about the actions of a small person like himself. Worrying here is just self-righteous and unfounded worry. Whenever someone within the Empire holds a grudge and hinders him, it may cause trouble. Even if it is not a frame-up. Preconceived notions can cause trouble. But the Karlsruhe Empire, thinking of the possibility that the cheerful female warrior with whom he had a close relationship during the Great Sage's Tower era might be the current empress, Lin felt a little warm in his heart. After all, we had a romantic relationship at the time. And now we have received a personal letter from him. But the handwritten letter and invitation document were sent to the goddess of gold coins. And the past events of the Great Sage's Tower period were also 10 years ago. Whether the friendship from that time is still retained now, or whether one can even ask whether one is still remembered, is a question. This does not take into account the fact that the Empress is not the person she knows at all. In other words, going to the Karlsruhe Empire may be under the aura of Coin's electorate. But in fact there is no other help. The situation when going to the Hater Empire is similar. But there may be some villains ready to plot against you. Having said that, it seems that it is not difficult to decide which place to go. It's just that the thought of not wanting to work still dominates most people. Is there something that is very easy? Just fool around and you can find someone. Someone cried inwardly. Suddenly an uninvited guest interrupted Lin's thinking. The familiar voice said lazily, "Hey, it's an invitation from the Empire. Is this a handwritten letter from the Empress? Have I ever told you that my family is in New Cane, the capital of the Empire? Speaking of which, I haven't been back for a long time." "Yeah." The speaker was a white swordsman wearing a white robe. William Greco. After bringing people from the Kingdom of Silk and the Hater Empire here a while ago, they became diners in this home again. Regarding the background of this pure white swordsman, it is rumored that he is the only one who belongs to the Ikaruga Alliance. However, unlike other fanatical anti-authority elements, the reason William is in the Alliance is just that he has many friends in the Alliance. And he has no special tendency himself. In line with the taboo of making casual friends, Lin rarely inquires into the privacy of his friends. But since the other party brought it up on his own initiative, and it was related to his own affairs, Lin asked a few more questions. First he asked, "Family? Is it a noble?" "No. It's just a civilian family." William seemed to have no scruples. He poured himself a glass of wine as usual, took a sip and then said, "But I haven't been back for a long time. Maybe they have been promoted to the nobility. Maybe there is no one left." It feels like there are a lot of stories behind it. Lin asked, "It's been a long time since you went back? How long?" William tilted his head and thought for a moment. Then said, "I have been away since my mother passed away. It must have been 10 or 20 years. This guy is not the kind of freak who remembers everything clearly and can count the days down to the minutes and seconds. So Lin was not surprised by such a rough answer. It's okay if you don't answer. But the more you answer, the more confused you will be. Someone's burning heart of gossip is aflame. "Why did you leave? Could it be your mother?" Lin asked tentatively. But he didn't dare to speak too plainly and offend others. William didn't care much. He shook his hand and said, "It's not that complicated. My mother died of illness. I was a little bored staying at that house and wanted to see everywhere. So I left." "Your father's side? Still alive?" "Probably," William said uncertainly. "Anyway, I have enough brothers and sisters. And there are also many people of my uncle's generation. One more of me is not more. One less of me is not more. What's wrong? Asking about these?" The swordsman who is suspected of suffering from reflex arc hypertrophy. Even if he thinks of someone's question, which is similar to a net worth survey. "Is there any intention behind it?" Then I asked the exit. Lin didn't hide anything. He picked up the letter written by the Empress, shook it, and said, "This is not because of bank matters. I may need to go there. I want to ask if you can find someone local to introduce it to me. The local situation prevents me from being blinded or violating other people's taboos. You mentioned that your family is in New Cane. So I was wondering if I could ask your family for help. Afraid that such a request might embarrass someone who has been away from home for too long. Lin added, these won't involve too in-depth matters. Just give me a brief introduction to the local area. If there is anything embarrassing, please, it's okay to say no. William said without hesitation. That's easy. I'll just take you back. My mother also had old servants she was familiar with in the past. If the matter is not difficult, just go to them directly. Well, if they are still here. Lin was a little surprised at such a ready agreement. Asked, is it okay? Of course it's no problem. But I have to say first, if my family is no longer in UK because of leaving or other factors, then I can't help. I have no impression of that city, and it's not worth visiting. Friend, you left early? Nodding, William said. Well, very early. I left when I was 10 years old. Chapter 1322 New Cane Imperial City. Lin would certainly take advantage of the help from the leading party. But it's not like we can set off immediately after making an agreement with William. We have to make some preparations. And it's not just two people going on the road. Lin also plans to bring a few elves to attack. After all, he has the status of being a chosen one of the Gold Goddess. If he had to do everything personally, it would be too much trouble. It is normal to bring some assistance to support the scene. Besides, the first impression of communication between people is still based on appearance. Who the H.L. explores their inner world when they meet for the first time, it is possible to explore personal depths, strengths and weaknesses. The momentum of two stick hammers running up to the palace to talk about something is completely different from that of leading a group of beautiful elves and setting up a grand show to talk about something. This is why those with power are very particular about this aspect. At this time, it is not appropriate to bring your own apprentice to the scene. In the same sentence, there are not enough cards. After all, even their teacher was nothing in the eyes of such a behemoth as the Empire, let alone a mere magic apprentice. Perhaps William Greco's Sword Master is a rare title that can be obtained. But this is a guest of the Ikaruga Alliance. After meeting him, he was not kicked out by the Imperial officials. It was considered that the officials were sincere enough. Therefore, the elves Lin planned to bring must be the best of each Wood Elf tribe or Elf Kingdom. In the future, most of them will also become bank clerks stationed in the Imperial city of Karlsruhe. There is no need for someone to personally worry about such a candidate. The goddess and the world trees can definitely select suitable talents. On the one hand, with the development of banks now, everyone has noticed that clerks stationed in various places do not actually need much professional knowledge and skills. The only important thing is to be able to fight, because most of the time, the clerks in banks are dealing with certain irrational emergencies instead of introducing financial products used for theft and deception with sweet smiles. During the preparation time, Lin also asked William to find out more about the Karlsruhe Empire. Don't look at the forums that are full of information. But there is no such thing as a city travel guide. If it's a map of some high-risk areas, the range of Warcraft activities, or the distribution range of rare plants and minerals, you can buy enough detailed information at most by spending a little money. However, tourism is not yet a mainstream activity in Lost City, so no one has made some introductions or focused introductions to a city. Even if you try to use the forum index designed by Kaya to integrate scattered intelligence, you can't do what someone wants to see. Most of the hidden remarks are about certain private matters. What Lin wanted to know was an overall introduction similar to the content in a history book. But there was no such thing. So when it comes to a new location, it's really important that a local cog is willing to lead the way. Unfortunately, William's impression of the Karlsruhe Empire was too old, and William could only describe its features of mountains and rivers. This is even more true for the Greco family. In an environment with many mountains and rivers, the Greco family runs a water transportation business. According to William, in his impression, apart from carrying bags, the men in the family also fight. We often hear news that someone's boat was scuttled and people sank into the water. It doesn't necessarily happen at their home. It could be an enemy, a friend, or just a passerby who heard Tu's story. That's why William couldn't guarantee whether his former family still existed after no contact for so long. In fact, if a traveler compares the history of his hometown, it is not difficult to imagine where William's worries come from. Speaking of which, his family is like the Chao gang, although these two words seem to have been used throughout the entire history of Jiang'an. In fact, the composition of them has changed one after another. As the saying goes, a person is not good for 1,000 days, and a flower is not as red as 100 days. There is also the fact that the waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. This kind of business that relies on hard work can be replaced too easily. That's why William would say that after such a long time, the family might no longer exist. Even though there are forums as tools for convenient communication, it is not easy to confirm whether a person or a family exists without a specific contact method. Therefore, Lynn had no way to make more confirmations or inquire for more information. Anyway, William has promised to follow him, so everything can only be done as the situation arises. The preparation time is very short, mainly because the preliminary work has been completed, and everyone just packs their luggage. The more troublesome thing is that you have to make an appointment with the person on the opposite side before you can successfully enter the capital of an empire. Don't look at the fact that the flash technique is very convenient and can go anywhere without any hindrance. In fact, it can be regarded as an illegal entry, although the lost lands are primitive, and travelers such as adventurers and mercenaries can be seen everywhere. Their movement is guaranteed by the Adventurers Guild and the Mercenary Guild, and is permitted by the border checkpoint. To understand it in terms of the Earth's model, the two major guilds or guarantees from other places are like passports. The invitation letter obtained from Goddess Queen is like an entry visa. Through these procedures, criminals with clear criminal facts can be prevented from moving across borders. But it's not very effective either. When Lin entered the Armenian Elf Kingdom in the past, he deliberately sent a letter of introduction from the Atham Elf Kingdom at the border to pass the customs. And then, he could successfully enter the royal city of the Armenian Elf Kingdom. Although it is troublesome and takes a lot of time to queue, doing so can avoid some unnecessary trouble. In any case, there was no basis for mutual trust between the two parties in the early stages. Without these legal procedures, if you enter the country legally, you may be easily criticized in formal occasions. This may have a negative impact on the bank's promotion. So of course Lin must find a way to avoid it. However, he didn't want to copy the procedure of entering the Elf Kingdom again, which was troublesome and time-consuming. Since the invitation is given to the goddess of gold coins, it shouldn't be too much for her messenger to enjoy some conveniences. Earth also has special clearance procedures for diplomatic envoys. I didn't do it at first because I didn't have enough time. From the perspective of purpose, it was to plot against the world tree to which the Elf Kingdom belonged. And it was a tactical use to show weakness first. But now it is to promote the bank. Not only does it rely on the face of the goddess of gold coins, but it cannot be compromised by the goddess's face. Don't do anything that shows too much weakness. As the saying goes, this time, that time. After everything was connected and ready, Lin, William Greco, and the selected elves appeared outside the north gate of New Cain, the imperial city of the Karlsruhe Empire. A total of 16 people came from the elves' side, including men and women. There is no doubt about the appearance. The elf's beauty is natural, and there is no such thing as being crooked. Their strength cannot be underestimated either, as long as they have the right weapons and equipment. This squad of 16 will have no problem defeating a human brigade of thousands. But of course they who came as envoys couldn't come fully armed, including Lin and William. Everyone wore a suit and tie. The women wore narrow skirts that covered the hips and black stockings. Men wear leather shoes, and women wear high heels that are no different from walking on stilts. Not surprisingly, these suits are all products of the World Tree brand, and have properties equivalent to those of the elf holy robes. Compared with the saying, a suit is a necessary piece of armor for a gentleman, which in the Western world back home only expresses its connotation. World Tree suits can really be used as armor, and can't be cut with a sword. Of course stockings are not nylon products, and someone doesn't have the technology tree in the petrochemical industry. For automobile-related refining, it only extracts gasoline and asphalt, the most basic products. The stockings on the legs of the female elves are spider-shaped monster fabrics controlled by the boss of World Tree. The reason why there is such a thing is because a certain time traveler suggested that we need to put something on everyone's bare legs to unify the appearance, and also cover up the flaws on the skin. It can't be pants. It has to be tight-fitting clothing, preferably a little transparent. Then all the spider-type monsters within the realm of the World Tree were captured and squeezed for silk. As for weapons, due to the taboo of wood elves not to use sharp-edged weapons, they all hide a short one in their suits. It is also a World Tree card. It is absolutely no problem to use it to cast spells, and it can be stabbed through just like it is used to stab someone. It can be said to be a good weapon suitable for both melee combat and magic. Of course, Lin and William are not as particular as the elves. The suit on Lin's body was made of ordinary materials, while William's suit was specially made by Lin on the request of World Tree. In order to eliminate the shortcomings of the flash technique, we don't have enough magic silk at home, so we really can't spare it to help William make a set of clothes. As for weapons, Someone doesn't even bother to bring a wand when they go out now. Anyway, there are a Starry clan who are always available when called. And there are various tricks to choose from. So it's not a hassle. And William has never thought about getting a new weapon, since his side sword was cut off by a Giri Inzadu during the sparring with Azad. Anyway, the sword master has more or less reached a realm that some people think is possible in martial arts. To the extent that flying flowers and picking leaves can hurt people. Therefore, if the sword is not a sword, there is no difference. Just such a group of strangely dressed people, including only 2 humans and 16 elves, suddenly appeared on the avenue at the entrance to the Imperial City, which of course attracted everyone's attention. However, the time and place where Lin and others appeared had already been notified to the people in the Karlsruhe Empire, as well as the composition of the members. So before Lin could see the environment clearly, someone had already come forward to greet him. The Karlsruhe Empire is located south of the equator in the Midland. So this season for them is early autumn, and summer is not far away. The group of people who came forward were dressed in extremely exaggerated and cool clothes, decorated with all kinds of strange feathers. They were completely different from the calm and restrained style of the Guana Empire. Of course, there is a leader and a deputy among this group of people. A person in the position of a follower, who should also be a noble, took the lead to come forward, greeting and introducing the person in charge beside him, and said, "Your Excellency, the great magician Gaplash. I am Knight Ramiro. The person next to me is the person in charge, the minister who received the messenger of the gold coin goddess. Count Ephron would like to send you my greetings." Lin and the rest of the group, except for William, responded with the etiquette of the goddess's faith. Finally, Lin Gung turned out the back of his right hand. The holy emblem belonging to the goddess of gold coins appeared on the back of Lin's hand like a tattoo, and radiated a pure light, proving that the holder of the holy emblem was one of the chosen ones of the goddess. Chapter 1323 Guest House. New Cane Imperial City. Guest House. This place where envoys from various countries and nobles from all over the world can temporarily stay. Also shows the style of an empire, instead of just leaving people in a country hotel-like room to get into trouble. High-end log furniture. Interior decorations full of artistic taste. Elegant fragrance that can be smelled everywhere. Exquisite ingenuity everywhere. And meticulous service. While coaxing people to be most comfortable, they also inadvertently showed the proud side of the empire. "Your Excellency, is there anything left to be desired in the guest house?" Count Ephron, who was in charge of the reception, asked politely. "Everything is fine. Thank you for your good intentions." Lin responded politely. "It's a pity that I don't have a noble background, and I haven't learned any formal diplomatic etiquette. Therefore, my behavior is just the courtesy of a small person that I have learned since I was a child." However, Lin could tell that everything in the guest house was specially arranged. It is in line with the habits of the elves and avoids the taboos that religious people may have, and is not all used to entertain nobles. Don't look at the fact that compared to the earth, Midi is culturally primitive and backward. Once you pay attention to all kinds of etiquette, it will drive people crazy. Even if the etiquette is simple, the taboos of different races, different religious backgrounds, and different social environments will still make people feel constrained everywhere. In the guest house of the Karlsruhe Empire, things that are not in line with etiquette and may violate taboos are well avoided. At least the elves from the Wood Elf tribe who followed me couldn't find anything to pick from. The reason why someone is unwilling to accept any Wood Elf to stay with him, except the Dark Elf Myerzhan also has this concern. It goes without saying that the Dark Elves have no taboos. But the other Wood Elves have so many rules that it would make their scalp numb just looking at them, based on the principle that doing more is worse than doing less. Lin stayed away from him. Count Ephron in front of him confirmed that he had coaxed the guests from afar well, and then asked, "I wonder if there is anything else that my distinguished guests need my help with." This sentence is not entirely polite. Although the guests are here, when the group of people in the palace will receive them depends on their arrangements. Lin and the elves also knew this very well. During the waiting period, it is impossible for the Karlsruhe Empire to lock the guests in the guest house, which is no different from house arrest. So the Count asked what this sentence meant. It was more or less a travel introduction, and the idea of taking the opportunity to promote our country's prestige was in it. Not only this time, but every time guests who are able to stay at the guest house will receive such inquiries and treatment. Although Lin could take this opportunity to ask the Earl about the situation of the Karlsruhe Empire, but I guess I will only hear the official propaganda content, which may not be what I want. So I gave up after thinking about it. But it's not like he really doesn't need help from the other party. He is a local snake after all. So Lin said, "Sir, we need to send someone to the temple of the goddess of gold coins to hand over relevant matters to the bishop. Please send a guide to take our people there." "That's no problem," Earl Ephron agreed. "There is a temple to the goddess of gold coins in the imperial city of Ucane. The invitation letter and the woman's handwritten letter that first came to Lin were delivered through this temple. It is only natural for the messenger of the goddess to go to the temple. Not to mention that the empire has no intention of restricting the freedom of movement of this group of people. Even if it wanted to restrict it, it would be difficult to refuse such a reasonable request." "There is another thing that needs your help," Lin said again. "Speaking?" Lin asked. "I wonder if the Count knows about the Greco family." "The Greco family?" Count Ephron repeated in confusion, pointing to the silent white swordsman beside him. Lin said, "This is William Greco. He is a member of the Greco family in your country. It's just that I haven't been back in contact for a long time. I don't know where the family lives now. That's why. Have this question." Count Ephron did not answer. In fact, he doesn't have an answer. Seeing the confused Earl turning to look at another person, the clever knight Ramiro stepped forward and asked, "Sir, besides the family name, do you know if there are any other clues? Like the family logo, or are they other well-known features?" Of course, Lin couldn't answer this question. He could only keep his eyes on William and signal to the other party. William's indifference to things came from the bottom of his heart. But it didn't mean that he was an insensible idiot. After hearing the question from the helper, he tilted his head and began to think. Speaking of which, William Greco's appearance is very ordinary, and you will forget it once you see it. It's just that his misophobia and his enjoyment-loving personality gave him a rather special temperament. But the more powerful people look at him, the more they can see different things. According to Lin privately, it is a reserved unsheathed sword. Compared to the flamboyant temperament of the demon Prince Azad, William's introversion makes him look quite inconspicuous at first glance. Only by looking closely can you discover the weirdness in it. This is also the trait that Earl Ephron and his team noticed when they focused their attention on this entourage. It can only be said that although the name of the White Sword Master is resounding, it is also regional. For this land that William has not returned to for more than 10 years, his reputation is only at the level of rumored. It is a talk after dinner, and has no credibility at all. Therefore, one cannot blame Count Ephron for being so unfamiliar with him. "If I remember correctly, the flag of my ship is a seagull with a cross with hollow circles at the four ends. It seems that there are ships that can go to sea, but I am not sure what their situation is now, and whether they still exist," William said after thinking. "Ah, that Greco family." Realizing that he had become the focus of everyone, Knight Ramiro immediately said respectfully to his master, "My lord, I know which family it may be, but I can't be sure if it is this one." An adult's family. At the same time, there were hints in his eyes. Earl Ephron immediately realized that this family might be in some trouble. In addition, the purpose of the person coming is unknown. They are not going to fight for power and profit. Although the Count was not a strong man, he was still skilled in martial arts. He could feel that the more than 10 elves were not ordinary people. No matter what this group of people plans to do, as long as it is an unofficial matter, it is not suitable for him to get involved too deeply. Count Ephron, who had made up his mind, said calmly, "Lemmy, since you know, just send someone to lead the way and send the guests there." "Yes, my lord." Of course, Lin didn't know the inner drama between the master and servant. He simply hoped to use William's relationship to find someone to understand the situation in the Karlsruhe Empire. Soon, he got on the carriage heading to the Greco family. The few nobles of the Karlsruhe Empire who received him left early on the pretext that they had other obligations, and that someone had to deal with private matters, and it was not suitable for them to come forward. Of course, Lin would not disagree with such a situation and rhetoric. Without the need for official personnel to monitor the situation, those who broke the news would have been able to speak bolder. Among the elves who followed, 2 went to contact the Gold Coin Goddess Temple in Ucane Imperial City, and 1 followed Lin and William to visit the Greco family. The rest stayed at the guest house to make preparations for temporary residence and to do paperwork for various official matters. Lin and others moved in the Imperial City by riding the royal carriage used to welcome guests. It is low-key, but the interior layout of the carriage makes the occupants quite comfortable. At least William showed a satisfied expression and took out the wine from the wine cabinet to drink. The elf following was Miriam, the blade maid of the ancient Yggdrasil. Blind, she wore a pair of plain glasses and sat quietly in the carriage. As for why the blind female elf wears glasses, Lin has never delved into the mystery. It should also be a magic item. But I don't know its specific function. Someone thought. At the same time, he was just like William, happily looking at the scenery outside the carriage and passing by on the street. The Karlsruhe Empire and the Ghana Empire are very similar. The urban landscapes of the two capitals were equally prosperous. But Lin could still feel the difference. If the Ghana Empire is located in the traditional cultural birthplace of Midi, its own inheritance can be traced back to the Elf Empire thousands of years ago. Therefore, in the Nineveh imperial city of the Ghana Empire, walking in whether the people on the street are nobles or commoners, their pride comes from the profound historical heritage and the prosperity of the world. The street scene of the Karlsruhe Empire is completely different. The prosperity here is a thriving and flourishing scene. All the people walking on the street are not as wealthy as the Ghana Empire. They are in a hurry. But it is not the helplessness of being rolled away, but the mood of eagerly chasing something, heading towards a future full of hope. If we really want to compare, it is the holy city of Estali during the development period of the technical guild. Those craftsmen who broke free from the suppression of magicians showed such a spirit. In short, the first impression Karlsruhe Empire brings to someone is not a bad one. Another major feature is that it continues from what William once said about mountains and rivers. New Cain, the capital of the empire, is densely covered with artificial rivers and bridges. As the main mode of transportation for commercial purposes, boats bring considerable vitality to the city. And from the perspective of urban planning, New Cain is quite advanced. It can even be said that it is so advanced that it transcends the times. Artificial rivers divide the entire city vertically and horizontally. In addition to providing transportation convenience, the planning of urban defense and fire prevention has a vision far beyond this era. It makes someone wonder if this is the masterpiece of some time-traveling predecessor. While thinking deeply, according to what the coachman said, the destination this time was right in front of him. And the Greco family's mansion was built on the other side of the river, and worthy of being a family that started out in water transportation. There is a well-planned dock right next to the mansion. Unlike other sections of the river, just build a ladder into the water. However, the carriage couldn't fly directly to the other side. It had to walk some distance before there was a bridge across the river. During this time, Lin observed this family mansion, which may have been William's family. Chapter 1324 Greco Family. After delivering the person, the carriage did not leave immediately. Instead, they parked in an open space and waiting to take the guests back to the guest house. As a wanderer returning home, William stepped forward and knocked on the door without hesitation. Lin and Miriam stood at the back, observing the large house. Unlike the capital of the Ghana Empire, the imperial city of Nineveh wanted to build houses on all the enclosed land. So the houses in the imperial city were almost wall to wall. Fortunately, they were all masonry buildings and would not burn down the entire building. The houses in the imperial city of Nukan in the Karlsruhe Empire all have courtyards, and the difference is only in whether they are large or small. From Lin's inspection, the courtyard of the mansion in front of him was not that big, but combined with the high wall, it can effectively prevent outsiders from peeking into the interior. The two opposite doors were nailed with rows of door nails and reinforced with iron plates, showing that they had amazing defense capabilities. However, I don't know why, but there are not many living people in such a large house. Is this just going out? Or is it some other situation? Lin has not considered being replaced by the undead in large numbers, because even skeletons or zombies will appear under someone's detection. But the way of expressing life is different. William knocked on the door, and someone soon answered the door. But a door hole was opened from the small door on the side. The person inside revealed his eyes, and looked sideways at the two people, and an elf in strange clothes standing in front of the door. In fact, if you just look at the strange costumes of the group, the people inside might just close the door hole and ignore them. Perhaps it was the tranquility and beauty of Miriam, the female elf, that impressed people. The people peeping from inside were silent for a moment before asking, "Who are you? Is Old Aegean here?" "Old Aegean, the lizard man." William walked to the small door on the side and said casually. The people inside asked again, "Old Arung? What are you doing with him? Tell Old Aegean that William is back." The people inside looked at it for a while, with doubts in their eyes. He said, "Wait." Then, he quickly closed the door hole. After a while, there was a panicked running sound from inside the gate. The hole in the small door opened again, revealing a pair of eyes and a face that did not belong to humans. He turned his face sideways, looked hard for a while, and then said excitedly, "Master William, is it really you? Master William? Hey, Old Agan. It's great that you are still here as expected. Open the door. After saying H low, William directly ordered people to do things as usual. The lizard man Oldarung said hurriedly. Of course. Of course. Young master. Please wait for me for a moment. The door hole was closed again. But the small door was immediately opened. And the lizard man revealed his true face for the first time and said, Master, are these two your guests? Yes. Let us go in first. William said. Of course. Of course. Welcome home, Master William. The lizard man said respectfully, as he made way for the small door. Lynn and Miriam followed William and walked into the mansion. At the same time, he noticed that except for the lizard man, everyone else's expressions were wary and disgusted. All I can say is that this attitude is not surprising at all. What does the poem say? When a young boy leaves home, his elder brother returns. His local pronunciation has not changed. His hair on his temples has faded. Children don't recognize each other. And they smile and ask where the guests are from. Children can laugh, but adults can only be vigilant in every possible way. Entering the mansion, Lin originally expected to see the landscaping design of the Jiangning courtyard. Unfortunately, what you see when you enter is a cold, empty courtyard with stone slabs and no landscaping to speak of. Stacking things is practical, because in the corner of the courtyard, dried fish is drying, and there are fishing nets hanging next to it. Master, it's great that you can come back. Are you coming back to see the master? He has been thinking of you. Oldarung was like those old people who love to talk, saying the same words over and over again. Then he asked, Master, where do you want to stay? Master's study? Or the living room? Although your room has been reserved for you, it has not been used for too long. It needs to be tidied up before it can be occupied. William was not embarrassed and simply replied, No need. Just go to your place. My friend has something to ask you. Okay. Okay. Please follow me. The lizard man took the group to a small hall in the other courtyard and greeted them back and forth, never having a moment to spare. Then he kept asking William about his experiences over the years, and he couldn't stop talking for a moment. Lin didn't even get a chance to interrupt even if he wanted to ask questions. William didn't look bored and chatted enthusiastically with the lizard man. And when meeting this kind of old family member, the indispensable part of the drama is to talk about a bunch of embarrassing things from childhood. William remembered every bit of it clearly, and showed a nostalgic expression from time to time. This made Oldarung chat more enthusiastically. Have to. Anyway, after nearly 20 years of returning home, Lin didn't feel too anxious about his own affairs. It would be good to hear about William's experiences in recent years and as a child. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't say these things normally. And he has no ears. Miriam is also good at setting the mood, and all kinds of answers are just right. Compared with a time traveler who only knows how to complain, it is not difficult to understand why one has many friends and the other has no friends. However, when a few people were chatting happily, they heard a commotion outside. It seemed like a large group of people had returned, shouting and shouting non-stop. After a while, the noise got closer and closer, entering the courtyard where the servants were staying. Who is back? William is back. Didn't he die outside? What are you doing back now? Accompanied by loud roars. Several men who looked similar to William, but were more powerful, less calm and more reckless, squeezed into the door of the small hall of the other courtyard. Is this the atmosphere of brothers reunited after a long separation? Looking at the expressions of disgust on each face, Lin felt that the trip back to the William family would not end so easily. In particular, among this group of people, there were some who were wearing colorful clothes, some whose clothes were torn, and some who had disfigured faces and disheveled hair. They all held big things in their hands, as if they had just come back from a fight. And they all looked fierce, blocking the door tightly. It wasn't just the front door that was blocked. There were also fierce and strong men blocking the passages and doorways leading to the small halls on the back, left, and right sides. Everyone glared at William, implicating both Lin and Miriam. Only the old lizard man acted panicked, stood in front of William, and said sternly to the others, Master, you just came back. Why are you blocking me here if you don't take care of yourself and treat your injuries? The person who led the door blocking didn't care at all about the lizard man's questions. He only stared at William and said, You shouldn't have come back at this time. After being away for so long, you shouldn't have come back. How can you stay here safely? Isn't it good to be alive outside? William, however, faced his situation quite calmly. He did not panic like the old lizard man, nor did he show any special interest. He just watched. Then he was slightly confused, as if he didn't understand why these people were targeting him so much. Even William didn't understand. And Lynn was certainly even more confused. Miriam, as before, acted as a competent vase and remained silent. Lynn had no choice but to say, "Everyone, we are back." No need to say more. The group of people in front of them didn't care what others thought. Interrupting what Lynn wanted to say, the leader said directly, "Since we have the same surname, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. William, come out and fight with me. If you lose, leave immediately. Go as far as you can and never come back. If you win, everything will follow the rules." Actually, someone struggled to explain, but was interrupted again. William said decisively, "I refuse." I said. Someone continued to struggle. The person who led the intrusion said angrily, "Why do you refuse? I don't like fighting with people who are weaker than me. It feels very painful. Do you know?" William said it as if it was a matter of course, without even looking at the other person. "That." Someone struggled for life. "Humph. I don't know if the white swordsman of the Ikaruga Alliance with the same name and surname that is being circulated outside is you. But no matter if it is or not, you have only one end today, and that is to become my defeated general. Others will call you politely Sword Master. It's just because you have never faced me. Since you dare to come back today, there is no other way for you to drag him out except losing." The last sentence was obviously a greeting to his gang of younger brothers. I saw the people who surrounded and blocked the door raise their weapons without hesitation at the command, roared like a slaughtering pig, and were about to attack. It didn't look like they just wanted to drag people out. Just when Lynn was thinking about whether it was time to use flash to escape, William took action. No one could see clearly the movement of his right hand. "Come out quickly." The fingertips compressed the air to the limit, and just before the breakthrough, it popped out towards the crowd. This is the famous combat technique of the warrior continuous bullet shock wave. Not only did it hurt people, it also stirred up the airflow in the small hall and caused a strong wind. This shock wave did not penetrate the person, but it was worse than if it penetrated the person, because all the power penetrated into the internal organs of the body. The powerful impact directly knocks people to the ground. In an instant, everyone surrounding the small hall fell to the ground, vomiting blood. Those who can still moan are those with high enough abilities. More people fainted directly, with blood foaming from the mouth. Although he was not killed by the shock wave, he might have been choked to death by his own blood. Behind the people who fell to the ground, there was another group of gray-haired old men standing in the yard, looking at everything in surprise. Someone who had always wanted to explain, looked at the wounded soldiers everywhere, and felt not only helpless, but also aggrieved. Fortunately, William still missed the old relationship and didn't kill all the people, just beat them to the ground. But looking at it, if many people don't rescue it, they may not need to save it, and they can just bury it in the ground. On the contrary, the person who did all this just dusted off the non-existent dust on his body, straightened the sleeve of his right hand, and adjusted it to its proper position. William rarely showed a helpless expression and said, "Look, I just said that you are too weak and not worthy of my action. You actually want me to go outside and fight with you. You can't even make me move my feet. Don't say things that are impossible to achieve." Chapter 1325, Hijacking. Just so suddenly, the family's main elite were all wiped out. Everyone was so frightened that they didn't dare to act too violently, for fear of attracting the attention of the killer Star. Only the lizard man Arung was not afraid of this, and hurriedly called for other servants to treat the wounded soldiers, who fell on the ground. He has seen a lot of fights between brothers fighting for supremacy at home, as long as no one is killed. It doesn't matter. Moreover, his eyes were particularly vicious. He first played with everyone's heads to prevent them from drowning in the blood he spit out, then saved people. In fact, from Lynn's perspective, William was really merciful. Otherwise, with his strength, the shock wave could directly turn the internal organs of the people in front of him into paste. But since he just fell down but didn't die, that means he really didn't want to kill anyone. But the old men who were hiding behind people and finally showing up came forward helplessly. One of them, who seemed to be still in his middle age, said, "You came back to prove that you are qualified to inherit the family. But do you know that by doing so, you will only inherit a family where no one can help you?" "No, I don't want to inherit anything. I just brought my friend here. He has some questions to ask," William said calmly, pointing to the person next to him with a livid face. Hearing that the topic was related to him, Lin reluctantly showed an ugly smile and nodded as a greeting. The middle-aged man only glanced at Lin, then looked at William, as if the black-haired and dark-eyed man didn't matter, and said, "We haven't seen each other for such a long time. And you don't even want to call me father? You will make trouble when you come back. Have you forgotten your last name? Well, father, long time no see. How are you doing these days? But this house is bigger than the house I remember. So you should be living well. But my other brothers are a bit unimproved and have no strength. If so, you must at least have some discernment. In your eyes, am I the one causing trouble? If you think so, then I can only say that I don't want anything. And I have no intention of hurting anyone. I came back to help my friends." William emphasized his purpose again and said it sincerely. Although it sounded like he was mocking, Lin knew that the white swordsman really didn't mean anything to ridicule. He was just stating the facts in his eyes. It's just that the object of comparison is himself. Even if the intention is not this, it is easy for the content of his words to escalate into group ridicule. Sure enough, the result of William telling the truth was to arouse his father's anger. But maybe considering that he couldn't beat him, and the other party was his own son, William's father's anger only grew strong at first, and then cooled down. He suppressed his displeasure, turned to Lin and asked, "Tell me, what do you want to know?" Lin was very puzzled by the other party's attitude, and then realized it. "I was wearing a suit when I went out this time," which was a strange attire for the Midi people. It could even be considered a strange attire. If you wear the standard magician clothes, put on a small shawl. Not to mention that I have not yet been approved by the local great magician to tie 2 golden threads. Just the golden thread belonging to the magician on the chest makes everyone more polite. Since there is no such level of identity, it is understandable that William's father has such an attitude. Lin could only hold back his dissatisfaction and said, "Good day, Mr. Greco. I am the magician guy Black Stripwood, and we represent the gold coin goddess coin from the holy city of Esta in the Guana Empire. I came here to ask about the history of the Karlsruhe Empire, as well as the changes and news in recent years, so that I can develop the banking belief of the gold coin goddess. Talking about business is too unfamiliar to many people. Anyway, the matter was related to the goddess, so Lin used faith as an excuse." Hearing this, William's father's eyes widened and he said, "Is this all you want to know?" "Yes, just because of this." With a look of surprise mixed with helplessness, the middle-aged man glanced around at the family members who were lying on the ground dying and being rescued. Lin spread his hands and said helplessly, "Yes, that's all I want to know. And I wanted to say it from the beginning. But I never had a chance to say it. No one gave me a chance to speak. In fact, if I say it, I'm afraid it won't be taken seriously." The middle-aged man asked again, "Then why did you follow William back?" "I heard from William that his family runs water transportation in Ukraine. I am not familiar with the place, so it makes sense to find a local to lead the way and ask about local things." Yeah, it couldn't be more reasonable. Not to mention the sad and angry expressions on the faces of the old men beside him. William's father seemed to be exhausted, with his shoulders slumped. Then Henry corrected his mentality, straightened his appearance, and introduced himself again, saying, "Good day, Your Majesty the Magician. I am Henry Greco, the current president of the Greco Shipping Chamber of Commerce. Regarding what you want to ask, you can send a steward from the Chamber of Commerce over later. Just ask him." "Okay. Thank you in advance, Mr. Greco, for your assistance." Lin thanked him in his usual polite way. It's just that he's not an ignorant idiot. Looking at Henry's embarrassed look, he knew there must be some story behind it. Although he considered that asking would probably cause him trouble, William was brought back by himself. He defeated a bunch of people, which had something to do with him. It doesn't seem to make sense if we don't ask questions at all. After thinking about it, Lin asked about the elves who came with him and said, "Miriam, do you have any way to treat them?" The blind female elf tilted her head. After thinking for a while, she took out a small glass bottle from the inner pocket of her suit jacket and said, "I have the Holy Spirit elixir given to me by your Majesty. 1 drop should be able to save a person. It shouldn't be a big problem to save the people here." Lin nodded and said, "Well, that's great. Please revive them. I will ask His Majesty Yggdrasil for the Holy Spirit elixir when I return, and then give it back to you." Miriam didn't say anything and went to help save people. Those whose injuries were more serious and could only vent their breath but not take in their breath were naturally given priority. Lynn was willing to lend a helping hand. And Henry Greco and the other old men looked grateful. Some people showed greedy expressions, which disappeared briefly. Lynn also noticed the expressions of these people, but didn't think they could take advantage of Miriam. So he ignored them. In fact, after the Holy Spirit medicine was taken out and the name was given, it attracted the attention of everyone except William, including Lynn. As for our white sword master, he never cares about whether things are good or bad, precious or not. He only uses things that he likes and finds useful. It's just a coincidence that such things can't be rubbish. I thought that Miriam's druid healing spell would be enough, but she didn't expect that she would bring out something more valuable. Mr. Lin couldn't say on the spot that it was too precious. Those people on the ground didn't need to use such a good thing. Just treat it casually and apply saliva on it. The Holy Spirit medicine is so precious that, except for the fact that the dead cannot be resurrected, there are no injuries or poisons that cannot be cured. It can be called the top treatment medicine in the land. But this preciousness is only for ordinary people. For the World Tree bosses, they can sell things of this level by bucket, as long as they are willing. Anyway, it was just to show generosity to others. So Lin just let it go. Of course, it was impossible for Henry to show no signs of taking out such a precious thing to save people. He saluted carefully and said, "Thank you for helping my family. This is really important to us." No matter how much blood and tears flowed in his heart, someone still had to grit his teeth and show off on the surface, wave his hand and say, "It's okay. It's nothing." But then he remembered the appearance of that group of people when they first appeared, and how they rushed to ask for help after they came in. The attitude of finding trouble for William made Lin couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Greco, has your Chamber of Commerce encountered any trouble recently?" Henry didn't think much and said bluntly, "To be honest with you, we are competing with several other colleagues for an overseas waterway recently. It is because of this that the energetic young people in the Chamber of Commerce are so impulsive. It is unfortunate that William is like this. Coming back at such a time gave everyone the illusion that William came back to cause trouble." After hearing Henry's explanation, Lin still felt that there was something unreasonable in it. At least the enmity between William and his brother is not like a bitter drama of family ethics, but another kind of unhappiness. When I was still about to ask more questions, there was a burst of panic and commotion from the side. Lin turned around and saw that the half-rescued elf was being held hostage, and the bottle of Holy Spirit elixir was smashed to the ground. Although the bottle was not broken, a lot of precious medicine was lost. Lin was a little confused by such a drama of revenge, and so were the Greco family members. They all stopped the attacker, asking him to put down his sword and let go of the elves he captured. However, the person who took action did not have any thoughts of repentance. Instead, he waved the short knife and pushed back others who tried to get close to him. He shouted, "Don't come over. Whoever dares to come over, I will kill her. William, if you don't want this elf to die, just leave me. Voluntarily give up all rights, and go as far as possible. This is non-negotiable." Miriam was being held hostage, except for the Greco family who were nervous. Lin looked helpless and William looked confused, looking at the farce in front of him. The white swordsman asked, "Why do you think that if you catch her, you can threaten me? Aren't you worried about her safety?" The person who held Miriam hostage pressed the short knife against the delicate white neck, and a trace of scarlet red emerged from the tip of the knife. When William saw this, he still didn't have any sense of urgency, but said, "Why should I worry about someone who is more powerful than me? Right?" The last question was turned to someone who was still looking confused. Lin, who was awakened by William's question, stared at Miriam, who looked like a weak woman, angrily and funny, and asked directly, "Miriam, do you need help?" "Well, sir, at times like this, shouldn't a hero come out to rescue a beauty?" The held elf showed an innocent expression. Even though her eyes were only a dull white, her pitiful expression still moved ordinary people. Chapter 1326 Blade Maid. However, a certain former fat man's time traveler was not among the ordinary people. He said thoughtfully, "Actually, I have always wanted to ask you something, but I just couldn't find the time. I just took this opportunity to ask. That is, what is the status of the Blade Maiden in the Wood Elf tribe? I know it is very high, almost the same as a priest, or even on an equal footing, but Wood Elves don't use edged weapons. So why are there Blade Maidens?" The person asked the question very naturally, but he had no intention of saving anyone, apart from acting at the beginning. The kidnapped elf did not realize that he was a hostage. He said, Your Majesty said that I am special. That's why he gave me such a name after he became an adult. The man holding the elf hostage waved a short knife and shouted, Don't ignore me! Are there many people like you? Lynn, of course, ignored the man and asked again. Miriam didn't care about the tip of the knife against her neck, shook her head and said, Including other wood elf tribes. I have only seen 3 people like me. 2 seniors have passed away, and 1 junior is still growing. The potential, outside of elves, the one with the same power as me is William. The sudden mention of a certain sword master made Lynn look at the person next to him with surprised eyes. Neither the person looking at the person nor the person being looked at paid any attention to the man waving the dagger and threatening Miriam, and allowed him to make a fuss. William just said, She is the teacher who taught me martial arts. After thinking about it, he said, Well, one of them. Oh, there is still this kind of relationship between the 2 people, which someone didn't expect at all. But their daily behavior didn't look like master and apprentice. And Lynn didn't even notice that the 2 knew each other. Are you saying there is a story behind this? Or was there an accident? That's why the 2 of them look like this. Someone's heart is burning with gossip. Ah, don't take my word seriously. The guy wielding a short knife and threatening others finally couldn't help but be treated like air. As soon as he got angry, he raised his short knife and prepared to stab the female elf. Henry, who had been trying to stop his nephew while listening to the conversation, suddenly realized who this elf could match up with. He quickly shouted, Iderson, let go! This is the Scarlet Sword Master. It was too late. But it was too late. Miriam had already taken action to save herself. The tie tied around her neck suddenly moved to her hands. The tie was tied up, and she used the air-shaped sword in her hand to form a sword shape. And in a blink of an eye, she cut off the arms of the person who was holding her hostage. The movement was so fast that people were caught off guard. With another flick of his hand, the claw sword spread out and returned to the shape of a tie. Only then did the man with broken arms begin to wail. He was in pain so much that he knelt on the ground, with blood splattering from his shoulder-length broken arm. Nihal lost his arms, and he could only look at the elf in front of him in despair. Miriam couldn't see anything, but this made her other senses sharper, not to mention her memory and sense of space. She not only heard clearly where the Holy Spirit medicine fell, but also remembered it firmly in her mind. After she broke free, she moved slowly, stepped forward to pick up the glass bottle of Holy Spirit elixir, and shook it. He said calmly, There is a lot of missing elixir, which is a pity. Sir, should I continue to save them? Well, I kind of understand why there is such a professional title as Blade Made in the Wood Elf tribe that prohibits the use of metal blades. Emotions say that this is a manifestation of ability, and it also gives someone a similar feeling to the core traits of William the Sword Master. Rather than saying that William was taught by Miriam, it is better to say that they are the same kind of person. Miriam is just the introduction door. The most disappointed people are the people of the Greco family. Although Henry recognized Miriam's former identity, it was too late when he issued a warning. Of course, a person whose 2 arms have been removed can no longer receive treatment from the elves. In fact, the remaining Holy Spirit medicine was used up after not being able to save many people. The elf pretended to be caught before, and whether intentionally or unintentionally, he let the glass bottle containing the Holy Spirit elixir fall to the ground. Although the bottle was not broken, a lot of the medicine in the bottle was lost. After getting Lynn's advice, she still tolerantly continued to treat those who were knocked down by William, still giving priority to the seriously injured until the bottle could no longer drip the Holy Spirit elixir. At this point, neither Lynn, Miriam, nor anyone from the Greco family could say anything. A bottle of Holy Spirit elixir worth tens of thousands of gold was used on the wounded members of the family. They didn't have the nerve to ask for a second bottle. Even whether there was a second bottle was a question. Some people could not be saved, and some of the medicine was wasted due to their own actions. Therefore, for the remaining injured, the Greco family can only find their own solutions. Fortunately, the injuries of those who have not yet been treated are relatively minor, and can be easily solved even without the use of Holy Spirit medicine. In fact, when they saw the elf taking out a bottle of Holy Spirit medicine, many people thought that they should stay without the medicine and just think of their own solutions for the injured. When these people saw the Holy Spirit medicine falling to the ground because of their own recklessness, they even wanted to cut this reckless nephew into pieces. What a waste! When the matter came to an end, Henry Greco naturally fulfilled his previous promise and asked a Chamber of Commerce intelligence officer to answer questions that someone might ask. This is not because he is willing to reveal family secrets. The so-called conversation is two-way. If the guests want to learn about the empire, they don't want to know the details of these guests. So he sent his own capable assistant. He was good at gathering intelligence. Not only could he get things from verbal communication, but he also knew clearly what could be said and what could not be said. It can be said that he is the best candidate. Miriam returned to her harmless appearance and followed the magician quietly. Even if the people of the Greco family want to deal with each other, they can't help but buy a few more Holy Spirit elixirs. William was taken away by members of his family, under the pretext of establishing a relationship. Considering that this white swordsman is not someone's subordinate, he has the ability to protect himself. And he is indeed a member of this family, so they can't be allowed to even talk about private things. So Lin just let it go. Although he could guess what the Greco family might be planning. If the target was William, Lin was not optimistic about the outcome. But this is a private matter of the family, and it is not someone's turn to interfere. Lin was more concerned about the information about the Karlsruhe Empire, which he finally got from the mouth of the Chamber of Commerce manager. The Karlsruhe Empire, located in South Midland, has a terrain characterized by mountains and rivers, and the entire country is divided into many areas. In terms of transportation, it relies heavily on water transportation, and because in the era before mechanization, water transportation was more advantageous than land transportation, it drove the empire's commercial activities and led to its vigorous development. The empire is also the youngest of the 5 major empires in Midland. The origin of the nobility is very interesting. In short, a person can acquire the corresponding status if he can encircle a large piece of land and recruit as many people as he can. It means that someone keeps enclosing land and bringing people to join, and eventually an empire is formed. Therefore, the Karlsruhe Empire and the Guana Empire are very similar. They are both multiracial countries that absorb various races of Homo sapiens, rather than purely human countries. It's just that the causes of the two are different. The Guana Empire is a continuation of the Great Era when various Homo sapiens races united to fight against the dark legions of the past, simply because of issues of territory and manpower. The Karlsruhe Empire added many non-human races of Homo sapiens and uncivilized barbarians. The Karlsruhe Empire has proved with facts that those uncivilized races are not all voluntarily living a life of eating hair and drinking blood. They just do not have the opportunity to come into contact with the latest knowledge and technology. When they get such an opportunity, no one will reject the vision of having enough food, clothing, and a better life. So those barbarians took the path of civilization, not to mention the ups and downs in the process. The empire has continued to grow to this day, and is now one of the top 5 powerful countries in the lost world. Those non-human races and civilized barbarians also brought quite distinctive characteristics to the empire's military. That is, there are quite a lot of ways to use Warcraft. And there is even a military title of Warcraft user. The strongest dragoon regiment in the empire also originated from this. Then there's the Greco family. The family into which William was born had no aristocratic status, because in recent years, most of the land that can be occupied has been taken up, and people can only make a living on the land of other lords. But because the lost people often go out and wander around, as if they are adventurers or mercenaries, the lords had insufficient control over the population, and the Karlsruhe Empire itself had developed commercial activities. As a result, small forces based on clan units, like the Greco family, have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. The Greco family mainly operates water transportation, including domestic river transportation and external offshore transportation. As for Oceania, basically no one can afford to play the puzzles of this era, and there is no need to do so. The most important ocean-going sea beast is not only huge in size, but also quite powerful. Moreover, there is no new continent in Lost Land. It is just a large continent of Pangaea, where all people and races play. The costs and risks of developing overseas islands are far greater than the investment returns. Therefore, the eyes of the lost people have never been cast on the ocean. The only valuable thing overseas is Dragon Island. As the name suggests, Dragon Island is an island where dragons gather, and it can also be regarded as a country. Alone overseas, it was one of the opposing forces of the Karlsruhe Empire. The territory of the early Karlsruhe Empire was regarded as pasture by the dragons on the island. From time to time, they fly to the lost continent to hunt, and humans are also included in the dragon tribe's prey list. After a long war, the two sides now barely maintain a state of peace. The Karlsruhe Empire used food in exchange for opportunities to trade and maintain peace. The Greco family's water transport chamber of commerce has been competing with other families recently for this trade route to Dragon Island. because the Dragon Clan will also use this route to reach the Lost Continent. This is the only route to overseas without the presence of giant sea beasts. The reason why everyone is vying for the trading rights of Dragon Island is that in addition to the safe shipping routes, the resources of Dragon Island itself and the specialties of the Dragon Clan are also very popular and in-demand commodities on the Lost Continent. Simply put, it is profitable. Therefore, the so-called competition is not just a competition of political strength and seeking official permission. It also includes real-life gun battles. Recently, in order to maintain the rights to this route, the Greco family has been negotiating privately with each challenger, and it has reached a critical moment. If you show any signs of fatigue, you will easily be pounced upon by a latecomer and take a bite. Then, unfortunately, something like this happened, and everyone in the family who could be beaten fell down. Chapter 1327 Succession of the Virtuous Son. After gaining a general understanding of the affairs of the Imperial Intelligence and the Greco family, Lin asked about another matter that the Empress was very concerned about. Saint Allegria. According to the steward of the Chamber of Commerce, the Empress succeeded to the throne in 726 Aram, exactly 10 years ago, and the reason why she wears that crown is not so much that she is very good, but rather that other people with inheritance rights are seeking death, or are making great strides towards death, so they are abandoned. The late Empress died of a sudden illness, and did not specify a candidate for the heir apparent during her lifetime. In a situation like this, the person who is qualified to inherit will naturally have a luxurious version of the Dance of Demons. But it should be noted first that in most areas of the Lost World, as well as most Homo sapiens races, including humans, the rules of inheritance of power are adopted in order to maintain social stability to the greatest extent, using the primogeniture system. Simply put, regardless of whether you are stupid or stupid, as long as you don't make a big mistake, being born first wins everything. There is nothing to discuss. At most, there is a distinction between direct concubine and concubine. The advantage of this is that people who want to take sides can easily judge who to support, and are less likely to make investment mistakes, unless the original owner has no biological children, or these people have made an unforgivable mistake. Things will become complicated. But the Karlsruhe Empire is different from other places. The inheritance system here is virtuous son inheritance. Simply put, as long as there are basic inheritance qualifications, regardless of whether he is born first or later, the best person will take the throne. And this inheritance qualification is not limited to biological children, including brothers and sisters, collateral descendants, and even in-laws. The reason why the inheritance rules of the Karlsruhe Empire are so special is because the empire's nobility are also produced in a very special way. As long as they can attract people and enclose land to a certain level, the empire will grant the corresponding noble title. In the era before the empire became an empire, the eldest son still inherited first. However, there have been too many situations where non-eldest children and nephews have achieved better development after the family separation, and eventually returned to the original family. The entire society has gradually evolved into a system in which the best children inherit everything. Anyway, if you don't give it to him, someone with the ability will still grab it. The inheritance of the patriarchal clan evolved in this way, and the empire's nobility was generated in that way. Ultimately, it was due to the topographical characteristics of the Karlsruhe Empire, which was mountainous and watery. It may be easier to understand in another way. That is easy to defend but hard to attack. For terrain that is easy to defend and difficult to attack, instead of risking lives to conquer it, it is better to rely on political skills to merge. Therefore, appropriate display of strength and then everyone sitting down to talk became the political game of the Karlsruhe Empire. If you want to stand out and become a leader, you must naturally follow the consensus rules of the entire society and try your best to get the majority of people to agree with you and then support you. Only then will the rules of inheritance change from primogeniture, which emphasizes social stability, to virtuous son inheritance, which pursues maximization of interests. It is true that the virtuous son inheritance system has its flaws. That is, it is easy to focus on internal fighting, and in the process of internal fighting, too much strength may be lost, which will lead to the decline of the family or the nobility, or make people have troubles. Take advantage of the opportunity. So what? If the person occupying the latrine does not fall down, how can others have the chance to squat down? Even if there are vested interests, who want to guard their own 1/3 of an acre of land, and are unwilling to communicate with the outside world. The mountainous and watery terrain of the Karlsruhe Empire meant that the empire was able to use water transportation to facilitate the exchange of information and the smooth flow of goods. Making good use of these two can make its power grow stronger. But as soon as it communicates with the outside world, it means that the conservative forces and the radical forces have lost for a while. With the entire social atmosphere in a radical atmosphere, the desire of conservative forces to live a peaceful life is simply out of reach. Even if you do that, you will end up being eliminated by society, and you will not be able to live in peace. Generally speaking, such a society can easily embark on a path of self-destruction. But when external pressure becomes the direction of internal pressure release, the whole situation is completely different. The Karlsruhe Empire has existed since its founding, and has two old rivals that cannot be eliminated, Dragon Island and the Hater Empire. Although they have maintained peaceful coexistence with Long Island, everyone knows that this is just an illusion. The many may not have a complete theory and concept of the food chain, but they can also understand that humans, who are regarded as one of the foods, cannot achieve true equality with the dragons, the top hunters. Occasionally special cases don't mean anything. The reason why the Empire and Dragon Island maintain peace and rely on transactions to obtain what each other needs is because the Empire does not have the ability to destroy the other party without harm, and Dragon Island cannot completely destroy humanity and deprive itself of food, regardless of whether the other party sends food. Or it doesn't matter if you use it as your own food. As long as there is a way to break through the status quo, the two sides will definitely be at odds with each other. And the human brain will be the dog brain. The situation in the two empires of Karlsruhe and Hater is even more complicated. The five great empires of Midi basically do not border each other. There will be some small countries in the middle, or natural chasms separating them from each other. Only the Karlsruhe Empire and the Hater Empire were connected on the Oz Plain. The Oz Plain is surrounded by mountains. Although it is not unique in the mountainous and watery terrain of the Karlsruhe Empire, it is also quite rare. The plain terrain has two meanings. First, it is an important grain-producing area. Secondly, this place is easy to attack and difficult to defend. The presence of a big foodie like Dragon Island means that the Karlsruhe Empire cannot easily give up such a high-quality grain-producing area. Even if the terrain is easy to attack and difficult to defend, it is destined that the Karlsruhe Empire must firmly control the Oz Plain even if it costs human lives. As the other hostile party, the Held Empire used the fortress of Jietingguan at the mountain pass as a bridgehead to invade the Oz Plain. Behind the mountains is the territory of the Hater Empire, a large desert known as the Sea of Death. In other words, the areas occupied by the Hater Empire in Jietingguan and Oz Plain can be regarded as enclaves. It stands to reason that the difficulties in supplying and supporting an enclave across the desert would easily make rulers of Midi's level of medieval culture choose to give up. But the Hater Empire has airships, which are used to transport supplies, completely ignoring the terrain. A well-known thing is that the Ace Airship Corps of the Hater Empire was originally established to transport and supplement the important enclave fortress city of Tianguan. The initial supply team also gradually expanded to form an organized combat group today. The reason why the Hater Empire strives to maintain its power is also very simple. The Great Desert behind Tianguan connects to the hinterland of the Hater Empire, which produces various important outputs, such as food and minerals. So from the perspective of imperial strategy, is it easier to defend a strategic point at Jietingguan Pass, or to defend the entire desert? Or is it easier to hope that the desert can become a barrier and then defend all the cities in its hinterland? Under the premise that the supply routes were open, the empire's generals and successive emperors all chose to defend Jietingguan Pass, instead of deploying 100 or 10 times more troops in areas where the hinterland becomes the front line, hoping that they can give head-on blows to the tired troops coming out of the desert. The former is easy to focus on defense, while the latter is easy to be broken through and then collapse across the board. Defending is more difficult than 10 times or 100 times. Since Jietingguan Pass is firmly defended, there is a plain area in front of them that is easy to attack and difficult to defend. And the output is very important in any era of food. How can the Jietingguan Pass defenders from the Hater Empire stay in the fortress obediently, watching your old rival farm happily, plowing and setting fire in the spring, harvesting in the autumn, feeding on the enemy, and reducing the supply pressure on the rear are the daily routine of the Jietingguan Pass defenders. The Karlsruhe Empire has not thought of occupying Jietingguan Pass and pushing back the forces of the Hater Empire to the desert. In fact, the Karlsruhe Empire did accomplish this feat and laid down a fortress that was difficult to attack. If it were other countries, once such an important level fell, it might be followed by a series of domino reactions. And no one knew how many cities supporting the city would fall. But after Tianguan is connected to a large desert, without complete preparations. If you step into it rashly, you will just die in vain. Moreover, as many as you give away will die. So at that time, the Karlsruhe Empire's army gathered at Jitian Pass to prepare for the invasion of the Hayder Empire. Then, due to the mass gathering of the army, it became the best target for the bombing of the airship corps from the Hayder Empire. The entire battle fortress city turned into a huge trap, and all the troops stationed there, together with the fortress, were burned to the ground by the airship attack. The Karlsruhe Empire was severely damaged. Fortunately, the Hayder Empire did not have the energy to pursue the victory at that time. Although the airship corps achieved an unprecedented victory, the disastrous defeat in the early stages of the war still weakened Hayder's power and prevented the empire from achieving greater results. In short, the Oz Plain has been in constant war since the two empires bordered. To this day, it has not stopped. This is also the Lost Land today, with a few areas still in a state of war. It's just that there are no big wars like in the past. Compared with the past, the intensity of the war now is just a small border conflict. Of course, the daily burning of fields and harvesting are still indispensable. After experiencing the experience of massing an army and then being attacked head-on, the Karlsruhe Empire's defense shifted to a distributed defense. Once the defensive force is dispersed, it is inevitable that some places will be defeated. Fortunately, the Hayder Empire's Jidiangwen fortress had only a small number of standing garrison troops. They captured several manors, villages and towns, but were unable to expand the results to the entire plain. At most, partially occupy and then farm. When it comes to things like food, the more the merrier. Of course, guarding your next-door neighbor from stealing food is also a daily routine. Today, this large granary in the Oz Plain has become a military garrison for the two empires. And not many ordinary people live here. The forces on the two sides are intertwined. From time to time, they are lost here and occupied there. The teams from both sides come and go. There are no battles aimed at killing. They are all about food. Seriously speaking, the current Oz Plains is like a training ground for the two empires, and a place where young people gain meritorious service. For the Karlsruhe Empire, the Oz Plain has become the best place to resolve disputes within families, nobles, or between families and nobles. Rather than using negotiation or internal fighting, it is better to decide the outcome by the amount of merit gained on the battlefield. It can be said that the existence of the Oz Plain has well released the pressure that may exist within the Karlsruhe Empire. Let the empire maintain healthy development in the overall situation, although it is unknown how long such a balance can be maintained. At this stage, it seems to be a healthy development for the Karlsruhe Empire. Chapter 1328 Princess. Let's talk about the situation of the Empress Saint Olivria. When the late emperor was still alive, the princess named Kono was not a popular candidate to succeed the emperor. She has no particularly outstanding performance in political affairs. Her personal martial arts skills are okay, but she is not the material to be a general. He has never actually led troops to fight a war or been on the battlefield in the plains of Oz. In terms of strength, there are so-called hard power and soft power. The military power in one's hands and one's own martial arts can all be classified as hard power. Soft power refers to the size and number of supporters and followers. They may not necessarily be won over, but they may also come to seek refuge on their own. However, no matter what kind of strength, the Princess Kino can be rated as unqualified. There are some outstanding items, and that is the martial arts that are least needed to be an emperor. If you have the courage to gather a few brothers to become adventurers and wander around in a daze, without any real skills, it is very likely that you will get out and never come back. But which emperor personally went to kill him? If there is a real need, it will probably be a situation where the rebels are knocking on the door and everyone is the enemy. But when other people who are qualified to succeed to the throne make big mistakes, things are different. Some princes and princesses offended the interests of the noble class, and they tried to use their political strength to intervene in disputes between nobles. Don't ask about right or wrong. Just recognize your position and protect your own people. If you have good skills and can really overpower the opponent, then forget it. It just doesn't work, and the result is just to irritate the other party. In addition, when things fail to get done, even one of their own people showed dissatisfaction, and ultimately ended up with an unpleasant end. Some commit crimes blatantly and leave behind irrefutable evidence. If the target is an ordinary person and can suppress the matter by means, then forget it. But trying to poison one's own brother only to have his deeds exposed is something that cannot be rectified. If it is just a mistake, the supporters will not give up. The biggest reason why this prince was abandoned was that he was too stupid. Who would point directly at the nose of the person being poisoned in public and curse. "I worked so hard to poison you. Why are you not dead yet?" Who dares to stand next to him after such words are said out loud? As a result, he was excluded from the selection of the successor to the throne. IQ problem. There is no way to save it. As for the unlucky guy who was poisoned, he didn't escape. He just wasn't poisoned to death. A person who has lost half his life is so weak that it is no surprise that he can kick his legs at any time. Of course, such a person cannot succeed as emperor. If he just takes over and then dies, then those who invested in him will lose their money. There are also those weirdos who have no interest in power and only love beauty and art. This kind of person has no ambitions and can be said to be the most ideal person to be loyal to someone who wants to support the leader. The premise is that this guy doesn't get killed by Hualu disease. The worst thing is to use magic to turn yourself into a human or a ghost. Body modification is a big taboo for the ruling class such as the nobility. It can be done secretly. Once it is made public, it is equivalent to putting oneself in the position of an enemy of the world and will not be accepted by everyone. Even if the original status is not deprived. Still trying to win over supporters is just wishful thinking. Therefore, when the former empress died, the throne was vacant, and the selection of a successor was imminent. After a large number of the originally promising successors failed due to various problems, Princess Kino, who had just returned to the royal family as an adventurer and had not made any big mistakes, became one of the nobles because of an accident. Within the field of vision, that surprise was actually a victory. What the Greco Family Chamber of Commerce manager told Lin was actually just propaganda data from the empire. Lin just listened to the story as a reference. However, the real situation is, the quasi-princess of Kono, who was criticized for never having been to the battlefield in the plains of Oz, took her loyal guards on a trip in order to obtain the official title of princess. It's just that her supporters are all small nobles, so she can't recruit many troops. In the eyes of others, she is just above water, because of her father's low status. Those nobles had never looked at this inconspicuous princess to be. Going to the battlefield in the plains of Oz feels a bit like fulfilling an obligation. Although the Karlsruhe Empire did not have a compulsory military service system, there were no clear regulations in this regard. However, the experience on the battlefield of the plains of Oz has become a must for those nobles who want to obtain a formal title. So the potential princess of Connaught has to go through this. Although there were few supporters and not many troops, it was certainly impossible for a princess to be, who came from a royal family, to let her troops go to the battlefield like beggars, wearing sackcloth and holding pitchforks. Therefore, the royal family will still give them the support that should be given. Even if it's not much, it still depends on who you compare with. Compared to the royal guards, that's really not much. But compared to the private troops of ordinary nobles, it was a huge sum of money. After all, in ordinary troops, soldiers are soldiers and officers are officers. There is a gap between the two. The resources that the quasi-princess has obtained. The lowest soldiers are equivalent to the standards of knights, which is the level of nobles. Kino had never thought about recruiting a luxurious army for himself. At least the magician couldn't afford it. But based on the characteristics and areas of expertise of his friends, he made a choice that was different from the choices made by other royal families, who went to the front line to get gold. She asked her partner in the same adventure team, the heavy armored warrior, to organize a small team of heavy armored soldiers, while the hunter used a replica of the repeating crossbow bought from the tower owner of the Great Sage's Tower, and also organized a small team of long-range soldiers. Force. Both teams serve as escorts and follow him in and out of the battlefield. Kino spent the remaining funds on the dragoons. The point is, every dragoon is equipped with a new weapon. The ship-cutting knife. Also from the Tower of the Great Sage. A new weapon designed from the hand of the magician. However, dragoons are inherently high-level arms and are expensive to set up. The serrations of the ship-cutting knife are all dragon scales. Even if the Empire can trade the scales shed by the dragons from Dragon Island, the price is much cheaper than elsewhere. But when the quantity required is large, the total price is still considerable. Thanks to the small nobles who supported the quasi-princess Kino, and Kino himself selling everything to prepare, 3 squadrons of dragoons were formed, with a total of 300 people. Because today's battles on the battlefield in the Oz Plains are all centered on the competition for food and fertile land. In short, ground troops dominate. Those who want to show their achievements will vigorously form long-range troops for attack or defense. Although the dragoons are considered the ace unit of the Karlsruhe Empire, they are not suitable for appearing on such a battlefield. But the princess-to-be did this, and everyone guessed that maybe the princess-to-be was just here to take a look at the battlefield. After waiting for the harvest festival to pass, you can take such a noble army back to New Cain and receive the title of princess with peace of mind. Little did they know, Kino and her friends set their sights on the airship of the Heidel Empire, an opponent that few people challenge, as the Hader Empire's only means of supplying supplies to the Tianguan military fortress. The appearance of airships is the intelligence that the Karlsruhe Empire is most concerned about. If the other party has an abnormally large accumulation of materials, it will be a prelude to the expansion of the scale of the war. As long as you are a qualified commander, you cannot fail to guard against this. For the Hader Empire, instead of using a large fleet to transport supplies at one time after a long interval, it is better to continuously transport small batches of supplies to the front line. The two have fundamental differences in terms of morale on the front line. The latter's method of supplying supplies is like saying that the Empire has not forgotten the soldiers on the front line, and resources from the mainland are endless. In addition, small batch, high-intensity transportation and supply missions are beneficial to the combat training of airships, and also exercise the command's dispatching capabilities. It provides considerable flexibility for the mobilization of frontline personnel, the evacuation of the wounded, and the exchange of intelligence. Besides, there was no forum before. If the Central Committee of the Hader Empire wants to know the news about the Tianguan front line, it can only do so by sending letters. The speed and reliability of the airship are also crucial. Therefore, the number of airship fleets that the Hader Empire shouldered the task of transporting and replenishing was not large. No more than 5 squadrons. That is, the size of 5 airships. However, the frequency of arriving at Jidiangwan is quite dense, and one wave can be seen every 2 or 3 days. In the same situation as the dragoons, the airships have no significance in the battle for the plains of Oz. Although dispatching airships can bring huge advantages, when compared with strategic results, you can find that dispatching airships to fight such a bad war is a loss-making business. Therefore, as far as the Hader Empire is concerned, airships are only used to ensure the completion of the supply transportation mission, and are not used to fight bad wars on the front line. Secondly, MIDI does not yet have air control, and even has certain height restrictions on air defense. This is an attack method limited to the ground, and opponents that are too high cannot hit them at all. Besides, the Air Force of the Lost Lands does not have many air-to-ground attack methods. The airships are only powerful, so most of the Lost Lands simply give up their defense in the sky. Under various conditions, a brilliant victory began on an autumn morning. That day, there was heavy fog. The 3 squadrons of dragoons carrying ship-cutting knives covered their bodies in the fog and flew to the sky above Jidiangwan Fortress. The route of the airship that performs supply missions is fixed, so the dragoons stay in a backlit position. One thing that is hard to imagine is that the traditional airship detection method still relies on visual inspection. Therefore, the dragoons, who were backlit and hidden in the search, were not discovered by Hader's supply airship fleet. Although the airship legion of the Hader Empire is known as the trump card, the airships in the legion are built in different years. There is no saying that when new models come out, the entire army will be upgraded. Some airships built more than 100 years ago are still in use today. According to the rules recorded by the Karlsruhe Empire, the airship fleet carrying out the supply mission should be mainly old-type airships. The flotation devices of these airships are giant propellers perpendicular to the hull, which are characterized by making considerable noise. Therefore, from a distance, you can first hear the sound of the airship and then see its silhouette. Since it was a routine mission, the airship's advantage as an aerial fortress, as well as the strength of the nearly 100 magicians on board, made them very reassured about this voyage, even to the point of being negligent. Chapter 1329 Dawn Raid. Master, those who can hang a golden thread are not ordinary characters. It is easy to say that they have to overcome obstacles along the way. For such characters, it is really too much to expect them to be ordered around like big-headed soldiers by noble officers. Therefore, as long as the daily drills meet the standards, and there are no violations of military discipline, the officers and nobles who serve as captains will turn a blind eye. It is even less possible to spur a whole ship of magicians, and require them to be 100% alert at all times, like a state of war. Those officers and nobles couldn't do it themselves. This is why, when there is a strange noise, the people on the ship seem to be unconscious. The ship-cutting knife is essentially just a chainsaw. At most, the material of the saw teeth is very special. using dragon scales as saw teeth, coupled with high-speed operation. It can be said that if the hardness of the material is purely compared, even if it is a magic material, there is no ship-cutting knife that cannot cut through. The magic shield can hold on for a while, but only for a moment. Dragon scales themselves have magical properties. In short, they have properties such as magic breaking and magic resistance. A low-level magic shield is almost like paper, while a high-level magic shield can last a while longer. Since it is a chainsaw, it takes some time to cut things. In the past, the ship-cutting knife had the performance of cutting iron like clay. It was purely because the target was too weak and could not withstand the high-speed cutting of the dragon scale serrations. So it was able to cut through it time and time again. But what would be the result if the target was changed to the keel? The most important and strongest part of the entire airship? Just spend more time. Once again, there is no tangible substance in Midi, which cannot be cut through with the ship-cutting knife. Therefore, Princess Kono's dragoon troops, led by her confidant, the Dragon Knight Mungadu, took advantage of the thick fog and flew under the 5 airships. One of the reasons for choosing this position instead of launching an attack from the upper deck or the side of the ship is that the airship is directly below a blind spot, which is convenient for them to cause trouble and delay the time of being discovered. The dragoons of the 3 squadrons did not carry the traditional weapon Dragon Lance, but the ship-cutting knife with insufficient attack range. Dragon Spear is good for diving attacks, and with the bonus of speed, it has considerable power. However, the tactics that the ship-cutting sword that is not long enough can use are different from the traditional dragoons. Therefore, everyone followed the order and took up their positions with a feeling of uneasiness. 10 to 30 flying dragons gathered below each airship. Their sharp claws could not scratch the airship's hull, but they could still barely cling to the hull. As soon as their bodies were fixed, everyone activated their ship-cutting knives one after another, regardless of how awkward their posture was or how difficult it was to apply force while hanging upside down, and slashed at the airship's hull with one strike. If you can cut the keel of the airship, cut it. If you can't squeeze the space, attack elsewhere. In short, as long as it can be hung on the airship hull, no one will be idle. The reason why not all people came together was simply because the outer SHL of the airship was not that large. In addition, they deliberately avoided the position in the boat where the magician could launch magic attacks, and only targeted blind spots. Therefore, there were a large number of dragoons flying under the airship, ready to take over at any time. The strong airship hull is not strong enough to withstand the cut of the ship-cutting knife. However, although the damage caused by the ship-cutting knife cannot be said to be insignificant compared to the hull of the airship, it is not an immediate fatal damage. At least the dragoons opened several gaps in the airship, but the people inside still didn't notice it. Even though these injuries did not bring immediate harm to the airship, they still partially reduced the performance of the airship. In the formation of 5 airships, some were slowed down and separated from the formation, some were abnormally lowered in height or abnormally tilted. But these changes are slow, and the occupants may not feel them for a while. But Mungdadu's dragoon team was still discovered, because as time passed, the fog that had gathered in the early morning gradually dispersed, and the observers above the airship that had lowered its altitude saw densely packed flying dragons hanging upside down directly below the other airships in the formation, with dozens more following them. Fly, and there is someone riding on the flying dragon. Seeing this scene, how could the airship army, an old rival, not know who the other party was? Immediately the alarm bell rang throughout the ship, even reaching the other 4 airships. It didn't take long to confirm the cause of the alarm. Anyone who is not blind can see that the dragoons of the Karlsruhe Empire are causing trouble. The captain of the airship that had lowered its height also reasonably guessed that there was such a group below his own airship. It's just that the dragoons were hiding in the blind spots of the magician's sight, so they didn't notice it in advance. As the 2 sides are at war, there is no need for warning when fighting begins. The magician troops stood on the side and launched a series of magic attacks, such as wind blades, fireballs, and ice picks. Use whatever you are good at. The most important thing is to drive away the group of flies under your colleagues first. When they free up their hands, they can naturally save themselves. However, Mangiato did not hesitate. As soon as he was discovered, he grabbed the person and ran away without looking back. Maybe the flying dragon wouldn't be powerful enough to hit the airship like an aerial fortress, but if it really wanted to run, it wouldn't be able to catch up with it at the speed of a traditional airship. So except for a few unlucky ones, who suffered a few spells and were injured, These 3 Dragoon squadrons all fled back to the Karlsruhe Empire station. This aerial encounter certainly fell into the eyes of frontline observers. However, due to the long distance, although the battle situation was seen, not many details were seen. At first, everyone only thought that this battle was like a Dragoon running over to say low to the airship, with no real results. At least the Dragoons didn't make too many sacrifices, which is the only result worth celebrating. But as time passed, the observers hiding on the front line and watching the Jidiangwen fortress felt something was wrong. Under normal circumstances, the airship transporting supplies will leave after handing over the goods. At most, it would take some time to wait for some personnel to change defenses, or for the wounded to be evacuated to board the boat. But they will all leave the ground before dark and embark on the return journey. But this time, after the 5 airships landed, they were not seen taking off again. In such a situation, of course, the general at the headquarters should be reported immediately. Suddenly, the entire Oz plane and the garrison estates in Karlsruhe started to move, because they wanted to prevent airships from joining the local battle. When ground troops fight against airships, it's a situation of pure beating. What everyone can do is to reduce the loss of people and property as much as possible. During this process, of course, some people were dissatisfied with the Dragoon team brought by Princess Kono to tease the airship formation on the opposite side. Even through the forum, things here are communicated to the rear of the empire as soon as possible. There are a lot of political implications to doing this. Those who regarded Kinyo as enemies were relieved, while those who were examining whether the princess was worthy of their support retreated one after another. They may not have explicitly expressed their intention to refuse, but they quietly retracted the hand that was about to extend an olive branch. At most, they just said a few more beautiful words. But 1 day, 2 days, and 3 days passed, and when the second wave of airship formations arrived, Karlsruhe realized that this time was abnormal, and it was different from the past. This day's supply airship formation did not arrive in the early morning, and it was not the usual 5-ship formation, but increased to 8 airships, which were the latest models. They are not in horizontal formation, but divided into 2 groups, one high and one low, and after completing the transportation task, they also leave before dark. 8 ships came, and 8 ships left. What about the original 5 ships? The Plains of Oz is a battlefield, and of course both warring parties have spies for each other. The Karlsruhe Empire immediately mobilized its own hidden spies to collect intelligence about the airship. After they paid the price of exposing several lurkers, they finally came up with a sentence. The 5 airships were seriously damaged and could not continue their mission. Although Midland does not have a modern army like Earth, and a detailed combat report is required for each mission, the combat process of Mungdudu's 3 Dragoon squadrons was still informed to the generals in charge of the Oz Plains theater, and their first thought was disbelief. According to the Dragoons, they used ship-cutting knives to cut off the keels of 5 airships and caused varying degrees of damage to the hulls below the hulls. But except for their own people, no one can confirm such results, and it is impossible to judge what strategic advantages such results can bring. What's the use of killing people? It only works if you beat people to death or maim them. Similarly, is there any use in cutting a few holes in the outer shell of the airship? At any rate, we have to blow it up, capture it, or kill everyone on the boat. This was the original thought of the generals responsible for command. But when the information came back that the airship was seriously damaged and could no longer fly, they realized the value of the Dragoon equipped with a ship-cutting knife. Originally, their only way to deal with the airship was to send flying troops to board the ship, and then rely on soldiers to fight inside the airship. Only by killing all the opponent's magicians, or by invading to the lowest level and destroying the airship's floating device, can an airship be defeated. And what is the battle loss ratio in between? According to the past battles of the Karlsruhe Empire, it usually takes 1 or 2 flying groups to defeat an airship. In the worst-case scenario, it would take 2,000 people plus flying mounts to replace an airship with 100 people. The reason for such a disparity in battle damage ratio is ultimately because the flying troops do not have a powerful enough attack method to destroy the flying aerial fortress, the airship. Since it is a fortress, the combatants cannot destroy the building. If they want to win, they can only find a way to kill everyone inside. And because if you want to attack and board the ship, you must first avoid the bombardment of the magician. And the internal passage of the airship itself is not an open terrain. So the battle in many places can only be advanced by filling the lives of people under various unfavorable factors. Every time an airship is destroyed, it can only be done at a huge cost. What if today there was a way to directly attack the airship itself, which is equivalent to a fortress, without having to fight a boarding battle? There will definitely be a major reshuffle in the combat situation between the two sides. Everyone has to think of new tactics, adapt to new weapons, and develop tactics to deal with new weapons. Chapter 1330 Brilliant Victory. A large number of Dragoon troops were stationed in the Oz Plain, and even the ace of the Empire's regular army, the Dragoon Corps, moved here. Ship-cutting knives were also manufactured in large quantities, and when dragon scales were insufficient, other magical materials were used to replace them. With the help of interested people, the prestige of the Princess Kino was unparalleled for a while, because under her leadership, the airship army of the Heidel Empire is no longer a symbol of invincibility. There is no need to fill in a large number of young and strong human lives, just to sink an airship showing off its power in the sky. At the same time, those nobles and families who were undecided, or were looking for the best candidate for the new emperor, all set their sights on the princess, who had not yet officially received the title of princess. It seems that under her leadership, the Hader Empire will eventually be conquered by them. In fact, the ship-cutting knife is not so powerful. After extensive actual combat tests by generals, it was confirmed that its advantages could not completely change the air superiority and inferiority of the two empires. Because although the ship-cutting knife can destroy the airship, it cannot cause greater damage, or directly cause a large number of casualties to the ship's personnel. And this damage is not immediate or devastating damage. The fact that the attack is not powerful enough has not changed. The biggest use of the ship-cutting knife is to reduce the durability and performance of the airship's hull. The keels were cut off, and some unlucky airships even had their flotation device fixed frames destroyed. It should be noted that no matter how these structures are repaired, they cannot return to their original level, and their reliability has plummeted. If there was a mid-air disintegration, the flotation device might still be flying in the sky, and the rest of the airship would fall to the ground. Therefore, once the keel is damaged, for the Hader Empire, the airship is equivalent to being scrapped. In any case, this understanding is good news for the Karlsruhe Empire. Compared with the past, it took 2 flying brigades to sacrifice themselves to destroy an airship. Today, the exchange ratio is no longer so disparate. This is great progress from scratch. And at the beginning, the airships of the Heidel Empire were not adapted to the new tactics. Relying on the dragoons with high levels of speed and magic resistance, the Karlsruhe Empire can even defeat them without damage. However, as the airship legion improved their tactics, and even directly modified the hull to minimize blind spots for sight and magic attacks, the number of dragoon sacrifices also increased. But no matter how much the advantages of airships increase, the situation in the past where it only took 2 teams to fight off an airship is no longer the case. Don't look at the Heidel Empire, which only damaged airships, because the people on board are all magicians. They have endless life-saving moves. Therefore, even if the airship's keel is cut off and it cannot continue to fly, it will not actually hurt them. But just being forced to scrap the airship is an unbearable pain for the Hader Empire. The airship is expensive. That's not a unicycle. You can play with just 1 seat and 1 wheel. Building an airship is only cheaper than building a magic tower. Therefore, the Hader Empire had to make corresponding changes, including changing the rules of formation flight, changing tactics, increasing the windows on the bottom of the boat, and reducing blind spots. The most exaggerated thing is to add a layer of iron to the outer SHL of the airship. Directly upgrade wooden ships to iron-hulled ships. Both sides thought that the war would escalate in one fell swoop and reach the level of a war to annihilate the country. But when, in order to attack one of the most advanced airships, 3 squadrons were sacrificed in the process of getting close to the airship, the generals of Karlsruhe realized that it was time to stop. The advantages of the ship-cutting knife are really not that great. The Hader Empire sensed that the other side had stopped, and they also reduced their strength in a tacit and coordinated manner. It wasn't that Hader didn't want to avenge the destroyed airships or take the opportunity to expand their results, but they also needed time to modify the airships and adapt them to new tactics. Moreover, in this era, the top leaders of both empires have doubts about whether to launch such a large-scale war. Considering the current size of the empire, it is actually a bit difficult to rule. Coupled with various resources, the empire can be self-sufficient internally, and there is no need to plunder externally. Besides, to expand the scale of the war, more ground troops must join in. Victory or defeat in the air is just an added bonus. In the end, after various considerations, the conflict in the plains of Oz did not expand, but returned to the previous situation. As if the ship-cutting knife did not exist. The airships that transport supplies to Tianguan are also more cautious. No longer as careless as before. Were the generals in Karlsruhe disappointed? Maybe more or less there is. But in the past, when they faced airships, they were like mice trying to pull a tortoise. They had no way to start, and had to fight with their lives. Nowadays, you can use the ship-cutting knife to destroy the hull of the ship. That is a great progress from scratch. And this advantage was further expanded in the hands of those with good political skills. And they began to build momentum for Princess Kinuo. All kinds of hype and propaganda were overwhelming, calling the battle that day, when 5 airships were destroyed, an unprecedented glorious victory. It seems that after ascending the throne, this person will be a rejuvenating emperor. The opportunity that she originally thought was impossible came to her. Princess Kino didn't think about it for long before she took the olive branch offered by others and moved towards the throne. And on this road, she didn't have many worthy opponents, because they all blew themselves up. Finally, with the support of many nobles, he put on the crown that symbolized the emperor and changed his name to Saint Allegria. The word saint is not a prefix that every emperor is qualified to wear. It must have great achievements. Generally speaking, it is an honorific title that is added after the person dies and is mentioned by descendants. It was very rare among all the saint emperors to have this crown during their lifetime. To add it when they ascended the throne is even more unprecedented. Although Lin did not get the full truth about the situation of the war from the Greco family's Chamber of Commerce steward. But in addition to the propaganda materials of the Karlsruhe Empire, thanks to the fact that the first 3 dragoon squadrons included children of the Greco family, there are still many differences in the family about the big change 10 years ago. Intelligence promoted by the empire. As for the various games that followed the empress' ascension to the throne, and the plans of the empire's high-level officials, even if the Chamber of Commerce manager in charge of intelligence did not know everything clearly, he could still deduce 1 or 2 by relying on insinuations. All this information, which could be regarded as black material, was revealed by this steward. Lin didn't know whether there were subjective thoughts in it, such as wanting to lead someone into a pit, or whether there was really deep resentment. There are so many true and false things mixed together, and a certain time traveler knows what the so-called history and news are all about. Therefore, Lin did not preset any position for himself, but looked at everything from a relatively neutral perspective, rather than believing in one party's words. Believers are easy tools to become adults. Listening to the famous stock market talkers will just become leaks. The blood and tears involved are difficult to describe. After sorting out a large section of the content, there were only a few points that were useful to him. First, the current empress of the Karlsruhe Empire should be the one with whom she had a romantic relationship at that time. But whether the other party admits it or not is another matter. Besides, I wasn't the one who suffered the loss at that time. If I came to visit her with such a friendship, I would probably be beaten to death by someone else's concubine. Well, the empress' official husband, Prince Thomas. That's right. The empress is already married, but she has no children yet. Nearly 10 years have passed since the wedding day, and nothing has happened. And the people in the royal family can't help but be ready to make a move. This was one of the pieces of information that the steward did not tell clearly. Secondly, due to the influence of virtuous son inheritance, the social atmosphere of the Karlsruhe Empire is different from other places. Coupled with the attitude of the Greco family members, who did not hesitate to break the news, Lin felt that the imperial power in the empire was not strong. And he even felt a little disgusted. How to use such an attitude requires more information from other aspects to make effective calculations. Thirdly, the Karlsruhe Empire had developed commerce and transportation, which was fertile ground for the development of banks. Basically, the gold coin goddess's teachings on banking have spread into the empire. And the gold coin goddess church, that already exists in some places, has also carried out banking business. However, among the senior officials of the empire, there were still doubts about this new matter. And there were even calls from within to ban the use of coins. As for why it was banned, those people couldn't explain it. Combined with the news from Queen, in Lin's view, the reason why the empire's senior officials invited the goddess's messenger was not so much to clear up doubts, but to have an attitude, not to mention the issue of imperial power overpowering divine power, or divine power overpowering imperial power. They just wanted a guarantee that divine power would not interfere in the internal affairs of the empire. After all, not all places have been quite harmonious since the bank was promoted. There are more than 1 or 2 lords from various places who are interested in banks. Most of them are those who are not very capable and are easily snatched away from the local leadership by financial institutions with no lending business. such as Midi Bank. Whether or not there is a lending business is like the difference between a wolf and a sheep for a financial institution. It is conceivable how scumbag those lords can be if a sheep takes away the leadership of the territory's political affairs. It is said that the bud determines the head. The elves sent out to serve as bank presidents came from the idea instilled by the world tree that they should develop the bank well. Under such a goal, although the elves have not gone to the extent of using all possible means, there are some places where they have indeed crossed the red line in the eyes of some people. Not to mention the banks established by local forces. How could they not provide more convenience to their own forces outside the rules set by the goddess of gold coins? These people are not necessarily local lords, so their so-called convenience is likely to infringe on the interests of other people. Isn't this right? Lynn didn't have an answer either, using the term labor pain period to deduce 2, 5 and 6. This is not a period of labor pain, but a rhythm that will continue to hurt. Finance is a scourge, even in the era before I traveled through time. Which person on earth dares to say that they have tamed it? The pride of Wall Street? Among that group of people, there were fewer people who tricked themselves into jumping off the building? So when this monster was released, to be honest, someone was already mentally prepared to lose control. It's just a matter of whether it's early or late. I had always endured it before and didn't want to take this path. And even if you don't do it, as the puzzle progresses, won't this monster jump out on its own? Someone just moves that time forward and hopes to limit the damage with foresight. As for success or failure, let the history of Midland judge it. Someone thinks they have done too much beyond their rights and abilities. Chapter 1331. Returning at night. On the way back to the carriage, Lynn remained silent and thoughtful as he looked outside the carriage at the nightlife of Nukan Imperial City in the Karlsruhe Empire. To others, it looked like the magician was fascinated by the dazzling nightlife world outside the carriage and was thinking about how to join. If the imperial aristocratic official responsible for the reception was present, he would probably go to a familiar high-end tavern or brothel for a lively reception. It's a pity that the groom who drove the car did not have such qualifications, so he could only follow orders and was not even allowed to make suggestions, although his position gave him access to many secrets, because no noble would treat their servants as people. Some things were discussed in the carriage without hesitation, but pretending to be dumb and deaf is their basic quality if they want to live a long life. Otherwise, if the nobles feel the need to clear the place, of course no one will care about the lives of their servants. However, the wood elf riding in the carriage, Miriam the Blade Maid, did not have such superficial thoughts. She knew the complete plan from His Majesty the Ancient One, and the main planner was the magician in front of her. If I approached this magician in the first place, it was only because of His Majesty's order, and I was asked to pay the price with my own body. At that time, she did not reject or agree with him. She just accepted His Majesty Yggdrasil's orders dully. But after many contacts, she is now indeed curious about this magician. I am curious about how the other party would like to open up the situation in the Karlsruhe Empire. I am also curious whether the development of all this in the end will be like the vision described by this magician, achieving the unprecedented ninth power. In her long life, Miriam had seen and experienced all kinds of good and bad things. Although the teachings of the Wood Elves made her willing to be mediocre, who would disagree if she could take part in a magnificent event? Assuming that her heart was so willing to be mediocre, her skills would not have reached the heights they are today. Blade Maid, Bloody Sword Master. These are not titles you can get just by being in a Wood Elf tribe. The reason why her heart no longer fluctuates is because she no longer encounters any stimulation that can make her heart fluctuate. As for the other Sword Master, the White Sword Master William Greco, was left in that home and provided with good food and drink. Lin Hui brought William here, and the main purpose was to serve as a stepping stone to obtain information about the Greco family. Now that he has completed his mission and his own family members intend to keep him, William himself has no objection. So of course Lin just lets it go. Besides, someone estimates that their next affairs will mainly be verbal battles, and there is no place where the Sword Master can take action. And since the Greco family is competing with other families for the passage to Dragon Island, they definitely need manpower. For the people in the Greco family, even though most of the children in the family were defeated by the Sword Master and some were rescued, some of them are still injured soldiers who cannot play. But so what? If William can be kept here, then the matter of seizing the waterway will be settled. Those old rivals were evenly matched against themselves, which meant that they were equally at a disadvantage against William, the Sword Master. Some people even considered whether to find a way to keep this White Sword Master in the family forever. The other party has made it clear that he will not seize power. And his strength is high. Is there a better thug than him? Thinking of this, everyone's hearts became hot. Although no one said these words openly in front of Lin. Various hints were heard before someone left. Putting himself in his shoes, Lin thought that these were all things that should be done. And he never thought that tying that man to his side would be abnormal. Lin had thought about the same thing at the beginning, dreaming that when his tiger body shook, the sword master would bow down and worship him as his master. But the harsh beating of reality made me understand that some things really cannot be forced. Just like the relationship between men and women. If the window paper is not broken, we can still be friends. If we guess the other person's intentions wrongly and the window paper is broken, we may not even be friends. So after hinting a few times and not being able to tell whether William was really stupid or pretending to be stupid, Lin gave up his original idea. Besides, he wanted to keep William, the sword master, by his side. In fact, it was just a collection habit and had no other purpose. Just like other time-traveling predecessors. When they arrived at the end of the Eastern Han dynasty, they would definitely gather a bunch of famous generals and military advisors, and then happily fight against the three kingdoms and torture all the grandsons and Lu Chao. Since I never thought about becoming king, why would I keep a strong general by my side? Rely on him to protect yourself? Someone always felt that if his life had to be protected by an unreliable person like William Greco, he would surely die long ago. Since you don't intend to use the other person to death, then maintain the current relationship. When you need William's help, you have to pay some price. Due to their friendship, this sword master is unlikely to resist taking action, which is good. In the same situation, with an extra layer of family ties and blood connections, will William obediently become a knife in the hands of the Greco family? Lin is basically not optimistic about the plans of those old men. Someone has now realized that William's strength means that he is in line with the Tao in fantasy terms. This means that there is nothing wrong with him following certain principles in doing things. But this Tao is definitely not a principle set by a certain person or a conventional rule in a certain social environment. If you try to tie him up with what someone says, you will end up in vain. He only goes his own way. As for the lascivious nightlife outside the carriage, belonging to New Kane Imperial City, it was nothing in the eyes of a time traveler. Besides, it was not because he was unpopular that he was forced to stay at home before he traveled. This meant that his interests were not there. How could he become a veteran of drinking and love affairs after traveling to a different world on the magic side? If you can't avoid socializing, it's okay to go to that kind of place as a last resort. Instead of running over to find entertainment, why not give a red and white machine, a TV, and a can of Fat House Happy Water? And some people in the time will be happier. Lin and Miriam returned to the guest house amid the general disdain for the medieval world with different cultural levels. During the dinner part, the elves who came back after staying in the guest house to follow the temple of the gold coin goddess had already been treated by the officials of the Karlsruhe Empire. Lin and Miriam were entertained by the Greco family and also had dinner. The two parties met and were about to exchange the information they had obtained. The Empire sent another envoy to ask for a meeting with the leader of the goddess group. Lin took out his newly made pocket watch and glanced at the time. Although there are no working hours regulations in MIDI that stipulate the working hours and the latest time for overtime work. But it is so late. Those aristocratic gentlemen are either lying on their wives' beds or on their mistresses' beds. In the world of this era, there is no such thing as work that requires working 3 shifts or forgetting to eat and sleep. However, the imperial envoys cannot be ignored. Lin first asked the waiter at the guest house to reply. After tidying up his appearance, he went out. The man sent by the Karlsruhe Empire was a tall and handsome nobleman with a gloomy look on his brow. The navy blue military uniform matched his tall figure perfectly. The silver rapier at his waist, knee-length calfskin riding boots, and the brightly polished copper buckle on his belt all set off his unique battlefield temperament. The one-shoulder cape on the left shoulder adds a bit of personal characteristics and unruly spirit to the military's rigor. Especially the use of one-shoulder cape makes someone's eyes brighten. Dressed in a suit and lacking the mark of being a magician, he could easily be regarded as an insignificant person. Although he has gained the identity of a magician, he is still insignificant in the eyes of many people. But I have also changed from an ant that can die if I pinch it, to a scorpion that I have to be careful about getting stung. At least I have more respect. It's also okay to wear a magician's exclusive shawl on your suit. But if you get rid of the original form, add a one-shoulder cape, tie a gold thread to the right shoulder, and get an epaulet to buckle it. The military style seems to be very good. As for whether others will recognize it or not, We don't have to worry about it. Anyway, the suit is special and strange enough in MIDI. In addition to clothing, there are also several key points to attract someone's attention. Those who came in military uniform certainly had military status. Before arriving, Lin had already entered the collected badge information into his database, and the identity of the person in front of him happened to be identifiable to him. The Ouroboros on his one-shoulder cape represents that he belongs to the Ace Dragoon Regiment of the Karlsruhe Empire. There is a 3-star sword and shield under the flying dragon, which is the mark of the Legion commander, on the family emblem. The most conspicuous thing is that there is a small crown at the top, which means that he is a close minister of the Emperor, and he also has royal blood. But it is just a long time ago. The nobleman in military uniform was different from the usual etiquette. After saluting, he said directly, "Long time no see. Your Excellency the Great Magician Tripwood. I am Baron Mangato. We have met at your Excellency's Tower of the Great Sage. I don't know about you. Do you still remember the group of adventurers who bought the ship-cutting knife and the continuum from you?" Baron Mangato. This person does have an impression. But this is the first time I know his name, Lin said. "Ah, of course I remember you. It's a pleasure to meet you. Now that you have been promoted, it is really gratifying." The person who was praised did not show any aristocratic vanity, but said humbly, "It is all thanks to the blessing of the magic weapon invented by your Excellency that you can achieve such achievements and status." After hearing this, someone really wanted to calculate the fees with the other party regarding the patent issue. Countless people have copied the weapons I designed and made them look impressive. Shouldn't I be paid some licensing fees? The problem is that MIDI does not have this concept. When it comes to the issues of patent rights and licensing fees, only the technical guild in the holy city of Estali has clear regulations on these two items, and everyone will abide by it. But they don't really respect the patent, so they are willing to pay the licensing fee. It was because of the technical guild's reputation that they were willing to comply with the regulations. It is said that people outside the holy city have already imitated the products produced by the technology guild. But there's nothing we can do about it. Some things have no technical threshold and are just concepts that can be solved once you break through them. And in places that are too far away from the holy city, the technical guild's genuine products cannot be sold. So there is no demand in the market. Where there is demand, there will naturally be supply. This is the law of the market. Let's talk about a fight with an empire, saying that you used my ship-cutting knife to invent and ask for money. Are you afraid that they will bring out a legion and come to the door with a ship-cutting knife? Chapter 1332 Jade Palace. Someone thinks he is big-hearted, but not so big as to seek death. For matters related to your life, it's better to be timid first. So he ignored his thoughts. And after a few polite words between the two parties, this old acquaintance, who was not familiar with him at all, finally stated the purpose of his trip. "Your Excellency Tripwood, I am here this time to be summoned by His Majesty. Please wait a moment. Make preparations, and come with me to meet His Majesty." Well, what kind of trick is this? Someone's face froze, thinking inexplicably. I thought I would take a carriage into the palace, but I followed Baron Mungadu outside the guest house. And what was waiting for me was a large lizard with wings. This is a flying dragon, the largest among the sub-dragon species. And flying dragons can breed and reproduce on their own, rather than being a unique heterogeneous species produced by dragons mating with a specific species and forcibly breaking through reproductive isolation. It is said that his ancestors are also dragons, and the same feature is their double wings. Outside the wing bones is a membrane of flesh, not feathers. However, the flying dragon is small and slender, and its flying speed is better than that of most dragons in their own flight state. As long as their distant ancestors do not add magic to them, they will cheat themselves. Most flying dragons cannot breathe dragon flames or even use magic. A very small number of flying dragons with atavism not only spit out dragon flames, but also have the opportunity to transform and evolve. However, flying dragons with atavistic characteristics will be cultivated separately and will not be raised in the military, under the requirement of unifying the army. Only those flying dragons with potential will be crippled. The ordinary flying dragon is the main force in the Dragoon Legion. Don't look at the fact that the Karlsruhe Empire is very close to Dragon Island. In the history of the Empire, no one has ever signed a riding contract with the dragons on Dragon Island. Besides, if there is a dragon among the flying dragons, under the pressure of dragon power, the combat effectiveness of the flying dragons will be reduced. After all, the dragon clan is the true overlord of the sky, since there is a saying that there is no room for two tigers in a mountain. How can the overlord in the sky tolerate other creatures that are weaker than itself and fly side by side with it? However, among flying riding pets, the experience of riding a flying dragon is definitely not the most comfortable. The reason why dragon cavalry is so popular is simply because flying dragons have better endurance and a certain degree of magic resistance. Even if it is shot into a hedgehog, the flying dragon can continue to fight as long as it misses its vital point. Compared with other birds, griffins, etc., their ability to resist being hit in the air is not as good as that of flying dragons. The flying dragon brought by Baron Mungadu also comes with double saddles. It seems that the intention is very obvious. That is, to rely on this flying dragon to take him somewhere. In one's judgment, the destination would not be the palace, because the guest house is very close to the palace. It is better to walk than to be knocked around on the back of a dragon. In addition to wondering where the destination was, Lin also considered whether this late-night summons was a hangman banquet. At that time, there will be an ambush of 500 swordsmen and axemen on the left and right, and they will throw cups as a signal to chop off the head of a certain magician? But this thought just turned around, and then he smiled. On the one hand, a certain person thinks that his ability to escape is unparalleled in the world, let alone ambush 500 swordsmen and axes. Even if it is doubled, he will not be able to survive. On the other hand, I really don't have the value to let my opponent arrange it like this. The reasons for killing people are nothing more than hatred and profit. It was my first time to come to the Karlsruhe Empire, and I didn't even know a few people, so I couldn't argue with them. Before today, except for the ship-cutting sword, I had no interest in entanglements with the Karlsruhe Empire. As for wanting to protect the secret of the weapon by getting rid of the inventor, in fact, if you think about it carefully, you will find that this is not necessary. There is nothing wrong with the ship-cutting knife being very powerful, but on the battlefield, there is also the issue of who it is suitable for. There is no doubt that the airship is the best target. Could it be that the Hater Empire stole the secret of the ship-cutting sword to kill itself? Who doesn't know about the country where airships form an army? And they are the only ones. The ship-cutting knife is so expensive that it is not a weapon that can be commonly equipped by soldiers. This is not to mention that the secret is no longer a secret issue in the Karlsruhe Empire. So considering the banking business of the goddess of gold coins, is there any benefit to the Karlsruhe Empire by getting rid of herself? So those strange thoughts were just an attack of persecutory paranoia, since the target should not be his own life. What would be the purpose of the late-night summons? Sitting in the back seat of the two-seater flying dragon, enjoying the cool breeze blowing from high altitude, Lin Zheng was thinking. As expected, the flying dragon did not fly towards the depths of the palace. As soon as it turned around, it flew towards the outside of Mucane Imperial City. The Imperial City of Mucane was built towards economic development, so it was built on a large plain on the banks of the Komis River, instead of choosing a location on the mountain that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Including the palace, they were all built on flat ground. But whenever there was a rebellion that harmed the emperor, in addition to the guards corps guarding the imperial city, the emperor could also be transported by flying dragons to the fortress that was actually used for combat, and receive the most thorough protection. However, this time Lin failed to go to the famous royal fortress Steel Castle. Instead, he went to the Jade Palace, the Royal Summer Palace. The Jade Palace was specially built for the emperor to escape the summer heat. It was built on the mountainside of a valley, located on the south side of the mountain. Even in midsummer, the temperature of the Jade Palace is very cool and pleasant, neither stuffy nor dry. One of the most special sights is a waterfall not far from the palace, going straight down to a deep pool at the bottom of the valley. The sound of Zillalai is like the sound of nature, which is heard all day long. Under the control of Baron Mungadu, the flying dragon did not fly directly into the deep valley, even with some moonlight in the background. The scene in the valley is not easy to distinguish, let alone flying at night. Therefore, the location where the flying dragon descended was the top platform of a tall tower protruding from the top of the mountain. There are magical fluorescent tips here that are clearly visible even at night. As the flying dragon with the ability to take off and land vertically landed safely on the tower platform, like a helicopter, Lin immediately discovered that there was a magic tower under his feet. However, this magic tower does not follow the formal route. There are quite a few designs in the appearance that go against the conventions of magic tower construction, limited by the protection of piles of magic materials and barriers. Lin's detection magic was unable to observe the detailed situation inside the tower for a moment, and could only draw a rough outline. But they did not want to enter the tower, but entered the moving platform on the outer wall of the magic tower. This thing is like Earth's elevator, only powered by magic. The speed is very fast, and it is not limited to moving up and down, but can also move forward, left, and right. However, this does not mean that it can move arbitrarily, but that it can only move on a fixed track. Because it is expensive to build, Lynn has rarely seen this kind of mobile platform elsewhere. This is my first time riding. I can only say that it is expensive. And it does make sense. The moving speed is comparable to that of a high-speed elevator, but the process is quite smooth and there is no feeling of sudden braking or acceleration. Even when turning, no G-force is generated. The Summer Palace moved from the top of the mountain to the mountainside in just a few breaths. The Summer Palace at night is dimly lit, although the various landscaping cannot be clearly seen with normal vision. It is not a big problem with Lynn's perception and detection magic, but the color is just not good. And this Summer Palace is worthy of being used for summer vacation. Apart from pillars, there are few walls for partitions. Occasionally, a few walls are also equipped with large floor-to-ceiling windows, carrying the ventilation theme to the extreme. This is not to say that the Summer Palace can be easily seen from one end to the other. Instead of partition walls, fluttering bamboo curtains and gauze half-covers not only separate the view, but also add a lot of elegance. After arriving at the Summer Palace, Baron Mumgadu retreated behind Lynn, and the person leading the way was replaced by a female officer serving in the Summer Palace. She placed the candlestick in her hand, as close to the ground as possible to illuminate her footing. The route they took did not involve simply lifting up the gauze curtains or lifting the bamboo curtains. Instead, he followed the passages in the palace, turning left and right, like walking through a maze. And then he reached the core area of the Jade Palace. The last group of people stopped in front of a gauze tent that covered each other on both sides. According to the performance of the previous female officials, the gauze curtains covering each other on the left and right represent the door in the Summer Palace, a position that can be entered. However, neither the female officer who led the way nor Baron Mumgadu, who brought him, had any intention of breaking in. The female officer waved the light in her hand a few times in front of the gauze curtain, and the two of them took a few steps back. Although Lin felt strange when he saw the person leading the way backing up, he followed suit. But this seemed to stimulate the other two people, causing them to retreat further away from someone. Lin was very sure that this was not a killing spree where 500 swordsmen and axemen were ambushed from left to right, because during the detection, there was only one living person on the other side of the gauze tent. "Is the person already here? Let him in!" A soft voice that was not exactly graceful, as smooth as silk, came out of the tent. Whether it was the female officer or the baron, they all lowered their heads in panic and retreated to the corner of the palace passage. Although he was confused in his heart, Lin also knew that he had only two ways to go now. One is given by others, which is to open the veil, enter it, and meet the living person inside. The other one is something that others wouldn't think of, which is to leave in a flash. I didn't particularly sense that there was any hindering magic like space anchor, so this shouldn't be a trap set specifically against me. In fact, even if the surrounding area is fixed by space anchors, it can't stop his flash technique. Secondly, the living person inside is a woman. Could it be that the development of things has changed in the direction that I least expected? A horizontal cut, a vertical cut, and things will eventually come to an end. Lin mustered up the courage to rush to the execution ground, stretched out his hand, and opened the gauze curtain. In the room, dozens or hundreds of candles made the light in the room brighter than other places. But it was still limited. The moonlight shines through the open floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a large swath of white light on the ground. And the only woman who spoke was shrouded in it, wearing a floor-length gauze robe, mixed in the white moonlight. The bright red hair under the diamond crown seemed to shine in the moonlight. Her complexion was as clear as ivory. Her eyes were green, and her red lips were like fire. She looked back at the magician who walked into the room. It was like a goddess coming out of the moon. Extremely thrilling. When the indifferent goddess, who looked like an ice sculpture, saw the visitor, she opened her lips slightly, revealing her teeth, and smiled lightly. "Like ice meeting the spring sun," she said. "Your Excellency, Tower Master, you are here. Long time no see. You are almost the same as you were 10 years ago. You haven't changed much." Chapter 1333 Saint Allegria. How can I not change myself? Thinking about it, in the past 10 years, he has been close to death several times, or he has been irreparably damaged by magic, and he has been transformed several times. Every time, he looked like a human or a ghost. But fortunately, he was still able to be saved. And now compared to 10 years ago, although my appearance has not changed, my appearance is much younger. This is all thanks to this half-demon incarnation. It's just that these details are not something that a friend who has not seen each other for 10 years and only had a relationship for a few days would recognize them. However, someone whose brain power has been developed several times and whose memory has become extremely powerful can actually overlap the person in front of him with a heroic female warrior who had a one-night stand 10 years ago. Although the years have left some traces on her body, she is no longer young. She is not the female warrior wearing armor and holding a sword, but it only sublimated her beautiful temperament into beauty. The heroic spirit between her eyebrows remained the same as before, and she became even more beautiful and beautiful that cannot be described in words. Lin kept his discretion and saluted respectfully. Just when she was about to speak, she saw the Empress moving lightly, floating over like a fairy, and threw herself into someone's arms. He raised his head and looked up at the person. The moist eyes flickered with the flickering candlelight, and the slightly opened red lips exhaled the scent of orchid, which penetrated into the nose, making people intoxicated just by being there. Just when those two fiery red lips were about to fill his entire field of vision, Lin reached out and pressed the shoulders of the delicate body in front of him, and said, "Wait a minute!" Although the fiery passion has not subsided, there is still a trace of confusion in his watery eyes. As for the other person, although he has been tested by the D-group goddesses, he almost couldn't control himself when a fairy threw himself into his arms. He quickly thought about reciting the pure heart mantra several times silently. But apart from the name, I really haven't read the rest of it, so my memory is useless. I have no choice but to recite the Bingxin Ju and Fengyun, and my heart will be as clear as ice, and I will not be shocked even if the sky falls. Thoughts spin like electricity, very fast. After a while, Lin looked at the woman who was slightly pulled away by him with an upright face and said, "Your Majesty, before doing anything, could you please clear up some doubts for me?" The start is similar to the past, but the opponent's reaction is completely different. Just for the sake of this novelty, I'll agree endured and listen to what the magician had to say. "What I want to know is that your Majesty is bored and wants to find someone to play with. Or is he just putting on a show for others? If it's the latter, can I know who is in the audience?" This is a very heart-wrenching question to ask. The Empress calmed down her playful temper. Her eyes became much colder, and asked, "What if it's the former? What if it's the latter? If His Majesty is tired or bored, then it is my duty to accompany His Majesty to relieve his boredom. Whatever I have to do after that, I will do whatever I have to do. After I finish my work, I will go back to where I came from. Lin made no secret of the fact that he would eventually leave. He had neither thought about getting close to her as the Empress, nor had he thought about anything to push his limits. If this is just a play, then from the moment I step into the room, the play is over. Because no matter what we do after that, in the eyes of others, we must have done what they imagined. No explanation is useful. If this is the case, why don't we use this time to make some plans? I am very confident that as an ally, I will be more valuable to your Majesty." This is so clear. Ever since he put on the crown and the holy title, no one dared to speak to him like this in person. Of course, there are many situations where people do one thing before others and another behind others. And I'll agree it doesn't want to think about this. It's just that this magician said this with confidence, and the Empress couldn't help but wonder what his confidence was in saying this. But she did not express her thoughts directly, but asked insinuatingly, "Why do you think I need allies? I am the Emperor of the Holy Karlsruhe Empire. Except for the Emperors of the 5 Empires. Everyone else is a minister. Where can I what allies will be needed?" Lin laughed twice. In his mind, if he could speak, he would have fun. If you just want to have sex, and you are so incomprehensible about the style, then the consequences will be nothing more than turning around and leaving, or kicking yourself to the bed and then forcing yourself. But since he is willing to follow the topic, it means that this person's mind is not that simple. "Your Majesty," Lin said, "this afternoon, I went to my friend's house and learned some trivial matters about the Empire. After all, I didn't know anything about the Empire before today. With this floor on the ground, this relationship has allowed me to expand my knowledge. And the most information about His Majesty is the great achievements before and after His Majesty ascended the throne." Holding hands, Lin led the person to sit down next to the small table in the room instead of continuing to stand stupidly. Besides, if you don't stand separated by a small table, you don't have the guts to push people away. Let the Empress stand so close. and the sweet smell goes straight into your nose. Sooner or later, someone will be unable to control it. After sitting down, Lin changed his talkative appearance and said in a low voice, I just think that after being crowned God with this contribution, there will be nearly 10 years of doing nothing, and there will be extra time to find a lover. I guess your majesty doesn't have much available manpower, so you probably need allies. These words made people feel an indescribable and unclear feeling in their hearts. Allegria frowned slightly, but said, Since you know that I have established that great achievement, you should understand that I am deeply supported by my subjects. There is no way I am as unbearable as you said. This is what ordinary people should listen to. But in the eyes of those big shots, they may think that your majesty is promoted by them. Since they have contributed, it is reasonable to ask for some rewards. If more people think so, it is not difficult to imagine what kind of situation your majesty will be in the next few years. His mediocre performance in these 10 years is really not like what a person who has achieved such great success would do. In fact, this truth is not difficult to understand. Let's not use two taboo metaphors and talk about the entertainment industry on Earth. What is the most important thing about a star? No need to ask too much. Most likely it is fans. Or popularity. If you are not popular, you are not called a star. You are no different from ordinary passers-by. But behind this popularity, there are actually some promoters that are invisible to the outside world. For example, a brokerage company, some program producers, music producers, film producers or related practitioners, or some tycoons who are willing to spend money, or even tycoons. When this star becomes famous, so will those who helped him make demands. Brokerage companies are easy to deal with. They have contracts, commission sharing, and legal income as their remuneration. But what about everyone else? If they don't get paid, will they make demands other than money? Maybe. Maybe not. It all depends on your conscience. It is not impossible to make more excessive demands. In fact, it's not just the entertainment industry. It's the same wherever there are people, and where human relationships are important. Don't think that it is natural for others to praise you. You will have to pay it back one day. But the method of paying it back may not be as you imagine. In the same way, if the former female warrior Kono was not a female warrior, but focused on the palace and had been running the business for a long time, she would naturally have some mature and caring people around her. These people would be the Empress' political power. Because these people have long-term interests and Gong Kinyo ascends to power, they will naturally get more benefits. There is no need to make any other demands, blatantly asking for benefits. But this is not the case. Kino's growth was not directed towards the throne from the beginning, and her accession to the throne was quite uncertain. Other people with the right to inherit the throne self-destructed, and happened to encounter the new weapon of the ship-cutting sword, which somewhat changed the situation between the two empires. It was under this rare opportunity that the Empress Saint Allegria was born. Any slight resistance may produce different results. So how much political power will the Empress, who was born under the right circumstances, right place and right people, have in her political career? Imagine King Yingzhen of Qin. If the whole dynasty were filled with people who were as kind to him as Lu Buwei. The one on the left is called Zhongfu, and the one on the right is called Yafa. The whole house is full of fathers. How can one be the emperor of the ages? This is not to mention the trivial things that the founding emperors and meritorious ministers of the past dynasties in my hometown could not explain clearly. It is impossible for someone to encourage the Empress to have a big show about releasing her military power over a glass of wine. There is no need to examine whether the Empress wants to do this or whether she is capable enough. In fact, it is simply impossible to do it. The main premise for Boss Zhao from his hometown to release his military power over a glass of wine is strong imperial power, which is only possible under a centralized system. But Midi, from king to emperor, was at best the co-ruler of the world during the Xia, Shang and Wednesday dynasties, far less majestic than the emperors after Qin Shi Huang. Look at King Yu of Zhou setting off beacon fires from time to time to tease the princes. And he immediately destroyed the Western Zhou dynasty. Where can there be a saying like, thunder, rain, and dew are all the kindness of the emperor? That was so powerful during the Qin dynasty. If Allegria dares to touch the nobles who originally supported her, I'm afraid the emperor will be replaced tomorrow. In short, the empress in front of her was a star emperor who was praised highly. And she was praised highly enough. Since she is praised to the heavens and her own foundation is not good enough, it is not difficult to imagine what the attitude of those who reach out to praise her will be. Allegria knows his situation better than anyone else. What the magician in front of me didn't even mention was that she had been married for 10 years and still had nothing to do. Without legitimate children. Not only the nobles behind the husband complained, but other members of the royal family also had other thoughts. Anyone of the same age as myself would be a grandmother if she progressed quickly. But he didn't even have an egg. And the instability of the throne was worse than outsiders could imagine. Although in the history of the Karlsruhe Empire, no emperor gave up the throne during his lifetime, there were situations worse than this. Choking to death. Drowning. Choking to death. Falling to death. Actually being poisoned. Stabbed to death. Starving to death. And killed. There are many ways for other emperors to, legitimately, succeed to the throne. Moreover, the succession of a virtuous son to the throne is all about ability. How can one be praised as a virtuous son if he cannot protect himself well? Therefore, the empress was also curious about what the magician could say about the situation she was facing. So he asked, "Since you dare to say that you want to be my ally, I am curious. Where can you help?" Chapter 1334 Self-Recommendation. Lin said conservatively, "If you say that you can't help, it is definitely nonsense. But what I can do at this stage is to borrow the authority of the goddess of gold coins to provide some convenience or help in the order of bank opening. Obstacles. Those who want to take advantage early have to pay." Unlike other small places, the Karlsruhe Empire, which uses fine money, is as attractive as the Galena Empire in terms of its currency exchange advantages. That's why Cohen said that even if the empire's top officials have not yet agreed to the launch of banking business, places outside the capital have already begun to act secretly. This is why the empire's top officials plan to ban the use of coins. And don't underestimate the order in which banks are opened. No matter whether you drive first or slow, everyone has expenses every day. First exchange the good money and bad money in your hands. That is, first add value and turn waste into treasure. However, the prices of goods on the market have remained unchanged. As long as someone can manage a household, who wouldn't stare at the difference with envy? If the bank is opening slowly and causing them to exchange currency slowly, doesn't it mean that during the waiting period, their home expenses will be higher out of thin air than other people who exchange currency? This is bearable. However, if you look at it this way in a small way, you don't look at it that way in the big picture. When Allegria heard this, he just smiled and said, "If you only have this ability, then you are not an ally, and you won't be able to help at all." The other party was not angry or even furious, and there was no hint of his deeds being revealed. It can be guessed that the empress is also planning a casual game, not to the level of conspiracy, and sincerely intends to fight with others to see the red. But it may also be that the ambition has been worn away, and the person has long given up paying attention to the ups and downs outside. Just because of her identity, she doesn't have to live cautiously, for fear that something will fall into the hands of others. Lin helplessly spread his hands and continued to test in a joking tone. "That's why I want to ask your majesty, if there was a show today, who would be watching the show? And I only have a rough idea of the situation in the empire. I don't know who is the opponent or who is the ally. In this case, it would be even worse if there is a misjudgment." "Oh, is that all we can do? As for people who can only give out ideas, I have plenty of them around me. Why need a few more people who can only talk the talk?" It was like teasing, but also like questioning. More like flirting. Allegria glanced at Lin with those beautiful eyes. Lin Gon laughed twice and said, "I believe that there are definitely counselors around your majesty, and they will do their best for your majesty. But my ability is to give your majesty more ways and see more things." There's nothing wrong with having more choices. If you treat me as a thug or a lover to kill time, wouldn't there be more people who can replace me? Besides, I just want to do things. But I'm not from the empire. I don't have any identity to do things openly. Raising her eyebrows lightly, the empress looked at someone narrowly and asked, "Oh, do you want a knighthood?" "It's hard to tell, but I can still make you a baron." "No, don't. I'm just planning to give out ideas, but not any effort. As a foreigner, I have to fight with a group of local gangsters. Even if I don't get beaten to death, I won't get much advantage. Your majesty should do it. The main thing is to find ways to win over people, and tie their interests to yours without letting them be too arrogant. It is the right thing to do so to truly understand the relationship between the emperor and his ministers. Fight them to the death, and offend everyone in the end. What you want to rule is a complete empire, not an empire with only a few people left after killing all the dissenters. Kill everyone. That's not bad. Can you do it?" the empress said with a half-true joke. It's just that the people listening can't laugh. It's not difficult. But how much reward is your majesty willing to pay for this? Lin did not persuade, but showed a greedy expression. Killing is also a business in Mindy. But at most one, two, or at most one family. There is no discussion of killing tens of thousands. Huh. The Empress just thought that a certain magician was joking. So she dismissed the matter and never mentioned it again. But she never thought that although someone was joking, he was not joking, but could actually do it. However, Lin still found his way down the steps and said with a smile, "But once you use the knife, there is no end. In the end, everyone in the Empire will be killed. And you don't want to stare at the large bare land. So let's discuss ways to win over people." Sun Tzu's art of war goes like this. Attack the enemy with troops first. Then attack the enemy. Then attack the enemy with troops. And then attack the city. Although siege is not required in political confrontation, the order of the first 3 points is still correct. If you send someone to the west at every turn, doesn't it mean that you don't have the ability to convince the other party? If killing can solve the problem, then it doesn't highlight someone's methods. The Empress in front of her could offer a high reward and name the nobles, who always like to go against her. But once this is done, the imperial power may be stable, but the strength of the empire will dissipate. And sooner or later it will be torn down by powerful neighbors. So not only did Allegria never think about it, but Lin also didn't recommend such an approach. Although he agreed to someone's proposal, Allegria didn't take it to heart. Instead, he looked at someone intently, and when he saw someone getting hairy, he had to ask, "Your Majesty, what are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking, why are you doing this? For the title? I just agreed. But you said no. Do you think the title is too low? Money? As the envoy of the goddess of gold coins, you should not short of money." When someone hears this, he wants to argue. Does this imply that he is corrupt? Or is there some misunderstanding? That silly elder sister Queen can't conjure up money, and the money stored in her divine kingdom will not be used by anyone. This is absolutely slander. Or do you want me? After saying that, he gave me another wink. It was obvious that he didn't care about the empire at all. At the same time, he moved his position and sat next to a certain magician instead of across a small table. Lin didn't know that this was just a pretense for fear that his deeds would be exposed. Is this really the case? But he still responded, "Your Majesty hasn't forgotten it. If I hadn't stopped you at the beginning, I would have taken the greatest reward you said. Now it's too insincere to take it out again." With a smile, Allegria said, "Yes. Why didn't you agree at first? Otherwise, I wouldn't have to worry about such a thing now. And I would have to worry about what exactly you think." "Are you worried about yourself?" Lin guessed. However, he still explained his behavior and said, "Becoming His Majesty's lover directly may make us closer. But will His Majesty trust me? I believe he will still have reservations. So what I can do next is nothing more than while gaining His Majesty's trust. He also had to fight wits and courage with other nobles. That is to say, for me, I have to rely on His Majesty's unreliable power and find ways to help it grow while resisting various temptations and bloody storms from the outside world. However, all of this is not a big problem. The biggest problem is that I am dependent on His Majesty's power, which means that when I lose His Majesty's trust, I will lose my greatest support. So during the process, I must continue to maintain the relationship with you. Only by coaxing a giant baby named Emperor on one side can I take advantage of the situation. At the same time, there are various intrigues among the nobles internally. And externally there are Dragon Island, the two major threats to the Hater Empire. I can almost imagine how magnificent this story will be. Unfortunately, I don't have the patience and time." A certain magician spread his hands again, looking helpless. Then he raised his right hand and made a fist to reveal the back of his hand. The light seal of the holy emblem belonging to the gold coin goddess Queen appeared on the back of his fist. He used his left hand to draw a large circle in the air, leaving a light seal every time it passed a certain distance. In the end, 25 holy symbols belonging to the world tree floated in midair. These holy emblems are not just products with patterns. They all bear the mark of power from the original owner. This can be regarded as a fantasy version of the Earth's digital signature, the magic signature. Best of all, there is no possibility of imitation, because no matter how you obtain divine power, even if it is stolen, simulated, or extracted from an artifact, these divine powers will be connected with the original owner the moment they are formed. It is impossible to use the power of the gods without their knowledge. This is why after Lin discovered the mystery of the arrangement of divine power, he started researching in the direction of decompiling and deciphering the divine power. Instead of collecting all samples of divine power and trying to make yourself an omniscient and omnipotent God, because the former will not attract attention. The latter is like directly telling the gods in the world that I am going to cause trouble. There is no ghost until you are beaten to death. This is also one of the reasons why Lin still displayed it even though the Empress in front of her might not be able to recognize all 25 World Tree holy symbols. The majesty of the World Tree, through its holy symbol, gives the mortal soul a sense of threat that is real and cannot be faked at all. As the emperor of an empire, he could not be directly overwhelmed and kneel on the ground. It can be said that the fate of the empire supported Alegria. The Empress looked at the 26 holy emblems floating in the air in surprise, and asked, "This is the gold coin goddess Ka'in, and 25 His Majesty the World Tree, including 2 ancient ones. Although I don't think these chips I have can bring any direct help to your Majesty, but I believe that these and me cooperative allies are enough to prove that my wisdom is trustworthy. So I don't plan to take the path of coaxing you while competing with others. Our cooperation can be very simple. Tell me enough information, and I can provide His Majesty with a choice that most people have not thought of, and analyze the pros and cons for you. Of course, you are the one who makes the decision, and I will never go overboard. Whether you want to believe what I say or not depends entirely on your own will." Someone showed a smile that he thought was handsome, but was actually a sly one. Pretending to be a gentleman, stood up and waved and bowed. Alegria would never say that at this moment. She just wanted to punch a certain magician on the nose. Look at the crooked nose of this guy in front of you. Chapter 1335 Exchange of Interests. Oh, it's just an idea. If you can get into the sight of His Majesty, I think you can do more for me. Right? The Empress pointed at the 26 holy emblems that had not dispersed in the air, still exuding bursts of divine power. If placed in a place with abundant negative energy, these 26 holy symbols can also be used as purification techniques. If the holy emblem is taken out and the original owner is an enemy, I am afraid that the moment the holy emblem is formed, it will attack the person who took it out. If the friendship is dull, I am afraid that the holy emblem will not last long and will disappear. From this we can know that the person who took out these holy symbols has a very good relationship with the being behind the holy symbols. And when this magician appears here, it is obvious that his cooperation with those beings is not as simple as contributing wisdom. That's why Alegria said this. She needs talent, and the more the merrier. Faced with this straightforward solicitation, Lin smiled and said, "Your Majesty, as far as I am concerned, if I take action, the price will be high. And to be honest, you can't afford what I want. It doesn't make sense to me if I can afford it." "Oh, what do you want?" the Empress asked curiously. Lin said without hesitation, "Magic tower. Give me a magic tower. Or help me build a magic tower. And I promise to serve your Majesty. Not only will I do it myself, but I will also dedicate myself to it and die for it." When Alegria heard the request, he could only laugh a few times in embarrassment. The name of the magician Gabriel Astrapwood is nothing in the lost world. At most, some people know that this magician is the creator of the forum. But for nobles and powerful magicians, this name must be accompanied by a taboo, which prohibits them from owning a magic tower in any form. Because he once owned and renovated the Tower of the Great Sage in the Southwest Peninsula, it not only became the headquarters of the Sijia branch of the Magician Association, but also became the new capital of a kingdom. The reason is that the threat of this magic tower is too terrifying. There is a saying that if you can't defeat the other party, join the other party. The Tower of the Great Sage can be said to have formed a political demonic fusion regime rarely seen in the Lost Lands, with the power of a magic tower. The Empress has known this magician for a long time, although the relationship is not deep. After she ascended the throne and her power was consolidated, she learned that the magician had been expelled from the Tower of the Great Sage, and she also thought about recruiting him. But unfortunately, the magician had already left Shijia district at that time and disappeared. No one could be contacted on the forum, and his whereabouts were erratic. So the solicitation naturally ended in vain. At this time, Alegria mentioned this request again, and of course, he also had the intention of recruiting the other party. It's just the other party's conditions. I can't afford it, so I can only laugh. Seeing such a smile, Lin naturally knew what the other person meant. Maybe the information he got was incomplete. But he also learned from Kaya, an apprentice, that the nobles and the Magician Association agreed that he would never have the chance to get a magic tower. In this regard, He has no intention of challenging the secular consensus, and using such conditions to silence people is sometimes quite effective. Although he didn't receive a formal reply, Lin didn't mean to press him, and said, "Right. I'll just say that your majesty, you can't agree to it. If we only talk about money, no matter how much or how little, the price in your mind will be the same as mine." The price is probably not at the same level. Instead of taking a step back and making both parties feel uncomfortable doing things, why not just follow my suggestions and let me help with ideas? Please don't be petty. Depending on my wisdom, I might be able to see things that your majesty and your advisors haven't noticed, and come up with some ideas that no one can think of. And in this matter, does your majesty really need any help? I don't think so. Then what price does it cost for you to contribute your wisdom? Feeling powerless, the Empress asked with a forced smile. No need. Or strictly speaking, it is enough that His Majesty is willing to cooperate with the promotion of bank beliefs by the goddess of gold coins. It is really difficult for outsiders to understand that banks are the promotion of a system rather than the promotion of beliefs of gods. Anyway, they are holding the banner of the goddess of gold coins, and Lin and others have always used the excuse of promoting their faith to the outside world. Because this involves the conditions for your cooperation with another party? Allegria pointed out the key points keenly. Lin bluntly said, "Yes. Making banks spread all over the land quickly is what I want to do. Your Majesty is in charge of an empire, and it is enough to provide some convenience in this regard. And the reason why I am willing to contribute my wisdom is to be honest. Helping your Majesty has to do with my own affairs. If your Majesty has more power within the empire, wouldn't it be more convenient for me to do so? So, this is a mutually beneficial matter. Don't look at someone who doesn't seem to have made any substantive demands related to themselves. In fact, what Lin put forward can be said to be a political request, even to the level of a political stance. Because when it comes to bank matters, it's obvious that if the Empress just mentions it, everyone below will consciously give the green light to pass. Not to mention future events. Just for now, at the imperial meeting, the development of the bank was discussed extensively by nobles from all over the country. Of course, some people are jealous of the interest rate difference of exchange, and would like to open it directly next to their own family, and then prohibit certain enemies or inferior people from using it. Some people oppose it because some people agree with it. No one is purely supportive. Everyone has their own agenda. Lin's request was that the Empress should deal with these people, so that the bank could develop smoothly. This point is related to the political strength of the Empress. Therefore, the magician in front of him said that he was willing to contribute his wisdom and become an ally of the Empress. In addition to helping Allegria, he also really helped himself. Although some people wish that a cow could peel off 2 layers of skin, they can take advantage of it as much as they can. It seems that Lin should make separate requests related to himself. Otherwise it will seem like his work is in vain. But I don't want to think about it. If there are idiots in this world who have been sold out, they will still help count money. It's okay if this kind of deceptive thing is not discovered. If it is discovered, even if the other party still gets the benefits in the end, won't the other party feel any resentment at all? It is not uncommon for a good kindness to turn into hatred because of petty gain. Then in the end, you have to beat them up and say you are ungrateful. In fact, I don't even think about whether I took something I shouldn't have taken or did something I shouldn't have done from the beginning. There are certain things in the world. So Lin always only takes what he should get and doesn't touch what he shouldn't get. Of course, if the other party is willing to take the initiative to give. It also depends on whether there is any other calculation behind it. Sometimes others are stupid and think they are taking advantage, but in fact they are at a disadvantage. Therefore, Lin was not afraid that the Empress would reject this statement, because this is a mutually beneficial cooperation. As for whether the other party is so greedy that he wants to take advantage of it, well, if so, then let's pull everything down. Anyway, after coming to the Karlsruhe Empire, Lin was sure of one thing. There was no need to worry too much about bank business here. It was just about whether it was promoted quickly or slowly, with interests in front. Gods and demons are hard to stop. The most he can do is leave directly, and then notify the elves to leave. Letting things develop naturally is also a result. Will Cain care about it? Not really. If she really cares about it, the goddess will not put on such a tough stance and require collaborators from all over the world to follow her rules, and will drag things out if they don't cooperate. The goddess can drag a generation to death and see if the next generation is willing to cooperate. Being a god is so capricious. There is nothing to say. But Lin didn't wait for the answer he expected. Good or bad. As if she wanted to finish what she had not finished before. The fairy-like empress not only threw herself into her arms, but also kissed the magician in front of her. It stands to reason that in the face of a sudden attack, someone's own flash evasion system will automatically activate. But there are two major prerequisites. That is, it is above a certain speed, or there are sharp metal or non-metal objects approaching. If such conditions are not set, flash will be activated too frequently. It's so beautiful that when flies or mosquitoes come close, someone will flash to avoid it. But even if the flash technique was not activated, someone was knocked back by the pink attack. Before his head realized what was happening, he tripped over the big bed and fell onto the bed. Just when he wanted to get up, he was crushed by the empress, who rushed towards him. Seeing someone confused, Alegria was extremely proud. Putting his slender green fingers on someone's forehead, he said softly, "If you want to be my ally, you can't do it unless you have the ability to conquer me. I will generously give you a chance to prove yourself. Or, you have other reasons? Does this mean promise? It's just, this style of painting doesn't seem right. He always turns over the table by himself and gives people problems. Is this the meaning of retribution in this world?" With his mind clear again, Lin maintained his suppressed posture and said jokingly, "Your Majesty, if I can really conquer you, would this still be considered an ally? Aren't allies just two equal parties? A cooperative group working towards a common goal? Well, if you do this, you won't be afraid that I will be greedy and want more. What do you want? I can give you the whole empire." Slowly lowering his body, Alegria put his ear on the magician's chest. The heartbeat was not rapid at all, but beating slowly, as if his mood had not fluctuated at all. Such a discovery made the empress murmur in her heart. But then she was attracted by the deep and powerful voice, which made her fascinated and reluctant to remove her ears. As for a certain magician, of course, he was not emotional at all. He doesn't have the ability of a Lu man to sit back and relax. But he's not to the point where he's so lustful that he becomes unconscious. Is this empress tired of running the empire? Or are you just talking out of anger? However, after being knocked down and saying a few words, the empress made no other moves. He just leaned against his chest and leaned sideways. In this moment of silence, the only sound was the gurgling sound of the waterfall outside. It seems that everything in front of you is complete, and there is no room for external objects to intervene. Only then did Lin come to his senses and said softly, "It turns out that you feel lonely too." Suddenly, the person lying on him raised his head and looked at himself. The two met their eyes, enjoying the beautiful spring scenery, and were speechless all night. Chapter 1336 Attack. In the morning, I woke up alone in bed. The Emerald Palace is built in an excellent location, with sunlight shining in the early morning. Through the bamboo curtain, you can see the waterfall shining with the sunlight. Lin, who had just opened his eyes, looked around with some confusion. However, there was a female officer waiting to serve beside the bed. As soon as she saw the person wake up, she came forward with a tray with a silk robe on it. At the same time, he said, "Good day, Your Excellency. Your Majesty still has government affairs in the morning and has taken the first step. If you have any needs, please feel free to ask." Lin's vision was a little confused, as if he had just woken up and his mind was still unclear. But his eyes weren't on himself, or looking at the environment. This was not the first time for the female officer to see such a violent man. When she was about to explain a few more words, there was an uncoordinated sound of fighting in the corridor. This situation surprised the female officer. Only the Empress can come to the Jade Palace, and other than that are the Emperor's close associates. Don't look at her serving in the palace as a servant. She has the title of Baroness, and all the servants in the Jade Palace are the same. Logically speaking, people of this kind of background know the rules best. So how can they be noisy? But before the female officer could react, Baron Mungadu, who was supposed to be guarding the outside, rolled into the room in a panic. Although there seemed to be no external injuries, the Baron's arm slipped as he struggled to hold himself up, and his face fell to the ground moderately. At the same time, someone outside pulled down the bamboo curtain and gauze and broke in. They were 3 knights sitting on the backs of giant wolves, holding steel rods studded with sharp teeth on their shoulders, staring fiercely at the man on the bed. "Count Mario, isn't it inappropriate for you to appear here? And as the commander of the Wolf Cavalry Corps, you are coming with elite guards, and you want to rebel?" The female officer reprimanded sternly. The named Count looked like a barbarian, with his hair and beard all tied into braids, looking like he hadn't untied them in several years. The steel rod he was carrying was the largest, not only thicker than a thigh, but also almost as long as a person's height. Without using such a long weapon, riding on the back of a giant wolf would not be able to reach others, let alone attack the enemy. He was scolded, but he showed no sign of anger. Instead, he chuckled and said, "I have never thought of treason. The evidence is that I deliberately waited until His Majesty left before entering the palace. As for the question of suitability, I think there is an even more unsuitable person here. Send him on his way, and I will leave. This is the order of His Royal Highness." The Earl pointed out his backer. Baron Mungadu struggled to get up, holding the scabbard of his sword backwards, still blocking the front. As for the sword in the sheath, it had been smashed away just now. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain, looked up at the barbarian on the wolf's back, and said, "Leave, and you will not be held accountable. Otherwise, you will die." Ha ha ha. Count Mario and his personal guard Wolf Rider laughed together. He raised the steel rod evenly, pointed at Mangiadu who was standing on the ground, and said viciously, "Boy, don't think that becoming the commander of the Dragoon Corps means that you are qualified to be equal to me. I didn't bring back the ship-cutting knife. Credit. You don't even have the qualifications to see that position. The proof is who the little guy was that I just smashed away. Without the flying dragon to take you to the sky, you skinny people are nothing." But the few barbarians sitting on the wolf's back didn't laugh much, and suddenly felt something was wrong, because the giant wolves under them all exploded. He hunched his back and took a few steps back as if facing a formidable enemy. Although the Wolf Cavalry Legion is not as famous as the Dragoons, its combat effectiveness is second to none in the Karlsruhe Empire, apart from the advantage of flying dragons in the air. In terms of individual strength, these barbarians who contain dire wolves will have no problem defeating 2 or 3 Dragoon legions alone. Count Mario is a legendary figure among the barbarians. He once led his own bodyguards to fight a giant dragon that came to the mainland to hunt for prey. In the end, he killed the giant dragon and gained the title of Dragon Slayer, because it was the greedy dragon who missed the taste of human flesh who broke the rules first. So Long Island did not hold the responsibility for killing the dragon this time, but privately. A reward related to this Dragon Slayer was also announced, and for such a strong man, the dire wolf mounted on his mount is certainly not an ordinary thing. It was the Wolf King of the dire wolf clan with silver hair, like steel brushes all over his body. This cannot be cultivated artificially, but is a real wild king-level monster. But such a Wolf King actually retreated. What an incredible thing. Count Mario tried to find the reason, but he only saw a coiled white snake in front of the unrealistic Dragoon commander. The white snake is not the white snake, but the mysterious split of the robot fleet's imaginary number. Its original body is the Elemental Lord Snake King Odessa. The strength of the Elemental Lord is close to the strength of the gods in the Lost Land. The only difference is that the divine fire is not ignited. King-level monsters have not reached such heights, although the white snake form is just a separate body. The Wolf King is still keenly aware of its essence and feels fear. However, his thinking logic was different from that of normal people. He turned around, looked at someone who was still sitting on the bed, and made a harsh beeping sound. Lin, who was still a little confused at first, was awakened by the sound and looked helplessly at this little white snake that was not making any progress. The beep just now is a binary language that can be directly encoded and programmed. It is a newly learned language for imaginary numbers. There are many types of languages that he has mastered now, but he just can't learn how normal people talk. It seems that the underlying logic is different from ordinary creatures, let alone the way of thinking. The result is that every time Lin has to talk to an imaginary number, he has to think more. This time too, he finally came to his senses and said intuitively, "Don't do anything yet. Let me communicate with the other party. Speaking of the Earl opposite, I think we can sit down and have a good talk without being so tense." As soon as he finished speaking, the white snake swooped onto the bed and wrapped its arms around someone's shoulders. Looks very well behaved. Count Mario paid more attention to the white snake, and at the same time sneered at the naked man hiding on the bed in front of him. "You want to talk to me? What qualifications do you have?" Does this mean there's nothing to talk about? Someone who was still angry after getting up shook his face and said, "Forget it. Since you don't want to talk about it, then let's all die." White Snake beeped again. Lin shook his head and said, "Go ahead." The next moment, even though Count Mario and his bodyguards were 100% focused, they still could not see White Snake's movements clearly. But the barbarian Earl relied entirely on his instinctive reaction, holding the steel rod with both hands and blocking it in front of his eyes. Dang! There was a loud sound, and the steel rod in his hand almost hit his face. Lin flashed and came to the position where White Snake was ejected. He had already put on his Xuanwu robe, picked up the still unconscious White Snake, swung it behind him, and said, "This split body of yours is not for fighting. Just knock yourself out. Stay nearby." "Oh, don't you plan to die obediently? Magician? The two sword masters of Qi Bai and Bai are not around. Do you think you have a chance to survive?" Count Mario said harshly. At the same time, as if to cover up his trembling hands, he grabbed the man in front of him and planned to reply. The moment his attention was distracted, he let out a whoosh. The whistle sounded like a signal to start a battle. The wolf cavalry clamped their feet and started sprinting. Unlike the horse cavalry, the wolf cavalry does not need a long acceleration distance to accelerate to the extreme. In addition to adapting to the imperial mountain forest environment, the explosive power of carnivorous animals is far better than that of herbivorous animals. The result was that before ordinary people could react, Count Mario, supported by the Wolf King, had already rushed in front of someone. The huge steel rod was swung at a speed that could cut the wind, preparing to hit the magician in front of him. There was a slight feeling of resistance in his hand, but it did not stop the swing of the steel rod. As always, the head that was hit turned into a mess, with all kinds of red and white splattering everywhere. However, the head is not the head of the magician, but the head of his own bodyguard. Such an abnormal change made even Count Mario, who was accustomed to fighting on the battlefield, temporarily distracted. This is Lin using the flash technique to grab one of the enemies to take his place, and he flashed behind the barbarian count. He did not summon Higiri, but just planned to use the flash technique to take the heart. But what surprised him was that the positioning failed. The flash spell used for the attack was not activated correctly. The reason for the failure was also obvious. Count Mario jumped away from the wolf's back first and rolled to the side. The Wolf King charged to the extreme, completely ignoring the rules of physics. He kicked his front foot to the floor. When his back foot touched the ground and kicked off again, the wolf had already turned around. The wolf's mouth full of sharp teeth bit towards Lin's position. At the same time, another wolf cavalry, who was still alive but not as fast as the Wolf King's cavalry, turned a corner and charged towards the magician's back from diagonally behind, flanking the enemy with the Wolf King. This time, Lin changed his attack method. Instead of using flash to seize organs, he controlled the distance and space, and used a movement ability similar to that of Demon Prince Azad to increase the speed of his left fist. However, this time, he did not dare to increase it to the limit. He only hit the dire Wolf King's jaw with this punch at a speed that broke the sound barrier. The huge impact did not deflect the Wolf King's charge, and even the bloody mouth did not bend. Only the lower jaw seemed to be a superfluous part and flew out. Such results are of no help to the current situation. But at least it was better than the last time, when he used the same move to hit the Earth Elemental Lord Vulcan, which directly caused a fusion reaction and caused a nuclear explosion at close range. At that time, although the scope of the disaster was immediately limited, it also cost me my own hand. However, the situation of being flanked was still there, and even the roaring figure of the man rushing from the side and behind was right in front of him. As if Lin could smell the stench in the other person's mouth. Attacking again, Lin directly used his ultimate move, and the surrounding environment was filled with space-cutting lines from the flash technique. In an instant, the Wolf King and the Wolf Cavalry who were flanking him were cut into pieces. But Count Mario, who was originally charging forward, once again retreated early, avoiding the scope of his own space cutting. Only then did Lin look squarely at the barbarian in front of him, who had twice escaped from his flash attack. Before today, only the Demon Prince Azad and the White Sword Saint William Greco could do such a thing. This means that the person in front of him may be a strong man on par with those two. Or perhaps, they have all mastered some kind of skill to warn themselves of the activation of the flash technique, and use the non-a-second time difference before activation to escape. Chapter 1337, Space-Cutting Flaws of Flash Technique. Why can someone avoid their own flash life-killing attack? Fun. Stone, William, Azad, and the barbarian count in front of them all accomplished this thing that should be impossible. Lin has wanted to study this problem for a long time. The best way to study this kind of thing is to conduct a large number of experiments and find outliers that are different from the usual. This is the best method if you don't know what you are looking for. It's just that the first four can escape from the flash technique, but I'm too embarrassed to do anything dangerous to them. When you use the flash technique, you are aiming for a decisive blow. There is no such thing as maiming or killing. So naturally you cannot ask others to cooperate in research. But as for the troublemaking barbarian in front of him, someone has no psychological burden at all. Once he made up his mind, he used all his calculation power. And suddenly the outline of a supersized magic tower appeared in his right eye. It was a strange tower with 18 floors on the front and 1 floor upside down, floating between nothingness and chaos. As his opponent, Count Mario didn't even have time to notice this abnormality, and he immediately dodged left and right in a hurry. The owner of the only giant dire wolf still alive was the unlucky guy who was originally used as a substitute by Lin's flash technique and moved to the Count in front of him and had his head smashed. The Mount, aroused with ferocity and still alive, rushed into the battle circle before realizing the danger. The next moment, it was densely packed into space, and was cut into pieces by the space-cutting application of the flash technique that appeared randomly. The tragic situation of the dire wolf made Count Mario understand what the danger in his intuition was. I thought that without the 2 sword masters to follow and protect me, the battle that was easy to win turned into a difficult situation. Even if he wants to escape, he will be blocked by the same dangers on his way out. When he ran around hundreds of times in embarrassment, how could he still not figure out that he was being teased by the magician in front of him? But after being teased for so long, Count Mario also noticed a pattern. The blocker using space cutting is always directly in front of the direction of movement. So he used this characteristic layout to slowly move his position in the direction of the magician. When he was close enough, he made a fierce move and cut the space in front of him sideways. And before the space was completely broken, it escaped from its scope. The result was a blood mark that was deep enough to show the bones on his back. And the original flesh and blood was eaten along with the broken space. As his blood energy exploded, a large cloud of blood sprayed out from the wound. And then his muscles contracted to control the wound's closure. The good thing about the injury was that Count Mario was able to fight in front of the magician. The steel rod swung out and went straight to the head. With this hit, even if he was wearing a helmet or his skull was as hard as a dragon, it would all be reduced to a pulp. Count Mario believed that this was the strongest blow in his life. But when I swung the stick, I felt nothing. The magician who had been standing still suddenly disappeared from sight. The next moment, the barbarian Count followed the swing of the bat and rolled to the ground. He rolled forward in a large circle and once again avoided the space-cutting attack. This unexpected change also gave the 2 men a pause in their offensive. Lin finally summed up some possibilities among these countless applications. To use a natural phenomenon as an analogy, what will happen to the water in the river when it encounters a reef? Of course it's a detour. What can be done by scouring and cutting stone will take tens of thousands of years. When the water hits the water, it can only flow downstream around the reef. Some people don't understand the principles of other kinds of space cutting. As far as Lin knows about spatial phenomena, a mere cross-section is meaningless. It's like drawing a pattern on paper and casually cutting a knife through the middle of the pattern with a utility knife. Although the paper is folded and the break is protruding, you can see that the pattern is divided into 2 pieces. But as long as the paper is flat, the pattern will still be intact. Creating a section in space will not affect the integrity of the object itself, because the object is still complete in space. If you want to use spatial phenomena to destroy the integrity of an object, you must use the same dimensional cognition to destroy it. In the same example of a pattern on paper, you can't just cut it with a utility knife, but dig a hole in the pattern. Lin's spatial cutting application of flash technique is like cutting a thin gap in the pattern of paper. Then even if the paper is laid flat, the pattern will be incomplete. So when this pattern has the characteristic of being forced to be complete, a hole suddenly appears on a good piece of paper. Of course, this pattern is like running water meeting a rock. So go around it. It sounds incredible how these 2 things could come together. But the most vivid explanation is this from someone's observation. Of course, at this stage, someone can only obtain observation data from actual phenomena, and there is no way to derive reasonable physical formulas, let alone solve the shortcomings of the space-cutting application of flash technology. If the flash technique needs to be revised, it cannot be done without a formula. Compared to someone who is implementing his scientific spirit and immersed in experiments, Count Mario, who has just emerged from his birth, is gasping for air. The continuous dodge movements were not easy for him at all. The fact that he was hit by a space cut proved that his proud muscle armor could not resist such a magical attack. Moreover, despite all the hard work, he couldn't even touch the opponent's hair. At this time, a name appeared in the mind of the barbarian Count, the magician who is the best at escaping. Before he decided to accept the commission from the person behind him and take action, He knew some information about the magician and his companions. But after he confirmed that this man was alone, he didn't pay too much attention to other information. Especially the comment that he was the best at escaping made him feel that he was a weak magician with a cowardly personality. But now it seems that is not the case. So is he stopping now because there is no way to continue? Or is it for other reasons? Count Mario's mind was spinning and he said, "Magic, you have proven your ability. Join me, and I promise you endless glory and wealth." In his words, he felt that he was a citizen of the empire. Pride never fades. It was a pity that the Count met a man who was tired of getting out of bed, hadn't eaten breakfast yet, and had a strong adrenaline secretion after an intense exercise. And 9 times out of 10, this person's energy is still focused on the derivation of physical formulas. When the barbarian Earl stimulates someone, someone will explode subconsciously. Another flash appeared, getting close to Count Mario. The right hand gestured to swing the sword, even if there was nothing in it. The Earl was not a weakling who could be exploited by others. He had nothing in his hands, but his murderous aura was genuine. So he also raised the steel rod, trying to block it. But the Hagiri Khan that appeared out of thin air in the hands of a certain magician could not be resisted by a steel rod made of magic materials. In other words, no tangible substance can stop Khan's blade. Steel rod crosses. The barbarian Earl was divided into 4 pieces from his right shoulder to his left waist and his left palm. And his last expression was his wide-eyed expression of disbelief and surprise, as if he didn't know why he died. But he also didn't want to think that he was the one who wanted to kill people in the beginning. He was the one who wanted to recruit people. And he was the one who looked at people with the eyes on his forehead. It's a pity that a certain magician is born to be rebellious. And he will only give up after others say something. If anyone wanted to take something from his pocket, he would rather smash it and make everyone feel disgusted than give it to anyone. Can such a person be easily manipulated? It's just that someone doesn't have such a consciousness. He is struggling with the formulas of physics. There were too many missing pieces for him to deduce anything. At this time, Hagiri Khan, who had not appeared for a long time, said, "You can't think of a reason just by thinking. Have you ever thought about it and looked for the answer directly from the target's body? How is it possible to do such a thing? Not everyone is willing to cooperate and become an experimental subject." Someone who answered Khan finally came back to his senses and stared blankly at the corpses scattered on the ground. No matter from which angle you look at it, or by any method of identification, the man on the ground divided into several pieces is indeed the Count of the Karlsruhe Empire. He seems to be the commander of the Wolf Cavalry Corps. At this time, Lin remembered that he had been watching the show, The Empress's Lady-in-Waiting, and one of her cronies, Baron Mungadu. As expected, those 2 people were still at the scene, and they were still staring at someone without changing their expressions. Lin said with some embarrassment at this time, "You have a count who died. His status seems to be very high. Doesn't it matter? Is this something you should ask before killing someone?" A certain Empress's female officer shouted in her heart. Compared to women's instinctive complaints, Baron Mungadu, a single-minded guy, didn't think too much. He put away his alert posture and hung the scabbard back on his waist. "It's not that I care about things very much. I just don't throw garbage on the Empress's territory," he said seriously. "The Count's behavior is suspected of rebellion. Even if he dies, Your Majesty will not blame you for anything. In this case, you won't mind if I take his body away for research?" Lin finished speaking happily, and was about to leave without waiting for a reply. But before someone left, he said, "By the way, Lord Baron, please tell Your Majesty, if you are willing to cooperate with me, please send someone with knowledge this afternoon to tell me what kind of strength you have in your hands now. There are other hostile or cooperating forces. At least let me have a general understanding before I can plan the next action. It would be better if there is written information. Hey, are you going to leave like this?" Hagiri Khan stopped someone and said, "Of course. If you don't leave, do you want to stay and treat me? I haven't eaten breakfast yet. I exercised a lot and I'm hungry." "Ah, have you prepared breakfast for me?" Lin asked the female officer who had remained silent. Similarly, without waiting for anyone to reply, Hagiri Khan said coquettishly, "It has nothing to do with your breakfast. I mean, what did you do last night? Don't you consider paying me some hush money? If you were raped by my sister, if adults find out, the consequences may be disastrous." Without thinking, Lin held the tip and hilt of the sword in his hands, lowered it heavily, and quickly raised his knees toward the spine of the sword. But even with his now half-demon body, he couldn't break this broken sword. Someone immediately hugged his knees and rolled on the ground. Hagiri Khan even said bitterly, "You want to cut off your sword and kill yourself? There is no way!" Chapter 1338 The current situation of the Empire's top leaders. After all, a certain magician didn't sign any unequal treaty with a sword. And of course, he couldn't take away all the bodies of the barbarian count for research. He took the palm of his left hand and gave the rest to Baron Mungdadu. According to the Baron, in the Karlsruhe Empire, if any noble died suddenly without preparation, it would be a feast for other sharks. The previous empress was like this. And now after taking the throne, I suddenly found that I was inheriting an empire riddled with holes. Even if we work hard for 10 years, it will only make the situation slightly better. But there will be no big change. Count Mario's situation is similar. Even because his ancestors were from barbarians, he values strength even more. It's just that when he was in his prime, he would never think of cultivating a serious successor. If the people below had any intention of standing out, he would dismiss them as opponents challenging the position of patriarch. So if he falls like this, you can imagine that there will be chaos in the family. But before anyone else got the news, the Empress got hold of this information and even kept the Earl's body. There was a lot to make a fuss about. Not to mention the Mario family, whose ancestors were barbarians. Even the position of leader of the Wolf Cavalry Corps has a chance to get involved. The so-called political strength is accumulated bit by inserting a person here and a confidant there. Lin would certainly not refuse such a request. He wished that the Empress had the strength to keep her word, so he could relax a lot. However, this kind of delusion is not realistic, and it just goes around in my mind. With the left palm brought back, there is no need to bother Fin, the master of undead magic, to take action. Kaya, a girl who could also learn from their elder sister, is just right. Anyway, I just want to do some basic physical examination and keep my left hand as intact as possible for future emergencies. Of course, there was no chance of seeing Fin on the other side. It cannot be said that someone has a guilty conscience, and there is no way to say whether he should hide or not. When the two of them are together, it's more like hugging each other for warmth in this lonely world. There is no lifelong promise to each other, nor does anyone think that they have the means to tie up the former Demon King. They are just living their lives. Returning to the guest house of the Karlsruhe Empire in the afternoon, the elves had already received several waves of envoys sent by nobles, big and small, and everyone exchanged words in a fog. Fortunately, the elves who came here were all experienced talents in their respective tribes and kingdoms. They had set the tone for this kind of private communication before setting off, so it was not a problem to talk nonsense. As for Lin, Baron Mungdadu is also waiting. When the two of them arrived at a relatively private occasion, a certain magician immediately complained. "It seems that there is really no one around His Majesty for this kind of errands. A legion commander will have to be called." Lin had caught the Baron correctly. Personality. A few jokes won't make him take it to heart, but it will actually bring him closeness. As expected, Baron Mungdadu showed no signs of being angry, and did not dare to be angry. Thinking about the barbarian count who beat him up like a sandbag early in the morning, he was played like a mouse in front of this magician, in terms of strength. He did not have the qualifications to be dominant in front of others. In terms of status, she is the chosen one of the gold coin goddess. So he just sighed along with the other person's words, and talked about his former companions in the adventure team. Speaking of which, everyone is in a critical position, and cannot move lightly. As the commander of the regiment, as long as there is no war, there are regular routines for training and patrolling. So he doesn't have to worry about everything. The usual task is to win over a few captains, and keep the legion firmly in hand. Because of this, I have free time to accompany someone and act as the Empress's liaison. At the same time, Baron Mungdadu also brought information about the high-level nobles of the Karlsruhe Empire, including those they were openly attached to and opposed to. The entire information is clearly organized, and you can see that there are experts behind it. Lin also guessed that there might be many capable people from the private sector around the Empress. Don't think that in this era, cats and dogs from all over the world can rely on the Emperor's favor to boss around nobles of all sizes. If you really do that, you will be beaten to death without any explanation. The more intense the competition for status is, the more taboo there is on others transgressing the rules of status. Especially the distinction between nobles and commoners is a natural chasm. It is still reasonable for small nobles to take advantage of the Emperor's power. If the common people want to use the power to suppress the nobles, it is a bad rule. No noble will tolerate it. This is why Lin said that he did not have a suitable identity to help the Empress. In other places, This sentence would be an excuse, but in the Karlsruhe Empire, this sentence is the truth. The identity of the goddess chosen is not easy to use at this time. In the same way, if the capable people around the Empress are recruited from the common people, or even old acquaintances from her adventurer days, they will not be able to get on the stage as long as they do not have aristocratic status. These people are useless when it comes to having to go into battle shirtless. It's no wonder that when someone suggested that she could help with advice and consult on various matters, the Empress actually looked down upon him, because such a person has already been around her. The evidence is the idea that was mentioned only yesterday. Today they have come up with such a complete data. So it doesn't mean that the people behind it are demonstrating. As always, Lin was shameless, ignored these innocuous little thoughts, and read the information in his hand seriously. In fact, there are still nobles who support the emperor. Not only the royal ministers, but also some minor nobles also expressed their loyalty. But those big nobles are not that simple. Like the Guana Empire, the Karlsruhe Empire also had Grand Dukes above the Dukes. But the number of Grand Dukes was not as many as 16. There are only 7 Grand Dukes of the Karlsruhe Empire, who guard the southeast, northwest and 4 directions, the Oz Plains, and Tushanhai. Basically, these 7 Grand Dukes are divided into 4 factions. 2, 2, 1, 1, and 1 who has both sides. Not to mention the one who swayed with the wind, plus other nobles. The 4 factions were balanced in strength. But the most powerful one is the faction led by an ordinary duke. These 5 factions form the basic territory of the Karlsruhe Empire. Of course, it is impossible for the 5 factions to confront the Empress with open swords and guns. Such behavior is no different from rebellion. They wanted to control the Empress, and Prince Thomas was the result of one of them's efforts. It's just that Allegria didn't do anything in the past 10 years. At least she has broken free from the constraints of other nobles, and no one can control what she does. However, the Empress was also united by the big nobles to marginalize her power. The current structure of the empire is that if something happens, it will be discussed by the 5 parties. When the discussion came up with a result, it was presented to the Empress. Regardless of whether the Empress approves of this result or not, the people below will not do anything other than this result. Therefore, as an emperor, you can only obediently seal the imperial seal and issue the order. Although no one was telling the Empress what to do, and she had to do it. It wasn't much better. Now the Empress is completely marginalized. Just a mascot when nothing happens, and a rubber stamp when things happen. If we really want to discuss things, she can't do it personally because of her status. There is no one in the court to speak for her. In short, she has lost power. While reading the information, Lin would ask Baron Mungadu if he encountered something he didn't understand. This close minister of the emperor was not just a warrior who only knew how to fight. He also talked about the structure of the empire in the same way. This made Lin understand that the Empress did not send him casually as her liaison. But when it came to the matter of the emperor, Lin had a question in his mind, but he couldn't express it with displeasure. Now he couldn't help but said, "Sir, I'm asking you a disrespectful question in private. Please don't be angry. Okay?" Although the Baron was a little confused, he still nodded and said, "Excuse me, Your Excellency. If there are really taboos, please forgive me for not being able to answer. It's easy to say. If you violate any taboos, just tell me. I also understand that there are certain things that cannot be mentioned in front of His Majesty." The Baron nodded, agreeing with the magician's request. Lin then asked, "As far as I know, the Empire selects the worthy to inherit the title. If the princes are not worthy, the title will be vacant, and it is not unheard of to choose another worthy to inherit. I just want to ask, have outsiders ever had any thoughts about the throne?" Such a question was indeed a bit sensitive, and Baron Mungadu frowned. But he still replied, "The affairs of the royal family have always been different from those of the nobles. No matter how thoughtful the big nobles are, they can only start with the children who are married to the royal family. Without blood relations, they cannot sit on that throne. This is the bottom line for everyone. No one has tried to cross this line. Speaking of it this way, it's quite subtle. No one has tried to cross the line. It doesn't mean that it can't be crossed. It's just that no one has crossed it now." Lin rubbed the stubble on his chin and asked again, "In the royal family now, are there any competitors for His Majesty?" Asking this is actually the same as asking if anyone wants to usurp the throne. The Baron was determined to whitewash the Empress's stable status. But unfortunately, there really was such a menacing opponent. After thinking carefully, Baron Mungadu decided to speak. The late emperor's youngest son, Duke Behar, with the support of many nobles, never concealed his covetousness for the throne. Lin was startled and said, "There really is such a person?" After thinking about it, he asked, "Do you think he has a chance?" Now that he has opened his mouth, Baron Mungadu has no inhibitions. He said bluntly, "If His Majesty has not made a big mistake, he will have no chance in a short time. But since His Majesty has no heirs, this is another opportunity for the other party. After all, His Highness is still young and can afford to wait." "Young? How old is he?" Lin asked. "Your Highness is only 12 years old this year. He is the last prince born to the late emperor 1 year before his death." Lin calculated his age and felt something was wrong. So he asked again, "What is the relationship between the late emperor and your Majesty?" "The late emperor is the aunt of His Majesty." After saying this, Lin figured it out. "I dare to say that His Highness is the direct descendant of the late emperor. And now this one is considered to be the superior of the collateral line. I guess such a situation should not be uncommon in the Karlsruhe Empire. But the difference between direct descendants and concubines can easily make those whose bloodline is innately superior have more ideas." Lin also understood that the Empress's situation was more difficult than imagined. Chapter 1339 Noble's Invitation to a Banquet. Just like my past experience in dealing with kings and emperors, even if I was invited by the other party, I could not see him immediately if I wanted to. When someone arrives, they have to wait for the other party to arrange a time before they can officially meet. According to the imperial envoy, Count Ephron, the time for the divine envoy of the goddess of gold to participate in the imperial meeting is set to be 7 days later. At that time, a tone that everyone can agree on will be set for the construction of the temple of the goddess of gold coins. That is, the bank. In these days, the lost land is not as fussy about the content of the agreement as the earth is. Basically, a few big guys meet, and the tone is set with just a few words. Anyway, those who will comply will naturally comply. And those who will fall out will still fall out no matter what. Even if it is written in black and white. You can interpret it however you want on your own territory. What everyone wants to discuss involves more specific content, such as amount and time limit, which can be decided on the spot. If you can't decide on the spot, it means that the negotiation will probably go south. The waiting time after 7 days is not set casually, nor is it deliberately intended to embarrass others. During this time, a banquet was arranged every evening. If someone accepts these invitations without thinking, he may think that the Karlsruhe Empire really welcomes the gold goddess and his party, or that he intends to corrupt these divine envoys with his luxurious life. But if you cooperate with the message sent by the Empress, then the 6-day banquet invitation will be quite interesting. The inviter on the first day was the Duke of Messinassery, and the venue was the Duke's residence in the capital. The second day was for the Grand Duke of Frias, who was also in the Grand Duke's capital residence. The third day was for the Grand Duke of Infanta. The fourth day was for the joint invitation of the Grand Duke of Persenza and the Grand Duke of Parma. The fifth day was for the Grand Duke of Mu, the Grand Duke of Greece, and the Grand Duke of Montezuma. On the sixth day, there was a banquet hosted by the Empress, which was held in the Green Hall of the palace. Simply put, each day's invitation corresponds to a noble faction of the Karlsruhe Empire. 5 in total. The last day was the Emperor's invitation banquet. And then, the formal imperial meeting. With this kind of battle going on, Lin didn't think it was just about eating and drinking. The secret meeting in private is naturally for personal gain. When doing big things, it is human nature to seek some benefits for oneself. Nobles can only do more. So how can they be exceptions? Perhaps these banquets were the first contact between the nobles of the 5 major factions and the envoys of the gold coin goddess. This is not to say that in the Karlsruhe Empire, these 5 major factions can include all nobles. For example, the Grand Duke of Oz is a fence-sitter who does not belong to any party. But he doesn't have a clear position, and he has reasons why he has to act. As the main frontline against the Hater Empire, the Oz Plain is the main territory of the Grand Duke of Oz. The source of troops to protect this territory comes from the entire empire. If Lord Oz casually takes sides, and other political opponents, who are not in conflict with their faction, do not send troops to support him, then he will be finished. So he, a fence-sitter, had to sit on the fence. Other great nobles did not dare to force him to take sides. As long as anyone makes such a request, Duke Oz's conditions are very simple. Send enough troops to help him defend the Oz Plains. Whoever can do this will become his loyal supporter. Perhaps it is very pleasant to be able to monopolize military glory. But military glory cannot be earned in vain. How many soldiers must die to have a chance to earn merit? If the land responsible for guarding is lost, even if there is no punishment, the soldier's life will be lost in vain. Therefore, the battlefield of the plains of Oz is a big mud pit that everyone defends, and no one dares to eat alone. This has become the capital of Oz's advantage. Except for the Grand Duke of Oz, those who failed to enter the 5 major factions were mostly unpopular minor nobles. Maybe their territory is located in a remote area, or maybe their territory happens to be in some embarrassing location, and they happen to have conflicts with some nobles in the faction. Some like me but not others. Therefore, no one dares to recruit these small nobles at will. Although these small nobles also know how to stick together for warmth, their political influence is far less than that of the 5 major factions. In other words, paying allegiance to the emperor in words would not help him in any way. Naturally, he was not qualified to hold a banquet alone and invite the divine envoys of the gold coin goddess. They will probably attend the banquet hosted by the empress on the last day to look for opportunities. We also have to look at the harvest of the big nobles in the past few days to judge whether they can get some meat from every corner. Just from the invitation letter and Baron Mungadu, who came to report every day, Lin felt a wave of political turmoil belonging to the Karlsruhe Empire. When I actually participated, this feeling became even deeper. Although nominally the 5 major factions each invited the banquet, the people they invited were still the nobles of the entire empire. Except for those enemies who have grudges and have made it clear that they are not in contact with each other. Some minor nobles are simple. As long as they receive an invitation, they will find a way to participate. This kind of banquet is a very important social occasion for the nobles. In addition to maintaining friendship, it is also an opportunity to show the strength of the family. This is not to make people afraid or anything. Sometimes, if there are any seasonal specialties in the family territory, let's talk about it on such occasions. Maybe someone is interested. Maybe someone needs it. And if you find someone else privately, then the business will be done and the money will be made. The nobles of the Karlsruhe Empire were not the same as those in other places. Waterways drive the prosperity of the empire's commerce, and whoever is the head of a family doesn't expect to bring greater benefits to the family, rather than just looking at the dirt for food. Without this flexibility, they would have been replaced by other brothers and sisters long ago, and they would not be able to sit in their current position. But when it comes to invitations to these banquets, the nobles are very particular. Who can go? Who cannot go? Who should go in person? Who should bring their family members? And who can only send their children and nephews? All aspects make sense. If you make a mistake, not only will you lose face, but the host of the party will also lose face. For nobles, losing face is the same as making a grudge. But one thing is very clear. That is, those banquets attended by the great nobles themselves must have a different relationship with the host of the banquet. It can be said that they are members of the same faction. So once someone doesn't show up when they should, or shows up on different occasions, it's no less than an earthquake for the empire. But Lin had no chance to see such a big scene. The banquets in the first 5 days were actually pretty much the same, except that the actors opposite them changed one after another. The nobles' demands were nothing more than a few. First, banking services should not be open to their opponents. One is to use the money saved by the gold coin goddess for them to use. If they don't obey, the stupid ones will bluntly express all kinds of threats and inducements, while the smart ones won't say much, or even just mention a few things and say nothing more. Sure enough, money and silk are what move people's hearts. There was no way to trouble the goddess directly, so I had to trouble the little brats like them to see if I could get some of the money I had passed into my own pocket. Regarding these things, whether Lin or other else, they all push them if they can. And if they can't push them, they just pretend to be stupid. The kind of statement that is willing to expel other gods and worship the goddess of gold coins, as long as the bank does not open elsewhere, does not say whether the goddess believes in the issue. But there is no need at all. If the Church of the Gold Coin Goddess still maintains its past belief model, the support of those in power and the exclusive belief in the territory will be a blessing. In order to achieve the goal, it is understandable to pay some price. But now banks do not need the belief of being exclusive to one place. What is more important is to open widely. It is impossible to agree to the requirement that after a bank is established in one place, it will not open in a certain place. Besides, with the current locust-like spreading speed of banks, other gods can tolerate it. Isn't it because banks will not invade their beliefs? If exclusivity is shown, even if it is only for one place, will it spread to other places in the future? As long as there are signs of this worry, It will probably be a battle between gods. And it will be a battle between gods. At that time, even the Lord of Guardians will not be able to come forward to protect him. Confrontations related to faith really have nothing to do with this person. As for those who have the idea of depositing the money in the kingdom of the goddess of gold coins, thinking about how to borrow it, and then defaulting on the debt, let alone the kind, not to mention the aristocratic lords, who clearly asked for the money, and would beat people to death if they didn't give the money. Lin could suppressed his nausea and still refused. The reason is also very simple. To put it bluntly, the operation process of the Midland version of the bank is actually like operating an ATM on Earth. Except for the person who deposits and withdraws money. No other living person will handle money. Since there are no living people handling it, there is no room for operation. The unruly operation of blocking doors and collecting taxes was suppressed and dealt with by Queen early on. The bank's business has been promoted in other places for so long. Don't the nobles who opened this mouth know? But even if they knew it, they still couldn't help but ask this question when they met the envoy of the gold coin goddess. Maybe I will have a chance to reach out. But the nobles didn't just ask for it. They also wanted a guarantee. Since the gold coin goddess's bank promotion, there have been cases where lords later regretted their actions and forcibly targeted banks that were already doing business. But with the support of the World Tree and the Wood Elf tribe, Queen is not a mere commander and has no one to use him. He is directly surrounded by an army of elves. The elves who can be assigned by the World Tree are not the kind of rookies who have just left the tribe to experience. Familiarity with martial arts is the most basic, and proficiency in military formation coordination, coupled with the weapons and equipment produced by Yggdrasil. It's like a godlike outfit. The most important thing is that the elf army takes action, only injuring but not killing. Such a request is not difficult for these elves who are accustomed to fighting, but it is not pleasing to them as a hostile party. That's all if the soldier dies. If he is just injured, can he be saved? After being rescued, will we be able to arrange for treatment and care? With these people groaning in pain, is there still morale left in the territory? Especially if these people are not dead. Who hit them? Belonging to the goddess of gold coins, the elf task force became famous. After all, this team is not permanent, and they come and disappear suddenly. If it weren't for the wounded soldiers left there, others would really think it was a dream. Therefore, when the nobles came into contact with the goddess of gold coin, they also wanted to get to know the details of this team. As for bribery, no noble had ever thought about it, thinking about the armies established in the past that relied on divine authority. Which one was not troublesome? This is true even today. So everyone is on guard. If banks were really good things, this elusive army alone would make people sleepless. Chapter 1340, the 6-day banquet. 5 consecutive banquets, all of which were glamorous on the surface, but full of scheming in reality, really made Lin, a magician born in a wealthy family, feel impatient. Especially the kind of beauty trap that rushes to send noble women, which makes someone even more disgusted. Let's not discuss the issue of whether these women can do it cleanly. Not everyone can eat the sugar-coated bullets and throw them back without hesitation. No one can guarantee that there is no poison in the sugar-coated bullets. Besides, if you touch some things, it will be troublesome. So why bother yourself? These days, the Empress did not have any trysts with anyone. As for the commander of the Wolf Cavalry Corps who died in the battle at Xia Palace that day, no follow-up news reached the ears of Lin and the others. This made Lin suspect that the Karlsruhe Empire was very united and knew how to isolate information from outsiders. So it attended the noble banquet for 5 days in a row and never heard anything about it. Or maybe the Empress hasn't made a fuss about the death of the Legion commander yet? But on the 6th night, at the banquet hosted by the Empress, Lin discovered something unusual again. The process of the banquets I have attended in the past few days is actually the same. What is more special is that the meals are served in a buffet style, rather than the long table banquet style in other areas. This is another place that seems to be the legacy of many predecessors. However, the disadvantage is that there are usually no chairs to sit on in this form of dining. Everyone stood to eat and mainly chatted. If you look at this in the eyes of some conservative elderly people in your hometown, if you dare to eat standing up, you won't get a few chestnuts on your forehead. The time spent chatting and eating is also the time waiting for guests to come to the banquet. Some big names, or those who don't quite match up with the host of the banquet, will come later. But whoever comes and who doesn't come, and whoever does come, will get a reply when invited. Generally speaking, nothing much can go wrong. When everyone is gathered, the food and drinks have been decided. and then the host of the banquet will lead the dance. The time for the three-court dances is an opportunity for the young men and women at the banquet to express their love for each other. And some couples who have a good relationship, or who have to show a good relationship, will also end up dancing. The Karlsruhe Empire is not a monogamous system. There are no restrictions on marrying those who have the ability to marry. Excellent people need to have more children. This is the concept of most barbarian tribes. The empire that absorbed these tribes had many customs affected. Therefore, when dancing, except for young people in estrus, who the man leads and who the woman follows all have different political interpretations. It can be said that there are rules in every step, and each one has deep meaning. After the three-court dances, it's time for rest. Everyone continued to eat, drink, and chat. The third aunt and the sixth aunt were all in full force, and they began to pull strings on anyone with unmarried children. If a good thing can be achieved, the newlyweds will remember the introducer's kindness. If anything happens in the future, of course I will help if I can. If there are 3 palace dances, people who see each other, or people who already have a crush on each other, not limited to men and women, will also find an empty room to rest temporarily at this time. As for what you do behind closed doors during breaks, everyone knows it, so I won't mention it here. If there aren't enough rooms, it's night anyway. Just find a dark corridor. Some people with lower status don't care about this. The music will not stop during the breaks, and those who want to dance can continue dancing. During this period, most of the dances were scattered, with people joining and quitting at any time, and the dance patterns were relatively inconsistent. However, there will be no dancing scenes at the aristocratic banquet. Everyone has grudges to resolve, so they go out to duel with real swords and guns. Who is dancing? This is a world where beating someone to death is as common as eating and drinking. The breaks don't last forever either. When it's almost done, the host of the banquet will come out to lead the dance again. And then after 2 court dances, the banquet will enter the final stage. Everyone was chatting, eating and drinking, and those who lived far away and had high status also left one after another. If there is a banquet in another place, and those who live very far away will stay overnight and leave early the next morning. However, everyone has mansions in UK Imperial City, so there is no one to stay overnight. At this point, the one-day banquet ended, which was the usual procedure for the nobles of the Karlsruhe Empire. However, at these banquets, even if they are enemies and small nobles, for the sake of face, the big nobles will at least send a representative to attend and bring gifts as long as they receive an invitation. If you fail to do this, you will be judged as ignorant by outsiders. But regardless of the old and new grudges of these nobles, the Empress was never invited to these banquets. Or maybe I was invited? But no one came. Lin guessed. But in the Green Hall, the banquet invited by the Empress was a large venue, and had the largest number of nobles participating. However, the atmosphere was very different from the banquets held by other great nobles in the previous few days. The most obvious difference is that there are 2 more thrones at the banquet. These 2 chairs are of course prepared for the Empress and her husband, His Royal Highness the Prince. For other noble banquets, a butler must be arranged at the entrance of the mansion to receive them. If someone of high enough status comes, the master has to personally greet him. It was not so convenient in the palace. The guards lined up directly in a human wall from the main entrance of the palace to the Green Hall. All the nobles who can enter have passed the guard level, and no one has a higher status than the emperor, so everyone can come on their own. While we were chatting, eating, drinking, and waiting for guests, the Empress did not appear. Only Prince Thomas walked around the scene and chatted with a few nobles he was friends with from time to time. Of course, there are also noble women who come forward to hook up. Finally, when the dance was about to start, the Empress came to the Green Hall under the call of the attendant. Saint Allegria wore a violet fluffy dress with gorgeous lace decorations. The silk sleeves were made of purple and embroidered with flowers. Her hair was tied up high, with a delicate golden flower pinned to it. On her neck are 5 rows of pearl necklaces. She put a little makeup on her face, shook her silk fan gently, covered her red lips, and nodded to the nobles passing by. Under the dress, this posture is a bit more coquettish. Unlike the heroic and upright posture a few days ago, the Empress deliberately stopped briefly in front of the divine envoy of the goddess of gold coins, exchanged a few lukewarm greetings, then walked up to her throne and sat down peacefully. At this time, Prince Thomas also came to the right and sat on the diamond-encrusted throne with a back that was shorter than the chair next to him. The banquets held by the royal family have more rules than those held by the nobles. A palace etiquette officer sang the names of each stage one by one with a high-pitched voice. And everyone moved, including the following dance stage. Even the band's accompaniment was only performed under the call of the etiquette officer. As for this court dance, thanks to the large venue of the Green Hall, all the nobles would lead their eldest wives to dance together as long as they came in person. If it were another noble banquet, it could also be said that he would bring out his beloved wife or lover. But in the presence of the emperor, it is better to do less etiquette things to avoid getting into trouble. The dance stage begins with the empress and her husband leading the dance. After a while, other people came in to dance. His Majesty and his husband had sat back in their seats, smiling slightly and watching everyone dancing to the melodious music. As the leader of the gold coin goddess mission, Lin couldn't excuse himself by using the excuse that he couldn't dance. It was the same the past few days. No matter what, someone would be arranged to dance. Fortunately, for him now, he can instantly detect the dancing postures of the people around him and then reproduce them on himself. In addition, the speed of dancing is really not fast, and it cannot be compared with Azad's battle. With these abilities, pretending to be a good dancer is not a big problem. It's just that if you do this, you'll lose the point of dancing, and it's not fun at all. The same goes for the banquet held by the empress, and she was also assigned a dance partner. It's just that this dance partner doesn't look like he was rushing to see his daughter off a few days ago. As soon as the music ends, I want to drag people upstairs. The partner we dance with today is a little brown-haired girl with a round face, thick pink lips and big brown eyes. He doesn't look older than he is and his smile is sweet. The large round neck reveals a piece of white flowers. And there are no unnecessary jewelry. But it is better than hanging gold and silver jewelry. A goose yellow dress with fluffy shoulders and tight three-quarter sleeves decorated with lace strips. The skirt is conical, and the basket under the petticoat holds the skirt up to the left, right and back, with several rows of bows embroidered on it. Although someone danced quite mechanically, the little girl in front of him seemed to be enjoying it, jumping and jumping just right. When the three-piece dance was over, the little girl was not as eager to lead people upstairs as the aristocratic women in the previous few days. Instead, he lifted up his skirt slightly, bowed his knees and bowed, and then skipped away again. This behavior left Lin a little confused. Logically speaking, this should be the person arranged by the empress. But nothing was said or done. Just dancing, looking at the woman sitting on the throne. She maintained a dignified smile from beginning to end, surrounded by a group of attendants. Some were holding wine glasses and flasks, and some were carrying various dishes. They only waited for a look from Her Majesty the Empress before they came forward to serve her. However, most of the time, the Empress just sat quietly on the throne, watching a group of nobles perform monkey tricks below, and did not dance with everyone, like an exquisite and beautiful porcelain doll decoration, or like a goose for foie gras, being constantly fed by the people around you. There were other people who came forward to greet the Empress, but they were only the female relatives, and they only exchanged a few simple words. Especially those little nobles who always get eye rolls, even shyly come to the Empress at this time. It can be said that the nobles who are willing to be loyal to the Empress, in addition to the close ministers of the royal family, are the remaining crooked melons and jujubes picked by the 5 major factions. To put it bluntly, these people were not of much use in the political disputes of the Karlsruhe Empire. Just as flag wavers, a certain magician carrying the sign of the goddess of gold coins wanted to come forward and greet the Empress. But his identity was very popular in the eyes of the nobles, and there were circles around him who were jealous of the wealth the goddess had amassed, and they were always thinking of ways to use the money from the goddess's kingdom. What he said is nothing more than that the gods have no need for money, and the money will not automatically generate small money if placed in the kingdom of God. It is better to give it to them for use. The conscientious ones know that they will return the money to Her Majesty the Goddess when the time comes. The unconscientious ones only talk about taking out the money, and not mentioning the repayment part. It's just that these people don't think about it. Does the money entering the goddess kingdom belong to the goddess? Can you control it at will? That's just someone else's deposit. Someone helplessly continued to practice Tai Chi, which was missing. Chapter 1341 Prince Behar. During the break during the banquet, Lin was not able to speak to Her Majesty the Empress, because of their low status in the past few days. The nobles who had not been able to talk to the gold coin goddess god's delegation all gathered on this last day and surrounded a certain magician and elves. This is not to mention those who want to drag people to empty rooms or dark places. And it's not just a certain goddess electorate who gets this treatment. Other elves, both men and women, are equally popular. What's even more surprising is that there are both men and women who want to try their skills with the elves. And the targets are both men and women. Speaking of which, not all of these people do this kind of thing to win over the elves. But many of them have never played elves before. So they want to try something new. A certain magician pushed it. And the elves were even less likely to accept it. The elves' view of love is more pure, without so much fun or exchange of interests. Moreover, in the Wood Elf tribe, whether they can be together, and whether they can have children is controlled by the World Tree. And it is not something that the elves can do arbitrarily. Although the wishes of the elves themselves still prevail, not all elves can get what they want. It's time for group dance again. Even if someone is dealing with that group of nobles, no matter how exhausted he is, times like this will still happen. After all, from a certain perspective, he, the chosen goddess, was the guest of honor at the banquet. And if you want to deal with nobles, sometimes you have to do as the Romans do. Although you can do things while holding it, there is still a difference between doing it well and doing it poorly. But it was different from what Lin had imagined. He originally thought that the person dancing with him would be the round-faced one from before. Unexpectedly, what came back this time was another beauty with a different style. The person in front of him had very special long straight sky blue hair, vertical blue eyes, and ears that did not resemble the outline of an ordinary person. The two round bead earrings are gemstones that have never been seen before. Like seawater, the blue color flows inside the beads. The dress is an extremely rare emerald green color with a pink belt and a big bow on the back. It has a square collar, white lace around the neck, arm-length white gloves on its hands, and a pair of bright red dancing shoes on its feet. What is particularly eye-catching is the height of the beauty in front of her. Lin's height was considered above average in Midi, but when he stood straight and looked straight, he only reached the chin of the beauty in front of him, which was half a head short of her. With all these characteristics, Lin believed that the person in front of him was not a pure human being. Whether it is another rare species of Homo sapiens or a hybrid species, it is impossible to tell. Such a beautiful woman held out her slender arms covered with white gloves and asked someone to dance. But Lin couldn't push the person out. However, under her leadership, even the fairly standard court dance gave people a different feeling. The beauty in front of her is like a fairy dancing lightly among the flowers, supported by the wind and set off by the flowers. Everyone's eyes are easily attracted by such a graceful beauty, and they even talk about the man dancing with her. But as an empress with imperial power, things are not always so smooth. Under the roll call of the etiquette officer at the door, the belatedly arriving Prince Behar led his troops into the green hall. The music stopped for a moment, and all the nobles looked at the short figure who was only 12 years old, leading two big dogs on chains. These two dogs are actually people, but they walk on all fours. The roused muscles of the body were displayed without any concealment, and only the leather pants belt was put on the key parts. The entire face was covered by the leather mask. Only a mouth full of fangs was exposed. The collar around his neck had a circle of spikes, and was stained with some old blood that had not been cleaned up. It seems irrational, just animalistic, with both dogs so vicious. It is not difficult to imagine the character of their owners. As the most powerful contender for the throne, Prince Behar has a different demeanor from ordinary nobles. Even though he is young, his pride as a master is clearly written on his face, and others can clearly feel it. In addition to leading two dogs, Prince Behar was followed by 6 heavily armored men like iron towers. He held the steel sword like a door panel in his hand without a scabbard. Every time he stopped, he would place the tip of the sword on the ground and stand silently. Weapons were not allowed to enter the palace. But when they encountered this powerful prince, the guards guarding the main entrance of the palace did not even bother to confiscate weapons or stop people, because most of their troops gathered at the entrance, confronting the 2 squadrons brought by Prince Behar. The physiques of each of the soldiers in those 2 squadrons were almost the same as those of the 6 who followed. There were even 2 squads equipped with ship-cutting knives. If you don't block these people and let them all in, that's the real big problem. The reason why 6 people can enter is because there is a rule for royal heirs to accompany them. Among others, these 6 people should be first-class stewards and maids. When it comes to Prince Behar, whose stewards and maids are all fully armed, who can reason with him? As soon as such a person entered the scene, all the nobles took the initiative to make way, not daring to block the prince's way, because those 2 dogs really dare to bite people. Sometimes it's not a problem to just tear apart the small bodies of a few nobles without biting. And this is not something that has never happened before. The sufferer has nowhere to cry, and can only grit his teeth and swallow it. Such a domineering prince walked up to the envoy of the gold coin goddess, who also retreated to the side. In line with the basic idea of following the crowd and not standing out, Lin didn't think of stupidly blocking this person's path, and avoided it early. The elves also followed a certain magician. After all, if you are bitten by a loose dog, you might as well hide away if you bite him back or something. But they still came forward. Is this going to? The boy, who is in his early teens and no taller than his waist, has eyes on the top of his head and tries to use his nostrils to see people. But the height difference made the boy's behavior look very ridiculous. Lin followed the rules, made a salute, and said, "Your Highness." Although this little kid's official title is just a duke, he has the status of a prince. Normally, he is still called His Royal Highness, and the duchy is his extra daily income in addition to the royal salary. Now His Highness looked at the strange clothes in front of him. In the eyes of others, the bank uniforms and suits were still weird clothing types. A group of people said with displeasure, "Fools! Since you know my identity, why don't you kneel down?" "Greetings. Don't you think your head is too high?" The cold words sounded extra loud in the green hall where the music had been interrupted, and shocked the entire audience. As soon as he finished speaking, the nobles in the hall knelt down and cheered. Of course, the kind of kneeling in confusion is not the kind of kneeling down. It is just half kneeling and lowering the head. Despite this, Lin and the other elves still stood upright. This is not to say that certain magicians and elves are not afraid of power. But when the divine power deals with secular power, the status level of divine envoys, that is, people above priests, is the same as that of any noble. After all, priests, bishops, and popes are all qualified to walk in the world on behalf of their masters. If these people who can represent the gods casually bow their heads to a nobleman, wouldn't that mean that the gods have bowed their heads to this nobleman? At this time, the nobleman had better make sure that his life is strong enough and his skin is thick enough to withstand the thunder from the sky. The saying, "There is a god 3 feet above your head," is no joke in Lost Land. And the envoys of the gods, who casually bow to secular power, will not be pleased with them. Losing the favor of the gods is the second most important thing. It is normal to be punished for this offensive act. Even if his own divine power is ignited like this, it is not impossible for his life to be in danger. Even if they are secular emperors and kings, it does not mean that they are qualified to sit on an equal footing with the gods and let the envoys of the gods kneel down to worship. But to show respect, the envoys were allowed to give half a salute. Maybe he lowered his head. Maybe he bowed. But he didn't kneel. However, these gifts are only used on the emperor or king himself. No matter how noble their status is, other people are treated as equals. Therefore, Prince Behar's request was contrary to common sense and was an unwarranted offense. Lin couldn't get angry with a child, no matter how high the other person's status is. He is just a child. But just because you don't feel angry doesn't mean you have to suffer. I now represent the face of the gold coin goddess. Although I have always wanted to relieve myself of the burden, and it would be best if no one asked me to do things. But I did not use this method of offending my boss to get out. If he fails to do this, not only will he not be able to escape, but it is not impossible to provoke the goddess of gold coins to pursue her for thousands of miles. Anyone who can become a god is more or less a paranoid. It's a matter of face. How could it be possible for them to be generous? So someone pretended to be neither humble nor arrogant, but in fact he was fighting with a child and said, "Your Highness, even if I kneel down and lower my head, I can still see your forehead. So I think this kind of meaningless thing can be saved. You say it." This is an insinuation of the other person's short stature. As expected, Prince Behar exploded when he heard this. He was furious and pointed at the person in front of him and shouted, "You don't know where you came from. You are talking nonsense. Catch him! Catch him! I'm going to kill him!" Just calling back, the 6 sword-wielding guards behind the prince made no move, and just vaguely surrounded the prince, because of the direct bodyguards that belonged to the empress. Many people have been mobilized to guard other parts of the palace. These knights, who were also fully armed, were all staring at the 6 people behind Prince Behar. If anyone does something inappropriate, the prince will not be harmed at all. They will be beheaded on the spot. This is also not the first time. In addition, there was also a Grand Duke who also lowered his body and persuaded the prince in his ear. This person is the main supporter of the prince, and he has a good way of handling this child. And when he saw many people belonging to the empress's guards crowded into the green hall, no matter how angry Prince Behar was, He still understood the seriousness of the relationship. So he restrained himself a little, and stared at someone fiercely, grinding his teeth. He had no choice but to let it go, and stared at the elves again. There is a wood elf tribe near the Karlsruhe Empire. It is not within the country's borders, but it is also in the mountains. So the people of the empire are no strangers to elves. But not long ago, all the manpower dispatched by the wood elves were reduced. Therefore, elves walking outside became a bit strange. And Prince Behar saw it for the first time. Chapter 1342 Conflict. You must know that Prince Behar's uncles and various distant relatives have been fighting wits and courage with the Turtle Dove Alliance for a long time in order to raise an elf slave girl. All kinds of deeds and wonderful things must be shown off in front of this prince. When he could and tried to find it, he couldn't find half of it. Now there are more than 10 in front of me, both men and women. And the appearance is just like the rumors. The man is handsome, and the woman is pretty. Speaking of which, these elves were the reason why the prince was still here. But they were snatched away by an inexplicable man who didn't understand his dignity. Since the empress took action and made it difficult for her to cause trouble on the spot. Then forget it. Prince Behar didn't care about the life of a pariah anyway. But he wants to get rid of these elves. After looking at it for a few times, and without thinking, Prince Behar waved his hand and said, "You are good. Just follow me later. No need to waste time on such trivial matters. I will naturally take good care of you." Oh, you are really careless, Lin thought. Of course, the elves have also read the pamphlet about the imperial nobles that they got from the empress. The person who needs the most attention inside, apart from the influential nobles, is the prince in front of him. The reason why this prince is specially marked is not only because he is the closest to the throne and the most threatening to the world, but also because this person has a reputation for evil and does not look like a child in his early 10 years. Even if the noble's behavior has a dark side, they will spend a lot of effort to maintain it on the surface. But this prince directly showed his cruelty, and all kinds of heinous things happened one after another. Cooking people alive, killing pregnant women, letting dogs bite people, torturing civilians. However, as a descendant of the late emperor, and with the support or connivance of many nobles, no matter how many things he did that exceeded the rules, he was not punished in the end. At most, the subordinates will take the blame and deal with it for others to see, and the matter will be over. This kind of illegal behavior is really nothing in the Karlsruhe Empire, because this kind of performance of being able to do bad things and still be free is also a kind of strength in the eyes of others. Laws and regulations are lax. In fact, in the past, the empire continued to absorb tribes from various places, and each tribe had its own patriarchal relationship. Then the laws regarding the origin of the empire cannot be drawn up too carefully to avoid interfering with the power of the patriarchal clan, causing resentment, and not being conducive to absorbing large clans. Although the social context in which the law was established is already a thing of the past, the Karlsruhe Empire has long since become the dominant power in the south. All the tribes that can join have joined, and all the land that can be enclosed has been enclosed. But for powerful people, such laws are loopholes that they can exploit. And of course, they are not likely to take the initiative to repair these parts. And this Prince of Behar, in that document, and in the rumors among the people, gathered the evil of the empire, and could stop the child from crying at night. Although Lin didn't know how much truth there was in it. As long as every word was true, he knew that this child in his early 10 years could have a bad reputation. I'm afraid it would only become worse in private, not better. Even if the elves don't have a mission to go out this time, it's impossible to follow such a person. Not to mention that they all come with a mission. The first thing is to protect a certain magician, and the second thing is to obey his orders. In other words, if Lin nodded, he might give the elf behind him as a gift in exchange for the completion of the mission. Although this kind of thing is not stated explicitly, World Tree also acquiesces to it, and the elves also know it. But as a member of the Great Cross, how could we possibly treat people as commodities? Not to mention that this is obviously a meat bun beating a dog. There is no return. And there is a high possibility that the other party will take it and do nothing, rather than fawning over the little kid in front of him. It would be better to sleep with his relative, who is the emperor, for a few more nights. After thinking through it, even if the prince in front of him deliberately ignored him, Lin still smiled and said, "Your Highness, everyone behind me is my right-hand man sent by His Majesty, the World Tree, to assist me. If you want to help the goddess, we can't do without them. So we can only decline your kindness. Follow me and make me happy. I may even give you a little Lord Dang Dang and become a noble of the empire." What's wrong with this? Is it possible that the goddess of gold coins can give you more than me? Beha Prince Air said dissatisfiedly, acting like a child. But he never thought that his method would be useful to other ordinary people who had never seen the world, or to the small nobles of other countries. After all, Karlsruhe's empire is famous there. As a prince, he is inherently superior to others, and he does have the ability to be proud. But this arrogance is not useful to everyone. Furthermore, the elves who can follow someone, despite their youthful and beautiful appearance, are all hundreds of years old. Not to mention the skill behind his hands. His mind is so dark that it shines brightly. It's just that these abilities don't work well in the face of the absolute authority and power of World Tree, which gives people a sense of obedience to the people. Even if they were not scheming, they would certainly not believe the words of the human prince in front of them. Even if they are really sent out by the human magician, they still have their own means to escape. But since it wasn't treated as a gift, they were happy to continue watching the show. As the leader, Lin would certainly not hang up the matter just because the other party was not targeting him. Although he does not need to win people's hearts, the elves also know that they will try their best. After all, the flag of the World Tree is still easy to use. But when something happens, you still have to bear it. Otherwise you can't ask the people below to do things. Being a leader is tiring. If you were alone, you might have run away long ago. Facing the prince, who was obviously duplicitous, Lin could not taunt him, but said, "Your Highness, the conferment of a noble title is a big deal, and it is not good to promise it to others so easily. What's more, we are all under the command of the goddess, so it is not easy to accept it. Noble title. Let's forget about it." Divine power and imperial power naturally don't deal with each other, so it's just right to talk about it now. Unless the other party is stupid enough to admit that the title is just bait, and he has no intention of giving it to me. As long as we go there. If you say these things in plain language, you are obviously fooling people, which is even more unwelcome than deceiving people. As for directly challenging the divine authority, it would be a dead end, and no one would be able to say anything wrong. Fortunately, this child is cruel, and his IQ is above the line. He narrowed his eyes and glared at the magician in front of him. The two dogs, held by chains on his hands, seemed to sense his thoughts, and started to stir, bared their teeth, and started barking, as if they were about to pounce on him. Seeing that fierce look, Lin didn't move, and the elves didn't move, but the other nobles retreated more than half. A small number of them have suffered losses under these two dogs. Moreover, these things are not covered up, but complained everywhere. Therefore, the vicious reputation of these two dogs is no less than that of their owners. But even if it has a bad reputation, it doesn't seem to be very useful in front of you. None of the more than 10 elves were good at it. They all stared at the two dogs dancing happily in front of them. Especially Miriam. Although she is blind in both eyes, her other senses are even more powerful without her eyes. The strong murderous aura almost turned into reality, and was restrained on the two slaves who were not humans but dogs. You must know that the characteristic of the Karlsruhe Empire is that it has many races, and its specialty is that there are many mixed races. The two dogs held by Prince Behar were not trained, but were born with the ferocious nature of beasts, then used drugs to stimulate, completely losing rationality and strengthening the body. Such human beasts are actually no different from beasts, and are naturally very sensitive to various intangible feelings. The gazes of more than a dozen high-ranking elves were enough to arouse their importance, and the murderous intent of the Red Sword Master was even more deadly. For a moment, the two dogs, who had always been unscrupulous, seemed to have their tails between their legs and took a few timid steps back. No matter how much Prince Behar swung the chain and cracked the whip, they just didn't want to collide with a group of people and elves in front of them. Even before he became increasingly murderous, he hid behind the heavily armored guards, looking extremely cowardly. Of course, the person who is most dissatisfied with this bear-like behavior is the person who keeps these two dogs. Prince Behar was furious and yelled, "These two useless beasts! Kill them and chop off their heads!" This time, no one else stopped me. All the nobles looked at the heavy armored guards of the two Behar princes and kicked the two dogs. Kick them away slightly, and once you have room to display, you wave the steel sword in your hand. The head rolled like a bone in front of the elf group, and blood spattered from the broken part of the neck onto the green hull. But whether it was intentional or unintentional, the two people who were killed were kicked in a particular direction, and even the direction in which they were cut was particular. The smelly blood spurted out was directed at the elves and the others. Lin was naturally the first to bear the brunt, although the incident happened suddenly, Such a trivial matter certainly could not trouble the elf and his party. Without anyone taking action. An elf rubbed the ring on his hand. Instantly, a magic shield stood in front of everyone, blocking all the blood splattering. Although he was not splattered with blood, he looked embarrassed. But if you don't fight back after being beaten, you will eventually lose in terms of momentum. Prince Behar is not tall and young, but he stared at the person in front of him fiercely and said, "You have to know what I want. It's never unavailable." Lin said slowly and seductively, "Your Highness, I don't know if what you said is true. Maybe you want to pick the stars, the moon, and the sun, and you can reach them with your hands. But what I know is that everything there will always be a first time. And the first time is the most unforgettable. When you encounter it, you must savor it and savor the taste. Don't feel like it is the first time when you encounter it. It's not good to be at a loss." I don't know if a little kid can understand the explicit hints in the words, but Lin said it anyway. Maybe he understood. Maybe he just heard the sarcasm in the words. Prince Behar stamped his feet angrily, wanting to instruct his guards to make things go away. He didn't even care that the Emperor's guards had entered the hall and were guarding everything. In his opinion, those close guards only dared to deal with his guards, and did not dare to touch him personally. So what if all his guards are dead? As long as he can teach the group of elves in front of him, and this damned untouchable a lesson before he dies, it will all be worth it. Chapter 1343, the end of the banquet. But the prince didn't make a fuss after all. There were a lot of big nobles at the scene. Even if they were happy to watch the show, they still had to worry about whether they might accidentally hurt themselves when they started fighting. You know. Except for the ambitious and bold Prince Behar. No one came in with fully armed guards. And even if these nobles, big and small, had not offended the current empress to death, most of them had given them a lot of shame. If they take advantage of this opportunity to cause a gorgeous accidental injury, who will they find to reason with? So I can only advise. The Grand Duke, who had taken the initiative from the beginning, once again came forward to persuade the furious prince. I don't know if he has really grasped the prince, or if he has grasped the other person's personality and preferences. Anyway, the Grand Duke's whisper in his ear made the prince smile proudly and cruelly. There is no way that this is an expression that a child in his early 10 years would make. Having made up his mind, the prince glared at someone strangely, and then walked away. He didn't say a word. And what surprised someone was that from beginning to end, Prince Behar did not pay attention to the owner of this place, the empress sitting on the throne. He didn't even look away, as if the latter didn't exist. Also leaving together was the persuading Grand Duke. He is the Grand Duke of Infanta, one of the two Grand Dukes of the Karlsruhe Empire responsible for Shanghai, while the other nobles at least maintained their respect for the empress on the surface. The Grand Duke made it clear that he was on the opposite side and was always against her. The reason is also very simple. He is the main supporter of Prince Behar, and the ultimate goal is also placed on the imperial crown. But whether to support the prince wearing it or to find a way to wear it on his head is debatable. The prince and the Grand Duke simply left, taking with them the die-hard supporters of their faction. It can be said that if all those people who turned around and left were killed, the empress' governance would be reduced by a lot of resistance. Even if other nobles would not fully support the empress, at least there would be one less political opponent to oppose for the sake of opposition. It is a pity that even if these nobles are in the palace and under the control of the palace guards, the empress cannot issue such an order. It's not that she's not allowed to do this, but considering the subsequent impact, it's impossible to make such a decision. The Karlsruhe Empire does not have a strong legal concept. When doing many things, it is necessary to consider the changes in people's hearts. If the empress ordered the execution of Prince Behar and Duke Infanta, even if it was legally justified, what would the other nobles think if these two people were gone? If the empress could order the death of a person who threatened the throne or a big noble, would she hesitate when she ordered them to be killed? Or will he be equally decisive? Such doubts led the nobles to unite and control the growth of the empress's power and influence. Because the common interest of the nobles lies in the powerlessness of imperial power. As long as the people sitting in that position don't mind their own business, they can grab more benefits. In order to keep that person alone, the best way is to marginalize her and find an opponent for her at the same time. If you are too busy, you will naturally not be able to take care of other people. Therefore, no matter who it is, even if they seize the high position of law and morality, as long as there is no profit to be gained, this matter will not be promoted in the Karlsruhe Empire. This is true not only of the nobles of the empire, but also of the common people. This is the current situation of the empire. And this is also the reason why the nobles condoned Prince Behar and Duke Infanta. Perhaps the information the Empress handed over to someone did not explicitly mention this, but just mentioned it implicitly. But the experiences of the past few days have made Lin more aware of the Empress's vulnerable situation. On the contrary, today's banquet was so troubled by the prince that the Grand Duke took away a group of people. Even though the second dance period had not finished, the party had already automatically entered the breakup stage. The Empress did not stop anyone. Instead, she allowed everyone to come forward to greet her and then left. In the end, she became impatient and stepped forward to dismiss them one by one. So she simply left first, allowing people to leave more easily. Lin let the elves go first, but he caught up with the Empress, because during his detection, His Majesty did not go far. He just walked to a balcony. But this is the palace, not a place where he, an outsider, can wander around casually. So the guards blocked the doorway to the balcony. The Empress was not far ahead, talking to the alien beauty with a round face and sky blue hair who had danced with her. So do you use flash to break in now? Or leave? Lin Zheng was thinking. Before he could think of an answer, the alien beauty with sky blue hair who had danced with him for half a dance came out. Said, "Your Excellency, the great magician Tripwood, Your Majesty has summoned you. Please come with me." When the Chamberlain summoned him, the guard stopped blocking him and got out of the way. Lin came to the Empress, bowed and greeted her. Although the envoys of the gods were equal to the nobles when they met, they would still give a half ceremony when they met the Emperor. "Your Majesty, it's really not peaceful tonight." "No, you are wrong. Let me tell you, tonight is really a rare moment of tranquility. There has never been a time when there was no trouble," Allegria said helplessly. This sentence actually surprised someone. Feelings say that the prince came to make trouble. Is this a normal part of the Emperor's banquet? Looking back on the incident, the nobles looked calm, almost like they were used to it. Anyway, as long as they don't suffer any disaster, everyone is quite calm. Even the Emperor treated it as if it had nothing to do with him. Anyway, I put on a big show and was looked at like a monkey. Thinking of this, Lin couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. Allegria might have guessed what the person in front of her was thinking, or she might have misunderstood it. But she still smiled and changed the topic without talking about those annoying people. Pointing to the two people next to him, he introduced, "The two people dancing with you today are Lisa and Acarus. Acarus has the blood of the sea tribe. They are two of the very few people in this room that I can trust." "Good day. You too." Facing the two beauties, Lin certainly couldn't be sullen, but greeted them cordially. But rather than wanting to kiss Fangza, Lin was more curious about another thing. "Please forgive me for being presumptuous. Who is the Sea clan?" At this question, the three beauties hesitated for a moment. And then, they suddenly realized the appearance. Allegria explained, "It is said that there is an empire composed of sea people under the sea. But because most sea people cannot live outside the water, people on land know very little about it. And about this matter, the empire people outside know even less. Even if they can leave the sea water, they can't leave it for too long. They always have to go back to soak in the sea water. And other water is not enough. The combined bloodline. Her father liked the flowers on the land, so he gave her such a name. Even by human standards, she is a beauty, especially her dancing. But even I am fascinated by it. Oh, it's indeed beautiful." Lin agreed. After receiving the compliment, the alien beauty with sky blue hair just smiled politely. He didn't show much excitement, nor did he show any disgust or disgust. However, the Empress did not let anyone go, but joked, "You must have seen a lot of beauties like this in the past few days. Do you have any favorites? These days, those people are not good enough." Lin waved his hand and said, "They only have 2 words to write on their faces: disgusting. Even if they dance with me, they are still coping. I am coping, and so are they. The result is that everyone is unhappy. And for the sake of the gold coin goddess, I have to keep a smile on my face, as if I am happy to do it. If you ask me, the host of the banquet in the past few days should at least send some good actors. By sending such people out, I'm still wondering if they don't intend to cooperate with the goddess. So they use this method to express their opposition." The three beauties couldn't help laughing after hearing this. But the round-faced Lisa reacted the fastest, thinking that she was also the one who was ordered to dance with her. But her performance should not be that bad. He immediately changed his face and said angrily, "I was dancing very seriously, and didn't show any displeasure." Lin started to speak, But he didn't expect this. In the face of the protest, he smiled and said, Of course. We, Ms. Lisa, are like children. We are so happy that we forget that she has a dance partner. This shows how serious she is. The little round face said coquettishly, I'm not a child. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but the waves were so rough that it almost blinded someone. He took a step back to avoid being knocked over. Lynn apologized and said, Yes, I made a mistake. I apologize. Ms. Lisa, please accept my sincere apology. The other two beauties were already laughing. Alegria hugged Lisa from behind, while Acris patted her head as if coaxing a child. Let this little round face open its teeth and dance like a cat imitating a lion's roar. After a while, the three people laughed together, looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him. Lynn didn't shy away from it. He looked at it with admiration and laughed along with it. At the banquet just now, she looked at the Empress sitting upright like an exquisite porcelain doll. No matter if the people below came to greet her, dance, or Prince Behar was causing trouble, she always had the same expression. Although it is a smile, it makes those who see it feel sad. Now I can smile heartily, and my expression is completely different from before. If you hadn't already known this person in person, you might be surprised that he still had such an expression. A man standing aside watching the show is certainly eye-catching. The three beauties, who had been laughing for a while, suddenly turned their faces to look serious. But within 3 seconds of holding on, he failed again and burst into laughter. Alegria pushed his head against someone's chest. It's like being coquettish, and also like reminiscing about the tenderness of a few days ago. Lynn doesn't push people, and certainly doesn't dare to hug people blatantly. The Empress was allowed to linger for a long time before she said, Your Majesty? How? Although I didn't turn around to look. I guess His Highness the Prince is staring at me. Someone noticed from the magic feedback of environmental detection that the person was not far away in the hall. Even because of the close distance, his expression was simulated vividly in my perception. The Empress looked over someone's shoulder, took a look, and then returned to her original posture. He said with disdain, Leave him alone. Do you know what is more tragic than a man who has to beat women to maintain his strong position? Someone was a little confused when he heard the words, but still asked, What is it? He still defeated that woman. After the Empress finished speaking, she even laughed. His shoulders twitched even more. However, someone has a feeling of sympathy. There's a tigress in the house, and I can't afford to hurt her. Chapter 1344 Meeting Hall. A messy, very unusual, yet quite ordinary banquet ended. After all, someone failed to stay and spend the night with three beauties at the same time. Although the Empress didn't mind, and the other two didn't mind either. They didn't invite her. Someone was just flirting with her, but they didn't really dare to do anything. It's not that Lynn uses bold, but that tomorrow is a big event. The envoy of the gold coin goddess will go to the imperial meeting to compete with a group of nobles from the Karlsruhe Empire. When taking over this task from Coin, Lynn certainly studied the current development of the bank and the situation of the Karlsruhe Empire. It is not yet certain whether the Empress was an old acquaintance at that time. Even if it is an old acquaintance, it is also uncertain how much friendship is left. So at the beginning, Lynn just made a plan that would work. Anyway, the development of banks is a general trend. It is just a matter of speed, and no one can stop it. But if the development goes wrong, Lynn will still take care of it. At least, he doesn't want to create that kind of unprecedented financial monster in his own hands. If you do that, you will eat others and yourself. It may not leave a bad name in history, because not many people understand it, but it will not cause less evil than the independent-minded Lao Shi in World War II. However, after the events of the past few days, coupled with the old and new relationship with the Empress, Lynn had some different thoughts. Instead of just dealing with it, just how to implement it, and to what extent it needs to be achieved actually needs to be discussed with other people. When doing things, especially teamwork, you are most afraid that the person sitting in the sedan chair will think about it. But the person carrying the sedan chair will not let go. If you force people to go to Lianshan, the beauty of things will change. Of course Lin couldn't do such a thankless thing. But before asking the Empress's sincerity clearly, there are some things that you can prepare in advance, such as increasing the weight of the chips in your hand. Now that we have made this decision, we have to carefully consider what we should say at tomorrow's imperial meeting. Lin thought so. However, what makes someone feel emboldened is that banks are now located in the Guana Empire and the Vader military state, not to mention all over the country, but have been established in towns with a certain population or above. The holy city of Starry, with the help of the Technology Guild, is not only inseparable from people's lives like a certain treasure before time travel, but it has also actually entered the lives of many people. There are also 5 elven kingdoms that have begun to lay out early, with these areas as the center and radiating outward. It can be said that the development of the bank has been unstoppable. In this case, the style of the gold coin goddess should no longer be as petty and cautious as in the past. It should be no problem to show a little bit of fangs and claws, although Kuyun's attitude was tough in the past. In fact, the main control over whether to establish a bank or not was still in the hands of the local lords. Lin and the elves could only use some interests that everyone could see and that were consistent to lure the lords into agreeing to set up the bank. However, many lords were dissatisfied with not being able to enjoy the privileges from the establishment of the bank. It's just that they can't change the rules set by the goddess. The only thing they can do is to find ways to hinder the bank when they are unhappy. Although this is a way to kill 1,000 enemies and damage yourself by 800. The noble lord has the capriciousness to endure. Similarly, if Queen is dissatisfied, the only available method is to postpone the establishment of the bank in the local area. What I can take to comfort myself is that the manpower to promote banks is limited. Even if a certain place is unwilling, they can put resources in other places. Generally speaking, it will not be a hindrance at all. But how long can such a passive choice last? As banks have more and more branches, there are also more places where elves can practice. And the training speed of manpower is getting faster and faster. However, to establish a bank, it takes time to build a house. Even if a ready-made house is provided with the help of powerful local people, it will take time to renovate and decorate the interior. This is not a goddess. With all the people ready in a nod, the bank will be open and online. If banks continue to expand, they will encounter bottlenecks sooner or later. In other words, the more civilized lords, who could accept new things, allowed banks to open. Then what is left are some old diehards and conservatives. Not to mention the goddess trying to take advantage of these people. They themselves may cut off the bank's opportunity to enter their territory. At that point, will we have to compromise with these stubborn old guard in exchange for the entry of banks? What will those who joined early think? Will they claim the same privileges? The only difference between doing many things is not doing them and doing them. It is impossible to do them only once or to limit the number of times. As long as a hole is opened, it will be unstoppable. Just like a small crack in a dike will eventually lead to a breach. Lin's original idea was to rely on the largest number of ordinary people to let them get used to the bank, and in turn, invisibly force the noble lords to accept it. However, after the promotion of actual operating banks, it was discovered that this idea had its flaws. The first is that the mobility of people in Midland is not as high as one might imagine, especially in special areas, or those that impose coercive control on their territories. It is easy for these places to block information from the outside world. They could not taste the benefits or convenience from the establishment of the bank, so naturally they could not push the lord to accept it. Secondly, the authority of the noble lords is still quite strong, and there are quite a few people who would rather suffer a loss than have someone take advantage of them. Seeing that the citizens have money and can go into the bank, they only think about how to put the money into their own pockets and drain their citizens until nothing is left, instead of thinking about what benefits the bank can do to them. It's like someone has incredible confidence in the breadth of the forum. In fact, if you think about it carefully, it is impossible for those who are illiterate to become users of the forum. And there are quite a few such by Ding who are lost in the land. The same goes for bank development plans. I thought it was very thoughtful at the beginning, but in fact, it was flawed everywhere in its implementation. Of course, if we leave things alone, after a few generations, when all the old stubborns are dead, banks may be able to enter places that were previously inaccessible. But as time goes by, Lin can't guarantee whether something unpredictable will happen. For example, there are similar financial institutions that have emerged to seize the blank markets before the Bank of the Gold Coin Goddess enters. Even facing the challenges of these newcomers, Lin is confident that relying on the alliance between World Tree and Elf, he can use violence to solve all problems, or those who create problems. But if someone intervenes, no matter whether it can be resolved later or not, the matter itself is enough to make someone feel sick. What does Murphy's Law say? As long as things have the possibility of going bad, they will definitely go bad, not to mention giving it enough time to simmer. Therefore, Lin felt that it would not be a bad thing to show the claws of the Gold Goddess at the right time. After all, with the current scale of banks, the cost of exit is too high for those who have already invested in it. and there is no fear that they will back down. Therefore, even if they are trying to make a fool of themselves, there are probably not many noble lords who dare to harm themselves and throw the bank away. Of course, we do not rule out some idiots who are fond of self-betterment, since we want to change the passive promotion of banks to active promotion, shorten the time to lay out the entire puzzle, and reduce the possibility of others intervening after reacting. Then tomorrow's imperial meeting should be a very suitable press conference. Lin thought so, smiling happily. Of course, a good mood will bring good sleep, and naturally there will be nothing to do all night until dawn. It was still a familiar face. Count Ephron took great pains to bring the gold coin goddess envoy and his entourage to the palace in a carriage. The destination is the meeting hall, in the completely opposite direction to the green hall last night. The layout of the royal palace of the Karlsruhe Empire was not a complete building, encompassing all political functions. Instead, it is composed of palaces, each of which has one or several different uses. The further back you go, the further away from the main entrance, the more private the palace's purpose becomes. What's special is that there is no concept of a harem in Midi, nor is there a so-called defense between men and women. However, palaces that pay more attention to privacy, such as the bedroom and bath palace, are also located at the back. The more public the purpose, the higher the position. After entering the palace gate, the first thing you encounter is the guard post of the emperor. Then walking to the right is the green-shaded hall for holding banquets. Walking to the left is the discussion hall, where nobles discuss and decide on military and political affairs. I visited the green hall last night, but it was the first time for Lin to enter the empire's meeting hall. So under the leadership of the count, Lin took a good look at this building that had never been disclosed on the forum. If it weren't for the appearance of the meeting hall, except for the imperial coat of arms, and no other identifying marks, Lin would have thought it was a temple of some god. The high triangular roof and rows of marble columns all follow a simple style. But there is one common characteristic. That is big. And it's so big that it makes people think that there are giants in the racial composition of the empire. In other words, at the beginning of the construction of the meeting hall, it was designed with a giant race as one of the goals. Looking at the whitewashed walls and towering pillars, Lin and the elves were unmoved. Lin was because this kind of building, which was similar to the Parthenon, could not arouse his admiration, let alone the well-informed elves. The group of people acted quite calmly and walked into the meeting hall. In the lobby, quite a few people have gathered. When Lin and his entourage entered the court under the roll call of the attendants, they immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Although someone has not seen many empires or kingdoms, the halls used to deal with political affairs. But from the few I have seen, only the emperor and the queen have seats. Others, regardless of their status, age, or position, can only stand when they want to discuss political affairs on such occasions. The layout of the meeting hall of the Karlsruhe Empire is somewhat different. Of course, there are seats for the emperor and his wife, but ministers involved in political affairs also have their own seats. But instead of one chair per person, a high step platform and a long board used as seats were nailed, with the emperor's seat as the center line. The high step platform is divided into left and right sides. Seating is free, but basically people of the same faction will sit together, and everyone will have fixed seats and will not sit randomly. Although there is no rule that hostile parties must sit on opposite sides. Lin, who has just entered, can see that the nobles on both sides are tit for tat. It's just that his group destroyed the original balance and drew all the attention to himself. Chapter 1345 Imperial Meeting. I don't know if it's intentional or if it's just the rules. The invited guests had no seats and had to stand in front of the central podium. Coupled with the malicious gazes around him, Lin suddenly felt like a gladiator standing in the center of the Roman arena, ready to sacrifice his victory or his own flesh and blood to the gods. As for the circle of Roman citizens sitting outside, they were just looking forward to the scene of blood and flesh. But according to someone's observation, there are no such high-risk elements among the nobles present, even if there are warriors with energy levels in their bodies that reach the level of the empress. They are all gray-haired old men. Of course, these people are not at the level of extraordinary beings, so there is every reason to suspect that a few of them can still fight. In other words, just relying on the strength and experience of the elves behind them, they can easily cause a massacre in the meeting hall of the Karlsruhe Empire. You don't even need to do this yourself. As for not doing anything yet, first considering the strength gap between one's own people and those who are not one's own, as well as the route of escape. This is already someone's subconscious reaction. Escape is easy to say, But Flash can take care of everything. As for the difference in strength, it is only a rough estimate, and I cannot rule out the possibility of being mistaken. Some people still regard the two principles of not wasting money and preserving life as their top priority. After arriving and standing in front of the podium, Lin opened his mouth and said Lo. Dear esteemed adults, I am the messenger of the gold coin goddess coin, the magician Jeebresh Tripwood. Good day, everyone. The reason why I didn't talk about my title of Great Magician was because I was not recognized by the local magician association in the Karlsruhe Empire. Despite this, he can still claim the title he obtained in the holy city of Starry. But it is inevitable that there will be some discordant voices or challengers. In order to avoid trouble, Lin should be more conservative. Anyway, the focus today is not on one's own magician rank. Just showing the identity of the gold coin goddess chosen is enough. After giving a half salute to the empress sitting on the throne, Lin continued, I came here today to explain to you all the banking beliefs that Her Majesty the Goddess wants to promote. With this as an opening statement, Lin briefly stated the banking services now on offer. Of course, it is also covered by the faith of the gods. But the content is much simpler. After all, when reporting to a group of big guys, they don't need to know the detailed operation details. They just need to know how much benefit they can get from it, and where the benefit points are. If you don't talk about money with your friends, talking about money will hurt your feelings. If you only talk about money with a boss, if you don't talk about money, there will be no topic. The low-end ones talk about financial management, and the high-end ones talk about taste. However, in a business report like this, it is of course impossible to talk to the other party about what fabric to use for clothes, how to match them in what season, etc. So it's better to be more vulgar and just talk about money directly. As one of the 5 great empires in Midland, the fine money minted by the Karlsruhe Empire is a very good point of interest. It has enough gold content that it can increase after being exchanged for coins, which means that one's wealth can be increased by 10 to 20%. This is quite attractive to both nobles and commoners. As for the convenience of banking functions such as cross-regional exchange, the Grand Duke of Kalway family in the Guana Empire can be used as an example. The relevant information may not be disclosed much in the open chat section of the forum, but those who are interested can still find traces. Of course, the disclosure of this information was also approved by the current Grand Duke, and the content was also reviewed by the other party to avoid the appearance of something inappropriate. Once the 2 trump cards come out, basically all the benefits that banks can provide will be exhausted. But this benefit is the result of the gold coin goddess treating everyone equally, and the nobles do not gain more benefits from it than the common people. In fact, the entanglements in most areas are also concentrated in this part. Noble lords always think they are entitled to more. The nobles of the Karlsruhe Empire certainly had the same idea, and they were even more greedy. During the question-answering stage, some nobles immediately started discussing how much tax money should be collected from the gold goddess. Some people were speechless at this idea. In the history of Earth or Midi, there was no reason why taxes were collected by religious groups. Therefore, the regimes of all dynasties have always thought about how to weaken the influence of these religious groups, and found various excuses to get a share of the land and industries they occupied. But this thought directly touched the head of a god. And someone wanted to ask, are you serious? A living god. If you go crazy, even if it doesn't change the world, at least it will shake the earth. To such a request, Lin could only answer formulaically. The goddess of gold coins only uses her divine power to provide believers with some convenience in using money. The handling fees charged for this are only to maintain the daily expenses of bank employees in various places, and do not make any profit from it. Since you are not making any money, you certainly cannot pay taxes. Besides, does the gold coin goddess need money? All he needs is the circulation of money. Just such an act. Secondly, the money received by the goddess of gold coins does not belong to her, but is deposited by others in her divine kingdom and kept by the goddess. Of course, there is no reason to pay tax. Then someone asked the goddess of gold to reduce the handling fees, or even completely eliminate the handling fees paid by nobles when depositing and withdrawing money. The reason, anyway, the noble who suggested it couldn't give a good reason. The over and over again is that aristocratic blood is very noble, and there is no need to pay this money. Think about the various tax cuts and preferential measures provided by countries around the world for new and high-tech industries. Let's not discuss the issue of where the saved money disappears in the end. When a company's financial statements are not good-looking, the first words of those CEOs and general managers are, the government's tax cuts and support are not enough. That's why they didn't make any money. The original intention of the government to collect taxes is to redistribute wealth. So the rich are taxed heavily, and the poor are taxed lightly. But what the actual situation is, someone really doesn't want to say more. Although the bank is part of the belief of the goddess of gold coins, even people with weak beliefs can use it. But this does not mean that people who work in banks have to live off the donations of believers, like other divine churches in the past. So no matter what, in order to maintain the normal operation of the bank, handling fees must be collected. But it is impossible for Lin to put this burden on ordinary depositors, and let go of the nobles, who are most likely to have large sums of money coming in and out. As for the reasons for rejecting others, there are also ready-made reasons, such as God's treating believers equally. Unless the nobles are willing to show more sincerity, they will of course have more privileges. This is what any God's church does, and there's nothing wrong with it. But for those who strive for this privilege, there are problems everywhere. Okay. They also know the faces of various churches very clearly. At least the Life faction in the Church of Three Holy Lights has a lot of dealings with them. It is said that as long as the money is enough, the dead can be resurrected. And the resurrection is real, not just talk. Of course, the dead person must be fresh enough. If the person has been dead for too long, the body will be incomplete. But the nobles made these requests just to save money. What's going on now, that you have to contribute a sum of money in exchange for your privileged status? Do you really think that the nobles of the Lost Land are the rich and powerful people of the earth? In order to get to the top of the list, I don't even feel bad about throwing a lot of money into the water, just to save face. Impossible. Although the nobles of Lost Land also care about face, they are still much more pragmatic. There are people who pretend to be fat, but they are extremely rare. So someone's few words made these people give up their minds. Although faced with a series of doubts, it can be seen that these are just the appetizers. The nobles who came forward to propose fighting for privileges were all minor nobles, and no heavyweights came forward. And the things that were brought up were all commonplace. The advantage of this is that no one has ever succeeded in asking the goddess of gold coins in other places. But from the standpoint of the empire, they had to raise it and express their attitude. Then let some small nobles come forward, knowing that the only outcome is failure. At least everyone's face will not be too ugly. But if it is proposed and the effort is successful, then everyone will benefit. Nothing bad. But after the appetizers were served, it was time to finally bring the main course to the table. Duke Infanta was the first to step forward. He looked at a certain magician who was talking eloquently and said, "Your Excellency, when the bank is established, all coins will be changed to coins with the portrait of Her Majesty the Goddess, instead of using coins minted by each country. Maybe you have explained, however, regarding the various benefits of doing so. I don't see many benefits to the Empire. Can you please explain what benefits it will bring to the Empire after handing over the coinage work to Her Majesty the Goddess?" "Oh." Someone finally asked this question. Lin smiled happily. I thought I was going to find a way to bring the topic to this aspect, but someone else brought it up. I wonder how many traps the other party saw in this matter. Lin responded with a polite smile. "My lord, you are asking this question because you probably have doubts about the right to mint money. But first, I want to ask my lord, in what capacity do you ask me this question?" Duke Infanta was a little stunned by this unexpected reaction. But this emotion only lasted for a moment. He keenly asked the key point. "What kind of identity, and what does it mean? Please explain clearly." To put it simply, it is 3 different identities, and I have 3 different answers. The first identity is an ordinary bank user, the second identity is a noble lord, and the third identity is standing at the height of the empire. Look at the matter of minting rights. Can you please tell me something?" Duke Infanta's curiosity was aroused, and they all used honorifics to someone. But they didn't know it. Lin didn't care about the difference, and explained with a scheming smile. "Users of ordinary banks do not have the right to mint coins. Therefore, the benefits of exchanging and using coins through banks have actually been mentioned before. There are many. These are also the main points of publicity in the process of promoting the bank. So I won't go into details here. As for standing in the position of noble lords, it is mainly for those who have mines in their territory, because the goddess can accept gold, silver, and copper ores and exchange them for a certain amount of coins based on purity and weight. But no lord should be willing. See, the miners taking advantage of the mining opportunity to line their own pockets. Then the last point is to look at the matter of minting power falling into the hands of the goddess from the perspective of the empire. I can responsibly say that this is definitely the stupidest thing in the history of the Karlsruhe Empire, and even all the countries on earth. The worst decision is no different than betraying the country. But not surrendering the right to mint is worse than betraying the country. One word came out, and everyone was shocked. Chapter 1346 Coin Power. Not to mention that the nobles below who had doubts about the bank couldn't sit still. The elves behind them, and the empress on the throne all had expressions of disbelief, staring blankly at someone telling the truth, regardless of whether these people were originally in favor or opposed. They were not prepared for such an answer. And of course they could not answer it. Lin smiled triumphantly and glanced left and right at the group of people who were already frightened by him. The attitudes of the elves were relatively calm, but one could still read the pleasure in their expressions as they watched one of their own being demolished. Sure enough, these ageless people with pointed ears are representatives of white skin and dark minds. Someone slandered. But the performance still has to go on. If the play is not sung, everyone will be completely frightened, and someone will feel sorry for themselves. He slowly took out his wallet from the inner pocket of his arms. Even though the money bag sewn with brocade scraps didn't quite match the suit, but every inch and every minute of that slow movement was imprinted on everyone's mind. Until Lin took out a Jin Kuyin. With his fingers spread out, Kuyin's holy symbol on the back of his hand was glowing slightly. The gold coin containing the same divine power just floats on the palm of the hand, spinning with a wonderful speed-changing frequency. The area of a gold coin is not large. About the area circled by an adult's index thumb. Under the influence of distance, the dim-eyed old man and old woman nobles present should not be able to see clearly the details on the gold coins. But the fact is that whether it is the coin holy emblem on the back of the gold coin or the head of the goddess on the front of the gold coin, it is clearly printed in everyone's eyes. Kim Kian, shaking his hand again. A silver coin and a copper coin appeared on the left and right of the gold coin. Silver Kian, bronze Kian. Putting his hands together, he threw them out and instantly displayed a representative representation of each of the various coins that the gold coin goddess had received so far, and divided them according to secular levels. The top 3 coins are the coins of the gold coin goddess. The 5 coins in the second row are fine coins minted by the 5 empires. There are more than 10 coins in the third row, which are ordinary coins whose gold content and casting technology have both reached the passing standard. The bottom row contains crooked melons and jujubes collected from various places. There are actually more types at the bottom level. However, Lin eliminated those bad coins that were classified as bad money due to wear and tear, and kept only the coins with poor casting technology and very low purity. And the number was slightly more than the number of ordinary coins in the third row. As a Chinese from a world with rich materials and prosperous culture, it is normal to have a collecting habit. Anyway, he just asked the goddess to leave one for him, as long as it was a type of coin he had never seen before, and exchange it with his own savings of equal value. Maybe one day in the future, I can build a museum on the development history of MIDI coins to leave a mark on this history. But I'm not in a hurry about the museum right now. After showing the different coins that the goddess could collect, Lin said, the biggest problem with the coins used by MIDI in the past was the purity. As for the casting technology, whether the coins are beautiful or not, they are actually derivatives of the coin purification technology, where the purification is not done well. Most of the casting technology is not very good either. Natural coins cannot be so beautiful. As we all know, the coins minted by the 5 empires have the highest purity, and the rest are classified as ordinary coins. As for the inferior coins that are visible to the naked eye, they are regarded as bad money. They may be prohibited from use, or they may be used at a discount. This pair most people have a question. How much are the coins in their hands worth? When you raise your hand, the displayed coin floats to a higher position, and at the same time its enlarged projection and various parameters about the coin appear, including the weight, purity, diameter, and thickness of the coins, and finally calculating the weight of the pure metal, and using gold, silver, and copper coins as the standard to show how many coins these coins can be exchanged for. Of course, so much data filled the air in the meeting hall, which frightened the nobles who were still in shock once again. Not to mention that this is just a comparison of numbers. But for illiterate and semi-illiterate people who do not know how to use statistical reports, this scene can really shock many people. An unscrupulous time traveler continues to bombard. With the help of the goddess of gold coins, priesthood, and divine power, the composition and weight of these coins can be carefully analyzed. And finally, an absolutely fair and just data can be obtained. Based on this data, the number of exchangeable coins can be calculated, and the specifications of coins is determined by referring to the usage patterns. weight and other data of ordinary coins. In principle, users will not feel alienated from past experiences when taking coins. The value of the coin itself will not exceed or be much lower than the value of the coins used in the past. The power and justice of the gods are also, there is no doubt that every coin issued by the bank is exactly the same as every other coin before today, and will be the same after today. A time traveler with a very bad taste used magic to conjure a scale, and placed it on the podium in front of him, and put a piece of Jean Queen on the left and right sides respectively, and then watched the scale become balanced. The goddess's coin-making technology, supported by divine power, is incomprehensible to mortals. Even if it is the Empire's fine coin, there is no guarantee that any two coins will be exactly the same. As if to prove what he said, Lin conjured another scale, and then placed a piece of Karlsruhe Empire's Empress gold on each side. Just seeing the balance tilted unsatisfactorily, the tenth string in the hearts of all the nobles seemed to have broken. In addition to the beauty of the advanced coinage capabilities, the biggest benefit is the user's confidence. Is it possible that everyone in the world is willing to regard the coins minted by the five empires as fine money and give them the highest value? Is it just because it has double-sided engraving? Lin specifically clicked on an ordinary coin and enlarged its data. Among the ordinary coins I have come into contact with, there are some that have a purity higher than that of the five empires. But these coins are not necessarily due to the skill of the caster. It is very likely that the purity of the raw ore itself is high enough. But this advantage does not bring more confidence to these coins. In the hands of users, the value of single-sided coins is still inferior to fine coins. With a flip of his hand, Lin conjured up a mutilated coin minted by the Karlsruhe Empire, but regarded as bad money. The so-called bad money is not necessarily caused by low purity. Many of them are just the wear and tear of the coins after long-term use, resulting in poor sales. Such coins, even if the purity is high enough, may be just as heavy as the coin itself. It is not enough, so that the weight of the pure metal is lower than the average value of the coin, and it is not unjust to be regarded as bad money of insufficient value. With a swipe of his hand, Lin took back all the seemingly complicated data. Lin mixed all the coins below the coins together and continued. The current situation in MIDI is that all kinds of coins are in circulation and used by everyone at the same time. Basically, everyone uses what they get. The coins issued in the name of the goddess have not completely replaced other coins. In the present world of coins, what will happen to this coexistence? Except for those who ask for money, they must first find a way to exchange the coins in their hands into coins that are guaranteed by gods and are absolutely fair. The other methods are nothing more than discounted use and discarding. The situation of discounted use and discarding. I think you are already familiar with it. When confidence in the currency is insufficient, the value of the item is increased, charging more money to make up for the shortfall, or simply treating it as bad money and not using it. But adding coin things will be different after this coin that guarantees justice. Move your hands up and down so that all the coins, including the coins, are at the same height. Unlike other coins that may wear out or become stained after use, the coins protected by divine power remain sparkling at all times and are really loved by everyone. Someone continues to blast. Compared with the rough pricing method that ordinary people use when using various coins, the goddess of gold coins priesthood and divine power allow her to fairly judge the value of each coin. The consistency of coins, and the power of God. Can anyone deny that it is protected from wear and stains, and is more suitable to become the benchmark for all coins? Glancing at everyone present again, Lin smiled charmingly and said, "Then has anyone ever thought about what the gap between the pricing of ordinary people and the goddesses when using the non-coins in their hands represents? If there is a time traveler from Earth's modern past present, he should be familiar with this thing. It is called exchange rate, a very special financial commodity. Stocks are speculated on companies, and exchange rates are speculated on countries. The assets and liabilities of a company can still be reasonably estimated by those who are interested. Stocks represent the actual value of the company. As for things like exchange rates, in addition to considering a country's economic size, it also involves currency issuance. These things are not as easy to estimate as companies. It's just that in the modern financial market on Earth, whether it is stock prices or exchange rates, they have long since moved away from the sum they should represent the value of a company or a country. Instead, it has become a financial commodity that can rise or fall into the abyss at the mercy of speculation. Lin certainly didn't want me to enter this stage too early, or to enter this stage while he was still there, because to this extent, it is no longer controllable by a small time traveler. Before someone traveled through time, he was just an academic geek, not the leader of an invisible plutocrat. But everything is unpredictable, and some things can be avoided just by saying you don't want to. As an important birthplace of banks, the holy city of Starry has already seen savvy businessmen discover that the interest rate difference between coins and other currencies is an operational source of profit. So these people worked hard to collect old coins through work and business. These old coins are then exchanged into coins through banks. A cow peels off 2 layers of skin. That's what those greedy hyenas are doing. Those who are more savvy can directly use coins to buy old money, use extremely exaggerated proportions to redeem them, and then enter the bank to generate profits. Chapter 1347 Dilemma. The interest rate difference between the current currency in circulation and the exchange rate of coins has become a money-making opportunity in the eyes of some businessmen. Many people like to use the old way to collect old coins. Even bad money, which is avoided by others, has also been people accepted at a large discount of 1 for 5 generations or 1 for 10 generations, and then use the pure metal content strictly separated by the goddess to convert the coins at the bank. In the holy city of Starry, there are even businessmen holding coins in their hands and going around to buy old coins, in the name of benefiting areas that have not yet opened banks. In fact, they are constantly making profits from this. Becomes a strange phenomenon of making money. After making a clear analysis of what was happening in the holy city of Starry, Ling gave a summary. However, such a conclusion stunned the nobles of the Karlsruhe Empire. They had never thought that the exchange gap between coins could actually become a way to make money. In the silence, the young noble asked intuitively, "Is this true? If it is true, and you can make money from it, then why did you say it?" Of course, it's because of the different positions we are in. Those who see this benefit, in order to maintain that this benefit can continue to be harvested, have invariably made moves to restrict the development of banks. Only places where old coins are used the more they can, the greater benefits they can get from it. It can be said that the first obstacle to the spread of the belief in the goddess is those who become believers, or bank depositors. In the first place, the fact someone said made him smile bitterly. This is something that I had never imagined before promoting the bank. And it is actually happening. It's just the first signs of things happening. And those with vested interests have not yet formed an intricate group to cooperate to suppress anyone who wants to break through this situation. In other words, someone still has a chance to break the situation. But from the goddess's point of view, in addition to the circulation of coins, the construction of banks is also very important in the spread of her faith. Is it important to the goddess whether it is profitable or not? Is it meaningful? Her Majesty the goddess has been from the beginning. I didn't think about making money, since I couldn't count on the people below to help. The goddess had no choice but to do it herself. So he sent us. Duke Infanta sneered at this time and said, "Your Majesty the magician, if everything is as you said, then isn't this the best reason for us to ban the use of coins? Just give the order and treat coins as bad money. Use and circulation are prohibited. Then what you said has nothing to do with us." "Oh, sir, let me ask, can this be done?" Lin also sneered back and said, "In the Guana Empire, those stubborn lords who originally insisted on their own opinions responded to this matter in the following way. There is only one thing. That is to take the initiative to welcome the bank, abandon the circulation of old coins, and completely replace them with coins. Because only by doing this can they avoid greedy businessmen who are no different from vampires from taking away the money that originally belongs to the Lord. If they don't do this, they can only passively wait for the circulation of coins and gradually replace the original money in the territory, currency in circulation. And the amount of losses that will be incurred in this process is something that ordinary people cannot see clearly and cannot estimate. What someone did not say is that the amount of losses suffered by these lords depends entirely on the prices offered by the merchants who redeem the old coins. That is, whether the exchange rate is set high or low. The brave will make big profits, and the timid will make small profits. No one will lose money except those who are accidentally robbed. You must know that the current exchange market in MIDI is unregulated and without rules. It is a complete carnival of capital. The same situation also occurs in the Vader military state and other hinterland areas with banks. And after this method of play became known, the 5 elven kingdoms were the most ruthless. It's just that the elves did not deliberately prevent the banks from spreading outwards. Instead, they used this method to threaten their neighboring human kingdoms. He said overtly and secretly that if you don't set up a bank, you will be chopped into pieces. So don't you think that we should completely ban the circulation of coins? and even expel the belief in the gold coin goddess. Let the Karlsruhe Empire remain pure. Grand Duke Infanta said calmly and insistently. Have you ever thought about something? When banks continue to spread, and the circulation of coins gradually replaces the old coins, then the empire that insists on minting coins will become someone else's double-sided Empress coin. Bad money in the eyes. Can the Karlsruhe Empire completely cut off exchanges with other countries? Let its own currency be in a weak position? Lin smiled proudly. The 5 great empires of Midland have taken advantage of everything in the world. How could they allow themselves to become second best? The young nobleman who dared to speak out and go against the envoy of a certain god once again said with a guilty conscience. If you follow your words, then if we accept the bank and fully switch to coins, then we won't have these problems. Of course Lin knew who was speaking, and could see that many nobles agreed with such remarks. In fact, this is also a common thought among nobles from other regions who have accepted banks. Lin couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. You are so naive. Gentlemen, it is indeed your lack of experience that limits your vision. Without waiting for anyone to refute or explain, Lin took out a coin and twisted it in his hand, asking, has anyone ever thought about why the goddess of gold coins set the coin to such a size, specification, and weight? The young noble laughed mockingly and said, didn't your majesty the magician just say that the coins were made by her majesty the goddess with reference to the specifications of ordinary coins? They also paid attention to the user's experience and would not be too different from the past. Alienation and value are similar to ordinary coins. Wrong, sir. The actual situation is that His Majesty Queen is happy. Lin cracked a smile, raised the coin in his hand, and said, this is not a technical problem, nor a problem of the foundry craftsman, nor is it a mold-making problem. After it comes out, you can only accept the deviation from the old mold and shape it with divine power. These are not problems. This means that as long as the goddess is willing to reduce the weight of each coin by 1%, then after digging out 100 coins, she can create another coin and still have a surplus. If it is a reduction of 1,000 or 1/10,000 will increase the number of coins. So what about the increase? In other words, how much money can be paid is all at your majesty's discretion. And 1 or 2 coins, you can't see the reason. But when there are thousands, tens of thousands, or even more, this little adjustment represents a change in quantity. Of course, it is impossible for the goddess to let the coins already in circulation be compared with there are some discrepancies in the newly minted coins. This is to ensure fairness and impartiality. However, besides ensuring fairness and justice, what Her Majesty the Goddess wants to do is not something that mortals can control. An operation so simple that even an idiot can understand it. For the Karlsruhe Empire, there were nobles who had performed minting tasks, and they understood this best. It's a pity that even though the Empire's casting technology is superior to other small countries, it still can't achieve the kind of delicate manipulation techniques that a certain divine envoy described as Her Majesty the Goddess of Gold Coins. That is simply appalling. The nobles who had never understood the task of minting coins were shocked that it was actually feasible. They did not think about the issue of casting technology and difficulty at all. Instead, they stared at the nobles who had performed the coin minting task with malicious eyes, doubting how much personal gain they had sought from them. The young nobleman who had been arguing with Lin suddenly stood up and slapped the table. He pointed angrily at the gold coin goddess and his entourage in front of the podium, and said excitedly, everyone, this man in front of you has already mastered the power of minting and established a bank. The benefits of this are very clear. We can build our own bank and find ways to improve the casting technology so that the coins of our Karlsruhe Empire can be circulated throughout the land and eventually replace the coins. All advantages are in our hands. With this incitement, more nobles expressed their agreement and were eager to try. But they did not express their stance rashly. It is true that the pride of the people of the empire makes them unafraid of any challenge. But the presence of someone's old god still made many people feel uneasy, as if the whole thing had fallen into their hands from the beginning. Lin showed his sharp eyes for the first time, glaring at the young nobleman, who was keen on naysaying. With his serious expression, the atmosphere that had started to get warm quickly cooled down. Lin then said, my lord, are you serious about what you say? As if inspired by other supporters, the young noble raised his chest and said plausibly, humph, magician, don't underestimate the strength of an empire, nor the will of an empire. As long as we want to do it, we won't do it. Things that can't be accomplished. No one wants to complain, but wants to directly encourage the other person to conquer the entire puzzle. Lin just sneered and said, "Is the Karlsruhe Empire ready? What you are going to fight is not the kind of fight between two villages fighting for water sources. And each side will get half of it in the end, nor is it two countries fighting for territory. This year you're going to fight the kind of war I'm going to fight next year. You're going to fight against a god and try to replace it." So I asked, "Are you ready?" In one sentence, everyone immediately choked. Only then did most nobles realize that the people they were dealing with were not envoys from neighboring small countries, nor envoys sent by the other four empires. They were the envoys of the gods, his chosen ones. When it comes to fighting a war, especially a war in which winning can bring considerable benefits, the empire can fight it with all its strength. But if the opponent is a god, maybe the empire will use all its strength, regardless of losses, to have a chance of victory. But by then, what would be left of the Karlsruhe Empire? Besides, even if you really defeat the gold coin goddess queen, break through his divine kingdom, seize her divinity, and replace her priesthood, who will replace her? It's just one god replaced by another. The goddess of gold coins is still there. The empire wants to dominate the bank and control the coinage. But it still cannot get around this gold coin goddess, who is not coin. Those who were originally high-spirited became frustrated and looked at each other. All of this is exactly what the magician said at the beginning: support the bank and hand over the right to mint money. Stupid. Not supporting banks and not handing over the right to mint coins are just as stupid. Chapter 1348: The Solution to the Trap. Looking at a group of nobles like proud roses that have not been watered for too long, each one withered. A certain time traveler with a bad taste is extremely proud. It's just that these nobles have not thought that the influence of the gold coin goddess, after she completely controls the coins, is actually far lower than the world where a certain time traveler comes from. Two magic words: credit standard and international settlement currency. When the value of currency breaks away from the shackles of precious metals and becomes a wild horse, a currency with the status of an international settlement currency turns the entire world into its backyard. The so-called international pattern of one superpower and multiple powers. What establishes the status of magnesium as a superpower is not its military strength that is arrogant among the others, nor its world-leading scientific and technological strength, but its status as an international settlement currency. As we all know, any government that prints banknotes indiscriminately and increases the denomination and quantity of issuance will cause domestic inflation. If there is no restraint, it is not impossible for the domestic financial system to collapse. But the issuance of extra printed magnesium knives will directly cause inflation around the world. It's just that Magnesium Emperor, who has a leading financial position, doesn't need to make things so rough. The wolves of Wall Street have thousands of ways to do this quietly and quietly. It was just the African-American president who broke the rules and did things badly. As for the internal and external factors behind this matter, we will not go into detail. Someone never thought that the goddess of gold coins would be given such a status. To be honest, in the minds of a certain time traveler, if there really is a god in his hometown, the person standing behind the financial world must be a devil, not a great god. Perhaps making the magnesium knife the only currency in circulation in the world would save a lot of exploitation. However, it is impossible for governments of various countries to give up the dominance of their own economies and hand over this vital lifeline to the Magnesium Emperor. Besides, the reason why the financial system and institutions in my hometown are designed to be so complicated is because the designers want to profit from them. How could they simplify this thing and accept everyone's supervision? This is not just a player-referee level, but the same person even makes the rules. In such an environment, how could that man who has 3 jobs not be involved? Let alone others. They can't even understand the rules. So why should they win against him? Unlike the already dead situation in my hometown, Midi's economy is still in a fairly primitive state. More importantly, this is a world with gods. The transcendent characteristics of gods make Ku'in a trustworthy representative of justice. People don't need to worry about this god being corrupt, or worrying about whether this god will keep an eye on their money and do some indescribable things. You know, there will be a wave of decentralized currency on this side of the earth. Just because the target of banks is too conspicuous, powerful people have the ability to reach in and take out a few, or find some dirty information from someone's bank usage track. But gods are different. As the goddess of gold coins, Ku'in certainly does not involve matters other than coins. He doesn't even have a stake in anyone, let alone let anyone reach into his kingdom of God. There is no chance for anyone to come. In other words, Lin is very likely to make Ku'in into a money-oriented concept and simplify it to prevent him from taking the wrong path of the earth. And if you really want to turn such a cute halfling goddess into an evil god, you can't even justify it. Think about the sinister version of the halfling goddess, following the traces of the holy symbol to the door in the middle of the night, and then giving someone a good time, regardless of whether it is a version that is not suitable for children. Lynn felt that if that kind of thing really happened, it would really be necessary. I was thinking about finding a way to return to my hometown immediately. It's too dangerous to be in the Lost Lands. It's better to return to Earth. But before that, Lynn noticed that many of the nobles, who were so shocked by him, were looking at him, and the elves with malicious eyes, faced with the look of someone who could tell what they were thinking without having to guess. Lynn could only smile and said, "Do you want to capture us? Sirs, I didn't know that after your groom was captured, he used it to threaten us. Did it have any effect on you?" Those nobles who were really thinking about this were suddenly startled. Did they seriously think about capturing a few mortals to threaten the gods? It works. But there are also people who are still undecided and say miserably, "Your Majesty the Magician, you have not forgotten your identity as a chosen one. Maybe your life is not so important in the eyes of His Majesty." In response to this direct threat, Lynn just chuckled. Even the elves behind him didn't take such a threat seriously. This is not to look down on these nobles, but in such an occasion, the only force is in the hands of the Empress. As long as she doesn't speak, no matter who wants to fight to death, they can only leave and then fight. In the meeting hall, everyone should just be obedient and scold each other. However, facing Saint Allegria sitting on the throne, the nobles of the empire had little confidence, and they even did not want to see the Empress suddenly rise up. In addition to the nobles who spared no effort to negate the authority of the Empress, this one also simply ignored the messages sent by the nobles, making it impossible for the nobles who wanted to take advantage of her. So at times like now, no matter whether a big noble or a small noble is trying their best to accuse someone of disasters in the empire, the Empress still sits calmly and doesn't say a word. But the Empress could hold it back. But others couldn't. The Grand Duke of Persenza, who could barely be considered the leader of the pro-royal faction, coughed dryly and said, "Your Majesty, I wonder what your decision is on this whole matter." Allegria glanced at the Grand Duke who named him. Although the other party is relatively close to the royal family, he is not lenient at all when it is time to stumble. He is just a little more restrained than others. But he is still essentially one of the hyenas. But should I respond? Or continue to act stupid? Besides, what the man in front of her said was beyond her expectations. Allegria also wanted to know what he thought. Because of this, the Empress, who had been playing the background role in the imperial meetings, rarely spoke. She said in her unique but dignified serious voice, "Mr. Tripwood." As soon as this title came out, all the nobles became uneasy. There are usually only two types of titles used by the emperor when calling people. One is nobles, who add titles to their surnames. The other is civilians. Basically, the emperor will not remember the names of such people, but directly call them their occupations, such as soldiers, guards, maids, etc. If you call me Qing, you have to be very close to and trust someone to use it like this. Even though the Empress came back and ascended the throne halfway, she still had a royal upbringing, and her words were very precise in formal occasions. Using it this time is like telling others directly that this magician is hers. Many of the nobles present knew about the secret meeting in the Jade Palace. It's just that it's not a scandal or a big deal, so it can't be used to threaten the Empress. So the nobles could only watch these two people perform. "I would like to know, what suggestions do you have for the Empire's predicament?" After a pause, Allegria said again, "Ignore the position of your goddess electors for the time being, but stand on the position of the Empire. What would you advise me to do?" With this question, the nobles no longer cared about the slanderous title. They were also curious about how this man would solve the predicament at hand. "If you ask me, the easiest way to break the situation is to start a battle with gods. Kill gods, and destroy gods." Not surprising advice at all. Just if they can do it, do they still need to ask someone? Just did it. The nobles mocked mercilessly in their hearts. The young nobleman who had been singing the opposite tune all the way said, "Why don't you tell me that another god will come to power and replace your Majesty?" Lynn directly responded and said, "If this gentleman knows something about gods, he will know that as long as he inherits the godhead, he inherits all the knowledge and power. In other words, no matter whether the goddess of gold coins remains the same as she is now, or if someone replaces him in the future, the construction of banks and the use of divine coins will continue. So it is only useful to destroy the godhead and completely cut off the inheritance of the god of gold coins. Is this the only way? Olivria said disappointedly. Actually, Your Majesty, it is better for you to change your mind and think about this matter than to think about how to destroy a god, or how to reach into the bank and obtain some benefits that the goddess cannot give. Think about the relationship between the Empire and the Empire after accepting the bank. How much benefit can our subjects get? Isn't this good? The Empress said without thinking. Are you referring to the exchange difference between the old and new coins? If the bank continues to build thanks to your efforts, and people continue to exchange the old coins for coins, one day the bank will cover the whole land, and all the old money will be exchanged. At that time, there will be no profit at all. Ha ha. Your Majesty, what you said is indeed correct. The interest rate difference on this exchange is time sensitive. But what the bank really provides is an upgrade of economic behavior. I should have said before that the Guana Empire's card after Duke Victoria spread banks throughout his territory. Apart from the various conveniences in the allocation of funds, have you ever thought about how much money they saved? Lin did not give too detailed data. In fact, he did not know the accounts of the Grand Duke of Kauai family on personnel and transportation. But this did not prevent him from using common sense prices to calculate the costs after reducing personnel expenses. It's just because there is no need for manpower to escort funds, whether it is to collect taxes or transport money to the place where it is going to be spent. After reducing the personnel expenses of guards, a Grand Duchy can save a lot of money in a year. Although the numbers are nonsense, the people present are all lords. When they compared the situation in their own territory, they immediately felt bad. People can save so much money, but they keep spending it. That is simply the most idiotic behavior. Eventually, Ling came to a conclusion. Said, actually, this is like a river. When we want to go to the other side, we can only rely on a ferryman. It is definitely different from building a bridge later. After the bridge is built, the boatman may be unemployed. That is, the convenience of the bridge promotes communication on both sides of the river. Isn't this good? Why should the boatman not earn the ferry fee? So he would rather set up checkpoints on both sides of the bridge, and everyone who wants to pass has to pay. Wouldn't it weaken the beauty of building a bridge? Chapter 1349 No Solution. After Lin finished speaking, he saw that some of the nobles were annoyed. Some were regretful. Some had bright eyes. And some were puzzled. And a sense of accomplishment suddenly arose in their hearts. What's more, in someone's plan, the development of the gold coin goddess can go far beyond that. In the history of monetary development in my hometown, one of the reasons why the country shifted from the precious metal standard to the credit standard was that the output of precious metals was insufficient as a medium of transaction, which restricted economic development, causing a large-scale economic recession and then war. The problem of not enough money is something that fans will encounter sooner or later. However, relying on the holy emblem usage mechanism of the goddess of gold coins, many can directly skip the voucher stage of banknotes and directly reach the stage of cashless transactions. As for whether it should be tied to precious metals, and where the money should be printed when choosing a credit standard, these questions are not only too early to ask, but even a certain translator does not have an answer for the time being. Let me reiterate. This person is a major in astronomy or physics, not economics, looking at the great cause of unifying coins by the goddess of gold coins that he manages. Some situations that he did not expect often appear. The development of some things really cannot be fully controlled by the self-righteous people through time. Someone needs to keep an eye on it and fine-tune it constantly. Once it is released, it is really hard for a god to predict where it will go in outer space. However, the matter of the group of people in front of me still needs to be resolved. Lin planned to set off another fire to give the matter a chance to go further, and said, Your Majesty, and all your lords, you have actually overlooked one thing. Although no one asked, Lin still managed to attract everyone's attention. At this time, someone seemed to be whetting his appetite and said slowly, The bank will one day cover the entire puzzle. Yes, the goddess of gold coins will not compromise on this matter. The old money will one day be replaced. That's right. But the earlier people join, the more shares they can grab. And the later people join, not only will they become the targets of others' blood draws in the early stage, but they will also have fewer opportunities to draw blood from others after they join. In the end, I can only watch others eating meat and drink broth to satisfy my craving. A certain magician shook his head with a look of regret on his face, which made all the nobles feel depressed. The Grand Duke of Persenza was the first to be unable to sit still and stood up. An amiable and kind smile appeared on his old face and said, In that case, Your Majesty the Magician, in the territory of Persinza, welcome you and all the elves to establish the goddess of gold coins.
Your Majesty's bank. I wonder when you can set off.
Wherever the first takes the lead, there will be the second to follow. When one vote of people makes a decision, it will lead to the remaining people. For a time, the meeting hall of the Karlsruhe Empire became noisy. All the nobles rushed to invite a certain magician and elf to their territory to establish a bank for the goddess of gold coins. But Lynn didn't nod, and the elves didn't move. Besides, they were standing in front of the podium in the center of the venue. The nobles were sitting on the stepped seats on both sides. Apart from waving and shouting, there was no way to attract the attention of Lynn and the others. The anxious noble decided to leave the table, grab an elf, and go back to his own territory to build a bank. Seeing that the noisy situation was getting more and more intense, the big nobles couldn't bear it anymore. They intervened to restrain members of their respective factions and silence the nobles. As the leader of the same faction, Grand Duke Frias spoke up and asked,
Your Majesty the Magician, you have been silent all this time. I wonder what you or Your Majesty the Goddess have to say about this matter.
Taking out an invitation letter with black background and gilded handwritten calligraphy from his arms, Lynn said with a polite and restrained smile,
My lord, this is an invitation letter personally written by Your Majesty the Queen. Your Majesty the Queen sent us to come to Karl.
Slow Empire. Since this country has an emperor who is the orthodox ruler, we will naturally follow the orders of Her Majesty the Empress. After all, we have limited manpower to expand bank locations. Whoever comes first, who comes last, where is the need for important locations? Priority will be given to the construction, and these will be subject to Her Majesty's arrangements.
A certain magician said with a smile, whether it was Prince Thomas, who was also sitting on the throne, or other nobles below, they all secretly cursed the couple in their hearts. Sure enough, there was collusion, but everyone still smiled cordially on the surface. Grand Duke Frias even said,
Your Excellency, the bank will eventually be built on every lord's territory. Don't you think you can just discuss these matters with us directly? So why bother Your Majesty? If the people below have misinterpreting His Majesty's good intentions will cause trouble to the goddess.
The aristocrats of the Karlsruhe Empire used the same old method of playing tricks on their emperor. But they were just doing it in secret and making things difficult to move forward. If the matter was an imperial decree, the nobles might have taken control of it. I just don't want to think about who asked whom for this matter today. Lin Pai said with a smile.
Sir, then we have to report these difficulties to Your Majesty. Then according to His Majesty's arrangement, we will first assist in the construction of banks in other places. Fortunately, we are not very rich in manpower. In the early stage, it's not a big deal to make adjustments like this. We're not in a rush.
Upon hearing this, Grand Duke Frias' face immediately fell. Will the government affairs, which have always been strictly guarded against the Empress, give her another chance to interfere? All the nobles who were willing to fight against the imperial power were thinking about how to divide the positions of the Empress and the envoys of the Gold Goddess. Pressure by force seemed impossible. Although the empire is strong, it is facing a real god. Although it is not impossible to forcefully kill a god with weak divine power, it would require the whole empire to work together and pay a huge price. Given the current situation, this is impossible to do. As for those small nobles who are not at the level of manipulation and fighting against the imperial power, or those who have no independent opinions and just follow the crowd, they are thinking about how to stand on this matter. If you want to share the visible and gradually shrinking benefits from the early stage of bank construction as soon as possible, how can you get the Empress's permission? And the beauty sitting on the throne with a crown on her head maintained the same smile that had remained unchanged for thousands of years, making it impossible to tell what she was thinking. Even though the magician in front of her brought a big gift to her, she still felt neither happy nor sad. Only the corners of his eyes gave him a look that was half happy but not happy, regardless of whether the magician in front of him received it or not. Of course, it was impossible for Lin not to receive this cryptic message. It's just that instead of winning the beauty's favor,
he thinks more about whether Her Majesty the Empress still desires to be in complete power, with the help of the Gold Goddess's authority. The help he can provide to the Empress is limited. And as a goddess voter, in fact, as long as the bank promotes it, other things have nothing to do with me. But if some things are only half done, or if Her Majesty is misunderstood, causing her to do something beyond her expectations, and she is unable to help her solve it, these will worsen the Empress's position. It seems that I need to spend more time to communicate with His Majesty. Otherwise, If you do bad things with good intentions and deceive others, you will also be deceived by yourself. That would be bad. He said that he just wanted to go home. So he asked Yggdrasil for help. Because they let World Tree help. They must help them open up a path to advancement. Because I want to help World Tree open up a path for advancement. I have to find a way to help the Gold Coin Goddess improve and reach the height of becoming the ninth power. In order to support the Goddess of Gold Coins, she had to help the Empress of an empire regain power. What's next? When someone looks into it in detail, his mood suddenly becomes bad. A tired time traveler felt that it would be better if the gameplay was like the RPG he had played, where every time he defeated a demon king, he discovered that there was another more powerful demon king behind him. But now, before defeating one demon king, I realized that I have to defeat another demon king first. Also, before defeating this newly discovered demon king, I was shocked to realize that I had to defeat the third demon king first. Otherwise the second demon king would not even be touched. In the end, no demon king was defeated. But there were more and more demon kings that had to be defeated. Suddenly someone misses the social life before time travel. No matter how much tasks are backlogged, it is only caused by incompetent bosses who are no different from dogs. But when it comes to this kind of work where you constantly jump out of the prerequisite tasks, it seems that there is no way to blame other than exhausting yourself. Alas, the first imperial meeting of the Gold Coin Goddess mission in the Karlsruhe Empire ended under the turbulent undercurrent. On the first day, no substantive decisions were reached. It's just a bunch of nobles who were fooled by someone who seemed to be true and false. In the Jade Palace, Linka explained his intentions and plans to the three women, Empress, Lisa, and Acaris. If we don't explain it properly, I'm afraid the Empress, an ally, will also have to change her mind. Of course, there is also the matter of confirming the other party's thoughts and collecting some deserved rewards. For others, there is no chance for them to get an explanation from a magician, although the content is easy to understand. No one can tell why it has such a result and whether there is any misleading or flaw in it. So this night was a sleepless night. Some people get stuck on things that seem simple and easy to understand. However, the future described by this truth is too disappointing, and they keep thinking of ways to crack it. But no matter how it starts, it will eventually lead to the ending of the divine war, regardless of winning or losing. No matter how hard I think about it, I just can't think of an easy solution. So they can't sleep. The elves also couldn't sleep. These sharp-haired people with white skin and dark hearts never imagined that what they were asked to do could be so interesting behind the scenes. Originally, the bank was only very professional to the elves. But in fact it was a pure service job. If we take the route of asking believers to donate, with the protection of the World Tree and no worries, these elves who are priests or of related experience will simply waste their lifespan as a long-lived species if they don't empty the pockets of the people in a region. But banks do not follow this route of making money. Instead, they follow the route of selfless dedication that the human church likes to say the most. Banks are indeed selfless, but the objects of dedication are reversed. Except for the little handling fee. The Gold Coin Goddess is just like working like a cow without asking for anything in return. But after listening to the magician's explanation today, I was shocked to realize that if I look at all this from a higher perspective, what I see and what I feel will be completely different. So this group of sleepless elves gathered together for a rare discussion, wanting to explore whether there was anything left unsaid about the magician. Chapter 1350 Aftermath. Of course, the elves will pass these contents to the World Tree behind them. As soon as World Tree knows about it, Kudin, who is also a member of the High Council, will also know about it. But so what if you know? For such a possible result, they couldn't ask for it. So how could they hinder it or hinder it? Kudin will not cause trouble for his constituents just because his divine design has been changed. The money-hungry halfling does not belong to either side of good or evil. All he has is his own principles. Moreover, in the high-level meeting, there was a set of methods based on the flash technique and constantly implemented around beheading tactics to force all the lords to accept the bank's plan. Just like when they used the same tactics to force the elf kingdom of Armenia to liberate the World Tree. But this plan was strongly opposed by someone. In terms of purpose, the original liberation action only needed to save the World Tree. In other words, in the worst-case scenario, it doesn't matter if the 5 major elven kingdoms become the 4th largest, the 3rd largest, or even the 2nd largest. It doesn't matter if the elves are all dead or the country is subjugated. Anyway, everyone only wants the World Tree. However, bank promotion cannot be played like this.
If the butcher's knife cannot be put away after being raised, and everyone dies, what use will the bank cover have? Let's understand the fable of the north wind and the sun. Everything that can be said in it is explained. But in addition to the elves and the nobles of the Karlsruhe Empire, there were more people who couldn't sleep either. There is a forum in this world, and the forum covers the entire puzzle. When someone posted the words of a certain magician on the forum, they all felt bad whether they had activated banks or areas where banks had not yet been allowed to enter. Relevant remarks swept across all the rulers or people in the ruling class in Midland at almost the speed of a storm. The question of whether we should accept banks has come back to the forefront of many people's minds. But the two most decisive people are none other than the old emperor of the Guana Empire, Armin Kazalnia, and the former Grand Duke Ricardo Covey. They quickly drew up a bank expansion plan. And even if the elves were short of manpower, they would send private ministers to learn from it. Anyway, judging from the current situation of the bank, what is needed is not professional financial talents, just security guards. For this kind of person, an emperor and a former Grand Duke have a lot of reserves in their hands. They made the same decision for the same reason. When the outstretched fist is bitten by the enemy, the best way is not to pull back, but to continue forward decisively and insert it into the enemy's throat. All I can say is that this is truly a pair of monarchs and ministers who have cherished each other for a lifetime. And this pair of monarchs and ministers also met late at night when they got the news. What the old emperor wanted to know was what kind of person that magician was. Although he had met that person in person, his understanding of him was probably no better than that of old Kawe. In the emperor's private study, Ricardo, who had removed his title of Grand Duke, drank the liquor specially provided by the royal family. He murmured, "That is a young man with many ideas. Of course, I think your majesty has also suspected his origins, and he has not denied it. But everyone just sees through it and does not tell it. Because for him now, and no one can threaten him. Do you think what's being circulated that he said about the bank is true?" In private situations, although Ricardo Carvey remained respectful, some small gestures were unavoidable. After all, they had known each other before Armin ascended the throne. Faced with such a question, he just curled his lips and said, "Your Majesty, whether you believe him or not, the decision has been made. Now if you ask this question again, what will it change? And whether his words are true or false, what does it matter? Gold coins, the goddess will not shake the foundation of the empire. Yes, it is true." The old emperor sighed. When he first learned the news, the reason why he did not completely destroy the belief in the gold coin goddess was because the bank and the churches of other gods were essentially different. Belief in other gods requires deep participation from believers, including dedication of time, energy and money. This is clearly a competition with noble lords for people. When the belief in gods expands to a certain extent, it will inevitably pose a threat to the imperial power. Because what the divine power and the imperial power are fighting for is actually the same thing. They just use different terms. That's people. But the Bank of the Gold Goddess does not require deep involvement of believers. He is more like providing a tool to facilitate others to do things. Even if the empire is involved, it is not completely harmful and useless. At least the goddess of gold coins does not need to bind people to her church and devote herself wholeheartedly. Of course, the old emperor was not without worries that an organization could amass so much money. If the money is in the hands of mortals, whether humans or elves, you must consider whether they will misappropriate the money into some taboo places. For example, raising a private army, or draining a region of its wealth and then walking away. Sometimes when you serve as a lord of a place, you may not necessarily be greedy for the circulation of such large sums of money, but you will definitely consider what impact the money may have. However, if the money is placed in the hands of the gold coin goddess, there is no need to worry about it, because Goddess Ko-in has disclosed the rules for money deposits, withdrawals and safekeeping. In principle, gods are what they appear and cannot lie, unless they have such characteristics in their divinity, like the god of mischief, or the god of lies. But it does not rule out that some gods have two sides. Such gods also cannot lie, but they may not say it or misinterpret it. Under this principle, the goddess of gold coins is trustworthy to the old emperor. Don't worry that His Majesty in heaven, after gathering such a huge amount of money, plans to recruit troops to overthrow the empire. As for the role of elves in the bank, even if there was news that a local lord launched an attack on the bank but was repelled by the elves, the old emperor still subconsciously attributed this credit to the Turtle Dove Alliance. This organization, which is keen on fighting against noble lords, has done a lot of such bad things in history.
So it is not surprising. This is also because the Elf Kingdom is closed to external information. So whether the Amon Kingdom was raided by the flash magic on the palace, or the Donbass Kingdom was attacked head-on by the United Legion equipped with the bow of the Elf King, these news were not spread to the outside. No one realizes how terrifying the Elven army supported by the World Tree can be. In the old Emperor's understanding, even the Wood Elf tribe of the ancient Yggdrasil, which was surrounded by the Empire's territory, was protected by the World Tree, so the Empire could not destroy it. If those elves dared to leave the protection of the World Tree, as many as they came out would die. In addition, although a qualified elf warrior is strong, the training cycle is long and the birth rate is slow. The Empire didn't even need to put in much effort. It could wipe out the elves with just one exchange. So Emperor Armin never regarded the elves as a threat. Since there is no threat, there is no way to seize power, and it is impossible to exclude the Gold Goddess. Then cooperation is the only option. And in order to avoid more losses in currency exchange, the speed of this cooperation must be as fast as possible. That's why the old Emperor and old Kawe made such a choice. But even though he knew that what the other party did was more beneficial than harmful to himself and the Empire, the old Emperor still looked worried. And this worry also fell into the eyes of his lifelong friend. Ricardo Kawe asked,
"Since you understand that they are not a threat, what is your Majesty worried about?"
At the level of the Emperor, there are many things that Armin cannot make decisions based solely on pros and cons. In addition, this time, if the magician hadn't exposed himself, no one would have thought that there were so many gods and goddesses behind the bank of the gold coin goddess. Then whether there are things on the second and third levels that have not been seen through is what the old Emperor is concerned about. Therefore, the old Emperor expressed his doubts.
Purpose? What is the purpose of the gold coin goddess doing this? If it is for faith,
her way of spreading faith is different from other good gods. But it is not to follow the secret route of evil gods. Now it seems that their purpose is it useful to just increase the number of banks and let more people use coins? Without this kind of efforts to spread the belief, it is just to let more people use the gods related to their abilities.
Old Kawe said without hesitation. Why not?
Those 8 powerful lords.
As soon as the words came out, the faces of the 2 old people who had lived for most of their lives suddenly froze. What level of gods are the 8 lords of power? That is the powerful divine power of the first echelon under the so-called strongest guardian lord. The secular churches of these 8 lords of power are not as powerful as the Church of 3 Holy Lights, and they are not very active in spreading faith among mortals. But one of the reasons why it can become a powerful god is that magicians use 8 kinds of powers to perform magic. Those monsters are born with the ability to store 8 kinds of powers and use them to perform various innate attacks. In other words, there are users everywhere. So what exactly is the gold coin goddess going to do after embarking on a similar path? The 2 people looked at each other. And finally it was the old Emperor who spoke first and asked,
"Do you think your little friend knows these things behind the gold coin goddess?"
Old Kawe pondered for a moment and said,
"He always has a very clear purpose and self-interest in doing things. And he will not do it for fun. But it is still possible that he takes action because he owes others a favor. Considering that banks are like forums and cars, coupled with the familiarity of the magician, it is likely to come from his original world. So it should be close to the truth for him to promote this matter, or even be the leader. But there is something deeper behind these things. I can't tell whether there are other secrets, and whether the magician knows about it. Ask him directly. Will he answer?"
The old Emperor asked.
"I can't guarantee this, unless there are some clues. He may chat a few words based on this clue. But this magician's mouth is still very reliable. It is expected that he will use those secrets as talking points and show them off to others. It's not very practical. When you hear it from his mouth, it is estimated that the situation will be like this bank. Either it is irreversible, or it is a foregone conclusion, or there are other intentions behind those words. What a troublesome person."
The old Emperor sighed.
Indeed.
As a friend of a certain magician, old Kawe did not deny the evaluation of his best friend and monarch.
Chapter 1351 Night Attack. In the early morning, Lin returned to the guest house and noticed an unusual atmosphere in the air, as if he had just experienced the excitement of a big battle. No, not like, but at all, because someone identified the unusual source as the pungent smell of blood. The room where I live alone is still intact. But what about other places? Lin calmed down, extended the scope of his magic detection, and immediately discovered that the elves were not staying in their own rooms, but gathered in an open living room. Lin immediately flashed over. This is a living room that can be used to hold small meetings. The tables and chairs are now rickety, and they were consciously gathered together and stacked into a simple barricade shelter. Apart from the blood splattered everywhere, no other enemies were seen. The elves were hiding behind the bunker, bandaging each other's wounds. Lin's sudden appearance did not alarm the elves, because they were sure to judge whether the enemy was friendly or not at the first opportunity. As for this human magician, they were already familiar with it, so naturally they wouldn't be surprised. But Lin couldn't be as calm as the elves. It didn't matter to him when he saw a group of wounded soldiers. What was more important was that although the number of elves was still 16, a lot of them had changed. Lin asked worriedly,
"Is anyone injured and sent to hospital? Is it serious?"
A dress full of bloodstains. Miriam stepped forward and said,
"Sir, some people were indeed sent away first, but their lives are not in danger. Please don't worry." "Okay, what's going on? Those nobles are coming? Can you confirm who it is?"
Lin asked.
"It's a pity, sir. The people who came are probably just a group of desperados. They don't have any identifiable crests on their bodies,"
Miriam replied.
"That I didn't ask. Oh, forget it."
The reason why someone gave up asking was because he had already discovered the fate of the intruder. Right at the main entrance of the guest house, there were a large number of broken bodies and limbs, skewered with spears, swords and other objects, standing densely together. From the equipment point of view, there is no unified standard armed force, and it looks like a group of miscellaneous troops. This also explains why this living room experienced a fierce battle, but there was no trace of the enemy in the mess. It's fair to say that these elves had already cleaned up the battlefield and brought out all the unsighted intruders for public display. After taking a quick look, I saw that there were 7 or 8 different elves following. But this does not mean that there are only 7 or 8 injured that are serious enough to be evacuated. There may be some unlucky ones who are seriously injured and evacuated as soon as they come to support. So while assisting in the treatment, Lin also asked about the details. He murmured and complained.
"Everyone has come in. Why don't you retreat first? You were injured in vain."
Miriam would like to explain a few words. However, she noticed that the magician had already moved his mind to other places. So she simply kept silent. The other elves had the same attitude. The arrogant elves are reluctant to talk to humans unless necessary. When this human being can be on an equal footing with His Majesty the World Tree, the elves may not be proud, but they don't know how to talk to such a person. Therefore, although Lin was respected among the elves, he still felt a sense of alienation. Of course Lin didn't care about this kind of thing, and he never thought about changing the attitudes of the elves. Anyway, the friendship between gentlemen is as light as water. When the elves ask me for help, I help them. When I ask them for help when I need it, they are willing to help. And that is enough. Someone is currently thinking about which side they can use this attack to put pressure on. The Empress side is definitely not going to work, and there is no reason to cause trouble for one of her own people. However, the invading enemy has no identification, and it is not easy to just find someone to blame. Besides, we still don't know who the #1 enemy is. I asked the Empress last night, and she said very generously that all titled nobles can be regarded as enemies, and there is no need to worry about hurting one of their own. Some people were speechless in such a situation. So, just pick an unlucky guy to blame? Someone is thinking seriously. But before Lin could think of any hideous-looking guy who could irritate his eyes, there was another wave of unrest outside the guest house in the early morning. This time, a nobleman laid out his chariots and horses and led an army, about the size of a large army, to surround the guest house. Although it is not as if they are blocking the sky with banners, it is still overwhelming for a small guest house to be surrounded like this. Maybe the elves don't have the same means of detection as someone using magic, but they have their own early warning methods. The movements of the soldiers outside were not ignored by the elves. The few who were not injured and had nothing to do, once again raised the mass-produced and enhanced version of the bow of the Elf King sent by World Tree, and came to the window to look at the scene outside the guest house. Miriam, who was the only one with bare hands, took a step closer to the others and did not come to the window. She just stood behind someone who also came to the window. She asked,
"Sir, shall we retreat now?"
There was an indiscernible flavor in her tone. It's like throwing the complaint they just didn't have time to explain back to someone.
"Well, okay, I was wrong just now. In this situation, you really can't retreat. You can only fight with the people on the opposite side. If you retreat and let them have bad ideas, then the early preparations will be in vain. It will take a lot of effort to get back to the current situation."
Lin judged helplessly. Previously, The bank of the gold coin goddess was located elsewhere. If it was attacked by a local lord, she would definitely leave directly. Then delay the start of the other party's bank and wait until the other party feels regretful and is in a good mood. But the situation in the Karlsruhe Empire and Ukraine Imperial City was different. The position Lin chose was to stand on the same side as the Empress and to oppose the nobles. If you turn around and leave because of attacks from some nobodies, wouldn't those old diehards who stand firmly on the conservative side be the proudest? The Empress will also disrupt the original cooperation layout because of her departure. In this way, offending His Majesty is considered a light thing. It is not impossible to make all the preparations overnight, including the Empress. Simply the best example of a pig teammate. As for the one who retreats first, waits for the other party to find nothing, leaves on his own, and then goes back to take over the guest house again. In fact, although this approach protects human life, it gives the other party the opportunity to contact the empty guest house. And there is the possibility of making a move. It's like a lot of fabrication, lies, and all kinds of weird and bizarre stories were compiled in one breath. And because one of our own is not present, we can only let others play freely, and only find opportunities to make amends afterwards. To know the bank of the goddess of gold coins, what is needed most is people's confidence. This kind of opportunity that may bring trouble to yourself is the most correct thing to do, not to miss any of it to others. This means that he can only be reckless in the battle in front of him. A helpless sigh. Lin waved his hand and said, "You guys stay and prepare. Heal your wounds when you need to, and collect weapons when you need to collect weapons. I will handle the things outside." When someone takes the initiative to take responsibility, other elves will stop complaining about the inconsistent attitude of a certain magician. Although they are not injured, or their injuries are not serious, it does not mean that they will not be tired. A night of fierce fighting and various calculations were very draining of energy. Without thinking much, Lin casually set up a giant light and shadow magic circle, spinning in the sky above the guest house. Then he flashed to the main entrance of the museum, opened the door, and walked out on two legs. The giant magic circle rotating in the air did cause a commotion among the nobles' private army for a while. But they soon calmed down, because the magic circle in the sky was just spinning very slowly and had no effect. If no one is watching, you won't even notice it turning. The relieved leading noble thought that someone walked out of the guest house on his own initiative. He just thought that the other party was scared and wanted to negotiate a good condition so that they could evacuate safely. After all, the population of elves is just there, and they can't afford to keep dying. So seeking peace is the elves' only chance. As for the magician who came out, his confident look made the nobles, who looked at him, sneer secretly. The only outcome for this magician is death, which is an outcome that many people can accept and look forward to. However, the magician had not yet realized that his fate had been arranged, so he could still smile proudly. This made the leading noble want to see what his face would look like when he knew his final fate. Unfortunately, the development of things is different from what most people imagined. Lin walked past the special art installations on display and came to the forefront, where he faced off against the nobles and their private armies. He was not begging for mercy, but asking, "My lord, why are you here?" The noble pointed at the mess behind Lin with his riding whip, said, "You are causing trouble in Ukraine Imperial City and even murdering people. Do you really think that the Karlsruhe Empire is a place where you can come and go freely without any restrictions?" Lin glanced at the tragic scene behind him and said, "As a distinguished guest invited by the Empire, staying at a place designated by the Empire, under such circumstances, there are still lawless people attacking. I can say that the prestige of the Empire is in this group of arrogant people." There is nothing left in people's eyes, since the Empire has no prestige at all. Then what is wrong with us fighting back in order to protect our own lives? Sophistication. The noble with a particularly loud voice yelled and cursed. It's not because of your actions that provoke public dissatisfaction. That's why some ambitious people attack you in the name of getting rid of harm. And you, as sinners, to commit such a murderous crime again is an unforgivable crime. As a lord who is loyal to the Empire, it is my duty to put an end to all injustices and injustices. I will kill you today to show the justice of my empire. Prestige. With that said, the noble waved his hand and gave the order. March. March. Capture the magician and the elves in the guest house. If there is resistance, we will kill them without mercy. Are there 3 sentences? Seeing that the negotiation could not be concluded, Lin waved his hand and sent a fireball into the magic circle in the sky. In an instant, a thick black fog was released,
like a bowl turned upside down, covering the entire guest house building, as well as the surrounding streets and open space. Lin said, "Those who trespass will die, and those who do not enter will not be killed. If more than half of the dead are dead, none of you will be able to go back. Don't blame me for not warning you." After saying that, he stepped back and disappeared into the mist. This strange move actually stopped the advancing army. At this time, in order to boost morale, the nobles shouted, "Don't be afraid. This is just a deception. Go forward. Go forward. Whether you are captured alive or beheaded, there will be rewards." The army advances again. Chapter 1352 Killing. Although this army is not a regular army, it can only be regarded as the private army of the nobles. But they can hold swords and armor openly and appear on the streets of Yukane Imperial City, which is something worth pondering. Imperial power in the Karlsruhe Empire had shrunk to such an extent. Lin, hiding in the night starry sky, thought so. The reason why he did so many performances before, including the magic circle above the guest house and various actions before setting up the night, were actually just small means to hide his clumsiness and prevent others from finding out the limits of his abilities. As long as there is an opportunity to arrange arrangements, Lin will not hesitate to play a safe hand. But now it seems that the long-term poor performance is not conducive to achieving a great reputation. There are really too many unscrupulous fish that come to trouble me. Just like the army in front of them, if they were placed elsewhere, such as compared with militia groups from certain villages and towns, they would be considered well-equipped and well-trained. But compared with the regular Empire-level legions that someone has seen, there is still a gap. As for the difference, a certain military idiot said he didn't know since he had never seen them fight. The seemingly dark and foggy area in front of us was not so friendly to the soldiers walking inside, because this thick fog is like a very clear boundary of the world. No sound comes from inside. Even after the companion in front stepped into the thick fog, the people behind him could not see the figure in front of him, even if he was only 3 or 2 steps away from him. Such anomalies made the soldiers even more nervous. But the reward also urged them to move forward. Whenever this noble man who often serves as temporary commander says something like that, the reward given is really generous. It is precisely because of this that this ragtag group is useful in the eyes of the nobles of the empire. But they never thought that Lin was given a cruel instruction in the night sky that unfolded this time. All living creatures that enter the night area without authorization will be strangled. So when soldiers entered the night starry sky, they could clearly see the guest house building that was originally shrouded in black fog. But they did not see the soldiers who entered before. And of course they did not see the magician, who was the target. The unusual thing is that the ground the boots stepped on felt like stepping into a pile of mud. The next moment, countless crisscrossing dazzling white lights cut the soldiers who entered the night into pieces. The originally upright human body collapsed like a pile of pushed-over building blocks and scattered all over the floor. Not only were the bones and flesh chopped into fine pieces, but also the armor and weapons on the body had the same fate. And these tiny pieces were washed away by the blood that was spilled at the same time, and then spread in all directions. Because the night starry sky blocks sight and sound, people outside are not aware of this cruel scene and just keep entering. The soldiers who entered later were also feeling uneasy and had no idea what they were about to face. There is also a most elite team among them, because they knew there was a magician among their opponents. The team was equipped with a full set of magic armor and weapons. The armor focuses on magic resistance, and ordinary fireballs and lightning strikes cannot hurt them. Weapons focus on destroying magic and are specially used to destroy magic shields. They are the best weapons against magicians. But such a small team entered the night sky and could not change their fate. They, like hundreds of other colleagues who stepped into the night sky, became a mess. With their comrades, we are in the mud, and you are in the mud. We can never be separated from each other. The strangeness of this layer of black mist did not arouse anyone's wariness. But the nobles who took the lead stubbornly and loudly announced that it was just a cheap cover-up. In terms of the number of enemies and ourselves, their 1,000-man brigade has an absolute advantage. The few officers who were close to the noble knew clearly that the noble had to show such a strong attitude to strengthen everyone's confidence. It's better than him holding back and letting the soldiers become timid. And their duty is to make suggestions when it is confirmed that something cannot be done to prevent losses from continuing to expand. But it's not that time yet. The situation of the black fog that can only be entered but not exited is worrying. But according to the scope of the black fog, and the location and size of the guest house, if the soldiers who entered first successfully entered the building, there would indeed be enough space for subsequent personnel to enter. So, Does this mean the battle went smoothly? But does anyone remember that the magician seemed to have said before entering the black mist that as long as more than half of them were sacrificed, he would kill everyone? This is what he meant by threat. Speaking of this threat, the number of soldiers entering the black mist was already close to 5 squadrons. So what happens next? Several rational officers, who acted less impulsively, suddenly thought of this matter. But what they didn't expect was that when soldiers from 5 squadrons entered the black mist, the black mist expanded instantly and enveloped them. At this time, they also noticed that the black mist was not completely black, and they could not see their fingers. Instead, there is a minimum light source, so that they can see things. But they were suddenly enveloped inside, and their eyes couldn't adapt to the difference in brightness between the daytime and the outside. Some people squinted, and some simply stretched out their hands to cover their eyes. Then, a burst of intersecting white light like a net became the last thing they saw. No matter how many magic items he had on his body, he couldn't withstand this high temperature, high energy, numerous and intensive line-cutting attack. This group of unknown soldiers and noble officers, like the previous soldiers who took the initiative to enter the night starry sky, became a mess of meat mixed with plasma. After the attack, the magic of the night sky quickly closed in, and the area around the guest house returned to a clear and sunny sky. In the Karlsruhe Empire, it is very rare to have such weather in late autumn, but the situation on the ground is not so friendly. Near the guest house, there were nearly 100 mutilated bodies and limbs that had been strung together like meat skewers. Farther away, the original position of the noble private army and the front seemed to be covered with a red carpet. The bright red color only gives people an ominous feeling. If you get closer, you can even faint from the pungent smell. The spies who were hiding around and observing the fighting in the guest house were all shocked by the scene in front of them. Encouraging an impulsive guy to come forward is a common method used by many people. In fact, there were many soldiers from other families in that 1,000-man brigade. Otherwise, the person taking the lead alone would not be able to form a large team. Although the strength of the private army is not as good as the same number of regular legions, the force provided by the nobles is also better than that of ordinary adventurers or mercenaries. Using such strength to attack 16 elves and 1 human magician should be an easy task when the other party is being harassed all night long. But the outcome of this mission was something no one expected. The 1,000-man brigade was wiped out, but the target was unscathed. In comparison, the miscellaneous troops sent out to attack the guest house last night achieved relatively great results. At least they destroyed a small part of the guest house. And judging from the appearance and number of the elves when they went out to demonstrate with corpses, some of them should have been injured, and some might even have died. The loss of such a large team can be said to be very debilitating for the forces behind it. No matter how low the imperial power is, New Cane Imperial City is not a place where private armies gather and fights break out from time to time. Moreover, although this brigade was made together, it had uniform equipment and training. You can imagine how much effort the people behind it put in. Now, it's all gone. Such news was quickly passed on to people who were concerned about the war situation in the guest house. And a small group of people who were paying attention to the magician remembered a rumor they had seen. The Vader military state, one of the 5 great empires, listed the magician on the purple level list. And what does the purple list mean? This means that unless the target has clear malicious behavior against the military state and may lead to the destruction of the country, no matter what the target does, the military state will ignore it. Simply put, I can't afford to offend you, so I can take a deeder. Of course, the gods are on the purple level lists of all empires. And there are also some abyss lords who have reported to Midland. The Dharma Saint may not be eligible to be on this list unless the opponent's 5-story magic tower is built within the country's borders. But the magician went in. Not only the Vidal military state, but also the Guana Empire. The reason is that according to rumors, the magician once instantly destroyed a brigade of the regular army of the military in a public place, because the news was too exaggerated and the place where it happened was too far away to be verified. Most of the nobles who heard it took it as a way to ridicule the Vader military empire, mocking the other party for not being worthy of joining Karlsruhe in the top 5 empires. But now it seems that rumor is very likely to be true. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain how the losses on one side were caused. Then, before and after the black fog occurred, abnormal phenomena occurred around the guest house, and all the magician's actions since he walked out of the guest house and were exposed to the public were placed on the magician's desk related to these nobles. Everyone's idea is very simple. This kind of strategic level magic must have its symptoms. As long as these things can be confirmed,
Then, there is a chance to stop the magic before it is activated, which is more secure than resisting the magic. Not to mention the actions of those hiding in the dark. Lin returned to the guest house after finishing his work. All the elves stared at him with strange eyes. Except for the blind girl Miriam. The elves know that this magician is a human being who is on an equal footing with their majesty the world tree. But in the eyes of outsiders, his performance has always been that of a wisdom that is completely different from other people, and is worthy of people taking a high look. When it comes to being able to fight, most people still focus on the companion, who may be the demon king from thousands of years ago. No one thought that the other party was really dangerous. Only when you reach the level of people like Miriam, Azad, and William Greco can you judge a person's level from his essence. In their eyes, it's like looking up at an elephant at the height of an ant. They couldn't explain the reason for this feeling, and certainly couldn't warn others. Probably only Finn knows where someone's temperament comes from. Originating from the 18th level inverted plane tower where lives are intertwined. That is the true self of this man. Because Finn himself is also a person at this level. Not God, but still on par with God. Except for the Godhead that embodies the faith of the human heart. They are no different from gods. Chapter 1353 Goblin Luca. After a serious setback, all actions against Lin and the elves slowed down. Of course, this doesn't mean completely stopping and being 100% cooperative with what the elves are trying to do. It just downgraded from the original armed conflict to a non-cooperative attitude. I originally thought that the advantages of the bank would make nobles flock to it, and they would come to visit one by one. But in practice, Lin once again remembered how low the lower limit of human behavior is. Yes, all nobles hope that a bank can be built in their territory as soon as possible. Or at least they can use the functions of the bank as soon as possible to minimize the loss of their property. But they are nobles after all. A group of superiors. How can they do some trivial chores by themselves? If you do everything yourself, then what's the point of raising so many people? So the matter was left to the subordinates to handle. The problem lies here. There are actually two ways to win a race. One is to be faster than everyone else, and the other is to make everyone else slower than yourself. Since the priority of building a bank was handed over to the Empress by a certain magician, the nobles really had no room to stretch their hands. But they can bribe other noble subordinates who receive priority services from elves, slowing down the progress of bank construction. Simply put, it means I can't outrun you, but I can hold you back. This kind of behavior is even more obvious in some trading towns governed by multiple nobles. Because there are so many people under management and the personnel are complex. There are more opportunities for those who want to hold back. There are many reasons. For example, the originally designated location for bank construction is not good and another location needs to be chosen. The number of holy emblems that provide the services of the gold goddess is insufficient and reserved. And too few privileged rooms exclusively for nobles are set up. Also, the bank uniforms worn by the elves are too ugly. So we need to consider the local style. What proportion should the bank use local manpower? And what proportion should non-human Homo sapiens account for? Listing all these things, even Lin would be amazed. I feel like I have returned to my hometown and met people from black backgrounds who have career problems. Anyway, the other party is not willing to take hard and soft measures, and only comes here to cause trouble. It is completely unlike the behavior of the Midi people. Among the lost people that Lin has been in contact with, their attitude towards dealing with problems is very simple. That is, they need to cooperate or not. Once they decide on the general direction, when they encounter detailed problems, they will follow the general direction to deal with these details. Fight all the way until it's done. But the group of people I met now are that although they seem to be willing to cooperate, as long as they encounter a small problem, they will tear everything down and start over. I dwell on minor problems time and time again. If I let someone with a more impatient attitude come, I might end up having a mental breakdown. Fortunately, the elves who followed Lin were all experienced. Faced with such clumsy tricks, their attitudes were calm. Besides, in all processes, transportation issues were left to the local lords to arrange, rather than relying on the advantage of flash to shorten the time wasted on transportation. Anyway, as the old saying goes, the goddess of gold coins is in no hurry. The reason for giving up the use of flash is not only due to clumsiness, but also because the survey of the location of the bank requires the assistance of the Lord. These people do not have the protection of the elves' holy robes, and World Tree does not want to expend great efforts on these people. Therefore, instead of the elves flashing to the destination first, and then waiting for the local lord to send people to meet them, it is better to act together from the beginning and save the effort of communication. Perhaps doing so will prolong the process and increase the chances of uncontrollable factors emerging. But at this stage, the Bank of the Gold Coin Goddess is gaining momentum, and there is no way to stop it. It was never Her Majesty the Goddess of Gold Coins who should be anxious. As for a certain lazy human being, after showing part of his strength, it is already his full strength in the eyes of outsiders. After that, no one went to this only human being for the bank's promotion behavior. The nobles would rather wait for the 16 elves to have free time than go find the human who is always idle. The reason is also very considerate. Since the magician is the chosen one of the goddess, he naturally has his cards. So everyone doesn't need to bother him with trivial matters. The elector should be in a higher position to control everything. But this does not mean that someone can be lazy every day, wait for reports from the elf subordinates below, and then go to the Jade Palace to sleep at night. At least the bank work in the territory directly under the Empress fell to Lin. And since he promised to help, Lin certainly couldn't just eat and sleep all day long. He had to do some serious things. According to Lin's previous judgment, the imaginary master, Alegria's intelligence chief, finally appeared. No wonder the other party was well hidden by the Empress. Not only because he did not have a noble title, but more importantly, no one would take a goblin seriously. If he was clearly put on the table, it might lower the Empress's evaluation in the eyes of outsiders and bring disaster to the goblins. So after the two parties discussed it, the goblin agreed to become the man invisible behind the Empress. Another reason is that this goblin named Luca is actually a liaison between the Empress and the Imperial Goblin Group, and does not fully represent the goblins. Luca has the ability to be a direct face-to-face liaison with the Emperor. However, considering the jealousy of the Goblin Group, Luca did not want to get too many benefits and become a target for his own people. So when he usually does things, he is as low-key as possible. From this perspective, this little guy does have wisdom beyond that of goblins. As a multiracial country, the Karlsruhe Empire certainly has the race of goblins, both civilized and uncivilized. And because of various character problems of goblins, and the influence of their uncivilized close relatives, the Empire's treatment of goblins is certainly not much better. And the jobs they can do are also lowly jobs. Furthermore, for a country that advocates force and allows itself to rely on strength to fight for everything, it is no surprise that the thin goblin has become a weak point in the Empire. Such a weak group met a weak emperor, and they saw eye to eye. So they united together. Although goblins are weak, their role is far greater than imagined. Because of their huge numbers, goblins can be found in almost every city and village in the Empire. Because they do the lowest level of work and can be easily killed, no one is wary of these goblins. The combination of these two factors makes the goblins a very good member of the intelligence network. Furthermore, in the history of mystery, goblins were the species of Homo sapiens that once established an empire. So there is no doubt about their intelligence. So even though the situation of these goblins in the Karlsruhe Empire was not good, they still had cultural inheritance and were preserved. The most important one is the goblin writing that is rarely seen by outsiders. And these words that look like graffiti have become an important medium for the goblins to isolate themselves from the forum and transmit information. Luca integrated the information sent from various places, sorted it out, and handed it over to the Empress. Perhaps the work content of goblins in various places is destined to prevent them from having access to such confidential information. But Luca's intelligence analysis ability has reached the level of knowing the subtleties. As long as there are some signs of something, he can follow the clues and find the factors behind it. Then cross-reference it with information from other sources to obtain information with very high credibility and authenticity. These are also the main reasons why Allegria can maintain itself without control under the oppression of many nobles. Lin met Luca because the elves' trip was not without success. Where will the bank be located? It's not decided by your mood. On Earth, no matter which country it is, banks have their own commercial nature, and the location where they are set up must naturally take into account local demand. It is impossible to set up a magnificent bank hall in a small mountain village with less than 100 people. It is also impossible to throw away an ATM in a financial center like Wall Street in New York. The two are of course reversed. In the mysterious world, perhaps the bank under the goddess of gold coin does not have such a strong commercial orientation. However, in the early stages of construction, considering the limited manpower, priority will be given to towns with large populations. In addition to population considerations, if industry is used as a reference for selection, banks will first be placed near gold, silver and copper mines, and pure farms will be the last consideration. The reason for this choice is of course because gold, silver, and copper ores can be directly converted into equivalent coins with the help of the goddess of gold coins. But there is no place for agricultural products that the goddess can contribute. There are not many lords who own gold, silver and copper mines. Usually they are big nobles. And relying on these three types of mines, they can live a fairly wealthy life. This kind of people are also more sensitive to money than other nobles who forage in the fields. So they are particularly active in attracting banks to settle in their territory as soon as possible, even near the mines. Because there are these three types of mines. Apart from the use of making tools, the biggest project is making money, regardless of whether the lords who hold the mines obtain permission to mint coins from the emperor, or they sell the ore to the emperor and let the imperial official agency mint coins. They must pay more than the taxes paid for owning the mines. Pay a sum of money regarding coinage. If the ore in their hands could be directly turned into circulating currency, without being limited by coinage technology, and without the emperor having a hand, who would not be happy? Therefore, the noble lords who own such mines are of course very active in seeking cooperation with the goddess of gold coins, building banks within their territories and even near the mines. And if you want to find cooperation with the goddess, you have to find those elves. Therefore, by taking advantage of the convenience of inspecting the location of the bank, the elves have the opportunity to get acquainted with the population and mineral conditions of each region. We can even infer the affluence of local people from their living conditions and the quality of their houses and utensils. It's just that the content of the elves' comments needs to be translated to a certain extent. For example, they describe the taste of the residents in one place as rubbish, in another place as a little better than rubbish, and in still another place as rubbish. The best comment is a little bit of a look. From these internal documents written in elven writing, Lin once again confirmed the sinister nature of these white-skinned pointed ears. In short, with the information obtained by the elves from inspecting various places, Lin had no reason not to combine it with what the Empress had in hand. It's just that he has no obligation to hand it over in vain. And the same goes for Goblin Luca. Only then did the two parties meet to discuss cooperation. Chapter 1350 for the Emperor and the royal family. Originally for the imperial meeting, Lin learned about the love and hatred among the imperial nobles from the information in the hands of the Empress. But that information focused on complex interpersonal relationships regarding the situation within each faction. Apart from pointing out who the leading noble is, there is not much emphasis on the internal hierarchy. Lin simply used titles to measure the status of nobles within their respective factions. However, with the information provided by the elves one after another, and the parts that the Goblin Luca had not handed over, Lin could more intuitively understand the strength of these nobles in the empire. Among them, what surprised Lin the most, but not so surprising when he thought about it carefully, was the weakness of the Empress Saint Allegria. Although the roles of emperors and kings in a country are somewhat special, they can actually be regarded as members of the nobility. It's just that they are the strongest, so they are above everyone else. The big and small countries that Lin has learned about in depth all follow this principle. It can also be said that when the emperor or king is no longer as good as his vassals, the time for a change of dynasty is approaching. There is no such thing as loyalty between the nobles and ordinary people in Lost Land. All loyalty is based on interests. So how strong should the emperor be to have security? There is actually no precise answer to this question. But taking what Lin knows about, and what should be closer to the facts, as an example, that is the emperor of the Guana Empire, Armin Kazalnia. According to the old Kawe, who resigned as the Grand Duke, the strength in the hands of the old emperor required at least 6 Grand Dukes from the Guana Empire to unite before a war could be possible. This strength is calculated into the Iron Guards Corps that belongs directly to the emperor, but does not include the 10 regular legions of the empire that must be commanded through the military department. It is precisely this difference that allows the old emperor to entrust political affairs to the appointed imperial prime minister on the surface. But in fact the emperor's will can still be implemented. According to Lin's calculations, although the royal family of the Karlsruhe Empire did not have such a disparity in strength, 3 or 4 Grand Dukes would have to unite and go all out to be able to confront the royal family. But the biggest difference between the two is that the old emperor of the Guana Empire holds the entire royal family firmly in his hands, and the emperor's will represents the will of the royal family. But the empress of the Karlsruhe Empire, Saint Allegria, did not control the entire royal family. It is different from the situation in my hometown since the Qin dynasty, when most of the dynasties in the past dynasties treated the royal family and nobles like pigs and concentrated all power on the emperor. The royal family of Midi generally refers to the nobles, who are related by blood to the emperor, and who are in line for succession when the emperor passes away.
Most of these people are powerful nobles with territories and armies. Some people also regard families that have served the royal family closely for generations as members of the royal family. These people may not necessarily have a blood relationship with the emperor, nor may they have a high title, but they will also be regarded as the emperor's ministers and a member of the royal family. This type of people may be numerous in number, but in fact they do not have much political power and are just servants in the eyes of others. And what was the situation like when Alegria ascended the throne? It was because the powerful heirs to the throne were committing suicide and losing the support of the nobles, so that she, who should have been a small and transparent existence, came into everyone's sight. Then a small feat was trumpeted into a huge achievement, and he became emperor with the support of the nobles. So when our empress ascends the throne, should the other excluded heirs have no grudges and assist the new emperor wholeheartedly? Beautiful thought. When Lin was at the banquet hosted by the empress, he saw that Prince Behar was not alone in making trouble. It was just that his behavior was the most arrogant and outstanding. Basically, most members of the royal family are hostile to the empress, or at least unwilling to get close to her. It may be possible to obey orders if the country is in danger of being destroyed. But if you want to be able to give orders, don't even think about it. As for those ministers who serve the royal family, although there are indeed those who are loyal to the position of emperor, they are not loyal to the emperor himself. However, these people who will only be loyal to the emperor no matter who becomes the emperor are still in the minority. What's more, as early as when the late emperor was still on the throne, he had chosen the person to stand with, and the entire family leaned on him half-souled and half-gifted. Perhaps there are smarter people who know how to diversify their investments and allocate the family's heirs to a few royal children who look more promising. But Saint Alegria, formerly known as Kono, has always been out of everyone's sight. Therefore, no one thought of investing in her first. In the end, the only strength that the empress could trust within the royal family was the earldom she inherited since she was a child, and a few close ministers. Most of these people are people who were originally assigned to serve in the earldom, and only a few are patriots who are purely loyal to the position of emperor. Logically speaking, since the royal family is restless and the empress is favored by other nobles, it would be better to just throw herself into the past. The empress's husband, Prince Thomas, was the first step taken by the great nobles to try to influence the empress. It's a pity that this person dared to take his friends out on adventures even if they didn't agree with each other when they were young, and when they fell in love with each other during the trip. They dared to sleep with each other's fierce and beautiful girl, even if she leaves the adventurous life and returns to the royal family. It does not mean that she will be a peaceful princess. Not to mention that such a beautiful woman ascended the throne and became an emperor. Once she had the power, was it possible for her to be at the mercy of others? It is really possible for a person without any ambition to be pushed to the top by others. If the old Zhao from the Song dynasty in his hometown was really careless, could he really be put in a yellow robe? Although Alegria was interested in political affairs, he could not find suitable help due to his shallow foundation. After 10 years of hard work, he is still in a situation where he is surrounded by enemies both internally and externally, and is ignored as a porcelain doll. In other words, the actual situation of Empress Saint Alegria is more difficult than someone imagined. In addition to having a good reputation outside, it can be said that she has no allies in the highest governing circle of the Karlsruhe Empire. To make matters worse, she and her husband, Prince Thomas, have been married for nearly 10 years and have nothing to do. The Karlsruhe Empire was based on the system of virtuous sonship, regardless of race. People of all races advocated having many children and grandchildren. After all, the more choices there are, the better talents can be selected from them. Besides, the rate of infant loss in this era of MIDI is still very high even with the life priest of the Church of Three Holy Lights taking care of it. The main reason is that for children who are born with bad congenital defects and are inherently unhealthy, the goddess of life has no way to make such children healthy and grow up safely. The goddess of life mainly heals injuries, and secondarily cures diseases. If there are congenital deformities, she can't help. The gods of MIDI have no regard for reincarnation. Secondly, there is the large battlefield in the plains of Oz that looks like a place where poisons are raised. Not all of the young people who set foot on this battlefield to gain fame and merit can return home safely. Perhaps this battlefield cannot be called a meat grinder, but it continues to swallow up the lives of young people. The reason why the empire can withstand the consumption here is precisely because the subjects of the empire work tirelessly to raise their children and continuously inject new vitality into this powerful country. In such a social atmosphere, although women will not be reduced to reproductive machines,
The number of children a married woman has will indeed affect their evaluation in the world. The situation faced by the Empress Saint Alegria was the most serious form of married infertility. Especially when Prince Thomas works tirelessly to publicize how hard he works in the palace. It is definitely not his problem to get nothing done anyway. These days, people still blame infertility on the woman. It can be said that if the Empress could lay eggs, not just one a year, but one every 2 years, she would have 5 children by now. Maybe her biological children may not necessarily be the next emperor, but the emperor's son's chance of succession will always be higher than that of other members of the royal family. Not to mention others. The reason why Prince Behar dared to challenge the empress status was because he was the late emperor's biological son. Especially since the current empress does not want to be controlled by the nobles, and has no internal or external support. It is not surprising that the nobles who originally supported her would try to find a second puppet who is easy to manipulate. Prince Behar may be young, but he may not be unaware of his situation. But when faced with such an opportunity, no one would be tempted. Isn't this the way the princess, who was originally called Kino, and was not named a princess, embarked on this path? After someone made such a judgment, he looked at the triumphant goblin Luca holding a large book and suddenly sighed. When the emperor should regard the goblins as the most important help, this is what it is. Sitting next to the balcony of the Jade Palace. Even though it was night, Lin used the light technique to make reading much easier, and this bit of relief was completely overwhelmed by the Empress' difficult situation, causing someone to frown. The Empress herself brought someone a cup of coffee. Although she has been on the throne for 10 years, in private situations, she is still the same as herself in the adventurer days of the past, doing everything as she pleased. Anyway, no matter how reserved you act, people who want to find fault can still find fault. So now she can be regarded as letting herself go. Besides, the person in front of me is busy with his own affairs. There is no reason for Alegria to have to put on airs and act like a master. It's just a frown on his face. It's probably something that has troubled the magician, the Empress said with a somewhat self-deprecating smile.
It's not as easy as you think. Do you regret it now?
After being asked this question, Lin finally looked up from the pile of information. He rubbed his temples and said,
I thought things would be difficult, but I never thought it would be so bad. Oh, are you planning to give up?
Shaking his head, Lin said,
It's too early to give up. I can only think of 5 plans. Of course, there is only a general charter and no detailed content.
Alegria looked surprised and said,
Oh, you can have some ideas. It's really beyond my expectation. For the time being, there are 1 best strategy, 2 middle strategies, and 2 worst strategies. But Your Majesty, you should be able to understand that everything has to be paid for, and there will be a price. There is no such thing as free benefits. As for the results, there are short-term or short-term results. In the long run, nothing lasts forever. I understand. So can you tell me about it?
Alegria asked with a smile. Chapter 1355. There are 2 strategies.
So, which one are you going to listen to first?
A man with a bad taste asked, even forgetting to use honorifics. It means that he doesn't always use honorifics on his lips. The Empress blinked, and after thinking seriously for a while, she said,
Let's talk about the 2 worst ideas you think are the worst. I have to know how bad the worst ideas you think are first, so that I can judge what you call good. What a great idea.
Wise choice,
Your Majesty.
Lin praised him calmly. First, he picked up the coffee to moisten his throat, and then held up this exquisite bone china coffee cup, signaling to Lisa, who was not far away, that her craftsmanship had improved a lot compared to the previous few days. Because someone was dealing with business, the little round-faced person didn't dare to approach without permission. When she got a gesture from someone, even if it wasn't a compliment in person, she was very happy. She was talking proudly to Changpu, a beauty of mixed race from the Sea tribe. Her cheerful movements made her goose-yellow multi-layer gauze skirt swing up and down, as if she came to life. Calamus is like a big sister, listening helplessly and patiently. Alegria certainly doesn't mind if a magician focuses his attention on his close friend. If you really cared, you wouldn't have introduced the 2 parties from the beginning. The Empress didn't think she could monopolize this man. There was another woman who didn't come forward, although she only knew about it from rumors. Her dual identity, as a former demon king and a lich, meant that she was not so easy to offend. But so what? She kept this man not to compete for favor or to steal other people's men, but just to use his wisdom. Now, it's time for the other party to show its value. So Alegria waited patiently. Lin didn't know the Empress's thoughts. He just sorted out what was in his mind and said,
"One of the next best strategies is to kill. Kill anyone who objects. Kill until no one objects. Then the empire will be firmly in your majesty's hands." Hearing such an answer, the Empress smiled and said,
"It is indeed a terrible idea. If it can be done, it will save me a lot of trouble."
Lin shrugged and said,
"For me, this thing is actually not difficult to do. But it is easy to start. But it is difficult to stop. Maybe a moment of violence can suppress all opposing voices. But it does not mean that these voices disappear. It will always break out at an unexpected time. This is the so-called tyranny. Which is why I don't recommend this method. But it is indeed the fastest way. And it can be done. So I do. Only then can I say it. Since I want to help you. Of course, I can't make a high profile and say something that I can't do. Can it really be done?"
Allegria asked dubiously. Lin didn't answer directly, but nodded seriously.
"Then if I choose this method, will you feel disappointed? After all, this is a last resort that you don't recommend. It's not disappointing."
Lin looked at the expression of the beauty in front of him, trying to find out what she was thinking from that face. It's a pity that everyone in Yamitsi was confused by her extremely well-maintained and naturally beautiful face, and they made no assumptions about what they saw in it. However, what needs to be explained still needs to be said.
It's just that this kind of thing is just like war. Not simple gambling. Even though gambling is affected by countless external factors, you can still stop when you want to. However, once you choose to start a war, how will it end? The choice of when to end is not in your own hands, but in the hands of others. So as a result, you may just gain an empire with no other living people except you. Does this make sense? A one-man empire. This seems good?
Allegria murmured as if he was giving up on himself or seeking revenge.
"Oh, Your Majesty, but this is not so good for others. Why do you think that no one else is willing to follow me in this process?"
the Empress asked in a coquettish voice.
"There is only one reason why people want to change, and that is that their current life is not good. However, in my eyes, the Karlsruhe Empire may have some innocuous shortcomings, but the overall social atmosphere is positive. Everyone there is a goal to work hard for. And as long as you work hard, you will be rewarded. In other words, their current life is good enough, and they don't need to follow a tyrant to make their life less bad. When you choose to raise the butcher's knife, it is true that there will be subordinates who are loyal to you. But most people will probably choose to live a stable life and stand against you. Is that so in your eyes?"
Allegria kneeled down on the chair ungracefully, hugged his legs that were crossed in front of him, and looked at someone with an indescribable look. Lin asked back,
"So in your eyes, what does the empire look like? It is full of abuses and illnesses, and it has reached the point of terminal illness? What about you? What do you want to do? Are you doing all this just to regain power? Or do you want to do something good for the empire? You must first have power?"
Assaulted by someone's long-awaited question, Allegria showed an aggrieved expression and twisted her fingers around her red hair.
Said, "Although I shouldn't say this, it is true that there is nothing particularly bad about the current empire. To be honest, I have not thought about what I can do or do better. This all gives me an illusion. Would it be a good thing for the empire to be without me? Your Majesty, ideals and lofty goals are the driving force that drives a person forward. Just living. This cannot be regarded as a goal, because all animals have such instincts. However, the current situation and prospects of the empire seem to give you a broad confusion. This is why I want to offer the second solution. Advocate. Give the emperor to others who want to do it and think they are capable of doing it. So there is no need to make your life so hard and painful."
Lin, who made such a suggestion when it came to the imperial power itself, was already mentally prepared to withstand the storm. But the expected rage did not come. Instead, after serious consideration, Allegria said,
"But there is no precedent in the empire for an emperor to abdicate."
"Fine. Then keep talking nonsense," Lin said.
"It's just that the Karlsruhe Empire doesn't have it. But other countries do. Even among the 5 empires of the same status. There is a precedent for an old emperor to pass the throne to the crown prince early. Besides, the royal family of Karlsruhe or the law is it stated that this kind of thing cannot be done? If you make such a request, whether it is a test or not, I am afraid those people will immediately raise their hands in agreement."
After finishing speaking, after thinking about it, Lin added,
"And the position of emperor is not handed over for nothing. In addition to retaining your original title of earl, of course there will be other conditions. The first thing to ensure is that after you abdicate, you will not be liquidated. In addition, it is not too much to ask for a carefree life. If these conditions are met, why should you stay in a position where you are unable to do anything and are restricted in everything, making your life not comfortable at all? Fortunately, there will be some unscrupulous actions behind the scenes.
However, these words could not relieve the Empress's tangled brows. Of course Lin knew that this person must be struggling inside. So he smiled and said,
"But this method of escape will not be done unless it is a last resort. And our current situation is not that bad yet.
Unless your Majesty really has no intention of doing this at all. That's why I would consider this method as a last resort. In other words, there are two bad strategies. One is to lose the throne, and the other is to lose the entire empire. You came up with this idea. I am starting to regret asking you for help and asking you these questions."
Lin smiled and explained,
"This is the worst plan, and it's better to say it first, so as not to face a critical moment later and make a hasty decision. Let's make it clear now and figure out whether this is what we want.
Then when possible choices arise in the future, at least you won't make rash decisions without preparation."
Allegria frowned slightly and said,
"I agree. So what are the two strategies you think of that are not recommended?" "One of the central strategies is to develop industries, accumulate strength, and attract allies. Just like the ship-cutting knife. Or if you are paying attention, the automobile industry in the holy city of Starry. The advanced technology in hand can not only lead to the changes of the times can also bring huge enough benefits. And all of this can bring them fame and allies, making them their supporters."
Allegria is of course paying attention to the new thing.
Cars.
In fact, her curiosity and tolerance for new things are far greater than outsiders imagine. So she also thought about what she could do with these profitable and advanced technologies if she controlled all of the magician's skills. Even if only half of them. "But," Allegria asked uneasily,
"you regard this method as a middle strategy. Is it because you don't like it either?"
Nodding helplessly, Lin explained,
"No matter how good the technology is, it can't hide the essence of a business. And as long as you are doing business, you can't get around the people factor.
The car is in the holy city of Ace for Tali to be successful. The help of Grand Duke Kawe of the Guana Empire was indispensable. He blocked many ill-intentioned secret arrows for the car, and also gave great support in the early days when many people were not optimistic about it. Coupled with the fact that the holy city of Starry is the starting point, there is no strong conservative consciousness in the local area and people are willing to accept new things. These are important factors for the car's success. Don't the Karlsruhe Empire have these?"
the Empress asked.
"Compared to the Guana Empire,
The Karlsruhe Empire is far more tolerant and interested in new things than the former. From my observation, the Empire has a vitality comparable to the holy city of Starry. But honestly say, Your Majesty, you do not have the strength to protect this industry now. When others steal secrets, when someone provides the same goods, when our own people are bribed and internal sabotage is carried out. Do not say whether these small actions will consume a lot of our energy to prevent and clean up the aftermath, as long as these small actions are taken. Regardless of whether they are successful or not, the profits we can get will decrease."
Chapter 1356, Forward Attack and Conspiracy. Thinking about the recent bank promotion activities and seeing all the obstructive behavior of the nobles, one shudders. He didn't know that he had done something with him and directly interrupted the progress of the matter. He just used disgusting methods to disgust people. To say that you can get twice the result with half the effort is to underestimate the abilities of these people. To be honest, if someone encountered this kind of situation in private, he would definitely turn around and leave. Who cares about these uncles? Now, for the sake of the great cause of the Gold Goddess, it is impossible to break up directly.
"Looking for a strong collaborator?"
Allegria asked, trying to come up with an idea.
"Oh, that's a good idea. But how can we protect the benefits we deserve from our partners? And even take the lead? And we are not here to make money. But we hope that by developing the industry, you can regain the power. So this can't be achieved by just one or two profitable businesses. It must be a big enough plan and attract enough people to achieve your Majesty's purpose."
Someone suddenly spread his hands and continued speaking helplessly.
"The most important point is, think about your current situation. If it were placed on automobiles, or any industry or business, what else would be achieved? We can be said to be guarded and besieged by the entire empire. Talent, raw materials, market, under the foreseeable economic blockade. We have no advantage in any of them.
Channel is king. No matter how good the technology is, it only works for people." Although this truth was not stated clearly, The Empress did not understand it, so she was also distressed. Someone continued to talk about the helpless reality.
It has to be said that the chips in His Majesty's hands are really too few. And there is no way this strategy will be effective in the short term. But it may not be fruitful in the long run.
Right. Allegria continued.
Yes. It may not be possible in the long run. In other words, although this is a sound idea, it is actually the most tiring and easiest to get lost. Lost?
The Empress tilted her head and asked doubtfully.
Can you tell me why it's easy to get lost? I don't understand.
After sorting out his thoughts, Lin said,
In this plan, we hope to bring benefits through advanced technological advantages, and then rely on this benefit to win over people.
Right?
Yes. And based on our current situation, it is impossible to implement this matter from too high a height. That is to say, assign the work to the appropriate collaborators, and then wait for them to donate their loyalty and money. If Your Majesty, you can make the decision as a ruler with a large number of troops. There is no need to worry about whether the collaborators below are up to no good.
But we are not. So we can only hold these industries firmly in our hands. Use this to strengthen ourselves, and at the same time share part of the profits with our allies. And rely on this method to win over people. The main player in this time. Your Majesty should be able to understand. Yes.
Allegria agreed with his voice and nodded vigorously.
But rulers are different from businessmen. Businessmen must pay every penny and maximize their own interests as a priority in everything they do. However, a qualified ruler cannot do this. He must consider the most vulnerable groups, people, so that they can also enjoy their blessings.
Perhaps these two types of people have some things in common. But the fundamental differences will make them behave differently in their behavior. The other way around is also true. That is, the difference in behavior will bring different results.
Indeed. So? The Empress asked.
So we want to stand in the perspective of a ruler, but act as a businessman. The difficulty of propriety and control is no less difficult than fighting against the nobles who are eyeing them. If someone is not careful and forgets the nature of a ruler, he will just if you are a businessman. People who have common interests with you may love you, but those who lose their interests because of you will definitely hate you. This is what I call lost.
What Lin did not say was that in the history of his hometown, there were indeed several businessmen who rose to power and became members of the ruling class. But those are exceptions, not the norm. The reason why it is a special case is not only that this kind of thing is difficult, but also very rare. Think about the modern examples of people on Earth who claim, I can manage a company well, so I can also run a country well, but end up messing things up. Many people in this world are too lazy to count them. It's okay for businessmen to harm the country, but let's talk about governing the country. Empress Allegria is not an ivory tower person who just wants to eat meat. Her dual identity, as a noble and an adventurer, ensures that her experience and knowledge exceed that of most people in the Lost Lands. Therefore, she could understand the situation and difficulties mentioned by the magician in front of her. However, the Empress is not in a hurry to refute the magician's argument. After all, this is just one of many plans, and there are other plans that she doesn't even know about yet. After all the plans are announced, I want to have an in-depth discussion on the details and feasibility, and there will be plenty of time afterwards. So she said,
I roughly understand this. So what is your other strategy? What kind of regulations is it?
This time Lin's attitude was a little hesitant. It's not that I don't have an idea in my mind. I came up with 5 strategies casually before. It's just that some of what I'm going to talk about next does not conform to my own 3 views. But he spoke anyway.
Second strategy. As we mentioned before, Your Majesty, the reason why you don't have a chance is because the Empire's situation is relatively stable. To put it simply, everyone is working hard to make money and look for opportunities to get ahead. Who cares whether an emperor is powerful or not?
Don't worry. Are the nobles overstepping their bounds? So what we have to do is break the status quo.
Allegria's eyebrows twitched, and he asked nervously,
What do you mean by breaking the status quo? It can be any form of turmoil. War, natural disaster, famine, demon invasion, rebellion launched by civilians against nobles. Once the situation becomes chaotic, the title of emperor will be your greatest advantage, and other things will not matter. Because illegally, you are the supreme ruler of the empire, and all decrees must come from your mouth.
On a practical level, once a large-scale turmoil occurs, the nobles themselves cannot achieve horizontal coordination, because everyone is on the same level, or at least has people on the same level as themselves. So who should be saved first? anyone will be criticized as unfair by others. At this time, only the emperor is the best coordinator and judge.
And the best thing is that because you are not very powerful, even if unrest occurs in your own territory, the harm to you will not be as great as that of other great nobles. Then we can take advantage of this opportunity to gather power in people's hearts.
The empress was neither surprised nor surprised by such an answer. The crescent-shaped thin eyebrows were now tangled together, and a Sichuan-shaped line squeezed out between the eyebrows. And there was uneasiness in his eyes. She asked,
"Is there any way you can control the scale of the unrest?" "There is no way. We cannot leak any information that the turmoil is caused by us, because this will bring the contradiction to ourselves and backfire on ourselves. Since what we want to do is to keep it secret and not known to outsiders. Then controlling the scale and so on, it's unlikely to happen. I can only say that it's possible, but it's not optimistic."
The empress asked again,
"Is it really possible to do such a thing easily? Let the situation become chaotic. In the land of this era, any kind of turmoil I mentioned is very easy to happen. We only need to relax a little bit of vigilance, and a big incident may break out. There is no need for us to concoct it ourselves, and it will be in vain to let others know in your hands. For example,
Dragon Island, such as the Oz Plains bordering the Hater Empire. What happens in these places will be surprising."
The empress asked again,
"What should I do if I lose control? If the situation is too bad, just throw the problem directly to the local lords. They refused to cooperate with the emperor's instructions, so they brought intense suffering to the people below. Your Majesty, your situation and your subjects are not in vain, you know, so this kind of blame shifting will be accepted. If necessary, assassinating some thorns is not an unacceptable option. Have you ever thought about how many people will die if you do this?"
Allegria asked with unabated worry. Lenny sighed and said,
"There are countless of them. But your Majesty, what you are going to do is a major event that will change for another day. You don't expect to call all the nobles and treat them to a banquet. By the way, say, you should hand over your power. They will hand over your power willingly and let you truly become an emperor."
After thinking deeply and struggling for a long time, Allegria exhaled a long breath as if he was letting out the depression in his chest. She said,
"So of the two strategies you proposed, one is to act in an upright manner. But the results will take a long time and the effect is uncertain. Even in my lifetime, I don't know whether I can see the results I want. The other is to act in an upright manner. The conspiracy has destabilized the empire, and I will act as a hero to clean up the mess, at the expense of countless subjects."
Len interjected,
"But doing this is still different from the massacre. On the surface, you are on the same side as the people of the empire, not on the opposite side. They will support you with admiration, not on the opposite side."
"Massacre will only bring fear,"
the empress said sarcastically.
"Yes, it's not a confrontation. The result is not to gain an empire with no one else except me, but to gain a shabby empire. No, at that time, it probably won't be qualified."
"Let's continue calling it an empire. Everything has a price." "Yes, everything has a price. And it's not just that, right?"
Allegria said with a hint of doubt in his voice. Len nodded and said,
"That's true. Both strategies have one thing in common. That is, they are not easy to accomplish. Moreover, they take a very long time and cannot be completed in just a few years. And during the process, it can be said that there is no moment of peace of mind. Because if you are lazy for a moment, the situation may get out of control and develop in a direction you don't want to see. I think about it now and just say it. I regret it myself. So, this is just the middle strategy."
Allegria sighed helplessly.
"The worst policy is quick to achieve results, but it is all extreme. The middle policy may not be so extreme, but whether it is a conspiracy or an upright act, the consequences are not guaranteed, and it is more likely to take a lifetime to do."
Thinking of this, the empress's eyes suddenly shone and she said,
"Then what is the best strategy that you would like to recommend the most? The outcome won't be that extreme, and it won't take so much time."
Chapter 1357 Suitable Soil. Len just wanted to speak, but was interrupted by the empress reaching out. She calmed down her original excitement and asked seriously,
"In view of the strategies you proposed before, the price is not that low. I would like to ask first, what is the price of this good strategy?" "Well, to limit the imperial power?"
The first one was hesitant with an upward tone, and the second voice was with a definite tone.
"Well, that's right. That's it. Maybe back to you the power in your hands will not be like that of an emperor with complete power of life and death. But no one will be able to specifically target you anymore, and they will move their attention elsewhere. It seems that there is no strategy to get the best outcome at a small price.
Allegria said in a complaining tone.
Unfortunately, Your Majesty, I am very pragmatic. It is easy to set a goal, but the difficult thing is to find a way to the goal. If I can't find that way, I dare not tell the truth. The so-called beauty ending.
Seeing someone looking like he wanted to talk at length, Allegria interrupted the magician, waved his hand and said,
Okay. I'm just complaining. There's not so much to say. You better talk about it.
What is your so-called best strategy? To put it simply in 4 words, a constitutional monarchy.
The speaker is very serious, and the listener is also very serious. But if you don't understand, you just don't understand. So the Empress with a relaxed expression said with some frustration,
It's too simple. Please be more detailed. The situation in the Karlsruhe Empire, or in other words, all human and non-human countries in the land have the same situation. That is, the lack of law, the way of governance, and the promotion of affairs all depend on the Lord's temporary situation when encountering things. Judgment. Unless there is a lot of precedent for this matter, it will become a convention and be followed. However, different people will still get different results according to how these practices are interpreted. So most farmers can only pray they met a good Lord. So you want to standardize these things and form a set of laws that apply to everyone?
The Empress grasped the key point keenly. Lin replied,
Yes, that's it. Formulate a set of laws that even the Emperor must abide by. And it is not only the punishment for criminal acts, but also the definition of various rights and obligations, and the division of power. And most importantly, the formulation of a clear set of governance methods and fixed organization.
It's not that I want to criticize. In fact, no matter which country you go to, the number of ministers with different positions depends entirely on the mood of the king or emperor. Although the advantage of this is that it is very flexible and can be adjusted according to the needs of the environment at that time. Certain positions are added or deleted, but the ones who get to the top are the most crooked ones.
It feels like we have to rely entirely on luck to find a qualified minister in the right position. It's terrible. It's miserable. I really feel sad for the people who are confused.
In the end, it was simply someone's complaint meeting, unscrupulously criticizing the system of this backward world.
Well, is it really that bad?
Allegria, as a native of Lost Land, certainly cannot understand the problem. After all, the social environment in which she lives is like this. She has never seen a better world, only a worse one. Put it this way, the Karlsruhe Empire can be regarded as a paradise. Lin continued,
You see, your biggest problem now is the obstruction of government orders. When an order is issued, those ministers may not necessarily convey it to you. Once it is conveyed, the people below may not implement it. All these factors are governance is based on people, and is connected by people. Without the key person, the entire system may collapse or lose control. That's true. So you want to find a way to prevent the originally well-functioning structure from getting out of control because of sudden changes in people.
The Empress said in judgment.
Oh, Your Majesty, that's a very accurate statement. The law will not die, but only if we give it authority and make it difficult to modify. We won't change one thing in the morning and another in the evening just because of someone's whim. Everyone's code of conduct, rights and obligations revolve around this set of laws. As long as it is not an expressly prohibited matter, it means that it is not illegal and can be done, as long as it is not a clearly defined scope of rights. It means that there is no such thing. Right. But there won't be any legal provisions. It can cover everything. What if there are shortcomings? You also set a requirement that makes it difficult to modify.
The Empress questioned.
It's like the 3 levels of emperor, nobles and common people. We can formulate second-level laws without violating the principles of the Constitution as a supplement to the first-level Constitution. It is not difficult to amend the second-level laws. Setting it so high and a little looser allows the supplementary second-level laws to more quickly adapt to the current era and the background of the current social environment. Well, your idea sounds pretty good to be honest. But do you think it's feasible? No noble man is willing to give up the power in his hands. Especially what you did is to deprive them of the power to do whatever they want.
The Empress said with a hint of disappointment. Lin agreed with the Empress' statement and added,
It is indeed true. So we have to find an exchange condition that is difficult for them to refuse and that they dream of. In exchange,
they will agree and abide by this method. How could such a thing happen?
Allegria said with a smile. But her face immediately stiffened, and she asked tentatively,
In exchange for imperial power?
Lin cracked a smile and said,
Yes, that's it. Tell me more about it.
Seeing that the Empress did not resist, she was instead intrigued. Lin proudly said,
The biggest worry among the nobles now is probably the power to govern. They are strictly guarding against you, Your Majesty, just because they don't want you to cross them and regain the power that an emperor should have. And I have noticed that most of them are much older than you, Your Majesty. In other words, they should be aware that after their death, everything they have worked hard on today may be overturned, and even the family may be liquidated. It's possible. Under this premise, there is no possibility of reconciliation, let alone cooperation. So we need to develop a set of methods with strict laws that have enough credibility so that they have no worries.
Right? Allegria asked.
Yes, Your Majesty. You have grasped the key point.
Lin praised.
Any solution? Simply put, it is a cabinet system. A cabinet with the Prime Minister as the center is established as the governing body, and the upper and lower councils are established as the decision-making body.
Of course. Lin also explained the content of the system. After the explanation was completed, the Empress said with enlightenment,
It sounds like, in addition to having one more lower house, that's what they are doing now. So, while I hand over the power, I also need to give them a legal basis.
Basis? So that they can legally possess my original power?
Lin agreed.
Yes, Your Majesty.
In fact, everything Lin felt after arriving at the Karlsruhe Empire had a familiar flavor. Maybe if you give the Empire some more time, they will find this path on their own and everything will fall into place. Now I just push forward, speeding up, and stuff some private goods into it. It's not that someone doesn't want to directly adopt another more advanced doctrine. It's just that this empire does not have such soil for that doctrine to grow and thrive. If there is no labor force that is severely exploited by capital, or if there is a society where knowledge and morals are above a certain standard, then using utopianism is not about changing the lives of others, but asking others to change their own lives.
What good does this do to me? I gave up my power in vain to help those greedy villains?
The Empress said, dissatisfied. Sure enough, I came back to this issue. Lin laughed and said,
Your Majesty, do you really think that those greedy villains you call are the ultimate winners? Isn't it?
Allegria said with disdain.
If you ask me, the common people in the lower house are the group that will ultimately benefit the most, and the nobles will be eliminated by them sooner or later, or at least they will be deprived of their privileges and become nobles in vain.
Allegria asked curiously.
Why? The upper council is composed of nobles, and the members of the upper council form the cabinet. However, the power of the members of the upper council comes from the population in their territory. Based on this population, a certain number of civilian representatives are selected into the lower council. As for the lower house, in addition to voting for the prime minister, it also has the responsibility to formulate laws related to civilians. After all, they are from civilian backgrounds, and of course they know what they need.
Allegria also expressed his thoughts.
Yes, you also said before that the royal family can also select civilian representatives to enter the lower assembly. Through such an action, the emperor's influence on political affairs will be restored again. If the number of representatives is determined based on the number of people, the power of control is very weak. In the eyes of others, it is impossible to control anything other than to make up for it. Yeah, that's good. But has your Majesty ever thought about it? Can you really completely control these people who come out of your direct territory? Can those nobles do such a thing? Those who are close to power, a group of people. Wouldn't they want to take more?
After thinking about it carefully, the Empress came to a conclusion.
How can it be? Just imagine. The nobles are hereditary, even if there is a virtuous inheritance system.
The most basic thing is blood relationship. However, the civilian representatives in the lower assembly are not hereditary. Without strength and real ability, how can they represent other people? Then the question is, which noble can guarantee that their descendants will be talented for generations? In reality, the heirloom titles and emerging nobles are constantly being produced. They can really resist. Is it like you are trying to resist those nobles who are trying to gain access to the imperial power?
After thinking about it carefully, Allegria suddenly realized something. She said in shock,
This is your real purpose. To destroy the entire aristocracy. Aren't you afraid that this will be discovered? There are many short-sighted people in this world. Even smart people. Most of them are so arrogant that they think they can control everything. There is no immediate harm anyway. So why not take the power that the emperor legally handed over? However, many people don't understand. Or they know, but don't want to believe that there is a general trend in the world, and it is irresistible. What if they are discovered?
Lin said with a happy smile. Chapter 1358, When Time Comes. Heaven and earth all work together. With a long sigh, the Empress murmured.
In this case, how will the royal family deal with themselves? Wouldn't it disappear from this land along with the elimination of the aristocracy? So in addition to the constitution, we have to propose another set of secondary laws, which is the royal family law, without violating the constitution. The rights and obligations of the royal family, including privileges, are clearly defined. What can and cannot be done what? Everything is clearly stated. The concept of letting the emperor rule the empire changes to the emperor being the empire. What's the difference between the two?
The Empress was a little confused.
Separating the emperor from the aristocratic class has become a concept of another level. Although the choice of officials is in the hands of others, they are appointed by the emperor on behalf of the empire. These ministers can rule the empire, and are also representatives of the emperor. The subjects of the empire hand over this power to them. Everything is done with the approval of the emperor. That is, the empire. When this system is completed, the emperor will become an indispensable part of the empire. But the nobles are not. So the emperor cannot give up. Unless someone wants to give up the empire. But the nobles are free to do so. But have you ever thought about what happens if, after taking power, they choose to ignore these laws and plan to go further?
Allegria asked worriedly.
There is only one throne. Who takes the throne?
The magician asked back, blocking the Empress's question. But she still did not give up and asked,
what if the lower house, after destroying the nobility, repeals the royal family law when pointing the finger at the royal family? If someone dares to abolish the laws that are the foundation of the empire, it means that there is no need to abide by all laws. Right? Then it will be time for everyone to compete with each other. Whoever can beat others to the ground will have everything. It would be interesting if someone dared to change the rules of the game like this.
Lin thought for a while, and then said seriously,
and don't tell me, Your Majesty, if no one is specifically targeting the royal family, the power accumulated secretly is not enough to resist this level of rebellion. If you are not in power, there will be nothing to lose.
The possibility of popular support, since the people will not be disappointed in the royal family. The parliament has no basis for popular support if it wants to eliminate the royal family, and can only resort to conspiracy.
Waving his hand, Lin said easily.
But there are so many people in the parliament. What kind of conspiracy is possible to succeed without telling others? Unless the entire parliament agrees to eliminate the royal family. But is this possible? Even if the emperor at that time could not completely grasp it, he would never know it. The representatives selected from the territories directly under the royal family will not make them hate themselves to the point of death.
Suddenly getting too many ideas that were very different from his past experience. Allegria took a moment to think about it, and then said,
because the members of the upper council are nobles.
They will not change. But the cabinet and the lower council have so-called terms of office.
Ministers and representatives need to be re-elected regularly. This design can indeed avoid many extreme situations.
This is another layer of your idea.
Yes, Your Majesty. The biggest advantage of such a system is that the upper limit of governance is very low and the lower limit is very high. Basically, there will be no extreme situations, such as a faint king who loses his country and ruins his family, or a tyrant who slaughters people everywhere. It's a pity. However, even if a certain emperor is really talented and has countless good ideas and methods in his mind, he still cannot go into battle personally and become a famous emperor for generations to come. Because no matter what you do, there are always opponents in the decision-making system. And those in power not only have term limits, but when they lose trust, they can also be dismissed by the decision-makers themselves.
Allegria used he added his own thoughts. Lin cracked a smile and said,
yes, that's it. But I don't agree with your statement that the nobility will be eliminated.
Allegria questioned.
Such a ruling system will only give birth to another kind of nobility. And if the existing group of, if they can adapt to such a system, they will be able to form a larger force than before, even beyond the Grand Duke level. Hey, Your Majesty is enlightened and can see this layer.
Someone's praise did not bring good looks to the Empress. Lin smiled and continued to explain.
If someone can adapt, there is nothing wrong with having more power than in the past. But how many people will be eliminated? And, since this matter is promoted by us, It means that you can make arrangements at the first time and strive for greater benefits. All we have to do is to be one step ahead of others. Empire. But the best thing is for the entire empire to stand behind you and push you forward. If someone is aware of this general trend, they can benefit from it. But the biggest benefit is us who are leading this trend. Is this what you want to say?
Alegria asked with a slight hesitation.
Yes. Compared with talents who perform very well within the rules, those who make the rules will be the biggest winners. With this advantage in hand, even if you do nothing next, the emperor will be as stable as a mountain. No one can shake it.
Alegria asked again.
Have you ever thought about other people in the royal family and what they think?
Lin said directly and rudely.
Who cares about them? Do they support you, Your Majesty? Or are they helping you break through the current predicament? A group of guys who are just eating corpses will be eliminated along with the nobles. Let's see who will feel sorry for you. Corpse smell? What does that mean? Forget it. Don't care.
Alegria gave up understanding those strange terms. Instead, he looked at a certain magician with a serious expression and said,
Then what else do I want to know now? One thing. What else are you planning behind the bank?
A straight ball duel. This is it. A certain magician showed a strange smile, which made Alegria even more convinced that there was an unknown purpose behind the goddess of gold coins. She said,
Exchanging imperial power for the improvement of laws and systems seems to be beneficial to everyone. If I really want to suffer a loss, it's just me. But in fact, there is a big hole buried behind it. I who suffered a loss in the early stage may not necessarily suffer all the way to the end. But those who think they have taken advantage are likely to cry out later.
The first half of this strategy gave me a very familiar feeling. If I think about it carefully, oh, isn't this the benefit brought by the Bank of the Gold Coin Goddess? It seems to have no shortcomings, and it is difficult for anyone to let go of it. The reason why the nobles are holding back is just to take advantage of it. So I want to ask, what is the second half of the bank's strategy that is unknown to outsiders?
Lin asked.
Really want to know. Can't you tell me?
Alegria tilted her head and looked at a certain magician with a side look.
There are two types, a simple version and a complex version. Which one do you want to know?
The successful empress made a simple judgment.
Let's talk briefly first. See if I can understand it and whether the matter has anything to do with me. Wise choice. Your Majesty. The simple version is the common purpose of the gods. To increase faith and strengthen the godhood. The goal is directly aimed at the powerful level of divine power of the 8 powerful lords.
The empress was shocked.
Is it possible to do such a thing?
After calming down, he immediately said,
If banks can really be spread throughout the whole land, maybe it can be done. But, is that all? Hee. Don't fool around with a silly smile. What else?
After wiping his forehead for a while, and wondering whether there was cold sweat on his forehead, Lin continued to tell the truth and said,
That's really the only goal. But in this process, the goddess of gold coins is not the only one who benefits. Yes, World Tree.
Alegria guessed. This unexpected answer surprised Lin. He asked,
Your Majesty, why do you make such a judgment?
Alegria did not pretend to be enigmatic, but said directly,
The clue is very clear. It is those elves. Although people who have reached a certain level know that the high seats behind the Turtle Dove Alliance are the world trees. But they usually don't take care of things. And they are more like nominal ones. However, it is unlikely that the elves of the Ikaruga Alliance will directly form an alliance with the goddess. Because the native race of the Gold Coin Goddess is not an elf. And there is no way to use the reason of the same origin to drive that. A proud race.
Alegria stared at someone with a scrutinizing gaze.
But even a legendary figure like the Red Sword Master has taken action. So we can only think that there is a higher level existence behind it. Based on what you said today, I am very curious about the reasons for the world trees to take action. And what about you? What did you gain from this process? Even if I want to recruit you, they want your help. And it will cost a lot.
It's all about myself. Lin scratched his head and said,
As for this question, I will reserve the answer for now. After all, the matter involves other parties. And it is difficult for me to say anything without their consent. Your Majesty will not want me to do anything without your consent.
In this case, just talk nonsense about today's conversation to some irrelevant people.
Pouting in dissatisfaction, Alegria complained.
What's the matter? Haven't you told me all the secrets of the Gold Coin Goddess? Huh? Your Majesty, let me ask you this. Which god doesn't want his faith to spread throughout the land? I believe that everyone wants it, but they have not found a suitable method.
Maybe it was really none of her business. Or maybe she gave up and forced the magician in front of her too much. So the Empress did not choose to continue questioning. Instead, he returned to the topic related to himself and said,
Okay, I understand. In short, I have to think carefully about the several choices today before I can tell you the answer. That's okay. Of course, Your Majesty, you really need to think carefully about important things. If you decide on a certain strategy right now, I would have to worry about how serious you are.
Seeing someone's wise attitude, Alegria asked again,
I'm curious. You clearly recommended the last method. Why did you name 5 methods with different degrees of good or bad?
I didn't expect to be asked such a question. Lin thought about it seriously and said with a smile,
Maybe this is a test I proposed. Let's see what choice you will make. Your Majesty, that means if I make the wrong choice, you will give up helping me? No. I will not go back on what I promised. But my attitude and preparation will be determined by your choice. After all, if you choose to go on a killing spree, how could I not be prepared to escape at any time?
He was still a little angry at first. But after hearing the answer, Alegria smiled. It should be said that this man completely conforms to the rumors on the forum, and does not look like a hero who came to save himself at all. Chapter 1359A's report. Ever since she presented the 5 strategies, Empress Saint Alegria seemed to have forgotten about this matter, and had not replied for a long time. Lin did not rush the other party, but just carried out various preparations for the bank in the Karlsruhe Empire. After all, the matter is so important that it really isn't that easy to decide. And according to my experience before and after time travel, no matter how good the outsider's idea is, the one who is advised usually chooses to maintain the status quo and not make any changes. It may sound discouraging, but that's the reality. Change is not an easy decision for a person to make. Although the Queen's affairs have not been decided yet, there is no need to delay the bank affairs of the Gold Coin Goddess. Although those 16 elves were mainly working, the other nobles did not want to trouble a certain human magician at all. However, there are not so many taboos in the territory directly under the Empress, so someone should be arranged to personally coordinate many preparatory tasks, such as regional wealth status survey, site survey, etc. In fact, Lin wanted to integrate the information in the hands of the goblin Luca, combine it with his own skills in information processing, and use programming language to compile an information system that can be updated by the goblin in real time and translate the goblin text in real time. However, Luca had no intention of handing over the only skill he was relied on for fear that he would be marginalized or even kicked out of sight. Just like many old masters in their hometown, they are afraid of teaching their apprentices and starving the master to death, since the only thing he was interested in was that there was no possibility of getting involved in the things in the hands of the goblin Luca. Lin could only find other things to do instead of letting himself do nothing. Entering the palace and being tired of being around the Empress all day long was a choice. Anyway, it is very simple to get the name of counselor or jester and make yourself a reasonable follower. However, considering that once you enter the Marquee Gate, the situation in the palace will only get worse, not better. So a person who is afraid of trouble will subconsciously refuse to enter such a place. If the central government couldn't stay, he ran away. The only place he could go was the Empress's only secondary title territory, the Count of Azores. Speaking of which, the royal children of the Karlsruhe Empire are quite miserable. Having royal blood does not mean that he will have an iron job. It depends on whether he can be in theft or inherit a territory before he can have a fixed income. Other than that, he just relies on his parents to support him and becomes a royal beetle. If you want to be in theft or allowed to inherit the territory, you must have meritorious service. Otherwise, the royal territory, whether large or small, may be taken back by the emperor. After all, the territory is limited, and each emperor is very cautious about infecting the children of the royal family. Of course, the royal children, who have territories and titles, will try their best to retain them for their own heirs. Kino, who was the princess at the time, did not end her career as an adventurer. After returning to New Imperial City, she immediately went to the Oz Plain to strive for the first merit in her life. The result, in the ears of the Empire's subjects, was like a counterattack drama in life, all the way to the top. As for the before and after, the bitterness is not enough for outsiders to understand, because she had made great contributions on the plains of Oz with her ship-cutting sword. Her Royal Highness the Princess had almost never been to her own county in person before she threw herself into the drama of succession in New Imperial City. Therefore, this territory is still quite unfamiliar to the Empress. In fact, this is also the norm for most royal children and their fiefdoms. Better yet, send your cronies to manage the territory while I stay in the imperial city counting and spending money. It almost happened that the emperor sent his cronies to manage the territory, while I stayed in the imperial city counting money and spending money. I also had to worry about when the territory would be taken back by the emperor. The current acting consul of the Count of Azores, Sir Geb, belongs to the emperor, not a close aide of the Princess Kono, after that one came to the throne. Because of Jazz's always impartial and neutral stance, it was natural for him to continue to take charge. The Empress didn't have enough trustworthy people, so she had to make do with him. Sir Gabe does not act like a young man, and his performance has always been steady. But this does not mean that Jazz is a stubborn old school. But this middle-aged man, with a curly beard, clearly understands that when working under the current Empress, making no mistakes is the greatest credit. A new thing like a bank has become the darling of fans in less than a year, no matter where they are. People are trying to contact the goddess of gold coins, hoping to be allowed to build a bank. Travelers who are away from home are no longer picky about the coins they receive, or accept bad money with humiliation as they did in the past. There may be a discount in use, but these people still welcome these coins, which are good and bad. They are even willing to take the initiative to use coins to exchange them with people they meet on the road until all the coins in their hands are exchanged. This is because the goddess of gold coins can only withdraw money from specific places. Otherwise, if you just use new money to buy old money, someone will take advantage of the early days when banks are not spread all over the land to exchange the money in everyone's hands. But all this did not have such a big echo within the Karlsruhe Empire, because the empire itself can cast fine money. Its value is not inferior to that of coins, or even more. It's just that the imperial essence money is not that durable. It can be dented with a little force, and it will be deformed when rubbed hard. It is not unheard of for the portrait of the Empress to be directly rubbed into a meatball face. If you think about it seriously, there seem to be quite a few shortcomings. Now, with the approval of Her Majesty the Empress, the Count of Azores is preparing to establish a bank. Of course, Sir Gabe had no objections, and various preparations were carried out according to standards. Lin's job is to inspect the progress, and then make corresponding arrangements. Don't look at the fact that the Count of Azores belongs entirely to Her Majesty the Empress. As long as she makes a decision on anything, no one else has any room to comment. But for things like building a house, as long as it is not built with magic materials and magic can be used to simplify the project and speed up the process, you still have to do it how you want it to be done. And not a single step can be omitted, unless you want to build a tofu building, so someone kind of becomes the overseer on set. The Empress agreed to live in the Earl's mansion anyway, and this mansion has not had a serious owner for a long time, although Sir Gabe also lives there. All the rooms used by the master are sealed up, and only servants are arranged to clean them every day. Sir himself stayed in the entourage's room, while Lin stayed in the guest room during the day, in addition to wandering to the construction site to take a look. The rest of the time was spent strolling around the port of Azores. The strength of an Earl territory is actually not enough to establish a gathering place at the level of a city. But the port of Azores is a quite prosperous port city. The development here is due to its superior geographical location and terrain, which naturally gathers population and money. The Count's castle was built on a cliff on the seaside. The castle was small in size and ordinary in shape. The most important building is a tower. And it is not just a magic tower. It is a magic tower that also functions as a lighthouse. With the convenience of the magic tower's energy pool, the lighthouse's light stays on all year round. Under the cliff is a crescent-shaped fjord, with rocks extending out from the mouth, leaving only a small gap, forming a natural sheltered deep-water harbor with a wide belly and narrow mouth. The fjord not only has very small waves, but also has excellent ability to withstand storms, even if a hurricane hits in the summer. As long as the boat can be secured properly, the damage will be lower than in other coastal cities. There is a unique high-quality port, and there are no regulations such as sea bans. If the city cannot develop, it will definitely be a man-made disaster. Fortunately, the Count of Azores did not encounter similar problems, because successive emperors regarded this place as a treasure and cherished it. Of course, they could not allow anyone to mess around here. In return, the Azores port also provided generous tax revenue, offshore resources, and rare treasures from the Dragon Island. Speaking of which, the Count of Azores fell into the hands of the then Princess Kino. But there were some twists and turns. Logically speaking, this kind of territory that all nobles were jealous of must be firmly in the hands of the emperor himself. let alone the hands of a collateral descendant. But the late empress has passed away. Among the secondary titles belonging to the royal family, titles such as duke and marquis have also been taken up. And those powerful heirs, who hold the title, and were once the throne, are working tirelessly to self-destruct. Therefore, when a princess made great achievements and was waiting for the title to be conferred, the nobles of the empire, large and small, worked together to seal the title of Count of Azores. At that time, not everyone in the royal family objected. But considering that everyone had ruined their reputation and credibility, the objections had no effect. Therefore, with the strong operation and support of the nobles, Princess Kino got an advantage. In terms of territorial area, the Earldom of Azores is considered relatively small at the level of earldom. However, in terms of population and financial resources, it can be improved several levels. In addition, the sense of superiority that has always been directly attributed to the emperor makes the people living in this port feel proud. And these are reflected in the impression the city gives people. Homo sapiens races of all colors walk energetically on the streets. The scene is harmonious, and there is no groundless contempt or hostility towards each other. Occasionally they would greet acquaintances warmly. What's particularly special is that there are no street children or beggars on the streets here. Occasionally, children running wild pass by in groups. And they were all children from nearby families. This is a great thing for Midi. In other cities, no matter how prosperous they are, there are still hidden places of filth and evil. Wanderers or beggars tend to live in such places. But during the day, they can be found in other glamorous places. Sometimes it's menial jobs. Sometimes it's really nefarious. However, the port of Azores does not seem to have these dirty places and marginalized people in society. Chapter 1360 Whalebone. When it comes to things other than the spirit of the city, Lin also sees a little bit. Generally speaking, in this kind of developing city, the old and new urban areas are clearly separated, and the city will appear dirty and messy because it accommodates a population that exceeds its capacity. Especially the treatment of urban sewage is a nightmare for most areas in Midland. However, the planning of the port of Azores is quite advanced, and the mere presence of sewers is quite remarkable. Moreover, the sewer does not discharge directly into the sea, but leads to a very simple sewage purification tank. Since the sewage in Midi does not have many chemical components, the purification system that combines a sedimentation tank and a purification tank uses biological culture to purify the sewage. In other words, it looks simple, but its connotation is quite scientific. Seeing this, Lin had a feeling about this city. This must be the legacy of one of his predecessors who traveled through time. Speaking of the 5 great empires in Midland, the Karlsruhe Empire was the last to be established. However, no matter the development route of this empire at the beginning of its establishment, its geographical location, and various national policies, it is somewhat incompatible with the practices of other regions in the Lost Land. At first, Lin thought it was just some kind of regional characteristic and never thought it might be man-made. But the deeper you get to know it, the more special you feel it is here. However, this does not mean that the Karlsruhe Empire has the momentum to unify the entire land. Just seeing that the empire is still tug of war with the Hater Empire in the plains of Oz, we know that its development has hit a bottleneck. Will the introduction of a constitutional monarchy into the empire continue to produce any changes on the existing basis? This idea was immediately rejected by myself. In my hometown, what really changed the times was colonialism and the Industrial Revolution. Changes in the political system are actually changes made to adapt to the times. They are passive rather than active causes. At this time, someone suddenly realized that he was no longer just participating in an era, but creating an era. Whether it is the forum in the past, the bank now, or even the constitutional path that the Empress may choose, this item is a pioneering work. And all this is so unreal. Someone who was thinking like this drank down the mug of beer in his hand. That's right. It's beer. Not the same as ale. Most of the wine provided in other places in Midi is ale, mainly made of barley. It pays great attention to brewing techniques and has a relatively single taste. But there are many sources of raw materials for beer. Barley or wheat can be used. And fruits, honey, or other plants can also be added. One of the most important raw materials is hops. These all enrich the taste and flavor of beer, far beyond the monotony of ale. Of course, it is not impossible to confuse the two. Judging from the history of the development of alcohol, the boundary between the two is indeed not that clear. But in Midland, hops-added wine can only be drunk in the port of Azores. At this time, someone had to admit in his heart,
Ah, that time-traveling senior is really a good person. To be able to leave such a precious legacy. That one should be dead. Right? Still alive? While Lin was lamenting many things, he suddenly thought of this very important issue. If it were someone with the same origin as him, he would be just an ordinary human being. But it is not ruled out that the other party may have an adventure, such as jumping off a cliff and eating Tianshan Snow Lotus, which will increase his skill level by 60 years and his lifespan by 60 years. After all, this is a magical world. There are gods and demons, and it's not surprising that strange things happen. As for the place where someone drank, it was Whalebone, the largest and most popular tavern in the port of Azores. In fact, this tavern has no signboard or name. It just has a giant whale skeleton captured by local fishermen on the outer wall when the Azores port was first established. Over time, Whale Bones became the name of this tavern. I heard that in the earliest days, when fishermen returned from fishing, or when the wind and waves were too strong to go out to sea, they would gather in the tavern to have a drink, warm up and chat at the same time. Later, the port of Azores developed, and merchants, adventurers, and even mercenaries came. At that time, a powerful adventurer was seriously injured and his career as an adventurer ended. With a broken leg and one eye, he returned to his hometown and became Whalebone's bartender and waiter. This retired adventurer not only brought cooking methods from other places, but also different winemaking techniques. Eventually, he even had the Adventurers Guild stationed at the Whalebone, and the two combined into one, becoming the most popular location in the port of Azores. There is also a saying that the adventurer was actually a hero who became a god. The whale bones are the site of the spirit's final traces on Earth. In a slightly romantic way, the hero who could become a god did not choose the path of igniting the divine fire in the end, because her lover was on Dragon Island. It was for that lover that he settled here. The love between man and dragon is the most widely circulated theory, and it must be a human male conquering a female dragon, not the other way around. Just hearing this, Lin felt that the credibility of these rumors was probably the same as a dwarf shaving off his beard to pretend to be a dwarf. Whoever is stupid will believe it. However, combining the good wine with the functions of the Adventurers Guild, Whalebone is indeed very lively, and it also attracts bards to take turns to stay here. In fact, it is a group of people who can play musical instruments looking for opportunities to be rewarded. When they have finished singing all their skills, they will leave the opportunity to others. In his spare time as a supervisor, he would come to the Whalebone to drink a few beers and listen to the bards singing heroic poems that happened in unknown places. This was Lin's daily routine these days. Most importantly, Lin didn't want to meddle too much at the bank construction site. The craftsmen watching the construction don't make the bank of the gold coin goddess crooked. Then, it will be okay. It would be unlucky for a time traveler who is lazy to the core to have everything taken care of. The reason why I can live this decadent life is that my previous life was too monotonous. In other words, it's not monotonous. I just want to find some different excitement. It is said that people always pursue excitement in life when it is dull, and find dullness in excitement. Just like an electrocardiogram. It goes up and down, sometimes with a large amplitude, and sometimes with a small amplitude. If it's flat, if you play a long note, it'll be really flat. Thinking of a joke that only he could understand, Lin asked the bartender to serve him a new beer. The bartender in front of him was polite, completely different from the great adventurer in the rumors. But don't underestimate him, because he is also a formal employee of the Adventurers Guild, and the person in charge of the tavern business. As for the orc girl who brought the beer, she was a temporary part-time job by a cash-strapped adventurer. For adventurers who are in the repair period or recovering from injuries, the guild will provide some simple jobs to help them tide over the difficulties temporarily, as long as the other party needs them, instead of leaving the person alone regardless of life or death, and even provide financial compensation. It sounds like a pretty humane organization. So, it looks like a hotbed for the development of the insurance business. Do you want to start a second financial business besides the bank? While someone was thinking wildly, he sent a silver coin in his hand and placed it on the orc girl's tray. This is the cost of the drinks. In fact, there is still some left over, so let's treat it as a tip. Although the beer mug is large, a glass of wine costs nearly 1 silver, which is quite expensive. If you buy the lowest quality ale for the same price, you can buy a barrel. However, Lin loves the taste that he has not tasted for a long time. It is not intoxicating. After it is chilled and paired with the white foam, it is delicious. And a magician who only drinks expensive wine
and is generous with money will certainly attract the attention of many people. Even the orc girl in front of me didn't mind making some extra money. So she kept flirting with her these days. But if the other person looks like a cute human girl with an extra tail and animal ears, someone will still consider it. But the orcs of the Lost Land are really a race of Homo sapiens with complete beast characteristics, standing on two legs like humans. And their forelimbs are hands. The orc chick in front of me is probably some kind of long-haired feline. It doesn't matter if the body hair is thick. But just looking at the cat's head, pointed claws and sharp teeth, someone would feel that he might be eaten by the female praying mantis as a nutritional supplement during the mating process. Just like the male praying mantis. This is really not discrimination. It is just far from my ideal type. But if we can't have a relationship beyond friends, we can still be friends. Especially in Lynn's observation. This orc girl had suffered a minor injury before, and was having trouble walking. So she was left behind by her original companion to carry dishes in the guild, putting the question of how many mammary glands does a cat have out of his mind. Lynn waved and asked the orc girl to take a few steps closer to him and asked,
"There are many new faces today. Is there something big going on?"
Lynn's voice was as soft as possible, not wanting to alarm others. Judging from the way the fur on the orc girl's ears stood straight up, it seemed that she had heard her own voice. As an adventurer, the orc girl is a vanguard fighter and has the keenest sense of danger. The atmosphere in the tavern today was unusual, and the magician in black robes in front of him was not the only one who noticed it. The Adventurers Guild is not an organization that claims to be a neutral zone. Especially the drunkards in the tavern are not easy to get along with, and it is common to get into trouble over something. Usually the guild's attitude is to stop it if it can. And if it can't be stopped, everyone will have a good time before stepping in to clean up the mess. So if you say that the orc girl will be nervous when something like this happens, that would definitely be a lie. But when the generous magician in front of me asked, it wasn't like she couldn't help answer the question. Without asking for any more information fees, she picked up her 3 jointed feet, walked on the catwalk, and said,
"I'll go ask it for you."
He raised his beer glass and took another long sip. There was a bard singing loudly next to him, but Lynn's attention was still on the nearly 20 strangers who were vaguely surrounding him.